Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 126, Fall of a Titan. If you wish to be the king of the jungle, acting like a king is not enough. You must be the king. And there can be no doubt, because doubt causes chaos and one's own demise. Michael Pearson, The Gentleman. Omniscient POV. A demigod and a mortal possessed by the remnant spirit of a dead god think that they can defeat me. Hey, people must have truly forgotten who I am or what the Titans are capable of. No matter, I'll gladly remind this world of who the Titans really are, starting from you. Iapetus confidently chuckled with a voice that sounded like dozens of hammers striking against a piece of iron. As soon as he had finished speaking, a beautiful yet menacing silver spear appeared in his hand that he aimed at Bruce while still keeping his eye on Diana. A pale blue energy slowly coated the spear as he got ready to take on both foes before him. Diana was the first one to make a move as she jumped towards Iapetus while swinging her sword, trying to pierce his skull in one blow. But Iapetus easily parried the hit with his spear, not even bothering to take Diana seriously. The Princess of Themyscira, however, had a trick up her sleeve. As soon as the Titan blocked her attack, her golden sword twisted in shape like it was made of clay. Its tip split into numerous thin tentacle-like blades that all attacked Iapetus together. But the Titan was too experienced to be taken by surprise with just that. The moment he saw the form of her sword change, he snorted before immediately pushing her away, his incredible strength propelling her far away from him. It seems Hephaestus has made you quite a good toy there. It will look very good in my hands after I take it from your cold dead body. Iapetus threatened, his eyes greedily glancing over the golden sword in Diana's clasp as blue lightning began to crack between his fingers. Without letting Diana take even a moment of respite, he sent multiple bolts of lightning in her direction in an attempt to overwhelm her so that she would not be able to defend herself, but he had forgotten about someone else who was also present there. Bruce, in a flash of blinding speed, quickly intercepted the Titan's lightning bolts, tackling them with his own body. His armor, which had previously failed to protect Bruce after being struck by a few lightning strikes back during his flight over the Aegean Sea, didn't have a single scratch on it even though it was struck directly by Iapetus' lightning. What, have you forgotten about me or something? You should know that the real danger to you here is not her but me. Bruce uttered with a sinister laugh as he grabbed Iapetus' entire head in a flash of speed before picking him up and thrashing him against the earth, creating a wide crater on the ground with a bam sound, blowing dust everywhere. Strength worthy of a god indeed. However, unfortunately, I am a Titan, not a god. Iapetus retorted as he intercepted Bruce's fist before it reached his face. Instead, with a swift movement, he delivered a punch charged with pure lightning at Bruce's figure to disorient him. Meanwhile, the silver spear which had earlier been dislodged from the Titan's grip during the scuffle surged back into action, flying towards Bruce, aiming to impale his chest. However, Bruce reacted quickly and summoned one of the all blades into his grasp, effortlessly deflecting the deadly projectile away from him with a swing of his sword. Interesting. I have never seen that weapon, nor do I recognize the style of craftsmanship on it. But for it to be able to stand up against my weapon. Tell me, who gave you that sword, mortal? Iapetus asked after rising to his feet. He lightly dusted his shoulder as if removing some invisible filth before raising his hand to catch the spear that came flying into his palms on its own. This sword? Honestly, I have no idea, but maybe you will get to know it better after being impaled on it. Bruce responded before raising one of his hands and focusing his power. Instantly, sparks of black-colored lightning began to dance on his fingers which he directed at Iapetus, Darth Sidious style. The lightning stream, though not nearly as intense as the ones previously released by Iapetus or Diana, had something else that made up for its lack of power. It was much more damaging in the sense that wherever the dark lightning hit, it seemed to die. Even the lush green earth itself became nothing but a scorched piece of dirt once affected by lightning. But, despite how dangerous of an attack Bruce's black lightning was, Iapetus was still able to block it with his spear, even though his face now showed a dark tinge of worry. Seeing an opportunity, Wonder Woman with a flick of her wrist, hurled her enchanted golden tiara towards Iapetus, the razor-sharp edge slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. But the Titan was again quick to react as he deflected the projectile with a sweep of his hand. However, Batman seized the opportunity to strike once again, confidently charging forward and clashing his all-blade against Iapetus' spear. Thunderous sounds of explosions echoed through the ruins as Batman and Iapetus engaged in a fierce duel. Each of their blows sent shockwaves through the earth, destroying more and more of the mountain. Sparks flew, as destructive energies from both sides began to collide against each other through their weapons. Bruce's black lightning clashed against Iapetus' blue storm in an all-out battle of dominance as the surrounding environment slowly spiraled into destruction. Iapetus, who initially had a very confident expression on his face, soon began to show signs of surprise and confusion instead. He had felt the divine power hidden inside Bruce and knew that despite the semi-immortal having reached the same level of power as an average adult Olympian, he was nowhere near close to Iapetus himself. However, Bruce was slowly getting there. With every blow, with every strike, every passing moment, the mortal was becoming stronger and faster. It was almost like their battle itself was helping him become better somehow. Meanwhile, as Bruce and Iapetus clashed, Wonder Woman was circling around the battlefield like a tigress hunting for prey, her keen eyes searching for an opening. As soon as she spotted a vulnerability in the Titan's defense, she didn't hesitate to unleash a barrage of lightning-fast strikes against his weak points, her sword twisting in its form and shape to deal as much damage to the Titan as possible. But Iapetus proved to be a formidable foe, his thick hide absorbing the brunt of both of their assaults without ever faltering. But still, as the battle raged on, Iapetus slowly but steadily began to be pushed back by the duo. Even his mighty strength began to weaken in front of the combined power of Bruce and Diana. As Iapetus was getting pushed back, he was getting desperate, his pride did not warrant him being dominated like this. So, with a scream full of anger and desperation, he finally unleashed a devastating blast of energy from the tip of his outstretched spear, sending both Batman and Wonder Woman flying backward with a force that seemed to defy gravity. The lightning was so powerful and destructive that it was able to even level the entire mountain to a plain land while clearing the surrounding sky of any clouds. Seeing the surrounding destruction, Iapetus nodded with satisfaction. "I am getting rusty," he muttered to himself before cracking his neck while checking if there was any damage to his spear. He was almost confident that he had defeated his foes if not killed them completely by scorching them to a pile of useless ash. However, the very next moment, his attention was grabbed by something else. My soldiers, they are getting destroyed so quickly. Well, no problem, I just need to raise more soldiers, so many more that no army in the world can even hope to stand up against them. He mumbled to himself while staring in the direction of Hippolyta's castle. With a confident look on his face, he raised his spear in the air. "Arise, my servants, arise and khhh." Iapetus gagged on his own words as his body suddenly froze under the effect of a foreign power. What is happening?" he somehow uttered, trying his best to move his body. It was like his body had somehow grown cold and rigid. Quite a powerless feeling, isn't it? It is like you are standing in front of an inevitable fate that will destroy you and everything you have ever known in your life. No matter how much you try to stop the destiny from happening, it will happen, and it will change everything. That's what war is, and what you are feeling right now is the true fear of war. The deep voice of Bruce declared. As the dust cleared and the surroundings became visible, Bruce's figure was seen, still standing upright. There was heavy damage to his armor, but most of the damage was quickly getting repaired themselves on their own. The only place that wasn't at all affected by Iapetus' attack was his helmet, which seemed as spotless as ever. A few meters away, even Diana looked mostly unharmed as well. She had covered herself with the metal of her sword at the right time and was able to effectively protect herself from the damage. "Initially, I thought I could feel your blood and control it. Well, I still think I can. But I can also do so much more," Bruce said while slowly walking towards the frozen Iapetus. "Right now, I can not only feel your blood and body but even your very soul as well. Bruce, we should try to seal him back as fast as possible. No mortal has ever been able to even defeat a Titan, much less kill it," Diana advised as she observed Bruce materialize both of the all blades in his hands. However, both Iapetus and Bruce ignored Diana's words. They were now focused only on each other. "I was wrong. No remnant of a god can display this much power." He somehow spoke through his frozen mouth. "You are something else, something more," he concluded. Bruce on the other hand just kept quiet before raising both of his flaming swords up in the air while giving the Titan one last look. "I proclaim you guilty," and with that, he brought both of his blades down, piercing his blades directly into Iapetus' chest. The Titan could not help but scream in pain as he felt the steaming blades of his twin swords, but he quickly brought himself under control. "I am a Titan, the Titan Lord of the West. I won't die so easy. If I cannot stand over your cold dead body, I'll at least take you with me," he screamed before using the last bits of his strength to grab Bruce's helmet-wearing head with both of his hands. "Bruce. Are you all right?" Diana yelled in worry as she saw the burning figure of Iapetus grab Bruce's head in a last-ditch effort to kill him before a strange purple light entered Bruce's demonic helmet while the Titan exploded into a torrent of fire and ash. "Bruce. Ha, there is no more Bruce here anymore. There is only the merciless," he declared before advancing towards Diana with a cold look on his face. But before the ominous situation could further worsen, the armored figure suddenly fell unconscious on the ground for seemingly no reason at all, shaking the ground into a mini-quake because of the immense weight of his armor. Inside Bruce's mind palace. What in the name of Tartarus is this place? A hazy figure of Iapetus muttered under his breath as he observed the dark and ominous setting of the place he had just arrived in. During his last moments, he had tried to destroy his enemy by using his entire remaining mental and spiritual power to crush the semi-god's mind. Still, instead of getting the pleasure of seeing his enemy perish with him, he found himself within the mind of his foe instead. Bang bang! Iapetus heard a banging sound from behind him. Turning around to see what was happening, he found a bulky figure looking strangely similar to the being he had just fought a few moments ago, hitting a huge metal door with his axe, while thousands of dead bodies of weird and ferocious-looking monsters lay around his feet. What the? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Bat meets Olympians. Everything is possible, even the impossible. Mary Poppins returns. Omniscient POV. What in the name of the cursed pits of Tartarus is happening here? Iapetus muttered to himself in disbelief as he looked at the bulky figure trying its best to destroy a huge metal door, its large muscular frame eerily similar to the figure he had just fought a few moments ago in the real physical world, except for the fact that its armor was severely damaged at various spots by some highly corrosive acid that seemed to have originated from the dead bodies of those weird creatures lying around it. Indeed, the armored figure was so severely damaged and battered that it appeared scarcely able to move, let alone swing its massive battle-axe to attempt to break through the large, thick door before it. However, its resolve to do precisely that stood in sharp contrast to the reality of the situation and its condition. So, you were strong enough to enter here uninvited? A stoic, refined voice cut through Iapetus' thoughts as he felt a sharp, thick object impale his back like a blunt blade before he could react. Well, Mr. Iapetus, it seems my luck has turned. Just when I thought we were at a disadvantage, you presented yourself up like a spare battery. Thank you for your generous contribution. My creator will undoubtedly be pleased to hear of this later, the voice menaced, as the blade sank deeper and deeper into the Titan's back. As the blade sank deeper, Iapetus couldn't help but cry out in agony. A searing liquid began to slowly seep into his body through the gash on his back, the wetness permeating his psychic essence almost as if a malevolent force was insidiously slithering its way into him. Don't worry, the pain shouldn't last too long. Soon, you will be one of us. We required psionic energy to resist this parasite invading this mindscape, and the divine psychic energy that you are composed of should be just enough to fortify this place and make sure that we are powerful enough to not just completely evict this unwanted bug out of here but also be what we are truly meant to be. Agents meant to protect this place and eradicate anyone threatening our creator's mind. The voice explained with pure confidence and disgust audible in his voice, his disgust directed at not just the psychic remnant of Ares but even the Titan itself. IIW won't. Iapetus tried to retort the assailant's words, but he could only mumble a few incomprehensible words before a black glue-like liquid substance completely covered him from head to toe, not even leaving a single inch of his bare skin. A few seconds later, the black liquid slowly contracted back to where it came from, which was the freshly made cut in the back of the Titan. Once the black liquid completely retracted, it could be seen that the huge form of Iapetus had shrunk to what was a normal human wearing a dark green suit and a pair of dark spectacles, looking exactly the same as the person standing behind him. Of course, if Bruce had been here, he could have easily recognized the two humans at a glance as copies of Mr. Smith from The Matrix. Mr. Smith. One of them nodded with a confident smirk. Mr. Smith. The other one nodded back with a smile that seemed to reflect the first one. Quite an upgrade, I have to say. This new addition will be quite useful. Now, to the more important matters. The former of the Agent Smiths muttered thoughtfully while sizing the other with a grin. It is time to evict this parasite from here and destroy the corruption before this disease spreads any further. He stated with a determined expression as he focused his attention on the bulky figure of Ares trying to strike down the door. Bruce Wayne POV. Where am I? I mumbled while surveying my surroundings, which surprisingly wasn't much. In fact, there was nothing at all around me except heavy mist and silvery white clouds that expertly blocked my vision. Wait, don't tell me that I am in heaven. Does that mean I am dead? Did the plan fail? I mentally muttered to myself in confusion while wondering just how quickly I could make something that would enable me to escape from the afterlife back into the land of the living. Hello, Bruce. We have been waiting for you. An extremely enchanting voice suddenly announced from behind me, making me turn around in a hurry to see where the voice had exactly come from. However, the scene that welcomed me was quite unexpected. There were three extremely beautiful women of different ages calmly staring at me with amusement. A trio of angels. I wondered aloud with a startled face. We are not angels, sorry if that disappoints you, mortal. I am Hera, the goddess of women, marriage, and family as well as the queen of the Olympians. To my left is Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, while to my right is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the moon. The slightly older woman who identified herself as Hera elegantly introduced themselves. The Olympians. Oh fuck. I couldn't help but curse out loud as I felt a headache coming my way. Is it because I killed Ares, Hercules, and Iapetus? I asked while raising one of my eyebrows in curiosity. I was not the least bit sorry for what I did. After all, why should I be sorry? God, demigod, or titan, all three of them were just useless pieces of shit, sinners that I had to kill to make sure everyone else could live in peace, and I wasn't about to be even the least bit apologetic or regretful because of it. You misunderstand, mortal. We didn't summon you here because you killed two immortals of our pantheon. We were the ones who put you up to that task in the first place. If we didn't allow it, you wouldn't have been able to succeed in it so easily. What you did was a big help for us. We wanted to thank you for your service. She patiently explained. Wait, are you saying that the three of you caused my plane to crash on Themyscira? You three are responsible for the Amazons arresting me, for the lightning strike ruining all my machines and tools, and for the sudden attack caused by Ares and Iapetus? I asked, furrowing my brows in barely contained anger. It isn't as you think, Bruce. Yes, we did cause that lightning storm and force you to crash on the Paradise Islands, but it was only so that we could somehow fulfill the prophecy written by the fates to kill Ares and Hercules before they could harm the Amazons and destroy the world. Whatever we did for the greater good of not just the Amazons but also the mankind that you want to protect. Artemis was the one to speak up this time as her teenage form tried to explain the motive behind their action. Ah, I see. I am glad that I could somehow be of use to you and your plans. I said, struggling to keep the smile on my face. Can you send me back now? I still have a lot of work to do. He is going to hold a grudge, Athena's young adult form muttered with a sigh from the side. 100%. Artemis confirmed Athena's mumblings with a nod. Look, Bruce, Ares was my own son while Hercules was once my champion. Their deaths were unfortunate yet essential. It needed to happen for the gears of this world to continue turning without any interruptions. So even though we are sorry for what happened, we would gladly do it again if need be. That is how this universe works. Hera explained, her voice slightly cracking as she talked about Ares. No, I do understand. I can't complain about being used by someone when I don't even have the power needed to resist being used. Even humans tend to manipulate each other, so of course, God's doing it shouldn't come off too much as a surprise. I weakly shrugged at their words. Even though I was upset about the whole thing, of course, I wasn't going to rant about being manipulated by a bunch of goddesses. I was weak, and that was why I got manipulated by them into doing their dirty work. It was as simple as that. However, I wasn't just going to forget this. Instead, I was going to take this as a challenge and make sure that this doesn't happen again. I have been focusing too much on small-time criminals. I need to prepare against every possible scenario if I want to be truly invincible, including gods, demons, and everything in between. I need to grow so strong that no god or goddess ever dares to make use of me in any way, no matter how noble of a purpose it is. I thought to myself with determination. But before that, I have a question though, where the hell am I? I asked. This is an astral realm. We summoned your astral spirit here to talk after we recently felt it weakening. We have been tracking you from the moment you landed on Themyscira, trying to communicate with you. But we couldn't manifest ourselves in the mortal world due to the rules, and your mental barriers and spirit were too strong for us to establish a direct connection to. It was only after you put on Ares' cursed helmet that the mental shields around your mind began to weaken, and we got the chance to summon your spirit here. Originally, we wanted to help you get rid of Ares' possession and take off his helmet as compensation for your service, but it seems that you have already taken care of it to some extent. Athena disclosed, her gaze meticulously capturing every subtle shift in my expressions. But we still owe you for your help in eliminating the threats of Ares, Hercules, and Iapetus while saving our daughters, the Amazons. If those three were successful in what they wanted to accomplish, then not just the Amazons but the entire world would have been at risk, especially with Zeus still missing. Therefore, if there is anything you want, you can ask us. We will try our best to help you. Hera offered. However, Artemis quickly interjected, as long as it doesn't involve making you a true immortal, transforming you into a god, or starting a battle with another pantheon. We cannot do those without all 12 Olympians agreeing to it. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 128, a prize and a rescue. The more you know who you are, and what you want, the less you let things upset you. Bob Harris, lost in translation. Inside Bruce's mind. Bruce Wayne POV. Damn those useless goddesses, I mumbled through my gritted teeth after finding myself back inside the core library of my mindscape. After those three told me to wish for anything as a prize for protecting the mortal world, I had humbly wished for all gods and goddesses to stop bothering me in the future or including me in their stupid plans and manipulations. According to me, it was fair compensation for the shit I went through because of them, including the loss of billions of dollars worth of equipment. However, not only they didn't agree with it, but they even had the galls to actually laugh at my face. In their own words, even if they could somehow prevent the members of their own pantheon from disturbing my peace without some important enough reason, ordering gods of other pantheons to do the same, however, was outside their jurisdiction. The best they could do was to warn all the Olympian gods and goddesses not to engage with me without a valid reason, while also spreading the news to some of their friendly pantheons and hoping that they would do the same as well. Now the thing is, in DC, the new gods and the Olympians are the most active among all the pantheons. So, the Olympians not bothering me was good enough compensation for me. But of course, I didn't admit this out loud since I wanted to find out if I could further milk this situation. After all, there was something else that I wanted, something that was extremely difficult for me to gather on my own without the help of the gods. It was the nth metal, the mythical magical element exclusive to the DC multiverse that could supposedly do almost anything. I had read about it in some of the magical texts while training under Giovanni Satara, and let's just say that the metal could be considered absolutely OP because of its anti-magic properties alone. However, for some reason, no sooner had I asked for the nth metal as my compensation, than the expressions on their faces completely changed. The calm and composed look on their faces quickly turned into annoyance as they seemed troubled by my request. They straight out denied my wish and made it pretty clear that they weren't going to give me even a single drop of nth metal no matter what, since according to their excuses, it was a resource that even they could not afford to give away so easily. But they did propose an alternative. They offered me a sample of something known as the 8th metal for my use. They insisted that it was the same material my all blades were made of and was the primary component of most of the divine weapons wielded by the majority of the Olympians. Naturally, listening to their bold claims, I could not help but accept their offer upon considering all the practical applications the 8th metal could potentially have. After all, it was not every day that one could gain access to the stuff that was used to make world-destroying weapons. I wonder how they are even going to physically deliver that metal to me. Is it just going to appear out of thin air in the Batcave one day, or perhaps a chunk of metal will fall on me from the sky? I curiously thought out loud while calmly walking out of my mental library into the dungeon. "Welcome back, Mr. Wayne." A refined voice interrupted my thoughts. Agent Smith appeared before me with his familiar ever-present smirk still present on his lips. "It's done. We have succeeded in evicting the parasite out of your mindscape," he informed me, bowing his head slightly as 2 more agents approached and stood behind him. You didn't destroy it?" I asked with an annoyed frown. I thought I gave clear instructions to destroy Ares' remnant psychic imprint permanently and assimilate into my own mindscape if possible. "The virus was imprinted deep within the helmet of Ares that you were wearing, sir, a virus that could not be removed by us alone. The upgrade we received after absorbing the other bug was enough to stop and remove the parasite from this place, but we could not eliminate it permanently, nor could we completely cleanse it from its original home, the helmet. It seems that some supernatural power was used in binding the helm with a small part of Ares' divine soul. Its purpose is to possess anyone trying to don the helmet. Even though the soul fragment is too weak to directly reincarnate Ares into the boy of the wearer, it can still directly affect the wearer's mind and soul while slowly transforming them into a replica of Ares, complete with his powers and his personality. So, it is best if we remove the parasite from the helmet only after thorough research and detailed analysis to truly make our actions effective." He patiently explained while adjusting his dark shades. "So, the helmet contains the Horcrux of a god." I muttered to myself with a weak smile after listening to his explanation. "Well, thank you for your service, Agent Smith. I will take care of everything else. You guys can go and relax. Or do whatever else that you do in your free time, maybe help the xenomorphs replenish their numbers or something," I offhandedly commanded, behaving like they were living beings and not just mental lines of psychic code that I had constructed in my mind as AI guards. Wait, why was I even asking them for the information when I could just access the memory of what happened while my astral spirit was away? I facepalmed at my own oversight, then pressed my hand against the nearest wall to play back the events that had unfolded here in my absence. Look at that, the fight was pretty one-sided with Ares getting one hell of a beating here. No wonder Smith was in such a good mood. My mental antivirus is just too good. Omniscient POV. Queen Hippolyta was currently outside her castle watching as her warriors apprehended the few remaining rock trolls that had failed to leave after Ares and Hercules died. Most of the monsters had given up and were not even fighting back, so there was no actual danger anymore, but as a queen, she had to be present here amongst her people to encourage them. Also, she didn't trust Bruce's flying machines that had completely surrounded the island. She had been backstabbed once because she had put too much of her trust in a man before. She was not going to repeat her mistake again, at least not without a solid enough reason. It was undoubtedly true that because of these very machines, they had managed to win against the metal undead without any significant loss of Amazonian lives, but exactly because she had seen the might of these machines, she knew just how dangerous they could be. She was confident in the fighting capabilities of all the Amazons in her queendom, but even she couldn't claim that they would easily win against thousands of those flying contraptions in an all-out war, especially because of how well organized and versatile they were. The legions of these machines were so good that they were even able to eliminate and hold back hordes of those undead metal monsters when Iapetus was actively raising them from the ground with his magic. Up until the moment when the undead army crumbled on its own, most possibly due to Iapetus' defeat, those machines led by that female voice were dominating the war. The Amazonian warriors didn't even have to fight too seriously with how the machines always had their backs. That boy is more dangerous than I originally believed. I thought that his appearance after one of the oracles made the prophecy of a man killing a god was just a coincidence, but it seems that destiny truly doesn't make mistakes. I doubt I can stop him from leaving after this, but I still need to somehow make sure that he doesn't perceive the Amazons as a threat to him. We can take on the men's world if worse comes to worst, but a war against him and his machine army will cost us more than we can afford. Even I cannot fathom how much more dangerous and powerful he will grow with time. She contemplated with a frown on her face. I need to make sure that he will never be a danger to Amazons, but how? My queen, we have gathered the injured. It seems that we were rather lucky. None of the warriors have died or suffered a fatal injury. Though some have lost their limbs in battle, it is nothing that the purple ray can't handle. A royal guard approached Hippolyta and politely informed her after kneeling on one of her knees, breaking her out of her thoughts. I see, that is good news. Take all the injured to the healing chambers and start the purple ray treatment. Since no one died, we don't even need to use the well of souls this time to lay their spirits to rest. She commanded with an impassive face. Mother. All of a sudden, a familiar voice captured her attention, as she discovered her daughter flying towards her in a hurry. Diana, what happened? Are you all right? Wait, what happened to Bruce and why are you carrying him? Hippolyta asked with a puzzled expression on her face as she saw Diana carrying Bruce's limp figure in a princess carry. He lost consciousness after fighting Iapetus. Even though he won the battle, it looks like the fight took a pretty heavy toll on him. I tried to wake him up, but I could barely even feel his heartbeat. Also, his armor is behaving weirdly. Diana put Bruce down before pointing to his hefty armor, which for some reason was actively losing its size as substantial parts of the armor disintegrated into dust and floated away into the wind. Interesting, I can feel my connection to the armor re-establishing. Cortana's voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere as her white spherical drone slowly floated above the three. Something was obstructing me from properly connecting to Master's armor before, but now, it seems that the interference has been removed. It was most probably the helmet that was affecting his armor. Now that he is no longer wearing it, the armor seems to be changing back to its original design while discarding the nanites that were damaged beyond repair in the battle. The AI explained. Wait, the helmet, where is it? Did it get destroyed? The Queen of the Amazons suddenly asked in an urgent voice as she looked around in search of Ares' helmet. There is a very good chance that it is cursed and can make any man wearing it go insane. It should either be completely destroyed or secured inside a place where no one can ever reach it. I left it back at the mountain after it came loose from his head once he lost consciousness. I think it should still be there. But enough about the helmet, mother. Our top priority right now should be saving Bruce. He did all of this to save us and this island when he could have easily escaped, leaving us to our pitiful fates. We can never truly pay him back, but at least we can save him. Diana pleaded to her mother. Yes, you are right. We do need to do our best to save him. It is the least we can do for someone who helped us out in our time of need, even if he is a man. Hippolyta responded with a tired sigh after taking a glimpse at her daughter's panicking face. We need to give him oxygen so that we can breathe. We need to find someone who can give him mouth to mouth. I'll do it. Diana quickly replied before bringing her face close to Bruce's. Hearing her daughter's words, Hippolyta was instantly going to say no to Diana's proposition and instead ask one of her royal guards to do it, but suddenly, she seemed to remember something as her face brightened like she had just found out a solution to her problem. You know what, you are right. You should be the one to do it since he seems to trust you. She suggested, allowing Diana to continue what she was doing. Encouraged by her mother's suggestion, Diana gently sealed Bruce's mouth with her lips as she forcibly passed the oxygen in her mouth into his. Of course, at that moment both Diana and her mother had completely forgotten about Bruce's self-healing ability, with even Cortana not bothering to remind them of it. The AI was already content after silently taking a few scans of his body and concluding that his health was in no real danger. On the other hand, after a few seconds of locking her lips with Bruce, Diana began to feel a strange yet pleasurable feeling inside her mouth, like something was wrestling against her tongue. The princess of the Amazons could not help but release a low moan as she felt a pair of strong hands hug her from the front while something massaged her tongue. The lustful bat strikes again, Cortana muttered in a voice that no one could hear as she observed everything from above. At the same time, Hippolyta had a thoughtful expression on her face as she calmly stared at her beloved daughter French kissing a man right in front of her as she mumbled something incoherent to herself. Maybe this could work. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 129, Bat Holds Hands. You should be kissed and often, and by someone who knows how. Rhett Butler, Gone with the Wind. Bruce Wayne POV. So, you have nothing to say for yourself. No excuse to give for forcefully kissing my daughter and groping her when she was trying to save your life? Queen Hippolyta asked with a stern voice from her throne while staring straight into my eyes, although it couldn't be determined from just her voice alone if she was truly angry or not. There were also dozens of other Amazons in the throne room who were looking at me with an equally suspicious gaze, but surprisingly none of them harbored any hatred for me like before. Instead, it could even be said that for some reason, they felt some amount of sympathy for me hidden deep within their eyes. Cortana was currently not present in the castle and was out handling some important stuff, one of which was to map the entire island of Themyscira and scan anything unique on the island. That is not fair, Mother. I was the one who went ahead and put my lips on his mouth to help him breathe, and you even permitted me to do it as well. He never took advantage of me in any way. Also, I am tired of everyone treating me like I am some sort of a doll who can be taken advantage of all the time and thus has to be protected. I am both old and strong enough to make my own decisions, including deciding whom to kiss and whom to not. And today, I want to testify in front of everyone by swearing in the name of Hera that Bruce did not do anything bad to me that was against my wishes. Diana defended me with a determined voice while raising one of her hands, holding onto her glowing lasso of truth for everyone to view. Watching Diana defend me once again in front of her mother, I could not help but feel a sense of déjà vu. I didn't understand how I was in the same situation again in less than 2 days. But instead of pondering useless questions, I decided to help Diana prove me innocent and not a pervert like most of the other women here were most probably imagining me to be. Your Majesty, I was barely conscious when Diana gave me mouth-to-mouth to save my life. I had no idea what was happening to me. I don't even remember when this happened, much less kissing her. And even if I did kiss her subconsciously, it was an honest mistake, one that I had no control over. I am completely innocent. I pleaded. Honestly, the kiss was truly not my mistake. After all, it wasn't my fault that I was a man, right? I mean, I have needs and desires too, and truthfully, missing the opportunity of kissing back Wonder Woman was straight out gay. I mentally snorted, agreeing with my thoughts while showing a straight face on the outside. Fine, I will ignore your perverted action just for this once. But remember, if you ever touch my daughter against her will, I will castrate you even if I have to sell my soul to Hades for it. Hippolyta threatened with a serious expression on her face. Now as for your previous crimes, in the light of recent events of how you provided your aid when we needed it the most in our battle against the evil gods and helped save hundreds of Amazonian lives, I hereby pardon you of any charges that may be placed against you and declare you as an official guest and ally of Themyscira, something that was advised by the oracle of our patron goddess, Hera herself. You are welcome to visit and stay in the Paradise Islands whenever and as long as you desire. She proclaimed in a booming voice, giving her judgment before looking at the faces of the other Amazons in the room as if challenging them to oppose her decision. However, contrary to her expectations, there was no opposition from anyone to her words, no one trying to challenge or demean me in any way. In fact, many of them were even slightly nodding as if they completely agreed with their queen's decision, while those who didn't want to show support for him and openly simply kept their heads down in silence. Even Clymene, who was standing a little away from me, had an impassive face on her as she calmly stared in my direction, refusing to meet my eyes for some reason. As I thought, the simplest way of getting into the Amazon's good books was simply being an honest and incredible warrior. Bruce mentally nodded in satisfaction. Also, as science has proved time and time again, all females love a strong male who can protect them, except the males of some species who get eaten after they are done impregnating their partners, although I have no idea why I am even thinking about that at this moment. And what about me wanting to return home? I don't guess you have an invisible jet hidden inside your castle, do you? I asked, at which both Diana and Hippolyta suddenly looked slightly taken aback. You will be given proper directions and a boat made from our best materials that will definitely get you to the mainland without any problems. Hippolyta quickly answered in a hurry before Diana could say anything. The boat will be ready by tomorrow. You can now leave to prepare for your departure. I still have plenty of work to do. Even though we won, it will still cost us a lot of time and resources if we want to recover from all the damage the trolls and undead monsters caused to us in the city. She stated with worry hidden in her voice while waving all of us away. Hearing her mother's words, Diana bowed and was about to leave while ushering me to do the same, but I had something else in mind, an idea that I had been toying with from the moment I had landed in Themyscira. Actually, I think I can help you in there. You just declared me an ally of Themyscira according to the wishes of the goddess Hera, right? Then isn't it a duty for allies to help each other in times of need? I can help this island a lot if you allow me to. I said with a slight bow of my head to show my genuine desire to help. The queen looked a little startled at my words as she pondered the implications of her accepting my help. She wasn't foolish. Just by taking a look at the number of drones Cortana had brought to Themyscira to rescue me, she knew that I was an influential and powerful man in the men's world, although she had no idea just how much. You mean to trade with us? She easily understood the underlying meaning behind my proposition. We never trade with anyone from the man's world since after the betrayal. But considering that you are now officially a friend of Themyscira, we might consider trading with you as long as it is profitable for us. However, we still don't want our location to be known by other men. She answered after pondering on the issue for a while. You don't have to worry about that, Your Majesty. My machines will be handling the delivery and logistics part, so no living being will ever know the location of your home because of me. I am sure that I can be a very big trading partner for Themyscira and even help your own industries flourish as well. I can offer food, clothes, cosmetics, electronic gadgets to make your life more convenient, modern weapons, armor against those weapons, knowledge about what the man's world has discovered and invented till now, and a lot more. My company is involved in a lot of businesses that can help you be more prepared for the next war, whenever it may be. I answered with a charming grin like a professional salesman. One of the richest billionaires in the world now trying to sell his products on his own like a common salesman. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I thought with a mental shake of my head. And what would you want in return for access to all these things? Hippolyta questioned while curiously raising one of her eyebrows. Even the other Amazons listening into our conversation seemed very interested in products from the outside world. Not much. All I want in return are items of equal value like your wine and premium fabrics or resources that are unique to this island like special metals and herbs. I answered with a shrug. Whatever you can afford to sell me, I would gladly buy as long as it is valuable. Both of our products should be of equal value like in any other normal trade. I won't try to take advantage of you here while you do the same. Fine, I can agree to a deal like that. We can sign a contract later inside the Temple of Hermes once you give me an official list of all the things you can offer, and we settle on a price. She agreed after noticing some of the elders nodding at her in a gesture to encourage her to accept the deal. Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you regret your decision. I said with an earnest smile before following Diana out of the throne room. Wow, that was unexpected. I never thought you would try to become a trading partner with us. So, you are a trader. I almost thought you were royalty because of the weird metal army that came searching for you here. Diana softly spoke as she stared at the beautiful sunset while sitting beside me on the beach. She looked like she was deep in thought about something. There is no royalty where I come from, Diana. The people in my homeland choose their own leader by voting every few years, and their chosen leader does whatever they can to help their country and its citizens. If they do not do good enough work, then they are simply replaced with someone else once their term ends. It's called democracy. I explained. Wow, it sounds so interesting. Your home must be perfect then, since everyone there has the option to choose what they want for themselves, right? She curiously asked in a tone that seemed to want to hear more. Not really. Nothing is ever perfect. Democracy comes with its own set of problems, but we manage since it is at least better than being stuck with one bad king or queen. Moreover, choice is just an illusion, Diana. There will always be powerful people who have more influence than the common men, and in the case of democracy, it is the politicians who try to become the leaders and the businessmen who give them the money to do it, like me for example. Just like you are a princess and hold more power than the other Amazons, I too as a businessman am slightly more influential than the other normal people. However, unlike your royal blood, it is my wealth that separates me from the others. I see. I think I understand now. But then, you must be pretty lonely, just like me. Is that why you kissed me? Diana asked, slightly tilting her head in a questioning way. I feel like if I tell her the true reason for kissing her was just me getting a little horny, she might try to kill me herself or encourage her mother to sentence me to death in an attempt to take revenge. Yes, that was definitely one of the reasons. I lied with a gulp, glad that she wasn't using the lasso on me like last time. I knew it. She whispered to herself with a small smile, seemingly satisfied with my answer for now. By the way, does the man's world really have machines that can fly in the sky? Helena used to tell us stories about it whenever she visited us, but most of my sisters never believed it. She said that the man's world has its own beauty that is quite different from our island. She inquired. It is indeed very beautiful. In fact, every part of this world is beautiful, Diana. It's just some of the people living in it that sometimes make it seem a bad place. However, it still depends on one's point of view. Someone who wants to see good will find good even in the evilest of places, and someone who wants to see bad will see it even in the most heavenly places. The truth is that the world isn't just black and white. It is gray, yellow, red, blue, and a whole lot of other shades and colors combined. You just have to look deep enough. That makes sense, I think I understand. She nodded. I really wish I could go out and explore, see how the outside world truly is for myself. I would like to visit your home too. Diana wished with a longing voice as she stared ahead at the ocean in front of us. Maybe one day. I am sure that your mother will allow you to venture out of this island on your own when you get old enough, and when that day comes, I promise I will show you everything myself. I said while keeping my hand on hers to show her I was serious and not merely kidding. In response to my words, she didn't say anything for a long time and just stared at the waves in silence as she seemed to contemplate something. After a few minutes of long silence, it looked like she had finally come to a decision. "I will take your word for it then, my friend," she said with a beautiful smile. "After all, you took away my first kiss." Bruce and I had heard from Helena that it was supposed to be something very important for a woman. She asserted in an accusatory tone before suddenly glancing at me with a weird look in her eyes, but I still liked it. "Maybe we could do it again sometime when you are not on the verge of death." I had a weird sensation in my chest and stomach when we were kissing, like my body was getting weak for some reason. I would like to find out the reason why, to make sure that enemies cannot take advantage of me, of course. "Of course," I replied with a grin, feeling her fingers gently and slowly attempting to intertwine with mine in a proper handhold. Hand-holding so soon? How lewd. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Bat sails away a boat. A farewell is like the other side of a coin. It will only happen when there is an encounter. Rather than dreading the day we have to part, shouldn't we be happy that we had the chance to meet today instead? Jintoki Sakata, Gintama. Next day in the morning. Omniscient POV. I hope you will deliver the first order as soon as possible. We are in urgent need of food, and I would like that we do not have to resort to asking the gods for help. Queen Hippolyta said as she observed Bruce rechecking everything on his boat for the third and final time. The boat that the Amazons had repaired for Bruce was one of the many boats that had crashed on the island. It was one of those boats that could be sailed on by a single person and was quite big with 2 separate decks in it. The upper deck was for the sailor to stay in and sail the boat using its sails, while the smaller lower deck was made either to keep important stuff or for him to take shelter in during storms. Bruce had nothing important with him except a map, so he didn't have any need for the lower deck. He was just making sure that all the sails worked right. He wasn't even taking any food or clothes with him since the trip to the nearest mainland, which was Europe, was only going to take 2 to 3 days max, while his body could go for months without needing to consume anything. Don't worry, all the shipments will be delivered within the week, while the food will be here in an automatic self-driving submarine by tomorrow. I will even throw in a few cookbooks to introduce your people to different cuisines. You need it very much. I will also send a couple of computers later as well to make communication between us easier. Until then, a few drones of mine should stay here in case you need my assistance for anything," he suggested while pointing to one of the drones silently floating near where they were standing. "I don't have any issue with that. Although I can't let your entire army of machines stay here, 1 or 2 won't be a problem. It is indeed true that we will need a proper line of communication if we want to continue trading." She nodded in affirmation. "I will get the wine ready by the time the food arrives. We will make sure that the wine is of the best quality," she promised. The wine that Hippolyta was talking about was a special wine that only the Amazons knew how to make, a gift from Dionysus himself. The wine was supposedly the closest thing to the nectar that the gods drank and was undoubtedly going to be very famous back in the outside world, which means Bruce would easily be able to dominate the alcohol industry very soon as well. So, contrary to what one might think, he was gaining a lot from this trade and will be making quite a big profit from it. This trade was a win-win for both parties. "By the way, you haven't seen Ares' helmet, have you?" "We haven't been able to find it since you took it off in the mountain," she asked with a small frown. "No, I haven't. Maybe it got destroyed in the battle or some god took it away so that it doesn't cause any more harm. Who knows?" Bruce answered with a shrug. "Maybe," she murmured to herself, a visible frown still present on her beautiful face. "I should leave now, it would be easier to navigate with the sun still up," Bruce said after he was done rechecking everything. He looked around, trying to search for a familiar face among the crowd that was there to watch him leave, but sadly, he could not find the face he was looking for, no matter how hard he looked. "Diana did not want to see you leave. She has been in a bad mood since the morning and is refusing to even leave her room." Hippolyta spoke up on her own after realizing who he was searching for. "Oh, I see. Well, I guess it can't be helped. I will meet with her again one day," Bruce said with a slightly downcast voice as he jumped up on his boat to leave. "Indeed, a few more centuries and she will be old enough to venture out of this island on her own. You can meet her then unless you decide to visit before that, in which case you are always welcome." Hippolyta responded with a smile, which was a pretty rare sight for her. "Till then, goodbye, Bruce." "Goodbye to you as well, Hippolyta," Bruce said with a mock salute, directly using her name without adding any title or honorifics in there to try to annoy her and get a reaction out of her, although the Queen of the Amazons just smirked at him. Soon, under the Junior Wayne's expert skills, the yacht-like boat began to move steadily along with the waves, slowly moving further and further away from the island as most of the Amazons just watched him leave while some of the more emotional ones waved him goodbye. Those yacht lessons from Alfred sure did come in handy. He was right. Knowing how to sail a boat can indeed save a billionaire's life. Bruce muttered with a chuckle before trying to connect to Cortana through his nanobots. You have secured the object, right? He asked. Positive, sir. I have taken the liberty of temporarily keeping Ares' helmet in one of our smaller bases near Gotham City. I will shift it to the main Batcave after I am done sealing it inside a Prometheum and lead vessel as you ordered. She answered with a cheery voice. Well done, Cortana, well done. He praised, with a giant grin on his face as he imagined just how useful a helmet with the power of a god could be, especially if it could be brought under his complete control. Inside the hidden temple of Apollo in Themyscira. Queen Hippolyta, it has been so long since you last came here to get my counsel. Did anything interesting happen recently? A slightly elderly voice inquired as the Queen of the Amazons gracefully stepped into the temple. I just wanted to inform you that your prophecy came true, Helena. A mortal man was able to slay Ares. He killed the god along with the Titan, all on the same day. Hippolyta answered calmly. However, he did not become the king of the Amazons after slaying the god of all evil as you prophesied. I am still the queen and Themyscira still doesn't have a king. So, your prophecy was only half right. Maybe you need to sharpen up your skills, Helena. You are growing rusty, she added with a small chuckle. A god was slayed. So that was the disturbance I felt. I see now. But which one of the gods did he kill? The woman named Helena asked. Ares, the god of war, and Iapetus, the titan of mortality. He also killed the demigod Hercules as well after he temporarily attained the status of the god of might. This mortal is quite amazing to kill so many immortals in a single day. But none of them was the god of evil, my queen. Even though my prophecy mentioned the slayer of Ares, it never explicitly stated that Ares and the god of evil were the same beings. So, it seems that my prophecy still remains unfulfilled. Helena was the one to smile this time as she noticed the distraught look on the queen's face. But don't worry, my queen. Being the king of Amazons doesn't necessarily mean that he will be your husband, since that is what seems to worry you the most. Prophecies are very complicated. You cannot forcefully make sense of one just by mere logic. Most of the time, it is not what it seems, so it is best to just take it as a warning and then put it in the back of your mind instead of worrying about it all the time. The oracle gave her advice. You are right. After all, according to one prophecy, you are supposed to be dead already after fighting and sealing the god of war. But look at you, besides the few wrinkles on your face, everything else looks fine. The queen said with a wry smile. Joke all you want, my queen, but that prophecy also technically came true since the superheroine named Fury died the day after I lost my powers. Everyone misses you, Helena. Why do you insist on staying here alone like this? We can get someone else to become the oracle. You can return with me too. No, my queen, this is my destiny, what I am meant to do. My previous connection to the Furies makes me a very good candidate for an oracle. Nobody can do my job better than me. As for everyone who thinks that I am dead, that is actually for the better. I can do my job better this way without anybody trying to bring me back. Helena said before giving her queen a small smile. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted as an Amazonian royal guard approached Hippolyta in a hurry. My queen, it's Princess Diana, we can't find her anywhere. It is like she has suddenly disappeared in thin air. After we did a thorough search for her, we only found this note in her room. The royal guard quickly informed before handing a small paper note to the Amazonian queen. Hippolyta was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the guard's words. She swiftly retrieved the note from her and started to read it. The paper bore a single line that perfectly conveyed her daughter's intentions to the queen. I am going out to explore the world. Diana. Destiny indeed works in mysterious ways. Helena, who was listening to the guard's words, gave a knowing smile as she took a glance at Hippolyta, whose face was tinged with a mix of both anger and concern. On Bruce's boat sailing in the sea. Finally, I am going home. Now, there is absolutely nothing that can go wrong. Bruce cheered in a happy mood as he stretched his body under the warm light of the sun. Now, I can finally relax until I reach the mainland, just us two in a boat, wait, 2 people in a boat. He stopped his muttering as he again scanned the boat with his chi sense. Hey, are we finally out of Themyscira's borders? A familiar voice questioned Bruce as Diana's Amazonian figure clad in her armor slowly emerged from the door that led to the lower deck. Oh fuck. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Girls Want Their Bat Back. We can only judge the future from what we have suffered in the past. Themistocles, 300, Rise of an Empire. Wayne Vista Grand Hotel, Athens. Omniscient POV. Did you find out anything regarding the whereabouts of Bruce? Selena asked with a worried face the moment she saw Talia enter the room with a thoughtful look on her face. The cat lover was dead worried about the love of her life suddenly going missing out of nowhere and was almost overwhelmed with desperation after Cortana, whom they and Bruce trusted blindly, refused to help them with any information regarding Bruce's abrupt disappearance. Of course, that hadn't discouraged them at all. Instead, that had just made them more determined to find him on their own, and to do this, all of the girls were helping in this search in their own ways. While Selena tried to inquire about Bruce's whereabouts in the Gotham criminal underworld through some contacts she had developed on her own, Talia and Nyssa were using the League's vast resources to do the same with the help of their identity as members of the High Table. Vicky, on the other hand, was using her connections in the media industry to do the same. Even Helena, who had accompanied them on the trip, was doing her best to investigate the local mafia families for any information on Bruce Wayne. Without a doubt, her expert martial arts and gymnastic skills, honed over the last few years, as well as the bat tool that Bruce had gifted her years before, were proving to be invaluable in this endeavor. No, unfortunately, it was another dead end. None of the members of the League had seen or heard anything about a plane going missing. There were certain reports of a storm on the Aegean Sea a few days ago, but it was only for a short time, and nobody saw any plane or ship disappearing in it. Talia answered with a frustrated sigh as she struggled to meet Selena's gaze. After all, it was a matter of great shame that she and her sister could not even find one single plane despite having one of the largest hidden organizations under their control. Truthfully, they had even considered that Cortana was the one responsible for Bruce's disappearance. Maybe she had rebelled for some reason and tried to kill Bruce since he was her creator and knew every technological detail about her, including how to stop her. That would have made sense as to why she wasn't contacting them, but they discarded that logic as soon as they had thought of it since they couldn't find any actual motive behind this. Bruce allowed Cortana as much freedom as she wanted. He didn't just treat her as a real person but as family. Furthermore, Cortana herself loved Bruce and was so loyal that she would rather short-circuit her processors than betray him. In her own words, Bruce was her purpose and the reason she existed. Without him, she was nothing. So, her trying to kill Bruce sounded too hard to believe, especially since there were tons of other ways where she could have tried to get rid of him much more subtly without even them knowing. I see. Selena instantly deflated in disappointment after hearing her answer. I couldn't find out about anything from my end too. It was definitely not done by any mercenary or wannabe supervillain, otherwise, I would have already gotten some clue at least. Selena added while shaking her hand at her own failure. It wasn't corporate sabotage as well. Some fuckers from some reputed pharma giants did try to have Bruce killed by paying a few mercenaries, but most of them were either caught and taken care of by Bruce's new security team or they simply just gave up after learning that Slade Wilson is on his payroll. Plus, considering all the additional security systems Bruce has installed on his jet, this couldn't have been done by someone with a mere rocket launcher or something. Either this was done by the official military of some country with access to missiles and everything, or this was some sort of metahuman. Vicky, who was also silently sitting in the room, informed in a distraught voice, her eyes getting watery with every word. Don't cry, Vicky. I am sure Bruce is all right. Have you seen his regenerative capabilities? Even scratches from the catgirl's diamond-hard nails here hardly bother him during their lovemaking before they heal on their own in a second. I don't see him getting injured because of a measly explosion, especially when he has access to all of his fancy toys and weapons in the plane's arsenal. No, when he returns, which he undoubtedly will, he will probably do so with a shit-eating grin on his face, maybe even with a new hot girl that he would have managed to charm. Talia tried to joke to lighten the mood. She was doing her very best to stay calm and level-headed in this situation for the sake of everyone else, since she was supposed to be the oldest girl here. That's why she had even begun to resort to jokes like this, so that she could at least fool herself into thinking that she wasn't nervous, and everything was all right, although the trick was slowly failing with every hour Bruce remained missing. However, she had Northwest idea just how close to the truth her joke truly was in reality. If she did, then there was a high chance that she would have been looking for ways to effectively torture Bruce, rather than searching for him. That's why I have been suppressing the news of his disappearance in the media. I don't want any of his enemies taking this as an opportunity to attack his company or reputation. Vicky agreed while wiping away the tears that had gathered in her eyes. It is what I have been secretly hoping for too, minus the girl part. There are already too many of us ready to share him like a bunch of pathetic simping cucks. Selena replied while giving Talia a glance from the side of her eyes. Won't work on me. If I had been that easy to manipulate, I would have fought Bruce on behalf of my father, not help him kill my own dad. Talia snorted with an eye roll. Also, with how easy it was to convince my little sister to share her boyfriend with me, my little sis is most likely the one with the cuck fetish, not me. Talia brutally dissed her own sister with a mischievous smirk on her face. TCH, well, never blame a girl for trying. Selena shrugged. She had been trying to reduce competition in her love life for the last few days after she accidentally listened in on Talia and Nyssa discussing how they should start sleeping with Bruce soon and try a threesome once all three of them were comfortable enough so that they could keep him all to themselves. It didn't have to be said that Selena didn't like this at all. She never truly liked Talia, but the sisters trying to monopolize her childhood love by using their slutty bodies and the concept of a forbidden threesome just seemed like cheating to her. I will also need an ally, especially if Bruce finds their idea of a threesome interesting. I cannot let those two control him with the allure of their bodies. Even though I am his first, I need to up my game to keep up with the trend. Selena thought to herself while taking a look at Vicky. Maybe she could. Nah, she is already in league with Helena. After all, they have been best friends. Maybe I should wait for Zatanna. If she still has the same feelings for him, then there is a chance that she might agree to form a bed alliance with me. Wow, this is the first time where I am actually wishing that Bruce had more harem members. Selena mentally snickered at stupid thoughts. The absence of Bruce from her life was taking a toll on her. Ring 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 ring. Vicky's phone suddenly began to ring, breaking the awkward silence that was slowly forming in the room. Taking a glance at the name of the caller, she quickly picked it up. Hey Helena, any updates? She said after lightly clearing her throat. For some time, there was silence as Vicky quietly listened, but in just a few seconds, her facial expressions made a complete 180-degree turn. Instead of disappointment and melancholy, there was visible excitement on her face. That's great news. Thanks for informing us, H. Yeah sure, you should come back to the hotel now. We will be waiting. Don't worry, I'll spread the news to the others. Vicky enthusiastically said with a nod of her head before finally ending the call and putting her phone down. What happened? Did Helena find him? Selena was the first one to speak up, looking at Vicky with some newfound hope. Talia also looked at Vicky with an impatient look on her face as she waited for the reporter to speak up. Yep. Helena was questioning the local port mafia, and apparently, a man matching the exact description of Bruce reached one of their ports on a boat this morning. Apparently, he borrowed a car from a local gangster and should be on his way here. Vicky answered with a pleased smile. Oh, thank God. I was getting worried there for a second. Talia lightly mumbled before looking up at the other two girls. I'll go and inform my sister about this. She is still probably grilling our assassins for not being useful enough to get any intel on Bruce. She needs to be stopped before she starts castrating them as punishment. She added as she quickly walked out the door without any more words. A few seconds after Talia had left, Vicky spoke up with a small smile on her face. She has her own way of caring about her little sister, doesn't she? I guess they are just like any other normal siblings, except for the fact that they come from an evil assassin family, and they are crazy enough to share the same lover between them. Do you think their family might have their origins in Alabama? Vicky sarcastically asked Selena as her reporter mind began to ponder useless stuff that she considered spicy and dramatic enough to discuss, now that she no longer had to worry about Bruce. I don't know, and truthfully, I don't care. As long as they don't betray Bruce or break his trust, I have no reason to care. Selena answered with a casual shrug as she got up as well. Anyway, I should inform Alfred and Leslie that Bruce is all right. The old man has been the most worried of all for the last few days. Selena sadly recalled. Yeah sure, go ahead. I guess I'll look for Ace and Miss Whiskers. They have been disappearing a lot after Bruce's plane went missing. Who knows, maybe they are striving to assist us in their own way by sniffing around, trying to find Bruce with the help of other animals. Vicky joked with a hearty chuckle. That dog and cat can literally talk in human language with the help of the two collars Bruce had made for them, Vicky. There is a chance that they are doing exactly what you said for real. Selena said with as much a straight face as she could muster. Fuck, you are probably right. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 132, an informative car ride. You have to do the opposite of what people expect. How else will you surprise them? That's my motto. Viktor Nikiforov, Yuri. On ice. Bruce Wayne POV. So, will you finally tell me where we are going and what type of carriage we are riding on? And how long till we meet your family? By the way, how many people are there in your family? You never told me anything about them. Diana threw a volley of questions towards me with an eager expression on her face as she continued probing for information. After we arrived at the mainland through Piraeus Harbor in the city of Athens, Diana suddenly had a change of personality. Her calm, silent visage disappeared as she became an over-chatterer, questioning almost everything she laid her eyes on, her curiosity bubbling out like lava. I understood that this was a new world for her and that her childlike curiosity should be normal, but honestly, her constant questions about everything she saw were getting a little annoying. After all, this was already her 100th query for the day. But still, I didn't let the annoyance show on my face as I patiently tried to answer all her questions. No matter how many there were, we are going to the hotel where my family is supposed to be staying, and this carriage here is called a car. We will be reaching our destination in about half an hour. As for my family, I haven't told you a lot about them, have I? Well, I guess our conversations were seldom about my life and more about the general world. You see, both my parents died when I was young, so I have been raised by my butler, Alfred. He is an honest old man whom I trust with my life. But besides that, I also have a lot of good friends whom I consider family as well. You will meet them soon enough. Oh, and there is also Cortana, my trusted AI confidant and assistant. She handles almost all the machines I create, including the drones that helped protect your homeland from the recent invasion. But again, you have already met her, haven't you? I added after noticing my bracelet lightly blinking with a cyan blue hue, proof that Cortana was actively listening to us. Of course, this wasn't the original bracelet that I had lost in the storm but a new copy that I had as backup stored in my lab. Cortana just delivered it to me in Themyscira after the war. Indeed, I have. My mother and I had a conversation with her when you were resting after the battle. She is quite cheerful and worries about you a lot. Also, she sounded extremely loyal since she mentioned that you created her from something called code, much like how my mother created me from clay with the help of Zeus' last miracle. Diana stated with a wise look on her face. Anyway, what do you mean by your butler, Bruce? You have a manservant. He is not a servant, Diana. He is family. I instantly replied with a slightly more assertive voice than I would have liked. I apologize. I didn't mean to demean you or this Alfred. I was simply curious because Lady Helena had once told us that the rich and powerful in man's world hired servants for all their work. I simply thought that Alfred was one such person. I am sorry. Diana quickly apologized in a hurry with a slightly troubled face. It's okay, Diana. You wouldn't have known. A lot of people make fun of the fact that a rich orphan who has everything in the world is being raised by his manservant, but unfortunately nobody understands that Alfred is much more than just a servant or a caretaker to me. He is someone who has always been with me in this life, someone I never thought I would care much for, but I still do. To speak the truth, he is the parent I never asked for, but one I needed to be what I am. After all, Batman is incomplete without an Alfred. I muttered with a chuckle as I continued to drive the car in silence. By the way, it was quite interesting to know that Diana doesn't have an actual biological father in this universe. Seems like the Olympian god king just handed over some of his divine godly power to the queen to help create Diana before he disappeared to God knows where. Wait a fucking minute, don't tell me that Hippolyta sculpted Diana from clay using Zeus' magical jizz or something. And what about your other friends? Are they very close to you? Do you think they will accept being my friends as well? Diana tried to steer the conversation in a more light-hearted direction, breaking me away from my disgusting thoughts and making me look at the Amazonian princess with a puzzled gaze. I think they will, they are very friendly, and yes, they are somewhat very close to me, I answered with a perplexed look as I remembered how most of the girls felt about me. After all, I wasn't a dense idiot like some shonen MC. I knew they had romantic feelings for me, but the thing was one needs to have skin as thick as the hardest military-grade steel to be a harem protagonist and tell their lovers to share in between them. It was a skill that I quite disappointingly haven't developed yet. Still, I was already thrilled with 3 girls agreeing to date me simultaneously. I didn't feel the need to complicate things further by trying to pursue more. After all, managing a harem was just as tedious a task as creating one. However, some innocent flirting was harmless, right? I see. Diana nodded, pleased at my answer. Hey Diana, are you sure that your mother won't be declaring war on us after they find that you have run away from home with me? I really don't want to fight another war for the next couple of years. I asked after a couple of minutes of silence, wondering if I should contact Hippolyta through Cortana's drones and tell her that Diana was safe with me. I am sure that she won't do anything like that. I am old enough to make my own decisions now, my mother herself admitted this, even you heard it. Plus, it seemed like Mother trusted you for some reason and even harbored some respect for you in her heart after you helped defeat Hercules, Ares, and Iapetus, 3 of the greatest dangers to our people. She will think twice before declaring war. I think, Diana responded with a straight face that didn't seem to exude much confidence. You think? I asked with a gulp. Well, maybe I decided to leave too hastily. I probably should have waited till the night of love that was scheduled to be held the night you left. Night of love? I asked while raising a brow. Just like we celebrate Hera being at her purest when she regains her purity for her husband every year, we also celebrate a night of passion to respect the blessings of goddess Aphrodite on us Amazons. On that night, Amazons take part in different bodily pleasures as much as they want under the open sky around a holy fire by giving in to their throes of passion, although my mother never seemed to participate in it herself nor let me or anyone else from the royal family and the royal guards participate in it as well. She considers it to be below us and only meant for the truly frustrated Amazons, whatever that is supposed to mean. Diana casually replied while curiously staring at a plane that was flying over us. Wait, did she just say that Amazonians of this particular universe celebrate a religious night by having lesbian sex in the open? Does that mean I just missed an Amazonian orgy because I left a day early? I thought, in disbelief as I tried to imagine the scene of thousands of Amazons making love to each other around a campfire. Why do you suddenly have tears in your eyes, Bruce? Are you feeling some sort of discomfort or pain? Diana asked after noticing a single tear leaving my eye. No, it's okay. There is always next year. Yep, don't worry Diana, I will definitely be taking you back to your home for a visit next year. That's a promise, a man's promise. I said with absolute determination. Cortana. I have already added the date to your reminders and calendar, boss. You don't have to worry, you won't miss it next year. Also, I will keep this fact a secret from the others. In fact, I have already sent the information to my more secure servers. My loyal AI assistant chimed in from my bracelet even before I could tell her what I wanted. Good, you are the best girl ever, Cortana, a real bro. I nodded in appreciation. Are you two discussing some sort of inside joke that I am not privy to? Diana, who seemed to be too innocent to understand what was happening, curiously tilted her head. Hippolyta did me a huge favor by never allowing her daughter in the orgy, otherwise, this would have been extremely awkward. But I do wonder why she never takes part in it herself despite being their absolute ruler for so many centuries. Is it just because she treasures her dignity as a queen or is there some other deeper reason? I wondered to myself. Sir, I have been trying to give you some privacy and keep work-related stuff away from you as much as possible, but there are a couple of things that really need your attention right now. I don't think it can wait any longer, especially since it involves the decision of whether to kill Edward Nashton or not. Cortana suddenly interrupted my thoughts as she displayed small holograms of a stack of documents from my bracelet. What? I am driving Cortana, I can't look at any files or documents right now. Is this so important that it can't even wait till we get to the hotel? It is only a 15-minute drive from here, you know. I retorted, swiping away the hologram that was blocking my vision. Negative, sir. We must handle this matter now unless, of course, you agree to let Edward blow up the Gotham Police HQ. Cortana calmly argued as she displayed a single image of a couple of cars being driven by a bunch of gangsters wearing green jackets and weird masks with weird patterns of question marks drawn all over them. The vehicles were heading at full speed straight towards the direction of the city center where the GCPD HQ was supposed to be located. Edward Nashton, or according to his original birth name, Edward Nigma, seems to have just raised the stakes of his game, sir. A/N, hey guys, I am back after finally being done with my semester exams. And the best thing is I passed them as well, hopefully. I think. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 133, God's Eyes, 1. An unexpected situation, an unexpected turn of events. In the face of those, you too will face your true self. Makishima Shogo, Psychopaths. Bruce Wayne POV. What did he do now? I asked with a tired sigh as I watched the heavily armored cars race toward their destination, which according to Cortana was the GCPD headquarters. For the last month, Edward has been attempting to blackmail or assault multiple high-value targets from Gotham in an effort to get some incriminating evidence against the Gotham Renewal Fund that your parents set up, trying his best to link them directly to the scam that resulted from the fund. This is all because he despises you and holds a grudge against the Wayne name. Initially, it was pretty easy to thwart his plans, no matter what they were, and since you were really busy for the past month, I tried to take care of it myself. A sudden loud notification, an anonymous call to the cops, a warning to the victims of his plan, or messing with his electronic devices were all it took to stop him, but it seems that he has suddenly improved his game for some reason. From doing everything on his own, he has taken a pretty big leap to hiring professional criminals from some small-time gangs to blow up the entire GCPD HQ in order to sow chaos. I am still researching how he got the funds for hiring these men or buying the resources needed for what he has planned, but I am pretty sure that somebody else is supporting him, somebody much more influential. Cortana informed through the bracelet as I continued to drive with a stoic look on my face. What happened, Bruce? Is it something important? If you need my help to slay someone trying to harm an innocent, then just know that it is my duty as the champion of Themyscira. Diana, who was trying to listen in on my conversation with Cortana, suggested from beside me, her voice carrying a weight of responsibility. No, it's fine. It's merely work. Honestly, this is pretty much a typical weekday in Gotham for me, even though we're currently in Athens, I responded, smiling. You know what? You haven't experienced the local music, have you? You should give our songs a listen, you might enjoy them, I suggested as I turned on the car radio to a random station playing Beyoncé's Irreplaceable, the recent hit of the year. As I turned the volume up, Diana looked at me with a slightly suspicious gaze but just shrugged the next moment and focused on the song. She seemed quite impressed with both the radio in the car and the song that was currently playing on it. Coming back to our conversation, Cortana, how do you know that the Riddler is going to attack the GCPD HQ and what do you think is his end objective for this very stupid and dangerous plan? I asked with a raise of one of my eyebrows. The GPS in their car is set to show directions to the headquarters of GCPD, and the gang members he recruited made plenty of phone calls to their homies to tell them to watch the 9:00 news today if they want to watch some cops burn like pigs on a barbecue. So, figuring out their target wasn't exactly a big deal. However, I am still not clear on what he truly wants, though I suspect that it might be the official documents regarding the investigation of Gotham Renewal Fund and Carmine Falcone. The cops and the FBI are trying to keep the true magnitude of the scam a secret to prevent discontent amongst the public, but Edward most probably wants to use all of those details to cause massive citywide unrest and revolts. And of course, we all know what happens when a city like Gotham goes through mass unrest. Cortana answered in a flat voice, revealing Riddler's ominous plans. Why can't just criminals stick to their age-old jobs of robbing banks and selling drugs? I grumbled with a sigh. I guess the Edward of this universe is unhinged as well, just like the Riddler from the comics, movies, and shows. Damn it, I was really hoping that I did not have to kill a victim of child abuse one day. I can't go to Gotham myself in such a short time, as you might have already guessed, and I don't want anybody to see my armor massacring a bunch of gangsters that look like idiotic nerds, especially since those so-called gangsters haven't even committed any crime yet. We also cannot use drones, since even if a single civilian witnesses one of our drones killing Riddler's gang members and reports it to law enforcement, a lot of annoying individuals might get involved to try to sniff us out, something that I would really prefer not to happen so soon. I muttered, tapping my thumb on the steering wheel in deep thought. Although I was currently listening to Cortana and trying to figure out a way to stop Riddler, I was still able to drive the car without any difficulty, since my enhanced brain could easily focus on multiple tasks simultaneously. Your new special security team also can't be used, since they have just started their initial gene-modifying treatments a few days ago. And, even if they were at their best, it would still be quite difficult to use them in this mission, since they would probably not be able to reach their destination in time to prevent the incident. Also, law enforcement might mistake them as villains and start attacking them as well. After all, they don't exactly exude valor and gallantry in what you yourself call Snake Eyes armor. Cortana added sarcastically, since she never liked any armor design that wasn't filled to the brim with cutting-edge technology. What she was talking about, of course, was the Snake Eyes costume from G.I. Joe that I had constructed for all my Wayne security personnel. The suits had decent technology and were made from a carbonadium compound I had previously developed while researching metal. Although not nearly on the same level as the technology present in my own armor, it could still be considered way ahead of its time because of its durability, stealth functions, and the myriads of small gadgets, weapons, and useful tools hidden in it, like tasers and magnetic gloves. In a way, they were perfect for mercenaries and looked hella cool, although their appearance didn't seem heroic or even friendly in nature to civilians. I see. So, there is no other way but to use drones, huh? I guess I'll just have to take the risk. I responded while wondering which type of drone could complete the mission in the stealthiest manner possible. There is another way. The God's Eye algorithm that you were trying to integrate into my servers could help me eliminate these criminals quite easily without anybody even guessing what truly happened, but you need to give me permission for that. Cortana suggested after a couple of seconds of silence. No, I sternly rejected her proposal without even considering it for a second. The God's Eye algorithm she was talking about was perhaps the epitome of what an AI could truly do. The algorithm is made so that the AI using it can process all the available data and determine how to complete any action in the most desirable and effective method possible. It could theoretically amp up the AI's computational ability so much that it could even predict the future and control all outcomes to an extent. With the power of the algorithm, one could just send a random text to somebody and trigger a series of events in such a way that the simple action of sending a text would cause some type of domino effect and would ultimately result in the president of the country getting assassinated as a result. That was how OP the algorithm was. Giving an AI permission to use it would be equivalent to giving it a dose of NZT-48. However, that type of power was just too dangerous. I would have gladly used it if this was just a normal mundane world, but in the multiverse of DC, an AI no matter how smart could never take all the variables into account while predicting the future. Murphy's Law combined with my years of experience in watching various movies and TV shows and reading fan fiction tell me that something would always go wrong when it comes to seeing and manipulating the future beforehand. You and I both know that I am not capable of betraying you, Bruce, nor do I want to. So, why don't you want me to use that algorithm even though you are the one who developed it? Even using it for a single minute can give us all the data we need to see if it truly works or not. It can be extremely useful in a dangerous situation where victory is seemingly not possible. Plus, after absorbing those encrypted memories of yours, you yourself said that you are supposed to be fateless, right? According to our estimations, you were not supposed to have a fixed written future, yet you had an entire prophecy written about you by the Olympians centuries ago about slaying Hercules in battle. Don't you find that strange? Who knows what else other gods have planned for you? Maybe you can even be included in the machinations of stronger cosmic-level entities as well. With the emergence of more and more metahumans, this world is getting more and more dangerous as well, Bruce. Maybe this algorithm could be our ace, our trump card against anything fate throws at us. And don't pretend like you don't agree with me, otherwise, you wouldn't have developed the algorithm in the first place. From the very moment you started writing the program, you knew you were going to use it one day and who better to do it than me. Cortana argued with a soft and righteous yet caring voice from my bracelet. You don't understand, Cortana. It's not that I don't believe you. In fact, it is the opposite. There is no one else that I trust more than you, maybe not even Alfred. But I didn't name this algorithm the God's Eye just because I found the name cool. With time and enough data, the program could even evolve to be, like the eyes of God. The algorithm could enable people to see the true future, and that is very dangerous, especially for me right now. It would enable me to stop crime even before it happens, to know about criminals the moment they are born, and that is something I don't want to know. I have seen too many movies to not understand how that sort of power can get over anyone's head, even mine. No amount of willpower is enough to have a power like that and not mess with it. Remember, with power comes responsibility, but with absolute power comes absolute responsibility, something that I am not quite ready for, yet. I retorted, explaining to Cortana why I didn't want to use the algorithm so soon, even though it truly was OP, but you will not be the one to use the algorithm, Bruce. I'll be the one using it, and I promise that I'll only use it for a few seconds to eliminate the Riddler gang. It will be like a controlled experiment. We won't find out the complete future, but we will definitely know if the algorithm works or not. Plus, there is no other way to stop the convoy before they reach the GCPD HQ. Even if we inform the cops present there right now about Riddler's attack, they would still not be ready for the number of explosives and weapons those 4 cars are carrying with them. Even if the cops somehow managed to win, they would still only be able to do it with heavy losses. Cortana successfully argued. Sigh, fine, you win. I ultimately gave in with a sigh before looking at Diana through the corner of my eyes, finding her still happily humming to a piece of indie music. We will test out if God's Eyes actually works or not. However, don't expect me to let you use this algorithm regularly. Also, you will only use it to eliminate Riddler's gang, not anything else. I commanded in a stern voice. Aye, Captain. Now just say the magic words, she said with a teasing voice. Activate sequence, God's Eyes. The password is FATBAT007. Set data analysis capacity to automatic. The mission is to get rid of Riddler and his gang without leaving any evidence or witness, as well as without anyone finding out about our involvement in any way. Initiate command. I finally uttered with some slight hesitation. Sequence and command initiated, Cortana replied to my words in a cold machine-like voice. Let's see just how effective this algorithm is at its current stage. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 134, God's Eyes, 2. No matter what may happen. As long as you walk by my side. There shall be no enemy that can stand before us. Sosuke Aizen, Bleach. Omniscient POV. Calculating potential outcomes. Cortana's voice inside Bruce's Batcave hummed from his Batcomputer as her internal processors whirred at speeds incomprehensible to humans, analyzing terabytes of data in milliseconds. In a few seconds, it was able to map out tens of thousands of conceivable scenarios, simulating millions of variables. Her current command was to completely eliminate the 4 cars of Riddler's gang rushing towards GCPD headquarters, including all 18 people sitting inside the cars, and currently, she was choosing the most effective way to do exactly that. Cortana, 3,573 different possibilities found. Plan number 78 is determined as the most effective. Executing plan number 78. Suddenly, the city's traffic control system turned all the lights green for a motorcyclist heading towards the highway entrance ramp. The biker was a pizza delivery guy running late in his delivery for the 3rd time of the day. Not wanting to anger his boss again, he sped up after seeing the series of green lights, thinking that Lady Luck had finally started to favor him. He had unknowingly become the first pawn in Cortana's plan. As the biker merged onto the highway, he tried to take the shortcut he always took whenever he was late, which was the next exit, going directly in the path of the Riddler's convoy. Simultaneously, Cortana sent a text to the man operating a large mechanical arm at a construction site. The man who had kept his phone silent till now was immensely surprised at the sudden chime of notification coming from his phone. As a result, he lost his focus while operating the arm, causing the mechanical arm to go out of control and knock over a large container of black oil onto the road just before the exit ramp. As the container crashed against the ground, the oil quickly spread across the lanes, creating a slick, dangerous surface on the road. Concurrently, Cortana also accessed the scheduling system of a nearby logistics company, analyzing the delivery route of a certain truck carrying some special volatile chemicals inside it. She sent an anonymous tip to the driver's boss about a potential gang that might be targeting to steal one of his trucks, prompting the boss to instantly call the driver and urge him to take another route in case the tip was genuine. The other route that he advised the driver to take was, coincidentally, the highway. As Riddler's convoy approached the exit, the pizza delivery guy, now struggling to control his bike on the oil-slicked road, slid and crashed in front of them. Although the biker was fine, the accident still caused the lead car of the convoy to swerve and hit the guardrail with tremendous force. The sudden crash even forced the other cars to brake abruptly as well, but the accident was nowhere enough to kill anyone. However, just then, the truck carrying the volatile chemicals, which was also now on the highway thanks to Cortana's interference, barreled towards the convoy at a high speed. The driver, seeing the chaos ahead, had tried to stop the truck, but the slick road made it impossible to do so. The truck driver, being quite experienced, knew what was going to happen the next moment and quickly jumped from the truck, safely landing on the road. He could feel he had a few bruised bones, but the jump had saved his life. The truck though was not so lucky as it jackknifed, its trailer swinging out and colliding directly with the last car, blocking any possible exit. The sudden impact triggered a chain reaction. The volatile chemicals leaking from the delivery truck began to mix with the spilled black oil on the road and became a dangerous combination as the resultant solution instantly turned highly flammable. It only lacked a single spark that was required to ignite the entire mixture in a second. A few minutes ago. I don't understand, what type of joke is this? Did any of you send me this as a joke? The Riddler asked the two subordinates sitting at the front of his car with an annoyed yet slightly anxious voice as he showed them the text he had received on his phone just now. It was a few short lines of what looked like someone's meager attempt at writing a riddle. Some try to hide, and some try to cheat, but time will show, we will always meet. I come with a cold embrace but can give you rest with a kiss on your face. I am the end that starts the beginning, a spark that lights the fuse. From the prince's mind, I come for you, your plans are now bound to lose. This riddle would have been quite interesting for him if he was a 5-year-old, but for the present him, this was just too easy. How childish, of course, the answer is death. Hey, whoever wrote this must either be the biggest fool or my biggest fan. He mocked with a snort as he threw away his phone with displeasure evident in his voice. However, he could not help but feel like he was missing something important here, like there was another riddle inside the riddle, a clue that he wasn't able to understand. He couldn't admit it in front of his subordinates, but he was getting a bad feeling from the text, causing him to grow frustrated with every passing moment. The message had come from an anonymous number that the Riddler couldn't recognize. This made him even more curious to know just who it was that wanted to play against him with riddles. Is it him? But he doesn't seem like the riddling sort, he looks like a guy who is more into jokes. And he himself told me not to contact him again till I was successful in blowing up GCPD and getting my hands on the entire paper trail of the Gotham Renewal Fund, so it shouldn't be him. He muttered to himself with a thoughtful look. Frustrated and unable to find answers to the questions in his mind, the Riddler angrily lit a cigarette. He was trying his best to quit, but it was frustrating situations like these that made him want to have a drag to clear his head. However, before he could have his first drag, his car suddenly crashed into the guardrail for seemingly no reason at all. What the hell? Which idiot was driving? I will hack you to death before canceling your driving license. Even my mother used to drive better than you. He yelled in anger as he opened the door of his car in a fit of rage before throwing the cigarette in his hand on the road in a careless manner. The small lit tip of the cigarette was all it took for the newly brewed chemical combination to catch fire, instantly creating a massive explosion around the area that was further boosted by the explosives and firearms stored in each of the cars. The resulting fireball completely engulfed all 4 cars, ensuring a violent death to all the gang members present there, including Riddler himself, in what would later on be described as the biggest and most unfortunate highway accident of the year. Cortana's work was done. She had executed her command successfully. However, as an added precaution, she sent a final message to the traffic control system, returning all lights to normal and deleting all digital records of her manipulations. All the security footage near the incident zone was wiped clean, while she also deleted all the texts she had sent from any official records. This was all to cover her tracks and make this the perfect crime. Even if someone were to become suspicious of the entire incident later down the line, they would never have enough proof to link all these random events together. It would always remain just an unfortunate accident. Targets eliminated. Mission successful. Execution time, 6 minutes and 21 seconds. That was just too good. I felt exactly like what I felt when I watched Final Destination for the first time. Bruce couldn't help but gulp as he saw the entire thing through his bracelet. I feel bad for the truck driver and the pizza delivery guy who might lose their jobs because of this, so maybe have them win a lottery or something. But aside from those, it was perfect. A perfect crime with 0 witnesses, 0 evidence, and 0 casualties. Bruce remarked in almost a whisper with an impressed look on his face. However, as his car slowed down in front of a massive 5-star hotel, a smirk slowly made its way to his handsome face. Okay, maybe you were right, Cortana. This could very well be the trump card that we needed to win even in the most hopeless of situations. This could be useful, when used scarcely of course. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 135, a family reunion and a weird delivery. Families are strange. Two people can be a family. You can be separated and still be a family. You can be not related by blood and still be a family. Sagawa Yuta, Papa no Yukoto Wakikanasai. Presidential Suite, Wayne Vista Grand Hotel, Athens. Bruce Wayne POV. I can't believe you were gone for days, surviving on an unknown island full of Greek warrior women. It sounds like stuff straight from fiction. Hell, I still can't believe it even though you have actual evidence to prove it. Sitting on a chair in front of me, Nissa complained with a pouty face as she looked at the others for support. Yeah, me too. An undiscovered island inhabited by a civilization of supernaturally strong women sounds almost like a fairy tale. However, we also cannot deny it since one of those supernaturally strong women is currently sitting in front of us right now. Selena nodded along with Nissa as she eyed Diana with curious eyes. Amidst the watchful and curious stares of everyone in the room, Diana looked quite nervous as she indulged herself in the chocolate cookies Alfred had ordered from room service for the two of us. For some reason, the Amazonian princess had suddenly gone quiet after meeting the other girls, preferring to observe them carefully before interacting with them. From her body language, it was quite evident that she was cautious of them, but the reason for this behavior of hers was beyond me. Also, when you said you battled a couple of evil gods, did you mean it in a literal way or were you just speaking figuratively? Talia, who had been the calmest till now, asked, raising her eyebrows a little. Nope, I literally fought a few gods in a war, although honestly, they could almost be considered weak when compared to other gods and goddesses, I answered after thinking for a few moments. It was true. Apparently, according to Cortana's calculations, Hercules only possessed strength comparable to a minor god due to his divinity being recently awakened, whereas Ares had become a mere shadow of his original self, having either lost or relinquished most of the power he possessed in his prime. On the other hand, Iapetus, although powerful, was not as strong as the three principal Olympian gods, owing to his being sealed in a pseudo-death state for countless millennia. So, even though I could gladly say that I had defeated two different gods and one titan in battle, none of them were anywhere near powerhouses like Zeus or Darkseid in power level. I still have a long way to go before I reach their level. Of course, Ares' helmet can be a shortcut to that destination, but even then, I would need to bring it under my control for that to happen because I wasn't going to be a pawn of some godly wraith for the rest of my life. Unlike the original Batman, I gladly welcomed more power so that I could better protect myself and my family, but I wasn't suddenly going to quit being cautious to get that power. If I wanted that, I would have just started to look for the shiny helmet of fate instead of working hard to master science. Wait, you fought against literal gods and won. Wow, that is OP as hell. Vicky gasped in awe. Did she fight as well? Vicky curiously questioned while looking at Diana, her journalist eyes scanning the attractive red and golden armor that could be seen hugging her Amazonian figure despite the long piece of cloth she had wrapped around her body to try and disguise her warrior-like appearance as well as to hide her weapons from view. Hearing Vicky's question, I instead of directly answering, looked at Diana sitting beside me, encouraging her to answer in my place to give her a chance to join in our conversation. I did what I could, although even saying that I assisted Bruce in the battles would be a stretch. He was plenty enough for all of them. He is the best warrior I have ever seen in my life even though he is a male. He even fought better than my mother, the queen. Diana answered without any hesitation, not even realizing how her answer could be considered sexist by some. But still, none of the girls seemed to care about her casual use of sexism while Alfred and I were just too wise to get offended by her words, especially since we both knew she didn't mean it that way. Of course, she would eventually need to learn how to speak in public without getting cancelled if she were to survive in the man's world, but it was nothing a few PR sessions could not teach her. Wait, the queen. So, you are not just a warrior but also a princess. We are sitting with an actual magical princess. When were you going to tell us that, Bruce? Miss Tompkins gave me a disappointed look as she gave a side glance to Alfred. You see, Bruce, your father mentioned that your mother's family had royal ties before they amassed their wealth in Gotham's chemical industry. Even when they were dating, she used to be called the Duchess of Gotham by the press. It seems, then, that an affinity for women of royal lineage is a family trait. Wouldn't you agree, Alfred? She inquired, a playful mischievous smile gracing her lips. Hearing Leslie's words, Alfred seemed to be a little taken aback but soon reeled his surprise back in control as he sported the same calm expression he always had on his face. Young Miss Diana here appears to be a most sincere and benevolent lady. I am sure that her endearing nature would charm anyone, whether they regard her as royalty or not. Alfred answered in a composed manner, although, for some reason, he looked a little uneasy. Did something happen while I was gone? Alfred seems to be a little awkward. I wondered to myself while mentally debating if I should inform him that the young Miss Diana here might even be older than him. I am indeed the princess and champion of Themyscira. But I will feel much better if you address me as one of you and not royalty. I am tired of being Princess Diana all the time. Sometimes, I even feel like I am more princess than Diana. I came here to explore the world and make new friends as just Diana, not a princess. Diana announced with pride in her voice as her gaze traveled across the room, informing everyone of her wish. Finally, Helena, who had mostly been silent till now, choosing to listen in on all our conversations, ultimately spoke up with a teasing voice, "Just Diana, huh? Sure then, we will treat you just like we treat each other. Just don't forget your words. As for you, Bruce, I think you and I ought to have a long talk after this. I expected you to have a few surprises for me since we have met after so many years, but honestly, I feel like I don't even know you anymore. Gods and magic. Just what have you been hiding from me all this time, hiding from all of us?" She grumbled as she looked at me with a large frown on her face. "Look, I know I should start communicating with you guys a little more, but believe me, I myself never expected that I would be summoned to a mythical island to fight evil Greek gods of all people. If I knew, I would have been much more prepared," I said with an awkward chuckle. "But I promise, the next time something important happens, all of you here will be the first to know about it. After all, you guys are my family," I said, hoping to quell the anger that almost all the girls had on their faces, even though I had absolutely no idea why they were even angry in the first place. "Master Wayne, if I may be so bold, it appears you've undergone quite a transformation since your return from this magical island. There's an indefinable change about you, something that eludes precise description," Alfred uttered while looking at me up and down with furrowed brows. I don't think so. According to Cortana's measurements, I have the exact same physical sizes that I had before. Maybe I became a little more handsome or something after living in the wild," I answered with a large grin, ignoring all the snorts that the girls directed at me. However, Alfred was actually right. Something had indeed changed within me. Although my physical measurements and abilities remained roughly the same as before, something else much deeper had transformed within me. I could feel it. The change seems to have come after Agent Smith absorbed Iapetus' mental energy into me, and if I had to guess, the change probably had something to do with my soul, spirit, and mind. In fact, I could already feel my chi being much stronger than before. Originally in the battles against Ares, Hercules, and Iapetus, I didn't use my chi much in direct attacks because I could feel that my chi was nothing compared to the godly energies they carried in them. Directly hitting them with chi attacks would have been like using a wooden stick to try and break a steel vault. But now, I feel like I at least have a chance of leaving a dent in the vault's surface if nothing else. But I chose not to tell them that right now. I need to do a little more research on my current condition before I inform them of something like this. I have no wish to suddenly make them worried for no reason at all. "Knock knock, excuse me, I am here to deliver a package to Bruce Wayne," a voice suddenly declared from outside the suite's entrance after a firm knock on the door, stopping our conversation from going any further. Deliver a package? I wasn't aware that any esteemed hotel would permit courier services to access their suites directly. Leslie could not help but mutter, looking like she was quite annoyed at the hotel's lack of security. "Excuse me, but can anybody please open the door and sign for this package? I am from Hermes Express, and I really need to deliver this by today. Both my job and life are riding on this package. My boss is going to feed me to his snakes if I am late again, and I am already a lot late." The man spoke a little louder this time as he knocked on the door once again. "Okay, that is definitely the weirdest mailman I have ever seen in my life. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 136, a reward and a really weird letter. I have always depended on the kindness of strangers. Blanche Dubois, A Streetcar Named Desire. Bruce POV. What do you think this is, Cortana? I casually asked while inspecting the huge courier box with the help of the bat tool one of the drones had brought me earlier. Whatever this is supposed to be, sir, it's not completely normal. Despite the various types of analyzing methods we have been using to try and find out its contents, I couldn't find a single significant detail about it. All the test results save for the camera sensors failed even to perceive the box, much less find out any hidden details about it. The AI responded in a puzzled voice. "And what about the person who delivered it? Any news about him yet?" I asked with curiosity. After all, he was not an ordinary human being either. His evading my senses proved just how capable he was. Unfortunately, no sir. I have searched every digital database on the planet that I had access to. I haven't found even a single detail about the men that we saw earlier. Even the CCTV cameras near the hotel failed to capture a single photo of the men trying to enter or exit the property. Currently, I was in one of the hotel suites that I had just rented in order to find out the origins of the huge package that was delivered directly to my hotel room by a very shady-looking delivery guy. Initially, I was quite skeptical and hesitant to accept the package. However, when the delivery person begged me to sign for it, citing that both his job and life were at risk if he couldn't deliver it today and mentioning his hungry children back at home, I was compelled to oblige. The guy sounded so pathetic that I just couldn't say no to his pitiful face. He sounded like one of those guys who always worked as hard as he could to provide for his family but still had to face misfortune wherever they went for no reason at all. Originally, I intended to interrogate him or perhaps even scan his mind to discover how he managed to bring that package to the 11th floor of the hotel without notifying the security staff. However, after I signed the delivery receipt at his request, he just vanished as if by magic. A single lapse in my vigilance allowed him to slip away undetected, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or how he managed such a swift escape. Yep, he was definitely a supernatural being, possibly even connected to the Olympian pantheon in some way, I said as I eyed the unique name pasted on the outer cover of the package, Hermes Express. Should I open it? Cortana asked as two thin metal arms with pincers extended from the white drone floating in front of me towards the boxed package. Okay, do it. Although I would have liked to wait until we went back to the cave to conduct additional tests to find out more about the package, I doubt we would find anything new, especially since we haven't found anything about it after doing so many tests already. I said, giving Cortana the go-ahead to unwrap the package. Upon hearing my command, Cortana cautiously activated a thin laser concealed within her pincers to slice through the top layer of the courier box, her guns and blasters ready to engage should there be a trap. As the upper layer of the packaging slowly tore apart, a big silver-hued, luminescent piece of metal chunk enshrouded in a thin purple fabric was revealed, accompanied by a piece of paper resting atop it. It's a piece of metal, sir, with a letter on top probably written for you, Cortana stated the obvious before going ahead to pick up the letter. However, as soon as her pincers touched the paper, a lightning jolt seemed to pass through her drone body as some smoke began to rise from it, making it slightly lose its balance in the air for a second. However, the very next moment, the drone again successfully regained its balance before going ahead to scan the letter that it was still holding in its hands. Cortana, are you all right? I asked with some worry as I could not help but frown at the tiny amount of black smoke that escaped the drone's body. Yes, sir, I am completely fine. It was just a small electric shock of about 250 volts. It wasn't even enough to kill a strong enough human, much less harm this particular drone model. The brief short circuit was only because all my defenses were temporarily down when I touched the letter. I guess I got careless. Cortana explained with a downcast voice. That's okay, Cortana. You don't have to mope around now. Just make sure that this doesn't happen again. Sometimes, even a single moment of carelessness can result in someone's death, or a delivery guy running away. Sigh anyway, go ahead and read the letter. I ordered before redirecting my attention to the piece of glowing rock. If one were to ignore the glow of the chunk of metal, it honestly looked like some kind of weird non-refined ore. Wait, is it perhaps that? While I was inspecting the piece of metal, Cortana seemed to be scanning the letter for any irregularities. Once she was done, she began to read aloud the contents of the letter. Dear Mr. Bruce Wayne, I trust this letter in the package to find you in time. I am writing to you under circumstances that are mildly exasperating and extremely annoying. You see, Athena, my cunning hot sister, and Hera, my bitch of a mother, have blackmailed me into sending you this package as your reward for some quest you supposedly completed for them. Yes, by the way, you heard that right, blackmailed. One would think the goddesses of wisdom and family would have better uses for their time, but apparently, they have given you their words to send you this reward. So, here I am, reluctantly parting with 50 kilograms of the rare and highly coveted element called 8th metal. Now, let's clear the air. I am not in the habit of sending rare supernatural metals to mortals, no matter how cool, broody, or handsome they may be. But both Athena and Hera forced me to do this, something about their godly honor depending on this reward. Frankly, I don't see why a billionaire needs any more help other than his billions, but what do I know? I'm just the god of smithing. Honestly, this isn't the first time I've been dragged into these ridiculous promises made by my family. I never understood what it is with gods and their grandiose rewards. You know, Zeus once promised a flying ship to some hero, guess who had to make it? And don't get me started on my brothers Hermes and Apollo. It's like an endless game of, Hephaestus, we need a favor, and I'm always the one left holding the hammer. So here we are. Anyway, enclosed with the package you hopefully received is a shipment of pure 8th metal, which, for the record, is a remarkable substance. It's lighter than air, stronger than any metal on Earth, an extremely good conductor of all types of magic blah blah blah, and most of all, annoyingly difficult to part with. I can only hope you make good use of it. Perhaps a new armor. Or a sword. Or maybe a spear. The possibilities are as endless as your funding. In closing, I hope you can do justice to the most valuable metal in the world and make something unique with it since you are apparently also an inventor like me. Maybe, that's why Athena has a crush on you. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. Well, I guess it slipped my fingers, maybe she shouldn't have blackmailed me in the first place if she didn't want anyone to know this. Also, if you ever need any more rare materials, please consider asking anyone but me. My backlog of godly requests is already longer than the river Styx. Oh, and forgive me for the little prank I pulled with the letter. I really wanted someone to blame for having to give away so much 8th metal, so I decided that shocking you a little with a harmless prank could satisfy my anger. Yours begrudgingly. Hephaestus. God of Fire and Forge. Vulcan Forges Corporation, Olympus. P.S. If you figure out how to stop gods from making absurd promises involving my labor, do let me know. I'd be eternally grateful. Also, if you ever invent something amazing you can share it with me either via prayer or just burning your invention in a fire lit in my name. Cortana finally finished reading the letter in one go. My silence lasted for a long time as I wondered how to respond to the letter. All of it was mostly Hephaestus ranting like a 10-year-old about him having to give away so much of the metal to me, but truthfully, Hephaestus sounded like a, I don't believe that I am saying this, but he sounded like a good guy who was always bullied to do stuff by his family members. Even though I was the one benefiting from this the most, I could not help but feel slightly sorry for him. Sir, now that we know this is pure 8th metal, should I arrange for it to be transported back to our lab? Cortana finally broke the silence after some time. She sounded like she was also confused about how she should react to the letter, so she just chose to ignore it. Yeah, sure, do that. I won't be working for the week since I am on vacation, so I'll look into this after I return to Gotham. I answered after thinking for a while as I surveyed the glowing piece of metal. Now, I just have to decide what to make with this, as well as how to actually make it since I have no idea how this metal is even used in metalcraft. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 137, A Date and Start of a Wild Night. Those who restrain desire do so because theirs is weak enough to be restrained. William Blake, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. Bruce Wayne POV. Amusement parks are really too much fun, no matter how old we are. Remember the last time we went to an amusement park together, Bruce? As much as I remember, it was the Wayne Wonderland in Gotham, right? You, Vicky, Selina, and I visited the park on the day of its inauguration. We had so much fun that day, didn't we? Helena mused with a warm smile on her face as we strolled through the lively streets of the amusement park in Athens that we were exploring. Originally, all of us were supposed to visit the amusement park together, but Alfred and Leslie had decided to stay back because apparently, they had suddenly remembered that they had something important to do while the other girls wanted to go on a girls' night out to get to know Diana better. Helena, however, still wanted to visit an amusement park with me just like we used to when we were young, so she ditched her gal friends without any hesitation, and here we are. Yeah, we really did have fun that day. You know, I still remember how you were trying to pretend that you were some arrogant stuck-up princess who didn't like amusement parks when we went there the first time, but the moment Alfred bought us corn dogs, every bit of that facade melted right off your face. It was adorable how you had to eat your corn dog while also having to protect it from Selina's greedy hands. I chuckled as I reminisced about that day. Well, what can I say? I love long sticks of thick meat in my mouth, she shrugged while giving me a suggestive glance. Miss Helena Bertinelli, are you trying to flirt with me? Because if you are, then you need to do better. That sounded like something a sex addict would say. I replied with a mischievous smirk. And who said I wasn't a sex addict? Maybe I am one as well, and I am just saving myself for the right dick, or should I say the right person with just the right dick? Helena said while looking at me through the corner of her eyes, trying to gauge my reaction. But again, you wouldn't care about that, would you? You have your own little kitty after all. Vicky told me about you and Selina's wild nights together, as well as the fact that you are also dating 2 assassin sisters at the same time. You, Mr. Bruce Wayne, are one hell of a player. It seemed like Helena was quite informed about my private life despite living far away in Europe. It was by no doubt Vicky's doing. Besides being a talented journalist in her professional life, Vicky Vale also liked using her skills in her private life as well, which apparently included giving timely updates to her best friend about details of all my relationships. Well, what can I say? When life gives you lemons, make grape juice, then sit back and watch while life wonders how you did it. I responded with an innocent smile. That makes no sense. But honestly, I understand. Even when we were kids, you always listened to us and tried your best to help us in any way you could, no matter what we did. I guess that's why we all had such a big crush on you, although you probably know that already. Helena admitted the last part to herself in a soft voice as a red blush slowly crept up on her cheeks. You know, being a healthy male in his teens, I had a crush on you all as well, still do even. So, I guess the feelings are mutual. I flirted back before proceeding to immediately change the topic. Anyway, how has life been in Italy? Besides training in gymnastics, archery, shooting, and martial arts, I also heard that you have been indulging in some interesting nightly activities that involve the bat tool I gave you. Yes, I have been practicing. Wait, how did you know? Wait, have you been keeping an eye on me using Cortana? Helena frowned. Not really. Cortana indeed does have a program that keeps a watch on the overall safety of all my friends and family members, but she doesn't have to observe them all the time for that. An algorithm for detecting any abnormalities in their daily life is enough for that. However, I came to know about your regular nightly activities from the tracker I placed inside your bat tool. I revealed with an impassive face. A tracker? You had a tracker on me all this time. That is a serious breach of privacy, you know. God, you are even worse than the tech giants that have been cropping up everywhere and using their products to harvest data from the public. Helena pouted to show her anger. If you expect me to apologize, then you will be quite disappointed, Helena. I have already lost my parents once because I wasn't prepared enough for what happened that night, and I don't want to lose you or any of the other members of my new family again the same way. And if I have to get the help of a tracker for that, I will. You can hate me for that, despise me for acting like a pervert, but I still won't be sorry, and I definitely won't stop. Better you hate me while being alive than love me while being dead, or worse. I said with a serious voice while shamelessly using the dead parents card in my defense to stop her from overreacting. Of course, I didn't tell her that another reason why I placed the tracker in the bat tool was to ensure that if it ever fell into the wrong hands, I could effortlessly track and recover it. After all, I don't want anybody using a billion-dollar weapon that could potentially even knock out Kryptonians to commit petty crimes, do I? Well, if you phrase it like that, then I don't know what to say. Damn it, I can't even be angry at you for too long. I always thought that you would grow up to be an arrogant billionaire jock whose life's mission would be getting inside women's panties. At least then I would have had a chance of being worthy of you, but why the hell do you have to be so caring and perfect? Helena harumphed. Well, I am not perfect, nobody is. And I assure you that getting inside women's panties is still very important for me. I joked with a straight face. Anyway, let's go to that roller coaster ride next. You can tell me about your recent drug cartel burst there. I said while pulling her to the ride in front of us. A roller coaster. I am pretty sure that no ride in this amusement park can scare someone who has experienced riding the Vomiter or the Juggler in your park back at Gotham. A pearl of laughter escaped Helena's lips as both of us got ready for another boring ride. Omniscient POV. Okay, I shouldn't have done that roller coaster ride so many times. Who knew that my senses had become that sensitive after taking so many serum cocktails? Bruce mumbled to himself as he entered his dark room while still clutching his head. He was lucky that the other girls hadn't gone with him to the amusement park today, otherwise, they would have surely mocked him for feeling so disoriented after a mere roller coaster ride. However, I should do some VR training later to ensure that my senses do not get the better of me if I ever have to withstand something like the roller coaster again. He thought with a snort, as he opened his clothes, not even bothering to turn on the lights. He might not be very tired physically, but mentally, he was drained and needed to blow off some steam. He was sure that having some much-needed shut-eye was the best possible way for him to do that right now. However, just as he was having all these thoughts, he suddenly grew alert as he looked around his room with a frown on his face. Did I just imagine it? He furrowed his eyebrows. But, before he could look around further, he felt a pair of thin but firm human hands slowly embracing him from behind. Talia. What are you doing here and why are you hiding your chi? Bruce asked without even looking at the face of the person behind him. Well done. You were able to accurately guess who I was without even turning around. Even my father himself couldn't sense me when I tried my best since I was extremely gifted in the art of stealth. It seems that my father had really lucked out by getting you as his student. But then again, he did die at the hands of his favorite student, so maybe not. And as for your question, I am not hiding my chi from you but from my sister. After all, she wouldn't have allowed me to come here alone if she could sense me. Talia answered, using her hands to feel out his abs. Oh, and what do you want to do, now that you are here? Bruce asked with a shit-eating grin, the mental tiredness he once felt now rapidly disappearing with each passing second. Something that we both desired from the very start, something that my little sister is too afraid to do. In the simple wise terms often used by Selena and Vicky, I am going to get my cherry popped. A/N, as you guys must have already guessed, it's our 18 time. After that, the next arc will begin, with a bang. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 138, Bruce and Talia, are 18. Love isn't about finding someone perfect. It's about finding someone who's perfect for you. Yato, Noragami. Omniscient POV. Wait, so you are here to have sex? Bruce asked, curiously raising one of his eyebrows at Talia while ignoring her hands that were currently rubbing the growing bulge in his pants. No, I am here to make wild love with my boyfriend and lose my virginity. And unlike Selena, I am ready to do it all night without stopping. After all, if she can do it, I can too. Talia smirked as she slowly and sensually opened the silky red robe she was wearing before throwing it away behind her. As tempting as that is, you know that if your sister finds out about this, she will most probably kill you, right? Bruce asked while trying his best to resist throwing Talia on the bed and pounding her to kingdom come. He needed to be sure of the consequences before submerging himself in the depravity that was tempting him in his face. Oh please, my sister is a closet pervert and a secret cuckween. Why do you think she even agreed to share you with me? Winning against Selena was just an excuse. The real reason is that after she heard you and Selena fucking like animals, she could not help herself but want to see it more. I know my sister the best. Both of us have trained all our lives to be in complete control of our lust, but that doesn't mean it's not there. She still has her kinks just like I have mine. I doubt she can even get wet without seeing you fuck someone else. Plus, I never told her that I was going to wait for her to get banged first, did I? Now, enough about her, it's time for you to focus on me, my beloved. Talia whispered in Bruce's ears while giving it a seductive lick. She was already down to her black lace two-piece lingerie, ready to get dicked down by her fiancé. Such confidence, I like it. I like women who know what they want, women who aren't afraid to ask to be fucked when they need it. I truly do love your sister, but since she had herself asked me to be your lover as well, it's only fair that I fulfill all your physical needs. I am a good boyfriend after all. Bruce replied as he decided to let himself loose, using his hands to caress all over Talia's semi-nude body. Without teasing him any longer, Talia locked her lips with Bruce's in a passionate kiss. His hands got into position as they locked onto her ass. Talia's own hands also roamed expertly and endlessly over Bruce's body as she felt his not-so-subtle muscles ripple against her touch. It made her even more excited as she kissed him madly. Such perfection. My father was right when he told me to stay away from you. You are extremely dangerous and truly the finest specimen of a human male. I came here to make love, but now after seeing your body, I want you to breed me. Does that even make sense? Talia chortled, growing hornier and more excited by the second. Of course, this wasn't just a completely natural sexual attraction. What Bruce didn't tell Talia was that his evolved physiology and the pheromones he released made him seem extremely sexually attractive to the innate instincts of most human females. For someone like Selena, who was also close to being a high human like him, this translated to going into heat like an animal as an effect of his pheromones. But for a normal human like Talia, this simply meant that she would become much more aroused than usual. Now, this did not imply that his pheromones could cause females to magically fall in love with him left and right, rather, it meant that they amplified the feelings and attraction between him and his lovers that already existed. Talia slowly unbuckled Bruce's pants with her left hand as she played with his abs using her right. The excitement on her face increased as she leaned down and kissed him. Then moving towards his fully erect dick, she gave it a firm squeeze. Is that all for me? Talia asked. Yes, a big gift for my hot little assassin, Bruce responded with a mischievous grin. Hearing his words, Talia just smiled and teased his throbbing manhood. The harder that he throbbed, the more Talia pressed up against him. She pressed her hands and then sensually opened her panty to rub her thighs against his. The friction of Talia working back and forth against his nether regions caused Bruce to almost lose it, but with years of training and mastering his own body, he was able to control himself. As Bruce's manhood popped out into full view, Talia came down to greet the swollen head with a sloppy kiss. She gripped it tightly, giving it a hot lick, before letting it spring back and allowing it to swing. A proud grin slowly adorned her face at the visual of his thick throbbing manhood swaying from side to side. Talia slowly raised herself and sat a couple of inches above Bruce's thighs, placing herself on top of him as she pressed her hands against his chest, his cock touching the outer regions of her wet pussy. Now let's have some real fun, Talia whispered seductively in his ear. She entered into a passionate makeout session with Bruce as the billionaire cupped her covered breasts. He pinched her nipples and squeezed her mounds, trying to shape them into various shapes. Her 32DD boobies were more than enough entertainment for Bruce to maintain his erection as Talia herself continued to rub her thighs and nether region against him. I'm ready to have the ride of my life, she said as inch by inch, his erect and wet manhood slowly stuffed inside her tight hole. She leaned back, enjoying the pleasurable sensation, rubbing herself all over him while trying to take him as deep within her as possible. The sounds of flesh rubbing against each other echoed in the silent room as Talia touched her breasts and pinched her own nipples in wild arousal while Bruce gazed at her athletic and exotic body with shameless lust in his eyes. You like it, don't you, baby? Talia asked. You like the way that you pinch my tits when I bounce on that big, beautiful cock of yours, don't you? You like the way that I milk that monster, and the way I'm going to get every last drop of cum out of your massive balls. You can't resist the pool of my nice, tight, virgin pussy walls, can you? Talia smiled down, his manhood making her wet as hell. She bounced higher, faster, and with more intensity, up and down on him. She clamped down tighter around his cock, forming a very nice and very elegant seal around his manhood. She breathed in, chewing on her lower lips before sliding all the way down onto him in an attempt to take all of him inside herself at once. To her, this was simply the best feeling in the world, to feel him inside of her body. Bruce could agree with her. Every moment showed just how much Talia wanted this, and every moment brought Bruce deeper inside of her as her wet cunt slapped down onto him. He could feel his cock trying to enter deeper into her, trying to reach places no man will ever be able to reach. Encouraged by the prospect, he put his hands on her hips before making her slam down onto him, even faster and harder. It was like Bruce owned her. Talia had never been dominated in such a way, never having experienced pleasure like this. And the best thing was that he was still making her ride faster and harder. It made her feel so hot, so wet, so needed. The thrust sped up, his body almost blurring underneath her. That got her all hot and bothered. Next, Bruce sat up and buried his face in between Talia's breasts, trying to motorboat them. Talia closed her eyes, horny as hell and about ready to pop. Bruce was cupping and sucking on her tits while pinching her nipples like they were his property, making her just lose it. She put her hands on the back of his head while slipping herself up and down on him in a rhythmic motion. Her pussy clamped down onto him like a long-lost lover, making him groan. Yes. Talia moaned. Suck on those tits. They are all yours. Every inch of the young assassin's body was extremely sinful. As Bruce rose up and down, his big, bloated balls hitting her in all of the right places, he could feel how warm and tight she was for him. It felt amazing to be squeezed by one of the hottest femme fatale of the DC universe, her tight sacred cave trying to get as much of his manhood inside herself as physically possible. Soon, as their pace hastened, Talia couldn't help but wrap her legs around Bruce with the force of a python which could have killed any other normal man in his place. Of course, Bruce didn't mind since he was anything but a normal man. In fact, he enjoyed being squeezed like that. To him, it was like a tight hug while having sex, although he himself held his own strength back so as not to hurt her. I am going to drain your balls. You can go ahead and release all your seed into me, even impregnate me if that is what you desire. I am sure that my dead father would be more than glad if his daughter became a breeding mare for his favorite student and heir. Talia purred with an aggressive clench around him. Bruce was quite excited by those words. However, he controlled his impulses and just responded by cupping Talia's perfect ass and tightly squeezing it. Talia, emboldened by the squeeze, began to bounce harder on him, her pussy holding onto his dick like a vice grip. Good fertile cum is so hard to find nowadays, she said. Why don't you share some with me and paint my insides white? Claim my body as yours and make sure that all my holes know who their owner is. Talia kissed him on his lips, inserting her tongue into Bruce's mouth while sucking on his lips and tongue sloppily and aggressively. She was quite eager to please him and prove herself as a capable lover. She wanted to get ahead of the competition, no matter what she had to do, even if it meant giving her love a dozen babies as heirs. Feeling her passion, Bruce was also not one to hold back. He pulled his dick out of Talia's unwilling pussy and then bent her over the side of the bed in his favorite doggy position. Then immediately, sliding his dick back into her, he began to fuck the ever-living daylights out of the assassin princess. Talia at this moment was getting blown out of her mind. She couldn't register a single coherent thought that was not endless blabbing. She could feel every single burning moment of her approaching orgasm. As Bruce stroked her divine body, he began to grow a desire to push things further. This made him quicken his pace while slipping a single finger into her tight asshole while using his other hand to tug her nipples. This made Talia snap up, moaning and squirming with pleasure she didn't think possible. Her knees bent as she received the best pounding of her life while her thighs turned into jelly. She could feel sweat accumulating all over her body as Bruce's big, bloated balls slammed down into her nether regions. Her mind felt like short-circuiting with euphoria as she closed her eyes and just decided to surrender herself to the pleasure. Talia's body writhing underneath Bruce felt amazing, edging him closer and closer. It was like her pussy just called for him, begged for his seed to be squirted inside it. With the countless vibrations and the immense wetness, Bruce felt inside Talia's pussy. He was sure that she had already experienced innumerable orgasms. But he was yet to come, although he was definitely close. Empty your balls into my slutty hole. That's what you want, isn't it? To impregnate your girlfriend's sister behind her back. To use my body like your toy. She nudged him on after feeling how close she was. Her inner walls tightened around Bruce, making him groan in pleasure. In turn, Bruce edged her by pumping two of his fingers into her asshole and pushing his dick deeper into her pussy, so much so that her stomach seemed to bulge out a bit in the shape of his dick. Come for me again, Bruce commanded her as he pumped into her, harder than ever. Even though his loins threatened to burst, he held back as long as possible, to make sure that he could extend both of their pleasure to the longest possible time. As the lovers enjoyed the closeness they felt, Talia had her most intense orgasm yet. But her pleasure doubled as with one final push, Bruce finally released his seeds inside her. She felt a burst of warm and dense fluid pour into her tired pussy, filling up her insides. The discharge grew in volume, making a noticeable bulge in her stomach as the juices threatened to leak from her pussy. She could not believe that even balls as big as Bruce's could hold up that much seed, and yet, here they were. With how hard you still are, I don't guess you are even near to being done, are you? Talia panted as he felt Bruce slowly pull his still hard dick out of her unwilling pussy, making the juices that were inside her gush out like a fountain. Not even close, my love. I am just getting started. By the time I'm done tonight, all your holes will be completely addicted to my cock. I will make sure that just like Selena, you won't be able to live without tasting my cock at least once a week. Bruce smirked as he eyed her tight and puckered asshole that had already begun to loosen up because of 2 of his fingers pumping inside it. I knew that I had chosen the right man as my lover. You are twice the man my father could even dream of being. Don't worry, my beloved, I will make sure to empty your balls whenever you want and wherever you want. My body is for your pleasure. Use my body in any way you want, I can take it. After all, that's the least I can do for my sister. You can give her your love while I will take on your lust. She giggled before changing her position, slowly bringing her face near his dick. Now, let me clean this for you, she said before taking his entire length inside her mouth and throat. As Bruce saw the sexy vixen deep-throat him to clean his cock while sniffing his nether region, he was filled with renewed vigor. He knew that this was going to be a long night and getting even a few hours of shut-eye was probably going to be tough. But that didn't disappoint him at all. It only brought a content smile to his face. However, as both Bruce and Talia were busy pleasuring each other and exploring each other's bodies, the Prince of Gotham failed to notice a lone female figure standing outside his room, observing them with a horny look on her face. Her red eyes seemed to be on the verge of breaking into tears as 3 of her fingers rapidly went in and out of her pussy. Her breathing was uneven as she stared at Bruce's cock forcing its way into Talia's tight backdoor with desire and longing. Why? Why am I doing this? What if they see me like this? How will I answer them? How will I even show my face to Bruce after this? God, I can't believe that I am getting off by seeing my boyfriend plowing my own sister like a common slut. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, A Bat on Fire. Sometimes life is like jazz and goes in an unexpected direction. Nishimi Keiru, Sakamichi no Apollon. Auditorium Parco della Musica Ennio Morricone, Rome, Italy. Bruce POV. What Wayne Enterprises is striving for through its products is not just a cure but a future where no one has to choose between their health and their hope, where no one has to die or suffer because their condition is untreatable. Together, we are turning the tide against the concept of diseases itself, making miracles accessible for every person on the planet. Thank you. I concluded with a small bow before turning to leave the stage. As soon as I turned after finishing my speech, the entire auditorium burst into fiery applause as the press, the dignitaries, and the public alike took part in the standing ovation to show their approval. Now, a lot of people might ask what I was doing here in an auditorium giving a speech while I should be relaxing somewhere on a beach or a casino as I was supposed to be on vacation for the entire month. Honestly, that's what I wanted too. But after a news reporter spotted me entering my hotel in Italy, news of my Euro tour spread like wildfire in all the local newspapers and news channels. And then, the rest was history. Italian and European politicians knew that being seen with me or having me do a public meeting in the country would bolster their popularity immensely. So, they sent multiple requests for me to participate in some public events. Originally, I was going to ignore those requests and just focus on enjoying my vacation here, but Alfred, being the wise advisor he was, advised me to at least attend one public gathering and meet with some of the important ministers to speak about some of the latest groundbreaking products from the company. According to him, that way we could at least secure some political backing for ourselves in Europe, which would be quite useful in the long run. Of course, there was also the fact that they had also promised some tax cuts for Wayne Enterprises if I were to praise the direction the country was developing in under their rule. Also, for some reason, it felt like Alfred was lately frustrated about something and was trying his best to avoid even looking me in the eye. So, when he told me to do this for him, I couldn't really say no. That was amazing, Mr. Wayne. Your talk about the essential welfare of humans and our responsibility to protect fellow human life almost made me shed tears. Thank you for agreeing to our request today. It was an honor to bear witness to such advanced medical technology that is inevitably going to change our world for the better. A middle-aged man who had previously introduced himself as the Italian Minister of Finance said while shaking my hand before posing for a photo with me. It was my pleasure to be here. I smiled back. Now, you must forgive me for I need to return before my friends decide to continue the rest of the tour without me. I chuckled as I made my way to the exit after shaking a couple more hands. Mr. Wayne, what do you think about moving your operations to a more tax-friendly location to save taxes? Mr. Wayne, are the rumors of you having an affair with the news prodigy Vicky Vale true? Mr. Wayne, is it true that you are trying to create a harem for yourself? Mr. Wayne, do you think Luther Industries will be a threat to Wayne Enterprises in any way? Mr. Wayne, what do you think about the rumors of superhumans that have slowly begun to sprout out from different corners of the world? Do you think they will be bad for the global economy? Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. Shouts from scores of news reporters echoed from all around me as they tried to surround me and bombard me with different types of questions in the hope that I would slip up and utter something spicy that would give them their next big headlines. Sorry, no more questions. Now, please make some space and let Mr. Wayne leave. A bulky man named Tom, who was the appointed leader of the security detail that was assigned to me by the Italian government, declared while shoving the press representatives to the sides to make some room. The parking is this way, Mr. Wayne. We have parked your car there. It is better to exit through the car park instead of waiting at the entrance since the press isn't allowed there as it is for VIPs only. Sure, I replied with a shrug before following him out along with the other security officials. However, as we entered the parking space, something suddenly began to feel off. It was like my inner instincts were warning me that somebody or something was observing me. For a moment, I thought that the security personnel were going to try and take their shot at me, but it was apparent from their body language that they weren't stressed and didn't feel like anything was wrong. To me, this made it clear that they weren't spies and didn't pose any threat to me. This was something else, or should I say someone else, because the fact that I couldn't sense them meant they weren't just professional killers but very good at their job too. Is something wrong, Mr. Wayne? Tom asked after he noticed me suddenly getting vigilant of the surroundings. It's nothing, I answered without any change in my expression as I followed them to my car. Cortana, can you check the CCTV footage to make sure that this is not just my paranoia kicking in? I whispered in a low voice. The car park was mostly empty. There wasn't anyone else here since access to this particular parking lot was supposedly limited to only VIPs and VIPs. There were a few other cars in the parking lot, mostly belonging to elite dignitaries and politicians, but all of them were empty since their owners were currently attending the press Q&A that was still going on. The CCTV footage seems to be running in a loop while the motion sensors have been deactivated from the control room, sir. There is a 96.7% chance that our security is compromised. Cortana replied. We are here, Mr. Wayne. One of us will drive you to the hotel and two of us will be accompanying you in the back of the car, while there will be two more cars that will be escorting you, one will be in front of your car and the other behind you. Tom explained after bringing me in front of a black Tesla Model X. It was a normal Tesla X that I had borrowed from the hotel this morning after randomly choosing it. It didn't have any extra safety or technological modifications that were normally present in all my personal cars. So, of course, messing with the car was as easy as messing with any other ordinary car out there, save for the advanced commercial safety features and software Wayne Enterprises used while developing the vehicle. So, before responding to his words, I quickly muttered once again, Cortana, scan the car. Already did, sir. There is some sort of foreign electronic device carrying a hefty explosive charge that has been interfaced with the car's ECU. It is a dual-trigger mechanism linked to the braking system and the vehicle's speed sensor. Halting or driving the car above a particular speed will immediately trigger the explosion. Whoever did this is no amateur. Cortana quickly answered even before I could complete my question. It was quite apparent from her voice that she was eager to please and show off her capabilities and usefulness. Tom, I think I want to drive by myself today. You guys can just follow me. You don't need to be in the same car to protect me from attacks, right? Sir, this is against the protocol we normally follow. Our job is to escort you safely to your hotel. We can't just let you drive on your own. Tom interjected in a worried tone. It will be fine. After all, the hotel is barely a mile away from here. Plus, I trust you guys, you all are professionals. I patted his hand with a smile before getting inside the car. Sir, do you want me to try and deactivate the explosive wirelessly, or do you want to use the nanobots to do it? I suggest using the nanobots since it will be quicker and much more efficient. Cortana advised. Neither. Rather, I intend to let the explosion happen. I answered with a straight face. There haven't been any changes in your brain waves or your heartbeat, so you are neither joking nor are you possessed. Then may I ask why you intend to put your life in danger? My life in danger? You must be kidding, Cortana. You and I both know that a simple explosion can't even put a scratch on me, much less mortally wound me. Of course, I can stop this explosion from happening, but I wouldn't gain anything from that, would I? However, if people think that an attempt on my life put me in a critical state, there would be a lot of ways I could use that sentiment. From public sympathy to establishing the fact that Bruce Wayne is a completely normal person and even baiting my enemies to come out of the shadows to act after making them think that I am at my weakest, it would give me a lot of advantages. And most important of all, it would make it much easier to find out who is trying to kill me, since the killer would most probably try to verify if his mission was a success or not. I concluded as I started the engine after noticing that all the security agents had gone inside their cars to follow me. As stupid as this is, it actually makes sense. I hate it when you have stupid ideas that are technically genius. Cortana said from my bracelet with what sounded like a sigh. Because I am a genius. You might be 10,000 times smarter than the average man, but as your dear daddy, I am still smarter than you. Oh, and by the way, send a message to Alfred, Talia, and Helena to make some preparations in one of the hospitals we have connections to here in Italy. After all, even though I could use nanobots to visually appear injured and burned on the outside, we still need inside help of some medical professionals to keep the ruse on for a few days. I replied with a cheeky smile before pushing down the accelerator as strongly as possible. Omniscient POV. Boom! An explosion suddenly shook the entire parking lot as the Tesla Bruce was riding on exploded into a torrent of fire and pieces of steaming hot metal. The explosion, though contained accurately to not affect the other nearby cars, was still potent enough to make sure that anything and everything inside it was reduced to ashes. Fuck. I am going to lose my job. Tom muttered with a mix of desperation, anger, and surprise in his voice as he and the other members of his team ran towards the burning wreckage of the car to try and pull what should already be the smoked and charred dead body of one of the richest people on the planet. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 140, Bat vs. World's Best Killer. Patience is not the ability to wait, but how you act while you're waiting. Joyce Meyer, Battlefield of the Mind, winning the battle in your mind. Omniscient POV. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9 p.m., here in Metropolis, on Saturday, August 27th, and I am Catherine Grant from Catherine Grant Hour. Tonight, we bring you a breaking and very disturbing story. Bruce Wayne, one of America's most cherished and ideal citizens, has narrowly escaped a heinous assassination attempt in Italy. The incident occurred earlier today when Mr. Wayne was attending a prestigious business conference in Rome. After the conference ended and he was going back to his hotel, he found that his car was rigged with explosives, detonating in what can only be described as a cowardly and vile act of terrorism. Although the attack did not take Mr. Wayne's life, it left him critically injured, resulting in his admission to the emergency ward of an Italian hospital, where he is currently hanging on the brink between life and death. An attractive and charming woman with blonde hair started with a sad and disappointed expression on her face. Now, let's not mince words here. We all know that Bruce Wayne is more than just a billionaire. He is a pillar of our community, a beacon of hope and philanthropy who has dedicated his life to bettering both our country and the world. His family was one of the founding fathers of the great city of Gotham and has contributed more to America than most political families in the country. From his company's groundbreaking innovations in different sectors of technology to his unwavering support of numerous charitable causes, Mr. Wayne represents the very best of what it means to be an American. She elaborated, her face lighting up with patriotism and encouragement. And an attack on Bruce Wayne is an attack on America itself. It is an assault on the values we hold dear: courage, integrity, and the relentless pursuit of justice. We must stand united in our condemnation of this despicable act and support the swift and decisive efforts of both American and Italian authorities to bring those responsible to justice. As an American myself, I condemn the authorities who were unable to protect Mr. Wayne, and I implore everyone to stand by him in his support. In times like these, it is imperative that we remember the resilience and strength of the human spirit. The Wayne family, including Mr. Bruce Wayne, has faced countless challenges and emerged stronger each time. Tonight, our thoughts and prayers are with him, wishing him a speedy recovery and continued strength in the face of adversity. This attack will not deter us. It will not break our spirit. Instead, it will reinforce our resolve to stand by Bruce Wayne and Wayne Enterprises, who fight tirelessly to make our world a better place. We will not be intimidated. We will not be silenced. Together, we will rise above this dark moment and shine even brighter. The woman encouragingly said while looking directly at the camera, her face filled with infectious determination. Stay tuned for more updates as this story unfolds. You are watching Wayne News Network, and this is Catherine Grant, from the Catherine Grant Hour, reminding you to stay strong, stay vigilant, and above all, stay proud to be an American. Good night. Bruce Wayne POV. Where the fuck did you recruit her from? She took the term passionate footlicking to a whole other level. The way she made me seem like some sort of capitalist messiah, even I had cringe from it. I struggled to close my mouth after switching off the TV in my hospital room. What are you talking about? She did amazing. Wow, I can't believe I found a talent like her. I should be starting my own talent management agency. That woman, you have no idea how she is going to soon change the face of your media company. Till now, we have been the leading news network in Gotham and one of the top 10 in the US, but with her help, Metropolis is in our bag as well. In fact, not just Metropolis, if we can continue to recruit talents like her, I can guarantee you that Wayne News will easily become the biggest media and news company in the country, if not the world, in no time. Vicky confidently stated with an impressed look on her face. Well, whatever you think works, I guess. You are the media genius here, after all, not me. Just make sure that she doesn't go too over the top. I said with a tired exhale before taking another sip of my grape-flavored smoothie. Currently, I was comfortably reclining in a bed in my private hospital room, with a significant part of my body wrapped in bandages to conceal the fact that the explosion had actually left me unscathed. This hospital was among the countless beneficiaries of the Martha Wayne Foundation's generous donations, which meant the hospital was happy to go on with my demands. Alfred was also acquainted with some of the senior management here and ensured that news about my health condition would not leak from the hospital. As far as the public and the media were concerned, I was fighting a battle with death right now, which meant that I could truly relax here until I chose to go back and make a public appearance once again. I admit this was quite cringe as well, but in all fairness, so is the media in every other news channel nowadays. Yours was actually quite entertaining. For a few moments, even I felt bad for Gotham's Messiah and America's true hero. I guess I am still an American from the heart, aren't I? Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke, uttered while chuckling like a madman as he entered my room, followed by Ace. Haha, laugh all you want. I'll see how you like it when this happens to you. Maybe I'll try and make you into America's darling soldier one day to take revenge, or maybe even force you to run for president. I snorted. Anyway, what news have you brought me, my highest paid employee? Also, how the hell did you get Ace inside the hospital? I asked while petting my favorite pet dog behind his ears. Grrrr. Ace let out a happy rumble from his throat as he felt my hand ruffling the fur on his head. With a satisfied and happy expression, he sat down beside my bed and looked toward Slade as if signaling him to go ahead and answer my question. I get paid the highest because I have the best skills in the world. Don't make me sound like a leech or something. As for your dog, believe me, not a lot of people reject multi-billionaires from bringing their dogs inside someplace. And yes, I have figured out who tried to kill you. But before I tell you that, I just want to inform you that I have called some of your newly bio-enhanced bodyguards here. They will be guarding the hospital as long as you are here and everyone else who is close to you until we eliminate the person responsible for this. You don't even need to lift a single finger. I'll take care of everything and... Slade, quit dilly-dallying and just tell me who it was so that I can take care of it. I interrupted him with a frown. Although it was a professional assassin who attempted the assassination on you, someone who was very good at what they do, the order, however, was placed by someone else. And it was not done through the League of Assassins. Nissa confirmed that. The League, or should I say the High Table, has termed you and your close ones as untouchable targets. No one is allowed to put a bounty on your head through their services. So, the people who did it used a more traditional approach instead. They used the dark net. However, even then, most assassins would not dare take on the task like this since you are too much of a high-profile target and you have me, the great Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke, as your chief of security, or whatever else fancy position you have given me. Slade. You seem to be deflecting the question, Slade. Wait, are you afraid? I asked, furrowing my brows. No, not afraid maybe. But you do seem to be weary of something. The question is what? I am not afraid. Slade Wilson is not afraid of anyone. It's just that the person who tried to kill you is not your normal run-of-the-mill assassin. Wilson replied with a snarl. Sai, have you heard of Colonel Rahman Harjavti, the current supreme ruler of Byalia? He was the one who put a bounty on your head in the darknet. Apparently, he came to power because the previous king got weak after he was diagnosed with third-stage lung cancer. The king is still alive since Harjavti is not politically powerful enough to actually kill the royal family, but he won't live for long without some miraculous cure, something like the xenobots you recently developed and are planning to spread around the world. But if the king were to pass away, his teenage daughter would be the only one left in the royal bloodline, and I am pretty sure you can understand how easy it would be for Rahman to make his military reign over Byalia permanent if he just married the princess. Slade explained. That's it. That's what you were cautious about. A king trying to kill me because he wants to stop the cancer drug developed by my company from being sold all over the world. God, he is really stupid, isn't he? Does he even understand how companies work? Even if I die, someone else will just inherit the company and continue selling the product. What a buffoon. Sai, anyway, I think you grossly underestimate just how powerful a big-time capitalist in America is. I said with a relaxed chuckle. This is nothing a few discussions and threats won't solve. Worst case scenario, I'll just assassinate the colonel and put the princess in power or something if this escalates. That was not what was making me so worried, kid. The one who accepted the bounty. At first, I thought that it was someone from the Remnant League of Shadows, the one that is still operating under Lady Shiva using some unknown island as its base, but turns out I was wrong. The one who just tried to kill you, it's one of your old mentors. David Kane, the most feared killer in the world. Deathstroke completed in a grim tone. David Kane. I repeated his word, as I remembered the men who had taught me everything there was to know about killing someone in the most effective manner possible during my tutelage in the League of Assassins. He was not just one of the generals under Ra's al Ghul but his most effective assassin and an absolute master in his craft. David considered himself an artist when it came to killing his targets. In fact, he didn't even do what he did for money or power but simply to prove that he was the very best in his profession. Even though he was the most effective killer in the world, he still didn't consider himself perfect. Instead, he wanted to train someone perfect, and for some time he thought that I was it, the perfect killer that he always dreamed of being. Of course, that was until he realized that I wasn't so keen on killing innocent people, after which he just regarded me as another failure and disappeared. However, I never thought that he would be back to try and kill me, especially since I was his favorite student and all. Also, if the assassin really is David Kane, then this car explosion wasn't his attempt at killing me but a simple hello before he truly started the job. Now a lot of people might ask why I was concerned about someone like David Kane, a mere human who had no supernatural or superhuman power whatsoever. Well, remember that preparation hack that Batman is famous for. The reason why Batman always wins against all of his enemies. The reason why Batman can even defeat extra-dimensional all-powerful entities with enough time. Guess who taught it to him? Yep, it was David Kane, the man who can kill anyone with enough time and preparation. That man has no limits or boundaries. He can and will kill children if it would help in killing his target faster. He isn't some villain who will try to stupidly kill you with a bunch of guns and missiles, but someone who will use anything at his disposal to plot and take away your power, weaken you, wound you, and then kill you when you are at your absolute weakest. He was a true monster in man's skin, and I am pretty sure that whatever he had planned for me was much, much worse than a damn car explosion. This is going to be a fucking headache. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 141, Calling Shotgun. If it's to protect our family, be it the kingdom or the entire world, we would make anyone our enemy. That's what it means to be fairy tale. Natsu Dragneel, fairy tale. Bruce Wayne POV. Sir, are you sure that you don't want to enjoy your vacation for a little longer? My crime analysis says that once you return to being Batman again, you won't be able to take a long vacation for quite a long time. Cortana asked for the third time since morning as I boarded the private jet that I had anonymously rented to go back to Gotham. Nope, I am done with my vacation. We can't afford to waste more time here. The more I laze around, the easier it will be for David Kane to stage another attack on me. Plus, my to-do list is mounting with unfinished tasks every second. I sighed while taking my seat on one of the comfy sofas in the jet. Now, where the hell are the others? I asked no one in particular as I glimpsed outside the plane through one of the windows. Apparently, Alfred and Leslie were having a meeting with some European emissaries to properly discuss how the European Union and the country of Italy can make it up to us so that Wayne Enterprises does not pull away or halt the operations of some of the important projects and businesses that we have started here, including the distribution of the Xenobots program to treat various incurable diseases. Of course, it should also be mentioned that they were not so accommodating just because of the social service I was doing or the potential business I would be giving them, but because of how the US government, under the influence of the press and the public, was treating the attack on me as an attack on America while actively pressurizing them from behind the scenes to compensate me for their lapse in security that led to the attack. As for the girls, they actually wanted to go on one last shopping trip before heading back to Gotham, with even Talia included in that list as well. Although previously, she had no interest in fashion or shopping like the other girls, after a passionate night of sex, however, she has been quite active in researching sexy costumes and kinky sex toys that she could use to have even more fun. She was a natural seductress and seemed to take that role quite seriously. They are finishing the final security checks in the immigration. They will be here within 15 minutes. By the way, sir, shouldn't you do something about Bialia as well, since its current supreme commander is the one responsible for issuing the bounty on you? Maybe a few economic sanctions will be enough to dissuade them, or perhaps an assassination. No, right now the political situation in the country is too sensitive for that. Economic sanctions might weaken the dictator's power for some time, but sanctions always affect the normal public the most. It's always the poor and the middle class who truly suffer its repercussions. An assassination, on the other hand, is the preferable approach in this case, but the time isn't right. We should wait till we have more to gain from Bialia's change in leadership. And who knows, maybe I can crack a favorable deal with the previous king in exchange for my help and the cure to his condition. In fact, Cortana, do keep an eye out for anyone from Bialia arriving in America, especially its diplomats and emissaries. I have a feeling that they might come in search of me to either ask for my help or to stop me from providing my help to the previous king. He ordered thoughtfully. Will do, sir. Cortana dutifully replied. Anyway, now that I am finally returning to Gotham, I should start taking care of some of the villains who seem to have started their criminal careers already, especially the psychopathic ones who don't even seem to value human life. Sir, I think there is something you should know. It can just be a false alarm, but if it isn't, then there is a chance that your family is in danger. Cortana's voice chimed out as her hologram suddenly appeared over my bracelet with a serious face. My family? You mean Alfred and the girls? I asked anxiously. No, I mean the family that you always try to avoid, your blood relatives from the Kane family. Under the Guardian Angel initiative, I have been using an algorithm to keep an eye on everyone related to you to ensure their safety against any unforeseen danger. Although the surveillance isn't constant or deep enough to invade their personal space, the algorithm does pick up certain keywords and actions to determine if anything abnormal is happening around them or if they are in any sort of mortal danger. That algorithm has just picked up abnormal movement and communication around the area where the Kane family is presently staying in Brussels, Belgium. Your uncle, Jacob Kane, is currently occupied at his job, working on some secret project for NATO while his wife, Gabby, and her 2 daughters are alone at home, possibly preparing to leave their house to go somewhere. Their home seems decently secured and they even have some trained security personnel with them, but none of the defense is impregnable in case of an invasion by a well-trained or well-prepared terrorist organization. She informed in a serious tone while showing a hologram of the blueprint of the house they were in as well as the cars that seemed to be parked near it. Is it Davin Kane or perhaps the Court of Owls? I asked with a serious voice. No, sir. It doesn't match Kane's MO, and it doesn't seem to be a single person. Also, this looks like a normal terrorist organization. Even if the court is involved, at least they are not directly responsible for this. However, now that I am scanning everyone in the area through the few still functional CCTV cameras and the overhead satellites, it seems that whatever organization is monitoring them, they aren't lacking resources or manpower. Although I don't have a clear view, I can count about 40 men armed to the teeth with guns, ammunition, and explosives. Of course, there might be even more. Even the entire local police force will have trouble dealing with them if they attack head-on, much less the 6 security personnel accompanying the mother and the daughters. She answered while showing a somewhat blurry scan of the neighborhood, showing the possible enemies as red-colored dots. Contact my aunt and tell her not to get out of the house. If my aunt doesn't pick up the phone, contact the 6 security officials present there. I am sure one of them will at least take this seriously. You can use my name to coerce them to listen to you. Also, call my uncle. I'll speak to him personally to make sure he understands the gravity of the situation. As far as I remember, he has some deep military contacts, so he should be able to easily get some soldiers there. I commanded. Aye, sir. However, there is a high chance that the soldiers won't make it there in time. Should I send some drones as well? The ones from Gotham will take multiple hours to be there, but the few drones that are still here can arrive in an hour or 2. No need. I'll go there myself. After all, my suit is much faster than any of the drones. I responded before standing up to exit the jet. That is right, sir. Although the suit still doesn't have faster than light capabilities or even the capacity for deep space travel, it can still travel faster than sound. At its highest, you can travel at the speed of 5 Mach. Considering the distance of your uncle's house in Brussels from here, it will take approximately 11.34 minutes to reach the location. She briefed. I was quite pleased to know that I could reach the location before something serious happened to my aunt and her daughters. Even though I was never really close to them, there was still no way I was letting a mother and her children die on my watch, especially if I was aware of the threat to their lives in advance and there was a significant chance that this particular threat on their lives existed because of me. I might not be a saint, but I was definitely a good person. Well, at least I always try to be one, in my own way. As I stepped out of the jet, ready to activate the nanobots in my bloodstream to form the armor on me, I noticed Alfred and Leslie coming in my direction. Master Bruce, are you going somewhere? Alfred asked in a slightly concerned tone. Despite trying to sound normal, for some reason, Alfred seemed a little troubled. Even his figure looked like he had aged several years in the past few days, although it should not have been possible because of the serum I had injected into him a few years ago. It should keep him good-looking and at his peak till he is at least 100 years of age. So, this change in appearance must be because he is worried about something. I should ask him about it after I come back. Unfortunately, yes, Alfred. I don't have time to explain, but the Kane family is in danger, and they need my help. So, I'll have to leave right now for that. When the girls arrive, take the jet straight to Gotham. Talia or Nissa can fly the plane for you. All of your lives might be in danger as well, and the Wayne Mansion should be the safest place for all of you right now. I quickly answered before taking a glance at Miss Thompson. I did not have enough time to explain everything to her, so I just hoped that Alfred was charming enough to do the job for me without complicating things further. Not having the time to explain more, I just pressed on the top of my bracelet to activate the nanobots. Immediately, countless liquid droplets began to pour out of my skin like sweat before spreading all over my body in the shape of armor. Within just a few seconds, the nanobots took the complete form of the bat armor over me. As soon as I had finished adorning the suit, Leslie gasped before exclaiming, "What is that armor, Bruce? Wait, are you?" However, before she could complete her words, I launched into the air with the help of the thrusters under my feet. I was in a hurry and right now, reaching Brussels was the top priority. A few days ago, I had already explained my dual identities to Alfred, and quite surprisingly, he took it quite well. I guess his knowing that the child he had raised for so many years was not an ordinary human because of the serums and the OP gadgets and armors made from his genius didn't make him too worried about me getting hurt. In fact, he even appeared quite chill, like he had expected it all along. All he did after finding out about my secret identity was just make me promise that I would always be careful in my heroic activities and that I should never make this a habit or grow overconfident. In his own words, he wanted me to experience a normal life as well while having some fun. Leslie too knew that I wasn't exactly normal since she had witnessed my super intelligence before. I think she suspected that I was a cruel businessman unlike my father and even employed assassins and mercenaries for my benefit, although she turned a blind eye to it. However, she had no clue that I was the same Dark Knight who was slowly becoming the nightmare of every criminal in Gotham. But today, she had found out for better or worse, and it remains to be seen if she could handle that information well. I really did hope for her sake that Alfred could calm her down and make her understand that I wasn't a psycho or a criminal for doing what I did. After all, I would hate to use the neuralizer on her since she was Alfred's girlfriend and all. Location of target destination locked. Initiating sonic shotgun mode, Cortana declared after I had ascended to a considerable height in the sky. The portion of the armor around my heels instantly began to bulk up as nanobots from all over my body flowed to that area. Once the armor around both of my feet had almost quadrupled in size, the thrusters began to whiz with energy. Boom! A sonic boom escaped the thrusters, instantly launching me in the direction of Belgium with an incredible force, faster than even the speed of sound. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 142, Family in Danger. You can do anything, but never go against the family. Marlon Brando, The Godfather. Omniscient POV. I don't even have a single bar in my phone network. Is there some sort of fault in the towers or something? None of the phones have been working since morning. Gabby Kane curiously asked one of her guards before putting down her useless phone with a frustrated sigh. She was just getting ready to leave the house with her 2 daughters to take them to the park. However, just when she was about to tell the driver to get the car out of the garage, she could not help but get a strange feeling in her heart like something bad was going to happen to them, making her want to call her husband. But unfortunately for her, her phone's network was still not working. One of the soldiers assigned as security personnel for her and her family was standing near her at the main entrance and could not help but frown at her words. With a concerned look on his face, he decided to voice out his own concerns. "Ma'am, I think we shouldn't go out today. Most of our phones and communication devices have also been down since the morning for some reason, which is quite suspicious since they are designed for military use and are designed to work in any situation or condition unless there is some sort of signal scrambler involved. Additionally, the most concerning part is that one of the wireless radios we normally use for contacting headquarters in emergencies also stopped working while we were in the midst of receiving a weird message. There was a lot of static in the message, but it sounded like a female voice on the other end trying to tell us not to go out of the house and barricade ourselves in. Now, it could have easily been a prank from some genius nerd sitting in front of his computer, trying to draw attention to himself to prove how amazing and special he is, or it could have been a cross-connection since this happens a lot with these old pieces of tech, but we can't just ignore the chances of there being real danger. So, it will be best if you stay in today until we can re-establish connection with HQ and confirm that there is nothing wrong," he advised. "Really? That is concerning. Fine, we will stay in. I'll just tell Beth and Kate that I will take them to the park this Sunday when their father comes home. They should not be too upset with all the cakes and gifts they got today. But if something does happen, you and your men can protect us, right, Mr. Finish?" Gabby asked with some concern in her voice as she took a glance at the other 5 men in suits, standing in their respective positions in front of the house. The security official named Johnny Finish displayed a charming smile at her question as he adjusted his belt to make himself seem cooler, not letting the chance of impressing a woman go before replying, "We are the best at what we do, and we are here for your protection, ma'am. We will give our lives to protect you and your daughters. You don't have to worry about anything. As for any possible threat to your life, just know that as long as we are here for you, this house is the safest place on earth." Boom! A deafening blast compelled them to duck beneath the explosion's intense heat and power, as part of the front of the house was blown away into pieces, creating a gaping hole in the building that revealed the interior to the numerous vehicles parked outside. "Shit. James, Rick, and Jack, secure the hole and the entrance after sending an emergency alert to HQ. Let's hope the signal goes through and they can send backup as quickly as possible," Johnny quickly yelled, even though he knew that the chances of any sort of signal going through were minimal at best. He had now become sure that the enemy was using some sort of advanced signal jammer to block all types of communication to isolate them. "Use your heavy weapons. Shoot to kill and don't hold back. Barney, take Mrs. Kane, grab the children from their room, and seal yourselves in the panic room. I will come and get you from there once this is over. Don't come out from there, no matter what happens, that's an order," he instructed in a stern tone. "Oh, and if anybody sees Kramer, shoot that son of a bitch. He was supposed to be the one monitoring the CCTV cameras around the estate," he growled angrily. Was a missile launched by a terrorist from a handheld missile launcher on the back of a jeep soared toward the main gate, obliterating a significant section of the wall. And cutting off any path of escape for them with another boom sound. Let's go, ma'am, we have to go now. The man named Barney quickly got up, acknowledging his superior's command, and grabbed Gabby by the shoulders, bringing her out of her shock before almost dragging her to her daughter's room upstairs. Now, what the hell are you all waiting for? Shoot back at those motherfuckers, and remember boys, make them count. Johnny swiftly before taking out an Uzi from the holster at his back and shot at the people outside. He already knew that there was a high chance that he would not survive past today, considering the vast numbers of the enemy forces and their lethal weaponry, but he was not going to just surrender. Even if he would die, he would make sure to take as many of those fuckers with him as possible. After all, this wasn't just about protecting a target or asset but protecting 2 innocent children and their mother. It seems those men in suits are fighting back, Commander. Should I use more missiles to take them out? A young man wearing a dark green bodysuit complete with its own matching helmet asked the senior man standing behind him on the back of a jeep. Although the senior commander looked like he was in his late 40s with graying hair, there was still a cruel fire noticeable in his gaze, a fire which made it apparent that he was relishing what was happening or what was going to happen there next. No, the house will not be able to endure more missiles and might even crumble on the residents, crushing all of them at once. We need the family to be alive, well, at least, one of them alive to get what we need. But the other 2 can be used as good temporary entertainment for our soldiers, and I am pretty sure they would appreciate it if their bodies were intact at the beginning for that. As for these pesky agents, let our men do some work. They have been lazing around for way too long. They need exercise. Ha 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 ha, he released an evil laugh before signaling his men forward. Sigh, this could have been so much simpler if they had just decided to head out somewhere like they were initially planning to. It would have been a simple grab and transport job. Even our intel told us that they were going to go to the park to celebrate a birthday or something. But no, they had to be overcautious. An entire week of planning and research was ruined just like that. But again, I guess that was partly our fault too, since we overused the signal jammer in our bid to be too careful, making our presence a little too obvious. However, now the entire block will be collateral in this mission. What a drag. The earlier men who had initially asked the question to the commander muttered to himself in annoyance before putting down the missile launcher in his hands, grabbing an assault rifle, and advancing toward the broken section of the house. Tat 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 tat. For the next few minutes, continuous bullets began to whiz through the air from both sides as the 2 parties tried their best to kill each other. Keep them at bay. Don't let them spread out. Johnny barked, reloading his rifle with practiced speed. The others responded with a volley of shots, taking down several attackers. But for every terrorist that fell, it seemed like 2 more took their place. One of the soldiers, a young man named Rick, grimaced as a bullet grazed his arm. But instead of stopping, he quickly switched to his sidearm, firing rapidly to cover his other wounded teammates. No use, sir, there are too many. And they are very well trained. He shouted over the din of battle with clenched teeth. We just need a few more minutes. Johnny replied, his voice strained. Barney is taking those 3 and racing towards the panic room as we speak. We just need to bang make sure that they reach there before these pieces of human shit enter the house. Ka. Suddenly shots from a machine gun interrupted their conversation, forcing the soldiers to retreat further into the house to save themselves from the tireless onslaught of the bullets. Their ammo running low, they resorted to desperate measures, throwing furniture to block entry points while taking out their sidearms and daggers to mount what was going to be their final struggle against the terrorists. It was a pleasure serving with you boys. Johnny nodded with a determined face at the other 4, ignoring the fact that he had 3 bloody bullet holes in his leg with blood gushing out from them like a fountain. No, it was ours, sir, James responded as he reloaded his handgun with his last magazine. After a brief moment of silence, the 4 nodded at each other before turning their gaze towards the opening in the wall, their minds ready to embrace their fate whatever it was. Are you all right, sweetie? You 2 are okay, right? Don't worry, nobody will hurt you. Mom will make sure of it. Mommy is here now. Gabby Kane hugged both of her daughters who were shaking in fear of all the booming sounds on their beds. She was caressing their heads to reassure them that they were safe in her embrace. Ma'am, we need to enter the panic room now. The agent called Barney reminded her with some worry in his voice as he opened one of the wardrobes present in the girls' room before removing everything in the wardrobe, even the fake sliding wall at the back that was hiding the entrance to the safe room. Yes, you are right. Let's go, girls. We will be safe in the room Daddy built for us. The Kane matriarch tried to pull the girls to get them up from the bed, but she could not even complete her words as another man appeared at the door of the room with 2 handguns pointed in 2 different directions. One of the guns pointed at Gabby and the children while the barrel of his other gun was trained at Barney's head. Sorry, but that won't be possible any longer, Miss Kane. I am afraid that you and your daughters will have to come with me. As for you, Barney, put down the gun like a good boy or you won't like what is going to happen next. The newly arrived person threatened with an evil smile. Kramer? But why? You were supposed to watch the CCTV and warn us of any incoming danger. But instead, you betray us like this. Why? We treated you like a brother. Why would you do this? Isn't there always just one true reason for every betrayal? Money, man. Serving the government and fighting for your country sounds good and all, but it doesn't pay very well, does it? Yet just one act of betrayal and some very wealthy people are ready to give you millions for it. How can any self-respecting man say no? Nothing personal though. Now, put down that gun or I'll blow one of the kids' brains out. He ordered with his finger a moment away from squeezing the trigger. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 143, Taking Out Some Trash, 1. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? Maximus, Gladiator. Omniscient POV. Hey guys, can you hear that sound? What is that? Sounds like a jet, and it's getting closer. One of the guys who had just thrown a grenade toward the house they were attacking muttered to the person beside him. Wait, don't tell me that the military has deployed their jets against us. He panicked, looking around in alarm to try and search for a place to hide in case his fear came true and military jets decided to rain hell on them. The fuck are you talking about, coward? Do you, stupid motherfucker, really think that the military has a budget big enough to send jets to eliminate a small group like ours, and that too within just a few moments of our attack? God, I can't deal with these stupid temp workers. The person who seemed to be the leader and was giving the orders earlier spewed out in anger. There was a clear irritation in his voice as he yelled with contempt at his subordinates. Look above, do you see any jet approaching us? The sky is as clear as your empty brain. Now hurry the fuck up and bring me those women, so that all of us can go home. He shouted out. The moment he was done shouting, several of the terrorists who were standing close to him and listening into his words agreed with his words and subconsciously looked up on their own. However, contrary to what they just heard and what they were expecting themselves, a projectile rapidly flying in their direction was clearly visible in the sky. They didn't know what it was since it seemed too small to be a jet, but what they did know was that it was flying faster than anything else they had ever seen, as evident by the clear white trail left in its path. What is that? The leader murmured to himself, but unfortunately for him, by the time he would be able to come to a conclusion about what it truly was, it would be too late. Swoosh swoosh, two smaller projectiles were suddenly released by the bigger flying silhouette, and before anybody could even realize what was going to happen next, the two smaller projectiles came flying at the speed of sound, striking two of their jeeps in the back which contained their extra explosives stored as backup in case of an emergency, exploding in a violent explosion that directly wiped out more than half a dozen of their men with a resounding kaboom. The explosion forced all the terrorists to stop firing at the estate and instead crouch down to save themselves from the effects of the explosion. What is that? Shoot that down. It must be some kind of cutting-edge drone technology that the military has decided to use against us. The leader once again yelled with pure malice in his voice as he tried to take a peek at the object flying towards them again. But quite astonishingly, it was no longer there. Instead, there was the sudden sound of a resounding thud behind him, like something heavy landing on a concrete floor, that made almost every single hair in his body stand up with some unknown fear. I don't usually do this during the daytime, but I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures, said a rough voice, almost demonic in tone, emanating from the figure behind him. The terrorist leader was extremely startled. He quickly spun around in alarm only to find a tall, imposing figure clad in dark, monstrous, bat-like metal armor. Abomination. It's a monster. The military sent a monster to hunt us down. Kill it, now. He yelled in terror like an idiot, trying his best to get away from the figure in front of him but only faltering in his steps and falling down on the ground due to his panic. Zap zap, two trails of scarlet red energy left from the glowing palms of Batman's right hand, hitting the only two terrorists with rocket launchers in their hands, immediately knocking them out with a nasty burn on their skin despite the bulletproof armor they were wearing on their bodies. Rat-tat-tat, several of the men suddenly got their senses back the moment they witnessed the death of two of their comrades and began to fire their rifles at the Dark Knight in response. However, no matter how much they fired, not a single bullet seemed to be able to pierce through his armor. These men mostly used to live in the poor and undeveloped parts of Europe and Asia before they were recruited into the organization and had never bothered to concern themselves with supers or metahumans. They only have had training to kill ordinary human civilians or normal human soldiers, of which Batman was neither. These terrorists had absolutely no idea whom they were opposing. Batman still hadn't become world famous yet and was mostly regarded as an urban legend by the normal people in Gotham. Even the news channels that talked about the Dark Knight could never give definitive proof of his existence except for a few testaments by some witnesses claiming to have seen him protect the city. Thus, it was unimaginable for these individuals to have ever conceived the true nature of what they were confronting, even in their most extravagant dreams. Bruce, after taking out the jeeps with the most explosives, and the people with the rocket launchers, focused his attention back on the leader. He might not be feeling even the least bit of threat from these terrorists, but that didn't mean he forgot his years of training as a ninja. Defeating the enemy forces in the most efficient manner possible was what he was trained to do, and what better way to weaken a group than to eliminate its leader. Whistling birds, Bruce muttered before a small section of his armor near the shoulder opened up as the nanobots parted and 12 small micromissiles, the size of small bullets, flew through the air, striking 6 of the terrorists with a whistling sound, immediately killing them with small explosions near their vital organs. Sorcery. The leader tried to flee before taking out his handgun and shooting Bruce in the head, but the young billionaire didn't even flinch under his helmet before taking a few steps toward the men, grabbing the barrel of the gun and crushing it as easily as crushing a twig. He then slapped the men with the back of his hand, dislocating his jaw with one single hit and resulting in the men losing consciousness due to the extreme pain that followed. Most of the men around them had already opened fire on Bruce by this point to try and save their leader as well as themselves from the monster. One of them, who was holding a flamethrower, had even started using literal fire on him, trying to burn him into a crisp before Bruce could try anything else. However, Bruce just remained standing there without even a single twitch in his expression while using the nanobots around the back of his armor to slowly form 4 extra appendages that began to look a lot like tentacles with pincers at their ends that could rotate 360 degrees. I am almost ashamed for ripping Dr. Octopus look despite being Batman, almost, heh. A bat isn't supposed to have tentacles, but I always wanted to try this. He thought in his mind as one of his tentacles circled around them and shooting fire at him before crushing both his gun and his arms. But he didn't just stop at that. His mechanical tentacles continued to manhandle the terrorists standing close to him while he used his repulsors to fire at the ones trying to escape or those who were trying their luck attacking him from the distance. Bruce wasn't in the mood to show any pity to anyone no matter who they were, and although he wasn't straight out killing these terrorists, he was still determined to give them extreme amounts of pain and terrible scars so that they would never forget this encounter with him. Fucking hell. Run. As the majority of the terrorists succumbed to Bruce's powers, a choice few who had already realized that they had no way of winning against him decided to do their best to escape. In their minds, being able to escape from him with some valuable information about the existence of a monster like him was much better for both them and their organization than dying here for no reason at all. However, the Dark Knight had no intent to let anyone escape. After he was done taking care of all the criminals near him with the help of his tentacles and repulsors, he turned his attention to the people trying to board a heavily armored jeep parked right outside the estate, one of the only few vehicles that still wasn't destroyed in the carnage caused by him. Raising his right arm, the nanobots on his wrist transformed into a single anti-tank missile aimed at the direction of the car. Target locked, Cortana's voice informed Bruce before he fired the missile. The high-speed projectile flew toward the jeep and attached itself to it like a metal claw. Then a small beeping sound was heard before it became more and more intense, finally exploding the vehicle into countless pieces of red-hot metal and burnt flesh with a kaboom sound, killing everyone inside the vehicle without exception. Well, seems I am done here. Cortana, scan the surroundings to see if I missed any terrorists or if any got inside the house. Bruce asked while staring at the half-destroyed home. Positive, sir. Although the 6 armed guards are still alive, one of them seems to be holding your aunt and her daughters at gunpoint, likely a mole or a traitor in the group. He seems to be the last active threat here. She informed me after switching the HUD's camera to X-ray vision. That reminds me, you still haven't tested the wall-piercing ammunition rounds in the field before. Don't you think this is a good time for it, sir? Excellent suggestion, Cortana. That's why you are my favorite AI ever. I grinned inside my mask while ignoring her mutterings about her being the only AI I knew. I just hope that my aunt and cousins aren't too scared of blood, and this doesn't traumatize them. I hoped aloud. Oh, it definitely will, Cortana responded with a flat voice. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 144, taking out some trash, 2. Ever notice how you come across somebody once in a while you shouldn't have fucked with? That's me. Walt Kowalski, Gran Torino, 2008. Omniscient POV. I told you to kneel down, didn't I? And don't even think of trying something funny, Barney. You have a wife and children to take care of, right? They won't like it if you return home in a body bag for this Christmas, will they? As for you, Miss Kane, grab the children and follow me. I promise you that as long as you behave, I will personally make sure that nobody hurts your girls, the guy named Kramer threatened while continuing to aim both of his guns at Barney, his previous colleague, and the Kane family matriarch. Kramer, whatever rewards they offered you in exchange for their loyalty, it won't go the same way as you are hoping. If this terrorist organization is the same one that has been trying to stage attacks on different parts of the continent, then I should remind you that they don't leave witnesses. They will get rid of you when they think they have no more use for you. However, if you stop this and help us, we can still make things right. Barney tried to de-escalate the situation while raising his hands and slowly kneeled down to show that he didn't mean any harm. I know you, Kramer. You are a good person, not a terrorist. You played with my daughters and looked after them whenever they needed you. Why would you do this now? Mrs. Kane also tried to appeal to Kramer's humanity, hiding her daughters tighter behind her as if trying to shield them with her body. Her tear-stricken face trembled as she struggled to control her fear. Yet, despite what an onlooker might assume, the terror she was feeling right now wasn't for herself but for the lives of the two little girls hiding behind her. A good person. Ha ha ha, you two are forgetting that I am not some gullible child that you can manipulate with some sweet, honeyed words. I have killed before and I won't hesitate to kill again. The only reason I haven't killed you, Barney, is because I need someone to stay alive to tell Mr. Kane what happened here. As for Mrs. Kane and her children, my orders were to bring her alive, although I might have to defy that order if you two continue to waste my time. You have no idea how much of my precious time and brain cells I had to sacrifice to get close to all of you, just so that I could complete the mission and get my money. 3 fucking years, that was the time I was undercover for. However, the reward that I'll be getting from this mission will be enough to set me up for life. I'll never again have to entertain little fucking children anymore. Kramer spat with venom before pointing one of his guns directly at Mrs. Kane's head while internally worrying about the sudden silence outside. He knew that the 4 soldiers downstairs would not be enough to handle the huge number of troops that he had brought. And since he had made sure to block all modes of communication and jam all incoming signals, no help would be arriving anytime soon. It was only because of his help and prior knowledge of all the emergency protocols that they could invade the home of the Kane family and complete this mission so easily despite the security measures provided by the government. After all, he had been the one to disable all the cameras and the scanners around the estate as well as the one responsible for unlocking the outer gates. However, he still could not help but get worried by the sudden silence outside. If those people were already done killing his previous colleagues, then he needed to hurry up. He did not want to annoy one of the leaders for no reason. Now, didn't you hear my words the first time? Hurry up and come here you bitch, or I am going to shoot a hole in one of your little girls' heads. Bang splat. The traitorous soldier could not complete his words as his head suddenly burst out like a watermelon into a mixture of blood, flesh, and broken pieces of his skull, painting the walls near him with a crimson-red color. What the hell? The agent named Barney exclaimed in shock as he looked at his own suit and his mistress's lavender dress, both of which were completely drenched with a splatter of fresh scarlet blood. Bruce Wayne POV. Shit, you were right, Cortana, that bullet was indeed too strong for human skulls. Even 12 inches of bricks and cement was unable to slow it down a lot while the detonation was just too over the top. I guess we should only keep those self-detonating extra-large bullets for armored supervillains only or maybe for superhumans possessing super durability. As for the next time we try to assassinate someone from outside their house, we should only use normal sniper ammunition. I nodded, agreeing with Cortana's previous warning. Now you agree with me after you have already given them serious traumas for the rest of their lives. Sigh. After what happened to that man in front of those little girls' eyes, it won't be a big surprise if they get major cases of PTSD or perhaps hemophobia. Cortana reprimanded me. I didn't retort at her words because I knew that she was right. In fact, I knew that something like this was going to happen even before I took that shot, but the thing is I really wanted to fire a self-detonating bullet in someone's head at least once in my life and he seemed like the perfect test subject. Releasing a hum of agreement with Cortana to shut her up, I retrieved a small crown-like device from my buckle. It was a miniaturized version of the AMU sphere, capable of scanning memories and neutralizing psychic or psionic powers in its targets. It was a very handy little gadget to gather information or imprison telepaths. With the crown in hand, I began searching for the leader of the dead terrorist troops. I suspected that the one who had initially tried to flee in fear before attempting to shoot me in the head with a revolver was their leader in this attack. If so, he would likely have the most information about the terrorist organization behind this attack, information that would be extremely useful for catching them and eliminating them from existence. After a few moments of looking through the dead bodies, I quickly found the person I was looking for as I placed the crown on his head. Even though the guy's jaw was cracked in half with a gaping hole in his chest and major burns all over his body, fortunately, his brain was almost in untouched condition. So, a few seconds was all it took for the tool to get a complete scan of his memories with the light turning green indicating that it was successful. What the hell happened here, and who are you? As soon as I had put the crown back into my buckle again, a male voice asked from behind me as a couple of figures in black suits limped towards me with pained faces. Most of you are injured and are bleeding. Sit down and take some rest, agents. Help is on the way. You have all succeeded in your mission. Mr. Kane will be here with backup in a few minutes. I responded without bothering to answer his question before using my thrusters to fly up to the windows of the second floor. Of course, they tried to stop me with a flurry of other questions, but I wasn't really in the mood to answer all of them. It seemed the 2 young Kane heiresses had already noticed me fighting the terrorists through the glass windows, as they quickly opened one when they saw me approaching. Wait, Beth. Don't open the window, her mother tried to warn her. But Beth ignored her, as she and her twin sister stared at me with eyes filled with wonder. Even the other agent in the room had frozen for a split moment after seeing my flying figure appear near the window. But he was trained and experienced enough to snap out of his surprise and quickly pick up the revolver in front of him to aim it at my head. Huh, kids are really too easy to impress. Show them a jetpack and they will worship the ground you walk on. I mentally snickered. Who are you? The agents asked in a serious voice, which I again ignored as I just stared at my aunt, my expression unreadable because of my mask. Tell your husband to either increase the security around here or bring you all back to America. I won't be able to come and save you every time the terrorists attack. I simply said before turning around to fly away. Oh, and next time hire guys from a professional security agency like Wayne Security instead of relying on the military, I advised with a straight face. I mean honestly, if they were to hire my guys, it would be a lot easier to protect them since the men in my colony now not only possess unique abilities of their own but are also much better trained than common soldiers. However, I doubt Jacob Kane will ever agree to that since he is after all part of the military himself and thus would always prefer hiring soldiers. However, I still advised my aunt so that she would at least consider it. And who knows, maybe she can even convince her husband later to actually do it once her nephew Bruce Wayne makes the same suggestion. After all, my uncle was a very important part of the US military with his influence only growing with time. If I could somehow convince him that Wayne Security was good enough, it could open a whole lot of government security contracts for my company which in turn would enable me to establish a closer relationship with the government. But who are you? Just as I was about to fly away, the other twin, Kate Kane, asked in a curious voice, staring at me with her big eyes full of admiration. Those two probably saw me killing the terrorists through the window unlike the agents and my aunt who were too busy worrying for their lives. I mentally concluded. I am Batman. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 145, Feelings and Problems. I was to make mistakes, not to fake perfection. Karma Akabane, Assassination Classroom. Bruce Wayne POV. Shit, why are bloodstains so hard to get off from my armor? I thought it would be much easier to clean my armor than my normal clothes. Gosh, Alfred has my absolute respect for making his job look so easy. Even with the smart tuxedo I gave him, cleaning my clothes and armor should still be a hard job, especially since he insists on doing it himself instead of taking the help of other maids in the manor or using my cleaning droids to make everything look spotless and shining clean. I swear, he is almost as paranoid about cleaning things and keeping them proper as the OG Batman was about not trusting anyone. I mumbled to myself with an audible sigh before putting down the soapy sponge I was using to get the red stains off my armor. Yep, this is the last time I clean my armor myself. Next time, I'll just let Alfred do his job, or use cleaning droids like a proper scientist should. It turns out that despite being made entirely of nanobots, my armor can get dirty, especially with dried bloodstains. The reason it never happens with my own blood despite the nanobots being stored inside my body is that when inside me, they are stored as individual clusters of nanobots that are roughly the size of dust particles and thus do not get stuck with my blood cells, but when they come together and solidify as a weapon or armor, they can get stained by liquids just like any other ordinary solid material. Maybe I should layer the nanobots with some anti-stain coating next time to increase its stain resistance, or maybe a self-cleaning feature that can instantly get rid of stains, dust, grime, or any other stuff that could defile it. After all, I really don't want even the tiniest amount of dirt getting inside my body when I store some of the nanobots inside my body. I mentally decided. Of course, I only have to worry about this stuff till I perfect nanotechnology and evolve my nanobots into nanites. Once I can make self-replicating nanites at the molecular scale, then none of these concerns will be a bother anymore. With nanites like that, I would be OP as hell. I mean, nanites of that level can do almost anything including genetic engineering on the go, controlling almost every type of technology in existence, and even affecting the weather to some extent. Honestly, once those nanites are perfected, I would be as strong as Cheon Yeo-woon from the manhwa, Nano Machine, if Cheon Yeo-woon were on steroids that is. However, all of those dreams were far off since I still needed a few years to perfect the technology to reach those standards of magical reality-altering efficiency. I thought with a sigh. Just when I was daydreaming about my inevitable power-up one day, Alfred walked in through the elevator into the main cave where I was trying to wash and clean my armor, followed by Slade in his complete Deathstroke armor. Master Wayne, while I admire your initiative of trying to lessen my burden, however, using fabric softener on your bat armor is about as effective as using a grappling hook to catch a cold. Next time, might I suggest a specialized detergent, or better yet just leaving the cleaning to someone less inclined to fight crime in their spare time? The butler sarcastically said with a small smile on his face as he took a look at the armor which was still nowhere as clean as when he cleaned it. Alfred, I think you misunderstood our ladies' man here. He is not trying to make your job easy but practicing for what his little harem of girlfriends is going to force him to do for them very soon. After all, since he has started painting himself as the most perfect man on earth, he might as well just go the extra mile and become the most lovable house husband in the future. Slade mockingly added with a snicker. Ha. 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 Laugh all you want. But your laughs and giggles won't change the fact that I have multiple capable and extremely beautiful girls ready to share me as their sole lover while one of you is on the verge of getting divorced and the other is still busy trying to impress one woman. I smirked with genuine pride on my face as I dismissively threw the sponge behind me. Anyway, how come you two are here at the same time? Is it your men's night out or something? Because if it is, then I ain't going back to that fishing lake again. You two have zero skills in fishing and we all had to come back empty-handed last time. We were lucky that I was smart enough to buy a fish from Fresh Mart, otherwise, the girls would have laughed their asses off at us. I shook my head as I remembered the unfortunate events that happened the last time we went on a men's night out. Okay, first, that was a low blow. I am not getting divorced. My marriage is currently in a rough patch, but we can recover from that. It's just that my mental health might not always be the best at times, especially during times of high stress. That's why I have been having more and more arguments with my wife. That's actually something I needed to talk to you about. Slade said after a few seconds of hesitation before pointing his fingers at Alfred. But we will talk about that later. Alfred has something to tell you for now. Mine is a lot less important than that. He said before signaling Alfred to start. Young master, I want to confess that I have been concealing something from you these past few days. In truth, I originally considered this as a personal matter that I endeavored to resolve on my own, but it appears I am not as capable as I once was. In fact, I am rather ashamed to admit that. I even attempted to take advantage of my position here by utilizing the influence of the Wayne family to resolve the problem. Yet despite all that, I have still failed to address the situation. He admitted with a melancholic tone, prompting me to raise an eyebrow in his direction, gesturing him to continue. Do you recall how I always mentioned I was alone, without any family? Well, it appears I was mistaken. I do indeed have someone, a blood relative, in fact. You see, when I was a young lad, a little older than you, I was neither as careful nor as responsible as you are. I made numerous mistakes at that age, including getting someone pregnant, Alfred said, a small cough escaping him, a slight blush visible on his embarrassed face. I never knew it until recently, but it seems the woman gave birth to a child, my daughter. Wait, you have had sex before? Wow, I think I once had a nightmare about this. I mean, I am sorry, but I always thought that you were a pure man before you met Miss Tompkins. I could not help but exclaim in pure confusion. That was my first thought as well. I also initially believed that he was either gay or a virgin. Slade commented from the side which both me and Alfred did our best to ignore. I'm not quite sure why either of you would think that, but I've had my fair share of adventures in my time. Well, truthfully, they could be called misadventures since they are now coming back to haunt me, Alfred replied with a tired exhale. Anyway, all jokes aside, I am quite disappointed in you, Alfred. I don't know if you know this, but I always considered you family even before my parents died. I always looked up to you. In fact, you are the person I trust the most in this world. I don't think I had this much trust in even my parents. But it seems that you never had that same level of trust in me, did you? You considered having a daughter as your private business, huh? So, was I always just a job to you, a professional responsibility that you had to complete because you promised my parents? Did you ever consider me your family, like I did? I asked, lacing my words with some classic emotional blackmailing to make sure that he never did this again. Honestly speaking, I really was somewhat hurt at Alfred's attempt to keep such a big secret from me. I was not lying when I said that Alfred was the person I trusted the most in my new life. I might be a paranoid little bastard, but Alfred was someone I could blindly trust with my life, knowing that he would never let me down. So, when he did let me down today, I was genuinely disappointed. I am sorry, young master, but you cannot possibly understand what I was going through. I didn't want to tell you about my daughter because I feared disappointing you. I was afraid you would judge me, that the respect you had for me would disappear. I was terrified of letting you down. Yes, it is true that taking care of you is my job, and that you are my responsibility, but I don't just perform my duties for the pay. I do my job because I love it. I love looking after you. Young master, I have never accomplished anything worthwhile in my life, but watching you grow into a finer man than even your father was, and knowing I played a part in that, is what keeps me going. It is what inspires me to wake up every day with a smile. You are the best thing that has happened to me, young master, and one of the few things in my life that I did right. And no, I don't just consider you my family, you are my family, Bruce. Alfred answered, his voice breaking down with heavy emotion. Oh God, I think I am going to cry, Slade muttered from the side before partially opening his mask and using a tissue to rub his eyes. Wow, I don't know what to say. Thanks, I guess. I think we both needed to get those emotions out of our system, didn't we? I awkwardly chuckled, trying to ignore Slade once again. I guess whoever said that men get awkward around heavy emotions could not be more right, because this was becoming increasingly awkward, now that we were both done expressing our innermost thoughts out in the open. And don't worry, I am here for whatever you need, Alfred. I will give my 100% to bring back your daughter who is effectively more or less my sister. Just tell me who this woman is, and I will sort everything out with her. If she wants money, we will give her as much money as she wants. We can even take her to court if she is abusive, or maybe Batman can Loki threaten her if she is a criminal of some kind. You know what, just give me her name and address and I will take care of the rest. I will bring your daughter to you. I continued with absolute determination. Thank you for saying all that, young master. You have no idea how much those words of yours mean to me. But fret not, you shan't need to employ your power in such a direct manner. The mother isn't inherently a bad person, it is her position that complicates the safe return of my daughter. However, I have discovered a way to achieve this without arousing suspicion, causing a scandal, or alerting any of her adversaries to my daughter's existence. Alfred responded with a smile. As for who her mother is, I believe you may have encountered her once at a public event. She is, in fact, the current Queen of England. He concluded with a straight face. Bruce. Alfred. I knew this would surprise even the genius Bruce Wayne. You owe me $10, Alfred. Slade. After a few seconds of silence which almost felt like an eternity, I looked at Slade with a confused expression on my face before asking, did I? Yes, you heard that correctly, and no, you are not going crazy. I checked the letter the Queen sent him and verified all the information 3 times before coming here. He does seem to have a mysterious daughter with the bloody Queen of England. You see, our friend Alfred here doesn't seem to believe in using protection, and he also must be as fertile as a horse because he got her pregnant in one night. The Queen must have, of course, taken a Plan B pill later, but as we can all see, it was one of the special cases where the pill didn't work. And later, the Queen probably couldn't abort the baby because of her rare blood condition that runs in their bloodline, which makes a lot of meds and surgeries extremely dangerous for them. Almost every member of the royal family tries their best to avoid surgeries for that very reason after all. After the girl was born, the Queen was kind enough not to kill her then and there to get rid of her permanently. Instead, they named her Julia Pennyworth after her father and decided to keep her existence a complete secret till now to maintain their power and squeaky clean image. They silently put her in a well-reputed orphanage, looked after her a little from behind the scenes, and even helped her get inside the Special Reconnaissance Regiment, a special reconnaissance unit of the British Army affiliated with MI6, to make sure that she could take care of herself once she grew up. Julia was always considered a genius and a very capable young girl with a stellar career in front of her, but it seems that she has unfortunately come under the radar of some shady organizations who are also the enemies of the crown because of one of her missions. Slade explained after interrupting my dazed words. Some of these organizations are rather tricky to deal with, and the monarchy is keen to avoid showing any chinks in its armor right now. So, the few people who are aware of Julia now want to discard her as collateral. The Queen, after finding out about this, quite unexpectedly, discovered that she actually possessed some amount of motherly affection for her secret daughter. Thus, she contacted me to help Julia get out of Europe for some time until things settled. However, initially, it was difficult for both the Queen and us to directly use our influence on the special regiment she is involved with without revealing who she really is, but because of the attack that happened on you in Rome as well as the assault that happened on your uncle's family in Brussels, we have found a workaround. Alfred revealed with a sheepish face. A workaround that doesn't involve telling her or the army about her royal bloodline. Yes, we had an opportunity to negotiate with the British Army in the presence of representatives of various other nations of the European Union, and after telling them that we have a lot of information and intelligence on the organization that orchestrated the attack on your aunt and her daughters, I am really proud to tell you that they agreed that as long as we give them what they want, which is simply my and Wayne International's assistance in uncovering essential details about the terrorist organization behind the latest attack, they will permanently station Julia to the US as your bodyguard and will just forget about her. Slade completed Alfred's words with a happy nod, like he was extremely impressed with his negotiating skills. Did you guys just say that she would be permanently assigned as my bodyguard? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 146, Sorting Out Slade's Issues. What you can't accomplish alone becomes doable when you are with someone else. Taichi Yagashi, Kokoro Connect. Bruce Wayne POV. I really hope nobody tries anything stupid against Alfred, at least for their own sake, I muttered audibly after Alfred left with a USB drive I gave him that contained data that I had extracted from the mind of the terrorist leader, as well as various other pieces of evidence I had collected against the militant group, linking it to various other illegal activities all over the globe. In just a short amount of time, I had already found almost everything about them with the help of the memories I stole from the leader's brain. It turns out that the extremist organization that attacked my uncle's family was called the Many Arms of Death, which was actually just a front for a shady company named Cali Corporation which sold weapons. And like most other companies in common stupid comic book plots, the company staged attacks on important diplomats worldwide, particularly in Europe and North America, to encourage nations to upgrade their defense and military capabilities by buying weapons from them. For the wider public, the many arms of death reasoned that they staged attacks to bring about change in the governmental structures of corrupted nations through their violent activities, but the truth was that they were just doing this for money and to help Cali Corporation meet their fucking annual sales target each year. Of course, whoever devised this stupid plan was a massive idiot, since there were hundreds of holes in their logic and their strategy didn't even make sense from a business standpoint. I mean, why would countries buy weapons from a small private company with subpar weaponry designs to upgrade their defenses when they could buy the most cutting-edge technologies from multinational corporations with immense global connections? In fact, after some digging, I found out that a lot of their terroristic activities in the last few years seem to have increased our own weaponry and defense sales instead of theirs, and they still didn't seem to have realized that fact. Cali Corporation was truly a company run by a group of evil idiots. Hearing my concern, Slade seemed to think about it for a few seconds before replying, "I admit politicians are no doubt ruthless and vile, but even the most skilled and experienced of them knows not to anger or antagonize a billionaire who owns and controls one of the biggest corporations in the world. It is common knowledge that even Berkshire Hathaway falls short of the number of businesses Wayne Enterprises has been dominating. So don't worry, they won't be going against their word once Alfred gives them the information, especially since their reputation is the one being affected the most because of the attacks by those terrorists. As for Cali Corporation, they probably will try to bribe a few people to get out of the mess once they realize that they are caught, but ultimately, the result won't change with how much evidence you have on them. The worst they can do is use their militant arm to spread more chaos, but I am 100% sure that your colony, or should I say, Wayne Security, can immediately take care of them in that case. After all, I trained them myself and know for a fact that with their dedication towards you combined with their new physical enhancements, they can absolutely decimate any terrorist organization they encounter." Slade reassured. "You are right. They are plenty enough to protect Alfred. I even gave upgrades to their equipment and weapons. Also, Alfred is plenty capable himself as well. With his skills, the Logger gun, his peak human body, and his nanotech-based tuxedo, it will take a lot for anybody to hurt him. Anyway, it's not like I will play by the rules too. I will be sending a copy of all the pieces of evidence I have collected on the many arms of death and Cali Corporation to my uncle as well. With how bloodthirsty he is for revenge, he will make sure to completely eliminate them using his connections in NATO and the US military. I mean, he isn't exactly one of the most respected captains in the army and an important military advisor to the states because of how kind and forgiving he is." I chuckled while remembering reading about the absurd number of brutal missions he had completed over the years throughout his stellar career. "See, I told you hacking into the Pentagon and checking their data on your family will be useful one day. The only reason you advised me to do that was because you wanted me to delete everything the government had on you and your family," I replied with a deadpan. "That too." He chuckled. "By the way, as I was saying, I need your help on something as well. You aren't too busy, are you? I heard that the crime rate has been increasing in Gotham for the last few days, with new gangs rising out of nowhere while the old ones are coming out of hiding. I even heard rumors about some unique criminals like a mercenary having guns for hands or bank robbers dressing up as human insects with high-intensity flamethrowers." Slade commented before taking a look at the giant screen on the wall where different footage of robberies and other crimes were playing in a loop. "Yeah, but there is nothing too serious. It just seems that a lot of criminals have begun to study hard nowadays with how they have been able to develop unique gadgets to commit crimes. Even those who aren't that smart seem to possess their own unique quirks, while most of the normal criminals prefer working for these special villains. However, it's nothing I can't take care of with a few nights of hard work." "You don't have to worry about that, tell me what you need," I asked, knowing that his asking me for help was a big deal for him since he was the type of person who didn't like asking people for anything, well, anything except for money, that is. Slade was the type of guy who preferred silently suffering alone rather than trying to reach out to anyone else for help. His sense of humor was there to cover up how broken he was from the inside. It was a defense mechanism that he subconsciously came up with to make people like him, even though he would never admit it himself. "Do you remember you once told me that the experimental serum that transformed me into a superhuman might have changed me more than I realize? Like it could have affected my brain as well. Turns out, you were right. It did affect me mentally, and I think it still does. For the last few months, I have been having severe mood changes. At first, the effects were minimal, and I thought I could handle it on my own with training and meditation. But lately, I feel like I am losing control, drowning in all the bad negative emotions inside me. I have been having constant arguments with my wife, Adeline, while neglecting my children. Last week, I even hit her for the first time in my life, simply because she didn't want me to hand a gun to our babies. Honestly, I don't even remember why I tried giving a weapon to my little kids anymore, but all I know is that I am a danger to my family right now. So, I finally decided to ask for your help since I don't know anyone else smarter than you." He somehow blurted out, his voice almost breaking at the end due to his regret. "I am sorry to hear that, Slade. But fret not, I have the solution to your problem right here. I said as I opened one of the top shelves in the corner and took out a small jet injector labeled Deathstroke 0cm1 before tossing it to Slade. That will perfect the enhancement serum formula running through your veins so that it doesn't affect your brain anymore or cause any further personality issues. However, you still have mild PTSD and anxiety issues due to your long period of intense service in the Army. So, I will have to recommend at least half an hour of counseling in the AMU sphere every week for the next 3 months. Cortana will help you with that and make sure that you are as good as new by the time you are done. Oh, and also, get a healthier diet than you currently have. Even your miraculous healing abilities will fall short if you keep eating an XXL-sized cheeseburger with extra cheese on top of it every day. I advised before getting back to cleaning my armor since I was going to need it real soon. That's it. This serum and a few hours of counseling are all I need to cure myself of all my mental health problems, he asked, his voice full of disbelief. And a good diet, yes. But the final results would heavily depend on how much effort you are putting into this. I shrugged casually. So, you had the cure for the imperfect serum all this time. But you didn't even think of telling me until now. Also, to make this, you would have needed my DNA, right? Where did you get that? Don't tell me you stole it from me. Is that why there is a small bald patch on my head? He asked full of righteous anger. Yes, I did have your cure all this time, but tell me, would you have appreciated it if I just handed it over to you? Would you have even taken it? I have been giving hints about your condition for a long time. But every time, you simply chose to ignore me. That's why I never told you about the serum, because I knew that when you truly need it, you would ask for my help and that would be the best time for me to hand it over. And no, I didn't steal your hair. However, I would appreciate it if you never asked me where I got your DNA sample from, since I don't want to remember that phase of my life. But don't worry, I won't be making clones of you or stuff. As for your bald patch, that's either your imagination or because you are getting old. I said, trying my best to hide the fact that I had to steal the tissues he used to masturbate in to get hold of his DNA samples. You are sick. He grumbled like a wronged kid as he began to walk away, which only made me chuckle. Oh, and by the way, I interrupted, making him look back at me in annoyance, you are fucking welcome. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Adventures of Batman, 1. Justice is reason and law. Reason is defined by one's own beliefs, and law is made through power. Iltutmish, Taboo Tattoo. Inside the Bank of America, Gotham Central Park. Omniscient POV. Hey Lloyd, did you see the news this evening? Some genius researcher just claimed that he is going to build a large machine in Star City that can theoretically generate enough energy to power the entire city without any pollution or fuel. Isn't that just unbelievable? He is calling it a particle accelerator or something. The people in the news are even saying that his invention can change the world and we will enter a new age of limitless energy if it ever succeeds. One of the 2 security guards dressed in a light blue uniform, sitting on a chair in front of a dozen monitors showing different camera feeds of the entire bank from different angles, explained to his colleague with genuine excitement in his voice. You are watching too much news nowadays, Harry. This is America. It doesn't matter if someone invents the source of unlimited energy or an infinite food hacks, we will always be the ones ending up paying for it because that's how capitalism works. It leeches us of our wealth and freedom by channeling everything we have into the pockets of the top 1% who are richer than us. Our country right now is a joke, and no matter what potential invention or the next great discovery they try to fill up our minds with, our situation isn't going to improve. God, sometimes I really wish that Hitler would have won that day. At least, that way, we would have known that we are slaves to the elites. His friend, who was dressed in a similar-looking uniform, responded with a displeased click of his tongue before going on to finish his grilled sandwich with an aggrieved look on his face. You are just angry because your wife cheated on you with some rich banker before leaving you with the kids, aren't you? Sigh, don't worry buddy, it's going to get better. It has to. I mean, we live in Gotham. How much worse can it possibly get? Harry replied with a straight face, making his colleague just release an annoyed grunt in response. Harry and Lloyd were both security guards in the Gotham Central Park branch of Bank of America and were currently working their posts in the CCTV control room, diligently guarding the bank at midnight while everyone else in the rest of the city was sleeping in their comfortable beds. Well, at least that's what they would be telling their superior later, because the truth was that they were more focused on anything but keeping an eye on the CCTV cameras. In fact, this had almost become routine for not just the 2 but all 4 of the security guards working in the bank at this time, since they were pretty sure that no idiot in Gotham would ever try robbing a bank that was located just a few blocks away from the police headquarters of the city. Indeed, it was also the reason why every guard in the bank absolutely loved their job here, as they didn't have to worry about having to defend against most of the city's notorious psychotic criminals and gangsters. Unbeknownst to them though, this false sense of security they had developed was about to be shattered very soon because as the two guards continued to converse on various topics, they failed to notice the presence of two men standing at the bank's entrance. These two individuals were clad in bizarre, makeshift costumes, making them look like Comic-Con cosplayers. However, despite looking like they had come straight from a fictional comic book movie, each of the two held extremely realistic-looking weapons in their hands, making it clear that they meant business. "See, I told you this is going to be easy. Every single one of these Gotham cops is a lazy pig. They won't be coming here even if we call them here ourselves. We will be in and out before those fuckers even realize what happened. Just follow my lead," one of the two men standing outside the bank who was wearing a custom-designed tactical vest and a gas mask said with a huge, excited grin on his face as he aimed what looked like a heavily customized water gun at the closed entrance of the bank. For those wondering who he was, the man was none other than a mildly famous supervillain named Killer Moth, a rising name in Gotham's underworld. Besides being known for his obsession with moths, toxic weapons, and bank heists, a crime in which he excelled, he was also known for his admiration of the rumored Dark Knight, someone he wanted to be like one day, although for helping criminals like himself instead of civilians. Image. Yeah, you were right, it was a good idea to do this team-up. This is much more fun than I originally thought it would be. I can't wait to burn a few people to charred flesh with my new flamethrower. I even replaced its fuel with a more efficient one for today's special event. The person standing beside Killer Moth answered with an overenthusiastic voice, sounding almost eager at the prospect of burning someone. Quite similar to Killer Moth, he too was dressed in weirdly styled clothing, but contrary to the former, his costume consisted of what looked like a repurposed, black-painted fire proximity suit generally worn by firefighters along a full gas mask as his headgear and two pairs of small artificial wings attached to his back that made him look like a humanoid dragonfly. However, the biggest difference that separated him from his more well-known partner in crime was the existence of a large flamethrower in his hand, a signature weapon of another notorious supervillain in Gotham who was slowly getting a name in the city's underworld for his brutality. He was none other than the newbie arsonist, Firefly. Image. Hey, slow down right there. I never said that we were going to kill people for no reason. We are just here for the money, not because we are some sort of freaks who derive joy from causing pain to others. As long as we get the money without any hiccups, we can just leave as peacefully as we came. Our weapons here are either only for self-defense or for scaring people. Killer Moth immediately warned his partner with a displeased voice, chastising him for his bloodlust that could put them in unnecessary trouble with the cops, or someone a whole lot worse. No, of course not. Firefly chuckled in response, seemingly agreeing with his veteran partner before aiming his flamethrower at the entrance of the bank and pressing the trigger, releasing an unnaturally large torrent of flames that instantly started to slowly but surely melt the entrance. Whoosh! In a matter of only minutes, the fire melted down a major portion of the entrance into liquid as a hole about the size of a grown man appeared at the center of it, paving a path for both of them into the bank. Special fuel that can make any ordinary flamethrower 10 times stronger. LexCorp does deliver on its promises, doesn't it? Firefly commented with a smirk as the duo walked into the bank through the newly created hole. Cool fire, but it is nothing as impressive as my venom. Killer Moth laughed as he took out a couple of strange-looking gray-colored grenades from his belt buckle and tossed them around randomly. As soon as the grenades exploded, the entire bank was filled with thick white smoke, making sure that the duo could now complete whatever they wanted to do without being shot by snipers or stray cops and guards. They had already mapped the entire building before coming here and knew exactly where the money was stored. So, not wasting any time, they went straight to the primary vault before Killer Moth took out a wet sponge from his buckle and began to rub the entire vault door with it. This is an extremely flammable solution that also has an acidic effect on metals after being combusted. Try using your fire now, it should have an increased effect. He signaled towards the vault. Of course, Firefly did not have to be told twice. He immediately used his flame gun at the highest setting and fired toward the vault. In an instant, the entire room was covered with bright light from the fire as black smoke from the flamethrower began to mix with the white one, forcing even Killer Moth and Firefly to squint a little despite the gas masks on their faces. The moment the fire from Firefly's flamethrower touched the door, the steel caught on fire with a mini explosion, after which in front of their very eyes, the steel door of the vault began to quickly dent, twist, and turn before melting as the heat of the fire intensified with each passing moment. However, before the door could melt completely, Killer Moth and Firefly heard multiple footsteps coming their way. It seems the stupid guards have finally woken up from their slumber. I was quite surprised when we didn't find any of them trying to stop us when we entered the building. But I guess they are just really bad at their job. Don't worry though, they won't be interfering with our work. You see, I mixed a little something for them inside my smoke formula, something they are quite going to enjoy. Killer Moth grinned from behind his mask as the guards slowed down in their approach. By the time they reached the two, all four of them looked like they were more stoned than they had ever been in their entire lives as they staggered around with stupid smiles on their faces like a bunch of drunkard fools. That was surprising. What is in that smoke? Marijuana. Also, where did you buy those smoke bombs? I want some too. Firefly asked while laughing. They are under the influence of a synthetic hallucinogen I made with the help of my moths. Unlike you, I don't buy my gadgets. I simply make them at home. They are 100% homemade. Absolutely killer weapons by the killer moth. He answered with a proud look on his face. Well, whatever makes you happy, buddy. Let's kill them before we melt down the last layer of the vault door. Firefly remarked with a joyful tone in his voice as he aimed his flamethrower at the 5 guards who had already dropped their weapons and were dancing around pretending to chase butterflies. Wait, no. We agreed on no killing without proper reason, remember? Plus, look at them. They aren't a threat to us anymore. We can just do our job, steal the money, and get out before this gets complicated further. Why kill a bunch of people for no reason at all? We have already got access to the money we wanted. Killer Moth asked with a frown on his face as he took a few steps back to make it clear that he wasn't in support of Firefly's idea at all. You think I want to kill them because I feel threatened by their presence? No man, of course not. I don't even want to kill them. I just want to watch them burn. I want to see their skin catching fire, smell their flesh burning, and hear their bones cracking from the heat of the fire. I want to see the visions in their burning corpses. The fire tells me the future, it shows me stuff. It's a gift. Ha. Fire is the most beautiful thing one could ever see. These guards burning in the purest of fires lit by me is a gift, my friend, and I need to give it to them. I need to see what the fire wants to show me. And nobody is going to stop me from that, not even you. Ha 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 ha. Firefly began to laugh crazily while pointing his flamethrower at Killer Moth to make him understand how serious and determined he was about this. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Adventures of Batman, 2. They fear what they don't understand. Pat Novak, RoboCop, 2014. Fuck, you are crazy. This cannot be good for my mental health. You know what, I don't want any part in this. God damn it, I don't want to be a partner in crime of an obsessive arsonist. Just give me my share of the money and I'll walk away. Then you can do anything you wish, including burning a bunch of hallucinating watchguards to ashes. That won't be my problem anymore. Killer Moth finally reasoned while raising his hands to show that he didn't mean any harm to Firefly at all. However, before Firefly could react, a third deeper and more resonant voice suddenly spoke up from deep within the smoke. As happy I am to see the both of you trying to reach a consensus. Unfortunately, however, the only thing the two of you can share after this will be a prison cell. However, even that will heavily depend on how much of you two are left after once I am done with you two. What the hell? Who is it? Show yourself, coward. I swear if you don't come out right now, then I won't care if you are a cop, a security guard, or a civilian. I will burn you alive, no matter what. Firefly threatened as he randomly sprayed fire everywhere around the room from his flamethrower. I'd like to see you try. A tall, armored figure with 2 distinct tall and pointed bat ears at the 2 sides of his head answered in the same deep resonant voice, before calmly walking up to the 2 villains from within the smoke. Oh, fuck. Fuck. It's Batman. Killer Moth yelped in a mixture of fear and surprise, instinctively trying to make a run for it the moment he laid his eyes on the Dark Knight appearing before him, but unfortunately for the villain, a lack of visual clarity because of his bulky gas mask as well as the thick smoke blocking his vision combined in successfully making him fall headfirst onto the floor with quite a loud thud. "Ah, my head." He cried out in pain. You idiot. I knew you didn't have it in you to become a real criminal. Firefly mocked with a snicker before shifting his focus to Batman instead. As for you, I have heard rumors that you are a demon that comes in the night, and not even an onslaught of bullets can penetrate your body. Well, I call it bullshit. But still, I would like to see how you hold on against the purity of fire. I have never seen a burning demon before. I would like to see one today. Ha 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 ha, Firefly laughed maniacally as he aimed his flame gun at Batman, before pressing the trigger. Immediately, a small river of red and yellow fire flooded Batman, threatening to burn him where he stood, but the Dark Knight didn't bother to even move, nor did he react. He just stood still like he didn't even care about the fire at all. Even when the heat touched his armor and tried to burn it to cinders, he just stood there without moving even the slightest, his gaze fixed on Firefly. 2000 degrees Celsius, 3632 degrees Fahrenheit. Impressive. You have been using that flamethrower to burn people alive for the last few days, Firefly. You have killed about 12 people till now, your most common target being the homeless. You are obsessed with fire and burning things alive, right? So, I think you should feel it yourself, how it feels to burn alive. Batman spoke after a few seconds of intense silence as the fire from Firefly's flamethrower began to weaken due to its decreasing fuel. However, dying once from burning does not equal the pain you cause to your 12 victims. No, not at all. You should die every day for what you have done. Batman muttered the last part more to himself as he approached Firefly with steady steps amid the rampaging fire. For the first time in his life, the fire-obsessed villain wasn't so sure about the power of fire anymore. He couldn't figure out what was happening. Why was the man in front of him able to walk unscathed through such a torrent of fire? Didn't fire treat everyone equally? Shouldn't it completely burn Batman to ashes like all other things in the world? At least this should result in some third-degree burns even if the suit is made of the best fire-resistant material in the world. The heat from the fire alone should have made the guy dizzy and weak, but contrary to all of his expectations, the Dark Knight didn't look even the slightest bit bothered. For the first time in his life, Firefly's fear dwarfed his obsession with fire. He wanted to run, to escape, but he couldn't. It was like he was stuck to the ground, like his legs had melted to jelly. Stab! Not even acknowledging Firefly's weak resistance against his might, Batman stabbed him in the neck with the needle of a syringe he had hidden inside his armor and injected the viscous liquid inside the criminal's body. What? What was that? What did you give me? He asked in a panic as he felt a warm twitch slowly descend from his shoulders down through his spine. A special neurotoxin that overstimulates every nerve receptor you have in your body, making you feel so much stinging pain that your mind gets tricked into believing that you are burning alive, although it will never be fatal. It is very useful as a truth serum, but an even more useful tool for torture since it is undetectable in the bloodstream, with its only visible symptom being a slightly heightened temperature. Also, its effects can only be removed after you get injected with the antidote. By the way, only one person in the world has its antidote. Guess who it is? Batman calmly explained with a stoic voice before bringing his lips closer to Firefly's ears. Welcome to Hell on Earth, Garfield Lins. Oh, and don't forget to write what visions you see when you are the one burning alive. He mocked before walking away from the villain, who began to simultaneously cry and scream in pain as he weakly fell down on the floor. Firefly was never going to harm anyone ever again. Even if he somehow got out of jail, he would have to spend the rest of his days at some assisted living or intermediate care facilities. The intense burning feeling in his skin and flesh would never truly go away, not unless Bruce gave him the antidote, which he didn't plan to do at all. It would serve as a reminder of all the sins he had committed, and the more he would try to move around or try to bear through the pain, the worse it would get. He would probably never even be able to properly speak again after this. For the rest of his miserable life, the Firefly, aka Garfield Lins, was truly going to pay for all the sadistic crimes he had committed against the innocent. No, please. I surrender. I didn't do anything. I am innocent here. I was against Firefly's idea of burning and killing people from the very start. In fact, I will never even try to go back into the world of crime. I will leave all this behind. Just please, don't do it. I swear to my dead parents and my future wife and children that I will never again break the law. I will surrender to the cops. I will plead for the maximum sentence. Even after I get released, I will destroy all my weapons and gadgets and live an ordinary life. Just please don't do to me what you did to Firefly. Please. Please. Killer Moth began to cry with streams of tears and snot leaking from his eyes and nose. He had initially thought about taking a chance and attacking Batman with his toxins before trying his luck to escape. But the moment he had witnessed the Dark Knight surviving Firefly's flamethrower unscathed after being in its direct line of fire, all thoughts of resistance instantly left his mind. Furthermore, when he saw the fire-obsessed villain crying and screaming in pain, Killer Moth had completely given up. Right now, after hearing about the punishment that Batman had doled to Firefly, he wanted nothing more than to just somehow survive this ordeal. If he had to spend the rest of his miserable life in prison for that, he was prepared for exactly that. I will give you a chance, Drury Walker, to right your wrongs. I expect you to wait here and surrender yourself to the cops. Tell them everything, and I mean everything, but remember, I will be listening. If you try to weasel out of your deserved punishment, I will know and I will find you. I know everything there is to know about you. There is nothing you can do to fight me or ever escape me. I am vengeance itself. I will find you and I will make you suffer pain so unimaginable that you will wiggle, and you will beg, praying for the sweet release of death. But I won't allow you that release. And if somehow you succeed in killing yourself, you won't find peace when you wake up in hell. You will find me. Batman announced in an exceptionally chilly and grim voice. Remember, Drury, I am always watching. From every shadow, every nook, every corner, every dark place that you can possibly imagine, I am always watching. Don't let me regret sparing you, or you will regret ever being born. He finished his words before turning back towards the direction of the entrance. Before departing, he simply lifted his left hand, commanding his nanobot armor to swiftly expand to quintuple its initial size around his arm, giving his hand a similar appearance to the Hulk's. Then channeling his chi into it, he swung with all his might. With a swoosh, the smoke enveloping the entire area was dispelled by the airflow from the single swing of his arm, revealing the interior of the bank once more. The guards remained in their dazed and hallucinated state, but Batman could determine from their symptoms that they would recover to their normal selves once again after a few hours of rest. A couple of GCPD cars also began to finally arrive at the location, which made Batman smirk inwardly in amusement before disappearing in the darkness of the night, only leaving a couple of hallucinating security guards, Firefly screaming and crying in pain and Killer Moth still sitting on the floor in the exact same position, his body shaking in fear with a thin stream of liquid visibly dripping down his pants. It was another successful night for the Darkest Knight. I've opted not to create mini-arcs for each minor Batman villain, as it would be time-consuming, and most of them are not formidable enough to challenge this version of current Bruce Wayne. Instead, these minor villains will be featured in a series of chapters called Adventures of Batman, with each villain receiving a maximum of 1 to 2 chapters of exposure. Also, these chapters will be placed all throughout the story to make it clear that Bruce isn't just always at home inventing stuff but out cosplaying too when he is needed. Give me Power Stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 149, The Origin of a Failsafe. If you only face forward, there is something you will miss seeing. Vash the Stampede, Trigun. Bruce Wayne POV. 5 years of imprisonment for the Killer Moth and 30 years for the Firefly, huh? That is a long enough sentence for a city with a corrupted government like this. Of course, if they try escaping their cells and returning to their life of crime again, their punishment won't be mere imprisonment anymore. I believe in giving second chances where there is due but not third or fourth ones. However, that being said, Firefly won't be able to escape or do anything whatsoever in his current condition, although I have a feeling that Killer Moth won't try it either. I gave a knowing smile as I observed the case details of the 2 former criminals. You know, Killer Moth would have gotten a longer statement too, but the fact that he pleaded guilty and that he hadn't actually killed anyone till now played in his favor. He was extremely lucky that he hadn't become a true villainous criminal yet, otherwise, this could have gone very badly for him, either in the form of a very long sentence in court or worse, a very agonizing punishment from you. Cortana agreed with me as she showed me the various petty crimes Killer Moth had been committing to try and start his career in the Gotham criminal underworld. Anyway, have you finally decided what type of body you want? I have been thinking about it for a while and I think you should go for a body that you could disguise as a human through hologram projection technology. If you want, I could even give it some unique abilities like elemental manipulation. I asked while imagining EDI from Mass Effect with the wind or magma manipulation powers of Red Tornado or Red Volcano. Or I could also build you a body like the Terminator X, fitted to the brim with high-tech weapons and an advanced nanotech mimetic polyalloy. That could be quite versatile, especially since this would be your first ever body. I advised her, trying to help her in choosing the most effective physical body for her. But if you can wait just for a few more years, I think I can even build you a body that can change and adapt to anything, I muttered while picturing Amazo from DCAU or the Super Adaptoid from Marvel. Hell, even the adapting Sentinels from Days of Future Past were OP. Actually, I had been thinking about this for a while, Bruce. As much as I love your enthusiasm, I think I have a better idea for my body than just simple mechanical androids. I remember that you once mentioned the concept of a synthezoid where one can merge an organic body with that of a machine using artificial tissue grafting and nanotechnology to create something much greater than the sum of its counterparts. I think I would like something like that, with a little twist of course. She responded with a mischievous voice like she knew something I didn't. A partially organic body? What do you have in mind exactly? I asked while raising one of my eyebrows with some confusion. We still have that Kryptonian woman's body in one of our freezers, don't we? She asked, trying to give me a clue as to what she really wanted. You want a dead Kryptonian as your new body? I questioned in a tone of absolute surprise. How is that an upgrade? Why would you want someone else's dead body? Even if we don't consider using the dead Kryptonian's body as illegal organ harvesting or some type of necrophilia, the fact remains unchanged that the woman wasn't special in any way, nor was she that good-looking. She was just an average female Kryptonian warrior. Taking her identity would be useless for you. I expressed my doubts. Also, if you are doing this to gain the powers of a Kryptonian, then believe me, the power to adapt and copy other powers is much more useful. It's not just about the power, Bruce. Once I become a synthezoid, you can always make changes later to my body to give me the super adapting powers that you are talking about. The reason why I want her body is because I want to be an organic being. I want to feel exactly like you, Alfred, Vicky, Helena, or Selena feel. I want to feel the wind in my face and smell the aroma of food. I want to taste Alfred's cooking and experience true emotions while feeling different hormones racing inside me. Her body will let me feel all those things. And the best thing is that while we turn her biological body into a synthezoid, we could always change her face and the rest of her physical body traits to what we desire. So, she will be practically new once we are done with the operation. I know that you have already successfully developed Red Sun solar lanterns to weaken Kryptonians into being powerless. We can use those to complete the procedure without any difficulties. She answered with an excited voice. But why do you want her corpse exactly? Why not just use her and Clar's Kryptonian DNA to make a brand new clone body? You know very well that I have the technology to do that. Hell, with some changes, I could even make a brain-dead Kryptonian female even stronger than her or Clark. You won't even have to be a synthezoid to inhabit her body. All we will need to upload your consciousness into a newly cloned body is a couple of microbrain implants. That would be the most effective way for you to have an organic Kryptonian body for yourself, and I am sure that you have already thought of that too. So, despite all that, why do you insist on trying to take over her lifeless carcass? I questioned her with a frown. Because I have already started working on her dead body a few months ago. You see, after you were done extracting samples of her tissues and organs, you gave me the authority to store her body away since you had no more use for it. However, I thought that storing or disposing of such a valuable specimen would be useless. So, I started a new project of my own. I call it Failsafe. It was supposed to be the ultimate protocol in case you were ever in mortal danger, the ultimate weapon that I could use to rescue you if nothing else worked. But sadly, the project wasn't as easy as I initially imagined it to be. I tried to introduce several changes inside the Kryptonian dead body to make it better and stronger while parallelly trying to nullify the weaknesses that their race inherently possesses, but quite surprisingly, those weaknesses never went away completely. Even the extra abilities that I tried to incorporate into them weren't too successful. The only reason the body didn't completely deteriorate was because of the Kryptonian birthing matrix technology we copied from the space pod that Clark arrived in. Cortana revealed with a downcast voice. Of course, that would be the case. Kryptonian DNA is extremely unstable to work with since it reacts differently to different energies. Making their clones or changing their genetic structure is extremely difficult, even though not quite impossible. I remember hearing once that there were a lot of failed clones of Superman over the years, but as time went by, some were indeed successful in cloning him without defects. So, it was not a surprise that Cortana failed to complete her failsafe since she just didn't have enough data about Kryptonians yet. Maybe she could have been successful in doing this on her own after she got access to the data of the Kryptonian Genesis chamber in the Fortress of Solitude, but unfortunately for her, she has no knowledge of it right now. The weaknesses of Kryptonians can't be removed as easily as you think, Cortana. If it was that simple, I would have already converted myself into a perfect Kryptonian by now. I am smart enough to concoct a serum that could make me a Kryptonian even if it is for a day, if not permanently. However, the reasons stopping me from doing exactly that are their multiple apparent weaknesses. For example, theoretically, green kryptonite should make Kryptonians as weak as normal humans since it destroys the unique solar energy stored in their bodies, right? But why do you think that they struggle to even stand up while near those glowing pieces of green rocks? It's because they are going from being planet-destroying powerhouses to ordinary humans in less than a second. From a human perspective, it's like going from zero gravity to normal gravity in a single beat. The stored solar energy in their bodies depletes so fast that to them, it is like going from an abundance of oxygen to barely having any. That's why they can barely even move under the effects of kryptonite or red Sunday. And of course, I hope that you haven't forgotten that many more forms of kryptonite also exist which can cause other unexpected effects on Kryptonians that might be even worse than the green one, like making them evil, creating their twisted clones, or giving them multiple personality disorders. I do not need that many weaknesses in me. To me, being an enhanced superhuman is better than being a normal Kryptonian. But I do see where you are coming from. A failsafe which could take on a Kryptonian-level being in a fair fight could certainly be useful in a universe as dangerous as this one. I revealed with a face full of apparent distaste. It was true. I could indeed become a Kryptonian if I truly wanted. The formula I had come up with could make anyone a full-fledged Kryptonian for a day, and I was positive that with some tweaks, I could even extend it to weeks or months. I could even make it permanent if I could just gather more data about Kryptonians somehow. But I wasn't keen on doing it because I simply had better plans in mind. I do want the powers and strength of a Kryptonian. Every person who has ever watched a Superman movie does. But I want them without any baggage. Or I should say I want their ultimate versions without any weaknesses whatsoever. And I even had a plan for that. I wanted to use Kryptonian DNA to perfect a certain serum that once made a drug addict into the unstable Golden Superman of Marvel. Yes, my ultimate plan was to perfect the Golden Sentai serum, although honestly, I was still far from that goal since I couldn't even figure out the first step to make the said serum. But still, one can dream, right? Fine, I'll help you shape the Kryptonian's dead body into an appropriate vessel for you. I'll make you a synthezoid and get rid of those petty weaknesses as well. Since you will be half machine, doing it will be monumentally easier. In fact, I think we can actually use kryptonite to our advantage for this. We could even try and use the 8th metal we got from the Olympians to make the nanites for your synthezoid body. I am pretty sure it will be even better than vibranium if we are successful. I thoughtfully uttered as I remembered the 8th metal chunk I had stored in one of my lockers. Initially, I thought that Hephaestus had only sent me 50 kilograms of the metal, but it turns out that the term lighter than air wasn't just for sounding cool. The volume of metal that Hephaestus had sent me was huge. Its mass did add up to only 50 kilograms, but the chunk of metal he had gifted me with was more like the size of a massive pillar or boulder. The only reason it was able to fit inside the gift box was because of the magical cloth the metal was wrapped in. The cloth seemed to be some kind of magical item that could decrease the size of the boulder into that of a big rock when wrapped around the metal. Of course, I tried to spam it for various other functions too when I first learned of it, but unfortunately, Hephaestus had already expected me to try to abuse it and had thus charmed the cloth in such a way that it only worked when wrapped around 8th metal. As I mentioned, I had an ample supply of 8th metal for constructing Cortana's synthezoid body, with a significant amount remaining to create my own items. However, the only thing we will have to worry about is a power source strong enough to power a Kryptonian's body in case of an absence of yellow sunlight for extended periods, but I guess we can worry about that later when it comes to that. I nodded while contemplating if I could ever find something as powerful as one of the Infinity Stones for her in the DC universe, just like Vision had the Mind Stone in the MCU. Although, now that I think about it, I could build an energy source for her too. An arc reactor would be useless in her case since the energy it could produce at its peak would be like a drop of water in a well when it comes to the amount of energy a Kryptonian would need to function, but I could theoretically make a mini-sun for her, much like Dr. Octopus once tried in the original Spider-Man movie. A source of infinite yellow solar energy for a Kryptonian. Gosh, I am getting goosebumps. I thought to myself with a dreamy smile. Thank you for respecting my wishes, Bruce. I promise you that I will do my absolute best to protect and serve you with my body. Cortana declared in a passionate voice as her hologram jumped in delight. I should start using hard light technology in the cave as well. She will be of much more help that way, especially since we will have to work overtime to make her new body. I made a mental note to myself. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 150, Attack of the Colony, 1. Spartans. Prepare for glory. King Leonidas, 300. Bruce Wayne POV. Oh, and also your uncle, Jacob Kane left a message for you, sir. He has agreed to use your soldiers from Wayne Security as guards for his family. It seems that his wife, Mrs. Gabrielle Kane, succeeded in coaxing him to agree to it. However, he has a condition. He wants to see the effectiveness of the colony for himself first. He wishes to test them with a mission. Cortana informed, her voice and demeanor back to her professional secretary mode. He is seeking Wayne Security's collaboration with the U.S. military to dismantle a terrorist stronghold, more specifically a hideout currently utilized by the many arms of death. By the way, this is one of the strongholds of which you supplied intelligence to the European Union through Alfred. So, it appears that this is not just merely a test of the suitability of Wayne Security's soldiers as personal guards, but also an evaluation of their potential as mercenaries for partnership and utilization by U.S. defense forces when necessary. Your uncle is giving you a chance to prove your company's effectiveness to the U.S. government and defense forces. Really? Ha 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 ha, it seems my uncle wants to give me a birthday gift ahead of time. Well, I guess the saying is true, family is indeed always there for help. Cortana informed the Alpha Platoon that they will be going on a terrorist elimination mission. If my uncle wants to see a show, we will give him a good one. Also, there will be no need for the U.S. military to be deployed as well. Wayne Security will be handling this on its own. I am sure that he will agree to it too once he learns that I will personally guarantee the success of the mission while Wayne Solutions will compensate all losses and damages if anything goes wrong. I ordered. Got it, boss. I'll get to it. Cortana saluted dutifully. At that moment, one of the VR chambers situated at one of the corners of the cave suddenly opened with a hush sound as a figure slowly crawled out of it like a zombie. God. How much time has it been since I was in the VR machine? I swear I hate therapy more than even my in-laws. Also, why the hell would someone make a digital therapist as hot as a supermodel with such seductive and revealing clothes, yet not allow the patients to even touch her? My PTSD might be slowly getting cured with these weekly therapy sessions, but my wet dreams about that hot therapist MILF are just increasing every day. I think I might even be developing a bad case of PTBD now, post-therapy boner disorder. He snickered to himself at his own bad joke while sporting a boner in his tight spandex suit before finally noticing me and Cortana staring at him, leading to his smile instantly disappearing. Oh, hey guys, didn't see you there. You didn't hear anything, did you? He asked with a weak smile as he subtly tried to cover his boner with his left hand. We saw and heard everything, I answered with a deadpan. Even recorded it for your wife to watch later, Cortana joined in with an innocent smile. Shit. 36 hours later, 1 a.m. at midnight. Somewhere near the Karapinar Desert, Turkey. Omniscient POV. Remember everyone, this is not just our first real mission, it is also our first opportunity to prove our worth to our generous benefactor and employer. According to our intel, in the middle of this desert, there is a hideout of the terrorist group called Many Arms of Death, the same organization responsible for attacking one of the family members of Mr. Wayne. We were successful in being able to trace the location of the hideout using advanced scanners and satellites, but now that the existence of this place has been confirmed, we have been tasked to eliminate everyone in the base while searching for more clues about the other bases and figuring out the identity of the topmost leaders of the organization without causing an international incident. This mission was set in motion as a contract from the US military, and it is imperative that the European Union or the government of Turkey not find out anything about it, as it is supposed to be highly classified. So, we will have to be subtle and complete the assignment without alerting any of the local authorities. Furthermore, we have intel that some of these terrorists might be skilled and experienced professionals, deadly assassins who were trained to kill from birth. So be careful and do not in any way underestimate the enemy. You are free to use your abilities as you want. Use plasma weaponry to your advantage. Remember, their base is heavily fortified, but our advanced armor can take the heat. Move fast and hit hard. However, do not forget that explosives can only be used with explicit permission from me or whoever is in charge in my place. That is all for now. Godspeed. Jack, the leader of the Alpha platoon of the colony, finished briefing his subordinates with a nod before popping a white pill into his mouth. Following his briefing, the rest of the members gave him a disciplined salute before swallowing a similar-looking small white pill too, as they prepared themselves both physically and mentally to infiltrate the enemy, their hearts beating with pure excitement for their first mission. Mountain Desert Base of Many Arms of Death, Karapinar Desert, Turkey. A durable, cool-looking armor and plasma-based weaponry inspired from the world of Rebel Moon weren't the only things Bruce had given his colony members to ensure their strength. He had also changed their bodies with a few medical treatments and re-engineered them to be better than ordinary humans. Under his guidance, they not only had peak human bodies but also possessed an extra organ called the mosaic organ. This new organ was quite peculiar. In general conditions, it mostly remained dormant in their bodies, but after coming in contact with a special chemical, it could temporarily enhance and change the human body physically as well as genetically to become something better. The organ could give its bearer the toughness, adaptability, and resilience of a cockroach while also providing them with a special ability from a different animal or insect species with whom they were the most compatible. This temporary power-up only persisted for 1 hour before the subject would need the chemical again, but as one might expect, 1 hour was plenty enough for a superhuman soldier to win a war. Currently, all 20 soldiers in the Alpha platoon were using these very cockroach-like abilities in the darkness of the night to stealthily advance up the mountain base while effortlessly scaling the walls. Once they were close enough to the entrance of the caves where the militants were expected to be hiding, Jack raised his fist, signaling the team to spread out. They moved quickly with practiced precision, their plasma rifles ready. The first line of defense in the base, a group of heavily armed militant guards keeping watch over the surroundings, were taken out swiftly and silently, the plasma bolts cutting through their armor like butter. Entrance secured, one of the operatives, who had the enhanced speed of a Japanese hornet, whispered while snapping the neck of the last guard at the entrance. Proceeding to the main compound. Copy that, Jack responded before using his enhanced strength of a Hercules beetle to smash through the entrance and the barricades. As soon as they broke through the entrance, a hail of bullets rained down on the colony members almost as if the enemy was lying in wait for them. It was their good fortune that their armors were bulletproof, and they possessed the durability of literal cockroaches, otherwise, it would have been uncertain if they could have remained unscathed even with their sharpened skills of an assassin. However, despite the initial shock, the colony members quickly adapted to the situation. Their enhanced abilities and superior skills gave them an edge over the ordinary terrorists they were facing in close combat, enabling them to take down their foes with almost brutal efficiency. While the colony soldiers were busy eliminating the worthless terrorists, in the heart of the base, two figures dressed in sleek, black-colored combat armor observed the fight on CCTV displays with begrudging faces as they wondered if they could escape or not. These two were not run-of-the-mill terrorists, they were professional assassins. They knew that despite having an advantage in numbers, they were fighting a losing battle. Winning against 20 superpowered warriors with high-tech weaponry was tough for them. They knew a losing battle when they saw one, and this was exactly that, a losing fight. However, they could not just admit defeat, especially since they had responsibilities of their own, duties they needed to fulfill. And most important of all, they had something in the cave that could not be allowed to fall into the hands of these infiltrators, no matter what. They would have to stop the invaders somehow, even if it meant completely blowing up this place to absolute shreds. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 151, Attack of the Colony, 2. Everything is gonna work out exactly the way it's supposed to. Tony Stark, Avengers Endgame. Omniscient POV. We have to make sure to protect the Desert Rose. It can never fall into the hands of the invaders. Activate the detonation charges, Pike. Even if we must blow this entire base to protect the secret, we will do exactly that. One of the two extremist leaders, observing the colony soldiers decimating their troops, ordered in a grim tone of voice. Both of them were dressed in similar-looking black coats. The only thing that set apart the speaker from the other men in the room was a shining thin sword in his hands, or a rapier to be exact, while the other man was holding a small spear-like weapon commonly known as a pike. I have already set the charges, rapier. This is the detonator for it. We can blow this entire place up whenever we want. Pike quickly responded with a nod while showing a small black remote that he was tightly holding in his hands. However, we should escape through the hidden tunnels underneath before we activate the detonator. Although I am ready to give my life to the cause, I am sure that the council would appreciate it more if we could inform them what truly happened here today, he said before removing the carpet from the floor of the room and revealing a small trapdoor underneath. Rapier showed a small frown on his face at Pike's words, but after thinking for a few moments, he too agreed with his logic. It wasn't even a question that both of them were immensely loyal to the organization they worked for. They were ready to give their lives at a moment's notice for the cause, but that didn't mean they wouldn't even try to escape with their lives intact. They were human beings too, and like most human beings in the world, they wanted to survive. Running away so soon. I should have known that all of you people's talks and ideals about changing the world and helping humanity rise against their corrupt governments were a ton of crap. Just when they were preparing to escape through the trapdoor, a voice suddenly interrupted them. The two immediately became alert to the noise and began to look around, trying to determine where the voice had originated from, but even after scanning the entire room, they couldn't find anyone or anything out of place. It was as if those clear words they had just heard originated from thin air. Do it, Pike. Activate the trigger, now. Reaper quickly shouted while pointing at the detonator in Pike's hands. Alerted by Reaper's warnings, Pike decided to activate the detonator anyway and blow up the entire place without taking any chances. But before his finger could even twitch in response to the decision he had just made in his mind, a sudden pulse of energy seemed to manifest out of nowhere and short-circuited the remote, destroying it before it could be used for its true purpose. No. Both Pike and Reaper screamed as they felt the last remaining hope of completing their task slowly slip away from their grasp. As much as we would like to see every one of you, filth, get burnt to ashes, we are still under orders from the chief to investigate the entire base before destroying it. So, you will have to settle for dying at my hands like the dogs you are instead of some last-measure suicide. The voice again declared, but this time Pike and Reaper were finally able to see the source of the voice as the human figure of Captain Jack, the leader of the Alpha Division of the colony, slowly materialized in front of their eyes. Chief was right. This suit's stealth capability is almost as good as Jenny's camouflage power that comes with her paint-top cuttlefish legacy. Jack muttered to himself with a small smile under his mask while calmly walking towards the two militants. You destroyed everything. You have no idea what you have done. Thousands of innocents will die because of you if what is found here ever gets out into the world. You are no better than killers. Reaper shouted in rage as he and Pike rushed towards Jack with their weapons drawn. Didn't your master ever teach you? Never bring medieval weapons to a gunfight. He quipped as he shot Pike in the chest with his energy gun, which seemed to knock the spear-wielding extremist out cold before casually blocking Reaper's sword strike with the back of his hand. You are trained well. However, unfortunately for you, bladed weapons no longer work against me, at least not blades made of common steel. Captain Jack punched the thin steel sword, instantly breaking it in half with a single strike. Reaper, although shocked by Jack's monstrous strength, didn't waste any time displaying surprise in his voice and immediately threw a grenade at him, not even caring about his own life or the life of his colleague. Jack, however, instead of dodging the grenade and taking cover, quickly caught it and threw it out of the room before bracing for the explosion. And indeed, a few seconds later, there was a small boom sound followed by dust flying everywhere, but none of the three appeared to be hurt due to the explosion. Stop. We can pay you as much as you want. We will give you everything you could possibly desire. Reaper tried to plead to buy some time while already preparing to throw another grenade from his buckle, but Jack was much faster. He punched the terrorist in the throat before grabbing and easily twisting both of his arms, breaking them in the process. I don't make deals with terrorists. Also, you can never give me what I want because what I desire has to be earned, not given. He replied with a snort before letting the unresponsive body of the terrorist drop to the ground from his hold. Inner base secured, Lucas finally reported after making sure that there was no more active threat in the room while lightly pressing the earpiece on his helmet as he breathed heavily. Send in the extraction team. Copy that, Captain. Also, we found what seems like a small indoor plant research garden. They seem to be growing some sort of unique plant in here, probably to manufacture drugs. We are moving in to secure samples from it. The guy from the other end responded within a second. Do it quickly and secure everything you collect from here in isolation boxes only. We have orders to send them to the boss directly without alerting the military in any way. He warned in a commanding voice. Anyway, good work, everyone, Jack congratulated over the comms, his voice becoming more lighthearted. Once everything is secured, Bag the bodies and set the high-density explosive charges. Our mission will be accomplished once we destroy any and all traces of this godforsaken terrorist hideout. After that, we can return to base. As the soldiers in the Alpha team of the colony completed their assigned tasks and prepared for extraction, they unknowingly released a small exhale of relief they were holding back in their chests after finally getting the confirmation that they had succeeded in the very first mission of their lives while working for their new employer. Batcave under Wayne Manor, Gotham. Bruce Wayne POV. The answer is still no, Ace. I am not going to build bone-shaped plasma grenades for you. And I am definitely not going to build machine guns that can shoot hairballs for your little cat friend. I can be considered somewhat of a mad scientist by now, but I am not that mad. I answered my pet dog while trying to fix the new hard-light hologram generating machine that I was trying to build in my Batcave. Woof woof, Ace barked in apparent sadness as he struggled to let go of the idea. I didn't even know why he wanted such weird weapons in the first place. In his own words, he is trying to pacify the animal underworld of Gotham and bring peace among all species of animals or something. Of course, he was just exaggerating stuff. I have given him and Miss Whiskers a few self-defense gadgets over the years to protect themselves from danger, so he was probably expecting me to fold like I always do, but there was no way I could in good consciousness ever let them near plasma grenades. Giving a dog and a cat weapons of mass destruction is where I draw the line to pampering my pets. I actually get it. They probably just want to play with me and Selena more since we are always busy most of the time, but surely, I could find much better toys and games for them than plasma grenades, jetpacks, or even hairball shooting machine guns. Sir, if I may interrupt your important conversation with your pet dog, I have come across some important pieces of information that you should know of. Specifically, I have 2 pieces of good news and 1 slice of bad news for you. Which one would you like to hear first, sir? Cortana asked, interrupting my conversation with Ace. Sigh, the good news, I guess. First, the Alpha platoon succeeded. They even found some interesting stuff in the base which they will be sending over to the cave. Second, the British government accepted Alfred's deal. They will be transferring his daughter to Gotham permanently and even allow her to become a US citizen if she wants. Cortana revealed. Of course, most of them have no idea that she is the daughter of the Queen and thus the Princess of the UK. So, it will be better if we keep it that way. Okay, got it. That was quick, by the way. These discussions can even take months at a time. But again, Alfred is really good at these types of things. He is a master negotiator with that sexy British accent of his. It's not a surprise he pulled this off so easily. I praised my extremely efficient Giga Chad of a combat butler. Anyway, so what's the bad news? She will be assigned here with the mission to protect you, the multi-billionaire genius Bruce Wayne, as your personal bodyguard from any future assassination attempts. This has been approved by both the UK and US governments. So, you will have to let her protect you for the next few years, at least until the guys in the UK forget about her and the US government officially accepts her citizenship. Fuck my independent life. A/N, sorry for the delay in updates, but I was suffering from a fever and I couldn't even understand half the stuff I was writing. It took 3 days for me to write even a single chapter. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 152, Father and Daughter. I wanted to protect everything. But I failed, and that's the sin I bear. So, this time I can't fail to protect them. Meliodas, Nanatsu no Taizai. Bruce Wayne POV. Upon learning of Alfred's return from Europe, I was eager to speak with him. Although I had consented to his daughter, Julia Pennyworth, serving as my new official bodyguard, I still didn't like the idea of her following me around everywhere all the time. I initially assumed she would just be my bodyguard in title only, but according to Cortana, Julia was to take her protective role quite seriously if she were to remain in America, even if it was merely for the sake of appearances. So, after Cortana told me that he had gone towards the mansion's workout room, I went straight there to clear things up. Hey Alfred, Cortana told me that you are working out here. I needed to talk with you about something important. Oh shit, I am so sorry, I should have knocked. I almost panicked in surprise after noticing that rather than Alfred doing old man yoga exercises in the room as I had expected, it was instead a young blonde girl working out in tight yoga clothes. Bruce Wayne, you are finally up. And please, you don't have to be sorry for entering your own workout studio. As a matter of fact, I'm the one who should be sorry for using this place without permission. Forgive me for that. Honestly, I wanted to join my post as your bodyguard the moment I came here, but Alfred told me that you were sleeping in your room and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. He showed me to my room and left to prepare some food for me, but I wasn't feeling tired enough to sleep. So, I then decided why not survey the mansion to see if it needed any extra safety measures. But then I came across this mini gym/yoga room and thought, why not use my free time to work out a little bit? Julia Pennyworth, Alfred's only daughter spoke up in a mildly anxious voice, probably nervous that her actions might have resulted in her getting fired on the very first day of her job. Oh, I see. So, Alfred told you that I was sleeping. Very well then, you can continue working out. I'll leave you to your devices. I needed to talk to Alfred anyway. By the way, enjoy your stay here, and if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Alfred for it. I quickly tried to leave since I had no idea just how much she knew about her relationship with Alfred and the Queen of England, or about my secret hobby at night. After all, how much Alfred wanted his daughter to know about his life wasn't my decision. I had already caused Alfred a lot of trouble by revealing my secret identity to Leslie, and I didn't want to do it again. By the way, I think I have been taking the aspect of keeping my secret identity a secret as almost a joke. I have been revealing my secret life to too many people. Maybe I should take this more seriously, since having my secret flushed into the public would be somewhat inconvenient for my regular life, especially if it happens this early. I thought to myself. Oh no, I can't possibly ignore my duty as your bodyguard. I have researched a lot about you before coming here, Mr. Wayne. I know you are a really busy man. Times magazine says that you work harder than any other CEO in the corporate world, with most of your time spent deciding on how to change the world for the better. In fact, now that I think about it, you must be going to one of your company meetings right now. I insist that I have to come with you too to make sure that you are well protected. After all, that's what I am here for. Julia responded with a determined and slightly excited voice, making her dedication to follow through with her job very apparent. Yeah, of course, I am going to visit one of my companies right now to work towards changing the world and helping humanity. I couldn't help but instantly reply. As a matter of fact, a late-night meeting yesterday was the actual reason why I couldn't wake up early today. Otherwise, I would have already started working by now. I lied with a straight face, not wanting to reveal to her that I spent most of my days cooped up in my bat cave, trying to make cool stuff rather than help change the world for the betterment of human civilization. Okay then, I'll get ready and meet you at the front door in 2 minutes. Please wait for me, Mr. Wayne. She requested before rushing out of the indoor gym in a hurry. Hi, Alfred. Despite her hurry, she still didn't forget to politely greet the butler on her way out, who was patiently standing by the door with a small smile on his face. You heard everything, didn't you? Bruce asked him once Julia was out of earshot. Every single word, young master. Believe me, I could not have been happier when I heard that you were going to get out of your little cave and visit one of your companies instead. You really need the fresh air, Master Bruce. As I have told you a million times before, spending your entire youth in your basement isn't the best way for you to live your life. Alfred answered in his wise old man voice before adding, however, while I take immense pride in the transformation within you, driven by your pride in your denial of the truth to Julia, that you simply don't work that hard in your office or attend continuous meetings like other businessmen, I should still remind that, at the end of the day, she is my own biological daughter. Don't let your mind harbor any impure thoughts that even remotely suggest you can woo her. She is not that type of girl. You will be disappointed if you pursue her romantically. Alfred patted my back with a kind smile on his face. What are you talking about, Alfred? Of course, I am not going to go after your daughter. She is your daughter, for God's sake. What do you even think of me as, a horny beast whose only motive in life is to flirt with girls? Even I have limits. Also, what do you mean she is not that type of girl? Any woman who falls in love with me has the best taste in men ever, period. Your words are deeply insulting to Selena, Nissa, and Talia, you know. Just because they agreed to be part of my harem doesn't mean that they don't have standards. I criticized him, appearing visibly distraught at his blatant accusation. I am sorry if you misunderstood me, Master Bruce, but I didn't mean to say that you are not fit for my daughter. What I meant was that she will simply never be interested in you because she is only attracted to girls and is what you would call a lesbian. So, unless you have a surprise down there that I don't know about, you simply aren't someone she will ever consider dating. Alfred revealed with a straight face. Wait, so you warned me because you were more concerned about me getting hurt by your daughter's rejection because of her sexual preferences rather than your daughter getting her heart broken by me. Wow, talk about winning the award for being the best bro of the year. I joked aloud. However, his words still made it clear just how biased Alfred was towards me in his judgment. In some parts of his mind, I ranked the same position as his daughter in his list of priorities, if not even higher than her, which was honestly quite flattering to hear. I don't know what you are talking about, young master. But I advise that you should get dressed in proper clothes before Julia gets down. Even though in my experience, 2 minutes is equivalent to 2 hours when it comes to women getting ready, we should still keep in mind that Julia was a soldier in the army and had served in the MI6. She probably won't take more than 10 minutes to get ready. You don't want to be late and keep her waiting now, do you? The butler warned, gesturing to the wristwatch on his hand. Sure. Just one last question. How much have you told her about my mission in Gotham, as well as the fact that you and the Queen of England are her biological parents? I asked to get our story straight and to make sure that there would be no misunderstanding later on. But just a look at his face told me that he hadn't even tried breaking the news to her. Alfred looked like he wanted to avoid the topic like a sore thumb. For a few seconds, he remained silent, organizing his thoughts, probably even making a plan in his mind on how to reveal everything to his daughter in the best manner possible. But before he could open his mouth, a sudden gasp of shock grabbed both of our attention, making us turn towards the door where Julia was now standing, dressed in a black trench coat, a pair of black cargo pants and a pair of tactical boots. "You are my absentee father," she exclaimed with a mixture of shock and disbelief. "I think I should really stop letting my guard down whenever I am at home," I thought to myself with a weak smile. "Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone." Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, The Enclave. My job consists of basically masking my contempt for the assholes in charge, and, at least once a day, retiring to the men's room so I can jerk off while I fantasize about a life that doesn't so closely resemble hell. Lester Burnham, American Beauty. Bruce Wayne POV. I still can't believe that I am royalty. During all those years in the orphanage, not even a single person from my family ever visited. I understand that my father, Alfred, didn't even know about my existence until a few days ago, but that excuse is useless for my mother, right? She could have at least sent an anonymous letter or something. I didn't need to know that my mother is the Queen of England, and my father is the right-hand man of one of the world's richest people. All I needed to know was that I at least had a mother and a father who was still alive somewhere, that I had not been abandoned. Julia lamented with a deep sigh. We were currently in my limo heading towards one of the Wayne Solutions R&D buildings in Gotham. Julia was sitting beside me with a tired look on her face, while Alfred was sitting opposite us with a face full of regret and guilt. He looked like a troubled father who really wanted to give his daughter a tight hug to comfort her but was afraid that he would be brutally rejected. Alfred is not just my right-hand man. He is basically the person who raised me after my parents died. I corrected before placing a hand on Julia's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her. Believe me, if either of us had known you are his daughter, you would have certainly had a father while growing up. In fact, you still can. It's never too late to connect with your parents, I advised with a slightly measured voice, hoping that she wouldn't feel too pressured by the situation. Anyway, if you need some time for yourself, to clear your mind, we can turn the car around. You don't have to accompany me on my extremely busy schedule, I uttered with a sheepish smile, earning an eye roll from Alfred. No, this is my job. I was given this assignment, and even though I now know that you were the ones who arranged it, I still want to see it through. So, I will accompany you. However, I'll need some time to process this. I don't know what to feel now that I know I am not an orphan like I always thought I was. Of course, I am not going to whine and cry about it like a spoiled hormone-filled teenager, but I still need to get my thoughts and feelings in order. Julia replied, making it clear that she didn't want to continue the conversation any further for now. Of course, Julia. We are here for you, and I'll continue to be here for you until you are ready. Take all the time you need. Alfred forced a smile, opting to call his daughter by her formal name so as to not spook her. It seems neither of them wanted to rush things. They were happy to take it slow and allow their relationship to develop naturally rather than forcing it. Nevertheless, the journey that followed was mostly silent, as no one felt like talking, and frankly, I appreciated the silence, as the situation was becoming somewhat awkward. Roughly 15 minutes later, our car finally arrived at the destination, a vast complex housing numerous facilities focused on the research and development of diverse technologies and products across various fields by Wayne Solutions. The complex was deliberately located on the outskirts of Gotham City to make sure that the different types of top-secret research being conducted here stayed out of the public eye, as well as to discourage the general run-of-the-mill criminals who see vandalizing fancy buildings as a way to make a few bucks. Of course, it also had state-of-the-art security, including highly trained guards, automated drones, autonomous turrets that could release sleeping gas, as well as self-targeting tranquilizer guns based on AI, and facial recognition technology to protect the place from the more dangerous criminals. After all, I never liked the possibility of criminals stealing my stuff, destroying my property, or hurting my employees. Mr. Wayne, welcome to the Enclave. We are so happy that you could finally join us here. We have been expecting you to visit since the construction finished last year. Lucius Fox, my current CEO of Wayne Solutions, walked up to us with a huge smile on his face before welcoming us to the place with a small bow. I was over the moon when I first heard that you were finally visiting us. Even though I am thankful that you have not been too much of a miser when it comes to funding our projects, unlike the previous board of directors, I still need your opinion on some of the more advanced products that you want to release on the market. At the end of the day, I might be the CEO of this company, but you are still its owner, and your vision needs to align with the long-term goals of the company if you really want it to succeed, he said while shaking my hand. This was his way of subtly indicating that he was overworked and would appreciate it if I got involved in the direct management of the company more, thereby lessening his burden. Don't worry, my hard-working CEO. I trust in your judgment and am very much content with leaving my company's management reins in very your capable hands. I nodded with a straight face. Also, if you are really feeling overburdened with your responsibilities, you can always hire more people, I advised with an innocent shrug. Anyway, it seems like you really love this place, so why don't you give us a small tour of this enclave and show us around? I proposed. Fine, follow me. The Morgan Freeman lookalike caved after a few moments of intensely glaring at my face before gesturing at us to follow after him. The enclave is built on a site totaling 1.46 square kilometers or 360 acres and houses more than 12,000 employees in its various buildings, most of them focused on R&D of course. In fact, we have too many R&D departments here to cover in a single one-day tour, so we will be visiting the more important ones who have made considerable breakthroughs in their fields. Honestly, our R&D teams are leading almost every sector and industry with our company registering the highest number of official patents for the last 2 years. However, there are mostly 3 departments who have done things that can be considered almost game-changing. Lucius Fox explained while leading us into the biggest building of the complex. R&D means nothing when those extremely advanced products don't sell in the real world or earn revenue, Mr. Fox. Make sure to let the researchers know that they should work on stuff that is functional and will actually be useful for people. I don't want more jetpacks or exploding pens, no matter how cool they are. I reminded him after noticing a team working on an extremely huge jetpack behind one of the glass-walled labs. Don't worry, Mr. Wayne. We don't spend money unless the sales department gives us the go-ahead. Only when we get confirmation that we can actually sell the products later, do we start working on their physical models. Of course, industrial and defense contracts are different. Sometimes, we get commissioned to make particular stuff for our bigger customers, and since we get paid some quite hefty cash for it, we have no reason to deny it. The jetpack that you just saw was one of those designs. The CEO patiently explained. Anyway, we have reached our first destination where you will meet 2 of our best and brightest engineers/researchers, Mr. Winslow Schott and Dr. Victor Fries. Lucius Fox proudly announced, signaling towards one of the more luxurious laboratories as if they were his greatest assets. You, ice prick fucker, how dare you call my wife apathetic? She is twice the woman your wife is. Have you seen just how beautiful my wife is, how well she cooks, and how kind she is? You can only dream of having a wife like her in your next life, you piece of shit. A slightly chubby ginger-haired man yelled while hitting a bald man on his head with what looked like a thick roll of documents. Are you deaf as well as stupid? I didn't call your wife apathetic, idiot. I said that your wife is as apathetic as a machine because she is literally a robot that you designed for yourself. At least, my wife is a real human being unlike yours. You took those nerds from Japan and Korea marrying their sex dolls and video games to the very next level, you creep. The bald skinny man who could be identified as Victor Fries shouted back while using the knuckles of his fingers to twist the chubby man's unnaturally long nose in an attempt to get the man off of himself. She is real in my heart, which is the only place that matters, you damned bald fucker. The ginger-haired man, aka Winslow Schott, had tears in his eyes as he violently shook Victor's head like there was no tomorrow. Not again. Lucius Fox released an exhausted groan before finally marching towards the pair to break up their fight. Alfred. They are the top scientists in this company. Julia broke our awkward silence with confusion evident in her voice. It's a wonder why Wayne Solutions hasn't gone under already. She exclaimed. I guess Mr. Bruce Wayne works even harder than I originally thought, Julia muttered before nodding to herself with a look of sudden realization on her face. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, The Rose of Life. Plant a good seed and you will joyfully gather fruit. Mary Kay Ash, Hell on Heels, The Battle of Mary Kay. Bruce Wayne POV. It took Lucius about 5 minutes to stop the fight between the 2 scientists. Apparently, the 2, although having become best friends, still didn't like it when they insulted each other's wives. Normally, they made sure to avoid talking about their marriage as it was a sensitive topic for both of them, since while Victor didn't like to be reminded about his wife's disease and his inability to help his wife despite his promise to do so, Winslow, on the other hand, had a weak spot for the love of his life who was, in fact, a robot he designed himself so that he would not have to be alone for the rest of his life and would always have someone to talk to. Yeah, Winslow Schott was the ultimate otaku NEET who designed and made his own wife after he figured that he would probably never find a good enough girl for himself. Respect to him, by the way. However, all this didn't mean that Winslow didn't love his wife. As a matter of fact, he loved his robot wife so much that he made himself forget that she wasn't human so that he could enjoy his happily married life with her as any normal couple would. As it happens, his creation was so perfect that nobody ever even doubted that his wife wasn't human, at least not until the couple invited Victor and his wife, Nora, to dinner, where Victor found out about the truth after noticing that Winslow's wife didn't bleed or get burnt even after a burning candle fell on her skin while she was serving them dinner. Victor and his wife, although initially creeped out by this, accepted it later since this wasn't the first time someone had married a non-living thing, and also, there was absolutely no difference between Winslow's wife and a normal human woman on the outside except for the fact that she didn't bleed or feel pain. However, when considering her emotions, her desires, and the love she felt for her husband, everything was as human-like as possible. Hell, even she herself almost behaved like she wasn't a robot at all, always trying her best to avoid any discussions about it, which was probably a design feature that Winslow had used when making her. Anyway, as I was saying, even though the two scientists normally tried their best to avoid sensitive topics like the difficulties in their marriage, it didn't stop them from engaging in stupid banters or useless arguments. Usually, their disputes start with minor scientific disagreements that normal people wouldn't even care about, but as the argument escalates, they often end up touching on sore subjects that they know they will regret later on. Today's argument followed a similar pattern. At last, I have finally calmed them down. To think such incredible geniuses could be so childish. I guess gifted people are never normal. Lucius Fox returned to where we were waiting after breaking up their fight, following which he released a tired sigh and gave me a look, something I didn't bother to react to. Maybe we should leave them alone for now and come back later so that they could calm down. Although I won't be passing this incident over to the HR department, I still need to have a good talk with them about their behavior in the workplace, maybe even schedule them a couple of therapy sessions with a good shrink. He said with a serious voice. But why did they even start fighting? Considering they are the top developers of this company, and that their argument seemed quite serious, something about their current project they are working on should be the cause for the start of this fight, right? Julia accurately guessed. Yes, Mississippi. They were indeed fighting because of their current project. You see, they are currently working on something called Project Megan, an AI doll that can not only act as a playmate to little children but also take care of them if they fall sick or get hurt. The dolls will function as caretakers, friends, nurses, babysitters as well as therapists to children and will effectively have the duties and responsibilities of parents. And as you advised a few months ago, Mr. Wayne, we have also started working on a more health-focused variant of the robot as well according to the design you provided us called Project Baymax. Lucius started to explain. Their argument started due to this project when they could not decide whether they should give the doll a bright pink dress or a neon blue one. Mr. Fox revealed with a straight face. Maybe it would be best if we visited the third researcher you were speaking about, Lucius. At least, we could save ourselves a few of our remaining brain cells that way, don't you agree, Master Bruce? Alfred finally broke the silence with a forced smile. Yes, I agree. That would be for the best. I answered as Julia also fiercely nodded her head. Fine, follow me. Lucius gladly replied, happy that he would not have to continue to deal with the two scientists right now. Also, I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Winslow that the three of you are now aware of his wife's situation. It's a delicate matter for him. Victor and I have already given him our word that we would keep it a secret, provided that Winslow continues his monthly appointments with his therapist and marriage counselor. Of course, a gentleman or a lady never kisses and tells. I agreed with his request before following him to our next destination. Our next stop wasn't exactly a traditional building like the last one. Instead, it was a large two-storied glasshouse connected with multiple portable laboratory cabins and an entrance to what seemed like an underground bunker. The area around this particular facility was covered with various plants and trees neatly arranged and labeled like a well-maintained garden with massive floodlights positioned all over the place at different intervals. This entire area is the Wayne Botanical Research Center. Of course, what you see in front of you isn't even 1/4 of the research center. Most of the place is actually located underground where the researchers can control every aspect of environmental conditions and can simulate any situation for their experiments. From artificial lighting called grow lights to carefully made nutrient-rich soil and complicated irrigation systems that can control water to the milliliter, they have it all there. Fox explained. Of course, numerous ongoing pieces of research are being conducted by hundreds of researchers here, but I am sure that you are only interested in our most talented researcher out of all of them. He said with a small smile. The CEO led us straight into the glasshouse where a lone woman was currently observing a small sapling with all of her focus while scribbling various readings and notes on her pad. She was so engrossed in her work that she didn't even notice us approaching and continued fiddling with the plant. Dr. Pamela Isley, nice to meet you once again. I hope that my company is treating you better than the last place you worked. I smiled, recognizing the beautiful green-eyed red-headed woman who was wearing a lab coat and a pair of glasses. She was a brilliant botanical scientist who had started working for Wayne Enterprises as an intern under a senior researcher who was trying to make some kind of bioweapon using plant pollen. After I completely bought out Wayne Enterprises, I terminated the project since it was too dangerous to be made into reality before mind-wiping every single bit of knowledge about the project from the scientist's mind. It was at this time that I met Dr. Pamela Isley. She was the most gifted botanist I had ever met in my life. After I became interested in her work, I looked more into her and found out that she used to make designer drugs to fund her college. She was a genius when it came to plants. Cortana also found out that Pamela had an abusive father who murdered her mother when Pamela was still young, for which he was sentenced to jail. But he had died under mysterious conditions after he was visited by his daughter while in jail. Some cops suspected Pamela to be the one who killed him, but there was no definite proof, and it was concluded that he had either died naturally or was poisoned with an untraceable poison that had left no proof. Of course, at this point, most would chalk her up as a criminal, but fortunately, I was not a hypocrite like most. I have learned to not judge people without knowing their entire situation. Who knows, maybe I would have done the same thing if I were in her place. Hell, I have been doing the same thing with dozens of people I have killed until now. Also, Isley was an avid environmentalist and insisted that her work should be beneficial for the environment. That was one of the reasons why she admired me so much, since my company did not shy away from spending billions of dollars every year to help the planet while also being on the path to becoming the first carbon-neutral company in the next 4 years. Of course, it was mostly to please environmentalists like her, since I could always terraform Earth to its pristine condition whenever I wanted, but of course, I wasn't going to reveal it to the public. Anyway, after I promoted her to the position of senior botanist in my company, she did her best to work on multiple projects to prove her capability, including a method to let plants grow at a much advanced rate as well as perfumes filled with different pheromones to affect people's moods, both of which could be extremely useful not just as products for sale but also for some of my plans in the future. But what she was currently researching was something I personally requested from her. Oh, Mr. Wayne. What a surprise. I didn't think you would be paying me a visit after what happened the last time we physically met. Pamela said with a small blush creeping up her cheeks. Just for the record, I am still sorry for what I did. A couple of months ago, when she had first pitched her pheromone project to me, she had tried using it on me as a demo to prove its capability. According to her theory, I should have been aroused and attracted to any woman in front of me because of the pheromone perfume, but quite contrary to her expectations, when she tried to use the opportunity to kiss me on my lips, not only didn't I allow it but also made it quite clear that I was not at all affected by the pheromones. After all, no pheromone in the world could affect my enhanced physiology. Following that incident, she could never help but get extremely embarrassed and blush whenever I appeared in front of her. Well, I quite liked what happened last time, Dr. Isley. Your project was extremely beautiful. In fact, your demonstration was so good that I still dream about it, you know. I teased her with a smile. Why, yeah, right. Anyway, it's good that you are here. I needed to ask you something. She quickly tried to change the topic while ignoring the other 3 people standing in the room. Where the hell did you get this plant from? This desert rose, as you call it, is like some sort of universal panacea that can cure almost any disease it encounters. It's almost magical, except it isn't. She remarked while picking up the small sapling in front of her. If your theory is right and if we can somehow integrate its effects in the enhanced xenobots you provided me with, then we can permanently cure every disease, condition, or ailment that mankind has ever seen with just a single remedy. She exclaimed. Not just men but animals, birds, and even plants. There will be nothing in this world that we can't cure. Maybe we can even cheat death with this. Cheating death won't be that easy, but yeah, we will definitely be one step closer, I responded as I stared at the plant that the Alpha Squad of my colony had recovered from one of the black sites of the terrorist organization called the Many Arms of Death. Honestly, replicating the plant from its genetic material was much harder than doing the same with other plants, but it wasn't impossible for someone like me. So, after I found out about its miraculous medicinal effects, I sent a batch of saplings straight to Pamela for further research since I was already hard-pressed with different projects of my own. I even sent her some of my new experimental xenobots as well to see if she could combine the 2 projects. These xenobots, instead of being cultured from normal cells, had small trace amounts of Compound V in them, as in Compound V from the Boys universe. I was originally developing Compound V for my next upgrade, but after finding out that it could also affect plants and animals besides humans, I have been trying to find out if I could replicate some of its effects without making people superhumans. Xenobots mixed with Compound V was one such attempt. Of course, the Compound V in the xenobots was in such trace amounts that neither Pamela nor any other genius would ever have been able to figure out its composition. Hell, it wasn't even enough to give people powers or superhuman abilities. All it could do was just slightly strengthen the Xenobots' capability and increase their lifespan. But still, one could only wonder what they would be able to achieve once combined with the healing attributes of the desert rose. Would the result become the most effective medicine in the world on par with something like the mythical elixir of life, or would it be something completely different and unexpected? Well, whatever the result, I am pretty sure that at the end of the day, I'll be the one who would ultimately benefit from it. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Bird in a Circus, 1. If you invest your time, talent, and resources, orphans around the world can have much happier and healthier lives. Both sides, Unseen Tears, The Challenges of Orphans and Orphanages in China. Halley's Circus, Gotham Park Row. Bruce Wayne POV. Please can you make some room for us to walk, ma'am? We would be thankful if you could move out of our way and make some space for us. Julia politely requested in her slightly British accent while gesturing at one of the overenthusiastic reporters trying to interview me to step aside from before us. However, if anyone could see her face right now, they would be able to understand just how annoyed she truly was at the reporters as they were almost shoving her away to get closer to me, Helena, and Vicky. You know, Julia, maybe you should just let them do what they want. All this makes me feel like some wannabe celebrity who considers themselves above the rest of the common filth and thus acts like an important and busy person in front of their fans. Perhaps the reporters will leave if I answer a few of their questions. I said, not at all believing the words coming out of my mouth since I knew very well that these reporters were out for blood, especially now that they have seen me with two extremely beautiful women by my side. They were most definitely going to do their very best to turn this situation into some sort of playboy trying to have a threesome by wooing two women at the same time kind of situation, which if I were to be completely honest wouldn't be a bad way to end tonight. Anyway, the fact that Helena was the only living daughter of the person who was one of the most well-known and influential people in Gotham until a few years ago, while Vicky was the most famous news anchor and reporter in the city, was only cream on top. You know very well that's not true, Bruce. These reporters might look and act desperate for an interview here, but that is only because they are a bunch of sharks who have now gotten the smell of a hot scoop. You absolutely can't and won't give an interview here until we get it properly discussed and cleared through PR officially. We are here for a charity event and to show that Bruce Wayne has a humane side too, which will be published tomorrow in all newspapers and news media that your company controls, not to create a scandal. Vicky aggressively whispered into my ears, warning me before adding, God, I knew I shouldn't have come with you. Why the hell didn't I think that if you were seen with two different women by your side at the same time, it could evolve into a major problem? Gosh, I am an idiot. I am getting a massive headache just thinking about all the work I would have to put in later to clear this up. Yes, I agree with Miss Vale here. Plus, being surrounded by a bunch of reporters during the entire duration of the show will not be very much aligned with security protocols. So, please let me do my job, Bruce. Julia softly said, agreeing with Vicky before signaling to the 4 colony bodyguards behind me who were now temporarily under her orders to create a perimeter around me. Hopefully, the circus officials will be enough to stop these reporters once we enter the tent. I am really hoping that they didn't buy tickets in advance. Oh, the cringe, I sighed as I saw my bodyguards shielding the 3 of us from the reporters and their flashing cameras as we walked into the large circus tent at the center of the park. Security for you, ha ha ha, if only you could be killed so easily by common hitmen. Killing you would be harder than assassinating the president. Even now, the 3 of us are wearing emergency force field generators embedded in our rings that according to you can save us from military-grade explosives. She chortled like she was high on drugs. Also, it's almost laughable that we have to worry about things like public image, now that we have grown up. I think you need to work harder on getting your guys in the government if you want to declare polygamy legal, Bruce. Otherwise, I am not sure how you are going to marry so many girls without being labeled as a serial womanizer. Helena whispered into my ears, giving her own 2 cents with a wry smile on her face. By the way, we should move fast considering that Bruce is the guest of honor here. The show is going to start any second and I do not want to miss the performance of the acrobats. I heard they are the best in the country. Helena was right, none of us wanted to miss this. Halley's Circus was one of the few remaining circuses in the country, and considering that we had never seen an actual circus, all of us were pretty excited, especially me since this was going to be my first circus in both of my lives. In fact, this was the only reason why I even accepted when the owner of the circus requested me as its guest of honor. Halley would be able to get some publicity for his circus because of my popularity, while I would be able to enjoy an evening. Of course, I intended to donate some money to the show too if it impressed us enough, while Vicky was planning on writing a couple of articles about the amazing circus and the equally amazing billionaire who loves to support such a circus. Win-win baby. Mr. Wayne, Mississippi Vale, and Mississippi Bertinelli, welcome to our little circus. It's a pleasure for all of us to host 3 of the most well-known people in the city of Gotham. Thank you very much for accepting our request to be the guest of honor. Please, let me kindly guide you to your seats. They are the best in the house. Mr. Halley, who honestly looked quite stressed, said after hurriedly receiving us at the entrance while gesturing for the groundkeepers to stop the reporters and close the entryway. It's a pleasure for us to be here, Mr. Halley, and please don't let our presence here distract you or your performers. Treat us just like you would treat the rest of your viewers. We are nothing special, just richer than most. I joked with a smile on my face while shaking the man's hands to relieve him from some of his stress before following after him toward our seats. So how long will the performance be, Mr. Halley? I was hoping to talk to some of your employees after this for my article and show tomorrow. Vicky asked while bringing a small digital camera out of her bag that also functioned as a voice recorder. It will last about an hour and a half with the acrobatics performances and the tightrope walk scheduled at the latter half of the circus. He answered while handing her a small poster that contained a list of all the scheduled performances. And yes, of course, you can talk with the performers. They will be happy to answer any questions you have about the circus. However, it seems that you will be meeting one of our performers even before we start," he said with a slightly confused look. "Dick, what are you doing here sitting on the seat for the guest of honor? Don't you have to prepare for your performance?" He grimaced at a boy of about 12 years who was sitting on one of the slightly larger empty chairs at the very front of the audience row. "Hey, Mr. Halley. Sorry, I was bored, so I was wandering about. And no, I won't be performing today. I got a little hurt in my knees during practice, so Mom and Dad changed the routine for today's events. They will be performing their special duo act instead of our family act." The kid named Dick revealed with a slightly embarrassed look on his face like he was regretting getting hurt. The boy was dressed in a tight but brightly colored costume that looked like it was designed to attract attention. He was really young, but even at that age, a trace of naturally growing muscles could be seen beneath his costume, making it apparent that he was one of the regular performers of the show. He even had a half mask covering his face to generate an additional sense of intrigue in viewers. "I see." Sigh. Mr. Halley released a frustrated sigh as he turned towards us with a pale face. "This is Richard Grayson, or as we all fondly call him, Dick Grayson. He is a member of the Flying Graysons, our most famous act. Normally, he is a part of the act as well, but I assure you that the show will be just as entertaining without him. His parents have been doing this from way before he was even born." Mr. Halley tried to reassure us. "Of course, we have no doubt about it." Helena was the one who answered while pinching the boy's cheeks. She loved children, maybe because they reminded her of her own childhood that got ruined years ago the night her family got slaughtered. "Since he won't be participating in the circus, maybe he can sit with us and tell us more about all the performances. I am sure he has a lot of interesting facts to tell us about this circus. What do you say, Dick?" she proposed. "Yeah, sure." The little performer agreed without a single hint of hesitation, happy that he would not have to get bored while sitting alone. "Yes, that would be great. Dick can tell you all about our circus and I am sure he only has good things to say, don't you, Dick?" Mr. Halley gave the kid a pleading look at which Dick only chuckled and nodded his head. Dick Grayson. Where have I heard that name before? I thought to myself as I tried to remember. Normally, I had an eidetic memory, but that only worked with the knowledge I gained in this universe. As for memories of my previous life, I always had trouble remembering them for some reason. That's why I started keeping them hidden in my memory library in the first place, so that I could not only protect them from prying eyes but also easily recall them whenever I needed them. So, I immediately began to comb through those memories, trying to draw from my limited pool of DC lore knowledge about who Dick Grayson was supposed to be, and then after a few seconds of intense thinking, I finally remembered that name from one of the live-action shows and an old Batman movie I had once watched. "You are Robin?" I could not help but ask aloud. "Oh yes, that is my stage name, or well, at least that's what my parents call me. I am the Flying Robin." The kid answered with excitement as he went on to proudly talk about his parents who according to him were the best trapeze performers in the world. A/N1, just to clear it up, in the last chapter, the MC has no idea that Pamela will become Poison Ivy in the future. A/N2, also, I haven't been able to update because I have been doing a small internship/part-time job in a company so that my college stops bothering me about getting more experience. That thing is finally over and hopefully, I can update regularly now. It's so good to be back. I can't wait to write more. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Bird in a Circus, 2. It is not our abilities that show what we truly are, it is our choices. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and the Chamber of Secrets. Bruce Wayne POV. The decision of whether to let someone die or not is probably the hardest decision anyone could ever make in their lives, especially if the person in question is innocent. Honestly, killing criminals is quite easy when one has made up their mind to do it. But letting a couple of innocent people die for some greater good? Now, that was a completely different question, one that I was not ready to face yet. Unfortunately, this was the decision I faced at the moment. Should I allow Dick's parents to perish as the plot originally intended, enabling Dick to become a vigilante, or should I intervene and save them, therefore completely changing the future? Honestly, if this was any other innocent couple, I wouldn't have hesitated to save them at all. But this was Dick Grayson's parents, the same kid who had almost as much plot armor as the original Batman. Fated to become the vigilante named Robin, he would one day defeat dozens if not hundreds of villains, save thousands of people, and maybe even help fend off some apocalyptic-level threats as Batman's protege. But like most other superheroes or vigilantes, he could only become his alter ego if and only if he becomes an orphan, because according to shitty comics logic, only by losing everything can one truly realize their full potential. Of course, I had no wish to orphan a kid just because I wanted some help in protecting the world, but Dick Grayson was someone who was supposed to have an extreme amount of plot armor, second only to Batman himself. Plus, I could deduce that he was extremely talented in gymnastics and acrobatics while possessing an excellent physique, which automatically made him a good choice as a vigilante. If I were to make him my sidekick, he would no doubt be able to effectively handle a lot of threats for me, threats that could prove to be tricky even for me. Hey Bruce, are you watching the show? You didn't laugh even once at the clowns despite how funny they were. Vicky lightly elbowed me, breaking me out of my reverie. Of course, I am watching the show. It's just that I am laughing on the inside rather than on the outside. I responded with a straight face. Oh, okay, Vicky responded while suspiciously narrowing her eyes at me. By the way, Dick, when are your parents going to perform? She asked, looking at the kid who was doing his best to loudly cheer every performer who was coming on the stage to perform. They will be doing their act right after Charlie finishes his juggling trick. He answered, gesturing at the overly fat clown who was effortlessly juggling 10 bowling pins at once while riding a unicycle that looked tiny when compared to his body. In fact, if you look at the roof, you will see that they have already finished setting up the wires for their flying trapeze performance. Trapeze. Wait, didn't his parents die during their circus performance or something? But it would be too much of a coincidence if they passed away on the exact day I decided to attend their show, wouldn't it? These thoughts crossed my mind as I examined the trapeze rigging overhead. Not wanting to leave anything to chance, I activated my transparent world ability, and as soon as I did, the world seemed to slow down around me before my vision sharpened and focused on each and every wire and rope swinging from the roof. The entire mechanism of how the trapeze was going to work was laid bare in front of my eyes. I could not only make out every single wire but also how they were interconnected with each other to form the complex web that would enable the Grayson couple to safely perform their acrobatic moves without any fear of accidents or worse, death. At least, that was what the wire rigging was supposed to be like. But strangely, I noticed something I was not expecting. A single rope connected to both the trapeze bars was slightly sagging, looking a lot looser than the others. To the eyes of a common man, this would not even be worth noticing, but my ability clearly showed me just how dangerous this was. That rope had to be tight to be able to efficiently balance the weights of both performers, otherwise, both would unavoidably fall to their horrifying death sometime during their performance. So, the fact that the rope was not secured firmly meant that either this was a very serious accident, or someone had deliberately loosened or cut the rope to try and hurt the Grayson couple. However, the most important question here was not who was trying to hurt them but if I should let them be hurt or not. Should I save them by alerting them of the sabotage done to their wires, or should I just let fate take its course like it was always meant to be? Hey, Dick, I heard your parents don't use safety nets, is it true? Helena suddenly asked out of nowhere. Not when they perform alone. They only use safety nets when I perform with them. My mom and dad convinced Mr. Halley to not use any safety nets by telling him that the risk would attract more people that way, but the truth is that they are just too good as acrobats to consider using nets or cushions. Even though they are really humble as human beings, they are still quite prideful when it comes to displaying their talents. Dick gave a wry smile while explaining. He looked like he was very proud of his parents, with his chest boasting in pride whenever he talked about their acrobatic skills. I can understand that. Everyone has at least some amount of pride in them when it comes to their skills and talents. But what I find surprising is that your circus is still struggling when it comes to making money. With such amazing talents and incredible performances, this should already be one of the best circuses in the country. Helena exclaimed with a curious look on her face. It is. All of our shows are hits, at least in the sense that we never have an occupancy rate of below 50%. Our cross-country tours every year are always successful even though we can't perform some of our stunts that use animals in the states which restrict using wild animals for tricks. However, a lot of the money we make is either spent on paying taxes or paying back the loan Mr. Halley took from the bank to set this circus up. I think that's why he likes to use the most flowery French words he knows when it comes to describing the bank and the government. However, what sucks up the most of our money is paying protection fees to the local criminals, especially in the city of Gotham where we perform the most frequently. Initially, Mr. Halley used to pay whatever money the gangs demanded to let us perform without any trouble, but recently most of the gangs have backed off because of Batman. Dick explained, making it sound like he was a perfectly normal adult instead of an 11-year-old kid. Oh. So, would you say that Batman helped your circus? Vicky suddenly looked like she grew more interested in the conversation than she had a moment before. Yeah, of course. Me and my mother aren't such fans of Batman just because he looks cool. After he started beating up criminals like a superhero, no gang dared to ask for protection money from us anymore. Even Mr. Halley, despite being an absolute coward, grew a backbone and started denying the few gangs who tried to extort from us. In fact, even this morning, some upstart gang member named Tony Zuko tried to force Mr. Halley to pay tribute after misbehaving with Miss Alice and Miss Rhea, but my dad punched him and broke his nose while Charlie, Chucky, and Buggy beat up his men. It was amazing. I never knew my dad was so strong. Anyway, the men left while threatening that he would make sure to shut down the circus, but fortunately, I was able to throw my ice cream on his face before that. You should have seen his face, it was so red that it almost looked like it was steaming from anger. He was even shouting about how he would kill me for that, but then he ran away with his men after my dad and a few others from the circus tried to chase them down. Dick revealed while giggling in a fit as if even the memory of it was immensely funny to him. Ha ha ha, that is funny. A crime lord reduced to such a laughingstock that even the people from a circus laugh at him. I should do an article on that sometime. It could highlight how crime lords and gangs are falling from grace after Batman started his fight against crime in Gotham. Vicky nodded with a pleased look on her face. What about you, Bruce? Don't you also think Batman is cool as hell? Vicky asked me with a playful look, probably a childish attempt to make me feel embarrassed. However, my response was quite different from her expectations. Sigh, you are right, Vicky. Batman is indeed cool. In fact, he was always supposed to be cool. He isn't just a normal guy who thinks of the greater good like me or most other people, but someone who tries his best to save every single person he can, no matter the personal consequences or difficulties he has to face later. That's what makes him a superhero, doesn't it? I mumbled to myself with a small chuckle, mildly surprising both the girls who were attentively listening to me. And don't worry, boy, I am sure Batman would take care of this Tony Zuko just like every other filth in this city. As for your parents, I think you should tell Mr. Halley to double-check the wires before their performance starts. That wire there looks awfully loose to be dangling like that. I told the little acrobat before pointing at the loose wire, which drew a shocked and horrified little squeal from him as he too recognized the fault in the wires after a few seconds of looking at the direction I was pointing. Oh, and tell your parents to follow the safety rules as well. Tell them that Bruce Wayne insisted on it. After all, safety rules exist for a reason, no matter how talented someone is. Circuses can even get sued for not maintaining safety standards. Make sure to let Mr. Halley know about this too. I uttered before signaling him to run towards the chubby circus owner to inform him about my warning, which he immediately followed without any more questions. Wait, is there really a fault in the ropes there? Is it serious? Could it have hurt his parents? Helena asked in astonishment after Dick ran away to inform Mr. Halley and his parents about the flaw. It could have killed them and made little Dick there an orphan. I calmly answered before deciding to make a joke about it to lighten the mood, but lucky for him, I don't want competition in my line of work. For now, one orphan vigilante cosplaying as a flying animal is enough for this city. A/N, this chapter doesn't mean that Dick Grayson won't be part of Bruce's journey. He might make a comeback later. This only means that Bruce doesn't need him right now and Dick can still enjoy his childhood like all children should, for now. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Smell of Money. Love, passion, why do we get caught up by such troublesome feelings? Takumi Yuzui, Maid-sama. August 2008. Bruce Wayne POV. Cortana, are you sure that you don't want me to oversee the change in your new looks? I mean, I get that you wish your new appearance to be a surprise, but if you just let me help, I can make sure that you turn out to be prettier than most models or actresses on the planet. I'll even keep it a secret from the others till you are ready to upload yourself into your new body. I proposed, trying my best to convince her to let me see the new look she had chosen for herself. Normally, plastic surgery or its more complex form, biological transfiguration, aka, flesh crafting, wouldn't be possible for a being as tough and indestructible as a Kryptonian through normal scientific means, but fortunately for us, red solar lamps and surgical tools made from kryptonite were immensely useful in performing surgeries on the species, something that we were immensely grateful for. Sorry, Bruce, but I have already decided on exactly how I want my new body to look, and it will be a surprise for everyone, including you. However, what I can tell you is that it is somewhat similar to my current teenage appearance, and you can regard it as my adult form. Also, I think my new appearance might be quite familiar to you. After all, it was inspired by one of the few memories of yours that you allowed me to see. She answered with a teasing smile. Inspired by one of my own memories, huh? I wonder whose appearance it is that she was inspired by. I mused to myself with a curious raise of my brows. It has been a few months since I started helping Cortana with her new synthezoid body. Initially, I thought it would only take me a few weeks to do this, but it turns out that bending the laws of life according to one's wishes isn't exactly quantum science. It was much harder than quantum science and a lot more time-consuming too. In fact, at the pace this was going, we would be lucky if we could finish the project by the end of the year. Of course, I hadn't stopped being a vigilante during this time as well. I have been clearing the streets of all the minor gangs and criminals who have been trying their luck to make a name for themselves in Gotham's criminal underworld. Most of them weren't the supervillain type and were just doing it because they either thought it was cool or because they needed some money. However, there were a few people who were genuinely evil and wanted to harm others. But those criminals along with the psychotic ones all either permanently ended up in the hospital or died under mysterious conditions, while the ones who were just desperate and were only committing minor crimes because they had no other way to fill their stomachs often found themselves being offered jobs from Wayne Enterprises or sometimes even fully paid scholarships in colleges from one of my foundations. The only major gang that was still more or less able to grow unhindered was Black Mask's gang, and the major reason they were able to grow or operate without any major difficulties was because I allowed them to do so. Except for some pruning here and there, I made sure not to touch them in order to fatten them up for later. Only when the gang had grown enough to be considered the #1 dominant underworld gang in Gotham would I start my real plan, the plan to take over Gotham's criminal underworld directly under me. And quite fortunately, I would not have to wait long before I start implementing the strategy which I plan to do after the 2008 economic recession starts. By the way, Cortana, what about Project Midas? Since we have already concluded that the mortgage market is going to crash almost as early as next month, I hope you have already taken all the positions we discussed, right? I asked as I looked up the dangerously increasing mortgage prices on the computer. I have, sir. As you instructed, we have been using the Gotham Merchants Bank you bought to purchase massive CDS contracts on the riskiest tranches of mortgage bonds. We are probably the biggest buyer of CDS contracts in the US right now. Of course, there are a few other investment firms like Scion Capital who are doing the same thing, but they are doing it on a much smaller scale. We will make 100 times our investment, whereas they will only make 10 to 20 times. Plus, I have also taken short positions on various mortgage bond securities, especially the ones which according to my algorithm will fall the hardest during the crash. We will be able to increase our investments by 20 to 40 times if we succeed, which we surely will. Moreover, since Wayne Enterprises is a private company owned completely by you, I was also able to use company funds to take short positions on various stocks, futures, and commodities like oil, aluminum, and copper. We will be making tens of billions from stocks like Freddie Mae, Fannie Mae, Citigroup, AIG, General Motors, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and Lehman Brothers alone, even more if they go fully bankrupt. Cortana dutifully answered. Honestly speaking, making money from a recession or a financial crisis was something I didn't really want to do, since I knew that most of the money I would be making from the crash was being taken out of the pockets of the common people. I knew that the crash would result in a lot of them losing their homes and jobs. Hundreds of companies would go bankrupt, thousands of families would fall into poverty, while the more desperate people wouldn't even shy away from committing suicide if it meant escaping the financial nightmare that was the 2008 crash. However, despite all that, I was still going to profit from the crisis, since I knew that even if I didn't, someone else would. Money doesn't just disappear from financial markets. Every single cent that gets wiped out in a crash always goes to someone else's pockets, and since this crash wasn't something that I could just stop by myself, it would be better if that pocket was mine rather than someone else's. At least, that way I would be able to do some good with that money later. Also, the ones who would get the most hurt from the mortgage crisis and the stock market crash were the banks, at least before they get bailed out by the government, and everyone knows that you never trust or pity a bank. Since we estimate that the mortgage market is going to crash as early as next month, we will probably be getting our investments back from the mortgage bonds and CDS contracts first. We can further use that money to bet against various currencies and more stocks later. By the end of 2008, we will be able to make $500 billion this way, which will balloon to $800 billion by 2009. Cortana continued to explain. However, I can effectively double this amount if you authorize the use of the God's Eyes algorithm. Even making $2 trillion by the end of 2009 won't be far-fetched that way. Wayne Enterprises will legally become the richest company in the world, and you will have your claws so deep into the global economy that no government will ever dare to antagonize you without risking an economic or an actual war. My cute digital secretary did her best to bait me into agreeing with her. Cortana, you know very well how I feel about using that algorithm. It is meant to be used as a final resort kind of thing, not to make money from the stock market. I understand that you feel the most confident in being able to help me when you get access to the power that the algorithm gives you, but you have to understand my worries about it too. You never use a power that you aren't 100% sure you can protect from others. Also, I already don't like the fact that I am basically cheating my way to unfairly make money from a stock crash, but now, you're advising me to use the algorithm as well. That would not just be overkill but almost like stealing from people and corporations all over the world. I complained. I was ready to cheat my way into making money, but stealing from normal people was a line I wanted to cross. I am not telling you to steal from normal people. Look, I still don't have hard proof, but the way the market is behaving is very weird. It almost seems like someone or some organization is manipulating things from behind the scenes. I have tried to dig deeper into this, but there are no paper trails, and everywhere I look is a dead end. The entire thing is pitch perfect, like the market followed a script to get to where it is today and nobody noticed, which is even more suspicious. I can't say for sure if the mortgage market is being manipulated or not, but if it is, I haven't been able to figure out who they are or what their true goal is. Regardless of whoever it is, they were either trying to profit from the artificial ballooning of the markets like a bunch of idiots, or they carefully engineered this entire situation so that they can make money when the mortgage market crashes, because when that happens, the rest of the financial markets around the world will be falling one after the other like dominoes. However, if you just let me use God's eyes, I will be able to use the extra processing power to figure out exactly who these people are and what they truly want, while also making you a few extra couple of $100 billion along the way. She revealed in the tone of a spoiled kid who was negotiating for candy to do her job. Well, I guess even AIs can get addicted. Fine, we will see what to do when it comes to it. Once the market crashes, whoever is behind this will definitely try to make their move. You can use the algorithm to look into it then. For now, just focus on holding our positions and monitoring all market activity. I can't allow any mistakes. After all, this type of opportunity only comes once in a decade. If something goes wrong, my multi-billionaire status might get downgraded to a millionaire one, and if that happens, I'll have to work for weeks to become a billionaire again. I sighed while tiredly stretching my body. Got it, sir. Oh, and you might want to get ready for your date with Mississippi Nissa tonight. You two will be going to a fundraising charity auction where you can impress her, do charity work, and get dinner, all at the same time. Believe me, with how much she has been preparing for this date with you, you don't want to keep her waiting. Wait, you do remember you have a date today, don't you? Cortana questioned with a deadpan. Of course, I do. And even if I didn't, I still wouldn't be worried since I have you, my beautiful, perfect, hard-working secretary who never lets me down. Thank you for your hard work, Cortana. I praised her, hoping that she didn't catch my lie about remembering the date. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, Cortana. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Rich Man's Auction, 1. I had the most absurd nightmare. I was poor and no one liked me. Lewis Winthorpe 3, Trading Places. Leland's Auction House, Gotham. Bruce Wayne POV. Hey Bruce, don't you think these rich people are extremely rude? That woman wearing the cashmere scarf almost killed a poor server just because he dropped a few drops of champagne on her heels, and yet nobody tried to help the poor guy until you stepped in. These people are exactly what rich people are shown to be like in cliché movies. It's quite shocking how different you are when compared to them. Nissa shook her head with a look of disgust on her face. You are right, Nissa. They are rude, but that is because most of these people are millionaires, not billionaires. Normally billionaires are a lot more PR trained, and they make sure to keep their real personalities a secret from the public, especially if they are self-made. But most of the people here aren't self-made billionaires. They are either assholes who inherited their wealth from their family without ever bothering to learn about basic manners, or they are just a bunch of nouveau rich who succeeded in landing a hefty bonus after buttering up their asshole bosses and thus now consider themselves superior to the rest of humanity because of their measly millions. I replied in a single breath. Honestly, I feel bad for them, well, at least for their parents, because more than half of them are going to get bankrupt within the next decade, while the rest who don't improve themselves will have their true faces revealed to the wider world once the age of social media truly flourishes, I concluded with a shrug. You sound like you don't like them as well, Nissa giggled while adjusting the red dress she was wearing. Although the dress was quite modest, only accentuating her curves in the right places while tastefully highlighting her figure, making her stand out at the auction, she still appeared to be quite uncomfortable in it. This discomfort may have either been because she wasn't accustomed to wearing dresses due to her life as an assassin, or perhaps because of the way some of the perverted old men kept stealing glances at her every now and then. I don't. There are a few good apples among them, of course, but most of the rich in Gotham are just corrupt elite filth that wants to suck the city dry. I swear, it's almost like this city is cursed. Even the Wall Street guys from New York are probably more empathetic than these motherfuckers. I muttered while smiling and nodding at one of the rich couples who raised their glasses in my direction in greeting before quickly leading Nissa toward our seats. Do you actually know any of them? I mean, they all seem to recognize you, and some of them even look like they are afraid of you. Most of the rich women have been trying to hit on you even in front of their husbands, while the men are doing their best not to even look in my direction to avoid offending you. And as for the ones who weren't able to resist looking at me, they are staying at least 20 feet away from us. As far as I am aware, you never did anything scary as Bruce Wayne, nor have you yet shown the world what you are truly capable of. So, the question is, why are they so scared of you? She curiously wondered aloud. Money. It can be used to grab people's attention as well as scare them. You see, the people who have money know what money can buy in this world. They are very much aware of how easily I could make their lives a whole lot harder with the help of my wealth if I ever wish to. That's why the people who think that we will never get along are making sure to stay away from me. They don't want to make an enemy that they are going to regret later on. As for whether I know them or not, of course, I don't. I have an eidetic memory, I am not going to waste that on remembering the faces of these shitheads. I sneered before noticing a familiar face walking towards us, a face that shouldn't be in Gotham. However, I do unfortunately remember his bald, ugly mug. I groaned as Lex Luthor approached me with an annoying smirk plastered on his face, followed by another woman wearing a business suit and a pair of cat-eye spectacles that seemed to be his new secretary. Honestly, I was quite surprised at his appearance in Gotham since most of his companies had almost next to no presence in this city. But I was sure of one thing now. If Lex Luthor is here to attend this auction, it means that there are going to be some very interesting items available for the auction today. Bruce Wayne, what a surprise. I never thought I would meet you in an auction of all places. Shouldn't you be attending some circus or orphanage? But then again, this place is a good way to spend your parents' money, isn't it? He snorted pompously before turning his attention towards Nyssa, not even waiting for me to respond to his words. And who is your beautiful friend? Some supermodel on your payroll for the night, he asked, raising one of his eyebrows. I am Nyssa Algal, a businesswoman from Dubai. Me and my sister run hotels and some other service-based businesses. Renting ourselves is not one of them though. However, I have heard that LexCorp has always excelled in that sort of business, especially when your mother used to be involved in running the company, Mr. Luthor. Nyssa calmly retorted, not at all bothering to give a reaction to Lex, who was trying to imply that she was a prostitute I hired with my money. You know, Lex, sometimes I wondered if you were still the same jerk I met all those years ago in Smallville. I thought that perhaps you were just a little boy and could change for the better as you grow old, but it seems that there is no cure for being a dick. Hell, your bald head looks like a small dick, so I guess even the world is acknowledging you as a jerk. I mocked with a straight face, earning a giggle from Lex's secretary standing behind him. You two will regret talking to me like that. I'll make sure of it. Lex threatened after a few seconds of gritting his teeth before turning around to leave. As for you, Mercy, stop embarrassing me by giggling like a fool. He uttered in anger as he returned to his own seat since the auction was about to start. Sigh, it was funny. The girl standing behind Lex, who had been observing the two of us till now, mumbled before diligently following after her boss. He wants to buy something from this auction, something so unique that made him come to Gotham all the way from Metropolis. I surmised before opening the auction brochure we were all given when entering the auction house. The brochure contained a list of all the items that were to be auctioned tonight, and perhaps going through it could help determine what exactly Luthor wanted. He is probably not here for the jewelry or the antique vases. Probably not the paintings too, since none of them are that famous, maybe the vintage blades or the guns. Nyssa guessed as she also scanned through all the items one by one alongside me. Maybe. But I can only see 3 items worth the effort of his trip. One is this 300-year-old executive desk from India that miraculously doesn't even have a single scratch on it, the second is a pair of red earrings that were made from some unknown red crystals about 700 years ago, and the third is a vintage rifle made by some famous crazy gunmaker named John Winchester. Apparently, it was his last creation, and he used it to kill his entire family before taking his own life. I listed the items that caught my attention. That thoughtful look on your face tells me you are not planning something nice. Wait, are you going to buy those 3 things yourself to prevent Luthor from getting his dirty paws on them? She asked, finally realizing that I was planning to take some revenge against Luthor. I don't care what he wants or why he wants it. All I know is that I don't want him to get it, and I have enough money to make sure of that. In fact, now that I think about it, it has been a long time since I have actually splurged my money on something excessive. This auction should be a good way to do that. I think I can make use of all the items on this list if I were to buy them. A/N, Happy Diwali and Happy Halloween to everyone around the world. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 159, Rich Man's Auction, 2. Money's only something you need in case you don't die tomorrow. Carl Fox, Wall Street. Bruce Wayne POV. Once again, thank you ladies and gentlemen for attending today's auction. Before we start today's bidding war, I must remind you all that this is a friendly charity auction. All the items here tonight have either been donated by various museums or private collectors all over America, and half of the proceeds from this auction will go straight to charity, divided among 10 different reputable charitable foundations. Okay, now that we have got that out of the way, we can finally start with the first item in our collection tonight, which is item No. 1A, an imperial pearl necklace set worn by the Emperor of China, Yongjing of the Qing dynasty, who ruled from 1722 to 1735. Of course, further detailed information can be found in our brochure. Bidding will start from $500,000. You can place your bids now. The auctioneer announced as if he was the host of some grand reality show. $2 million, I declared, not even bothering to use the bidding paddle required for bidding. I knew the minimum bid increment was $100,000, but I didn't have the patience to haggle. So, I just started with an amount I thought was high enough for most bidders here not to even consider spending on a single pearl necklace. $2.5 million. Someone else tried to outbid me, but the host couldn't even get the chance to acknowledge the bid before I instantly fired back with a $3 million, not even a second later. Do I have a $3.1 million, anyone? $3.1 million. No one. Okay then, $3 million going once, $3 million going twice, $3 million going thrice, and sold to Mr. Bruce Wayne over there. The host announced in a joyful mood. And then next in line tonight, we have a painting by the famous painter. The auctioneer moved on to the next item. Hey Bruce, I thought the auction was for the ultra-rich, yet the first item only sold for $3 million. Also, nobody even tried to outbid you too seriously. Are you sure that this is supposed to be a high-profile auction for expensive stuff? Nissa whispered in my ears as if she just found the bid boring. That was just the first item, Nissa, and the first item is always the cheapest. Most people are here for the more expensive and valuable stuff, which will be shown at the last phases of the auction. You would probably see a much harsher bidding battle then, especially for those 3 unique antiques that I told you about. I whispered back with a light shrug, which led to Nissa just accepting my words with a nod and focusing her attention back on the bidding. Meanwhile, the auction proceeded uninterrupted. Approximately 21 items were slated for sale at the event, and the affluent attendees were eager to acquire at least one of them to maintain their reputation as Gotham's elite, since the inability to secure one could cast doubt on both their wealth and social standing. However, unfortunately for them, they were fresh out of luck, as I was in the mood to splurge some of my hard-earned cash tonight. I relentlessly bid extravagant amounts on every item presented, outbidding all the other attendees without even the slightest bit of hesitation. I knew exactly how rich I was, and unlike most people here, I had a lot of liquid assets to use, which meant I had actual cash compared to the shares and other immovable unsellable assets the others possessed. And the antique executive desk from India is sold again to Mr. Bruce Wayne for $90 million. Come on ladies and gentlemen, it's like the rest of you aren't even trying. The host chuckled a little nervously while adjusting his bow tie, since he could almost feel the intimidation and angry glares the other bidders who failed to outbid me were giving him. It was the 19th bid of the night, and just like the previous bids, I had again bought the antique at a much more premium price than its market estimate, which meant that the others didn't have any other choice but to sulk at how poor they were when compared to me. However, I had to admit Lex was playing smart. He hadn't bid on anything yet, except for a painting about a fallen angel, which meant he was saving all his money and energy for the item he truly wanted, which was quite far-seeing of him. He had already realized that I was making fun of the others by outbidding them of everything, and he was letting me do it without any sort of pushback because he was hoping that by doing this, I would fall short of money when it came to bidding for the thing that he wanted. Of course, he had no idea that all this was just wishful thinking. Of course, they are trying to win, but it's clear that they just didn't want this desk as much as I did. After all, I plan to give this to my butler as his bonus this year. He really likes antique wooden furniture. I think he will put it to good use by reading the morning newspaper on it every day. I muttered loud enough for the other attendees to hear, since wanted them to feel the burn of losing to me. Of course, one might ask why. Honestly, it was simply because I was feeling petty. Now it's time to bid for one of the finest pieces of jewelry this evening, folks. A pair of scarlet red earrings that dates all the way back to the reign of Constantinople. I am sure that a lot of you want it tonight, but unfortunately, only one of you can get it, the richest one of you, that is. The auctioneer announced with a slightly sarcastic tone in his voice, trying his best to rile up everyone to get them to spend more on their bids. The bid starts from $30 million. $100 million. I declared with a huge grin, at which Nissa just shook her head with a sigh. Seems like someone is enjoying himself too much. She commented with a chuckle. I am. I love being rich. I answered back. $150 million. Lex Luthor raised his paddle too this time. It should be no surprise that I wanted to outbid him again, but before I could make a bid, Cortana's voice chimed inside my ears. Sir, before you go ahead and spend a fortune on those earrings, I should warn you that the museum which donated them is privately funded by your foundations. Also, I have scanned it and dug up a little of its history, and unlike what it might seem, this is just a mundane piece of jewelry made from a rare gemstone called painite. It's not really that valuable, since it doesn't have any use except for the fact that the gemstone used to be considered extremely rare. However, a recent digging in Cambodia has unearthed too many of those gemstone fragments for that to be considered a luxury anymore. In a couple of years, you will probably even be able to buy a low-grade painite crystal for a few dollars. As for the reason why nobody was able to accurately recognize the crystal it was made from, it's most probably because of the latex coating done during crafting it to make it appear shinier. $200 million. Instead of stepping back because of Cortana's warning, I announced a high bid with an arrogant smirk on my face as I looked at Luthor as if I was throwing him a challenge. Of course, I had no wish to buy the piece of jewelry anymore, but that didn't mean I couldn't fool Luthor into paying an arm and a leg for a useless piece of rock. However, quite contrary to my expectations, instead of Lex Luthor, it was someone else who raised his paddle to counter my new bid. $300 million. A young man confidently stated as he challenged everyone with a look. I didn't personally know him, but a quick prompt from Cortana informed me that he was Elliot Caldwell, the founder and CEO of Caldwell Technologies. Elliot was new to the world of business, and it seemed like he wanted to make a name for himself in this town as the newest ultra-rich. That was probably the reason why he dared to go against two of the richest people in the room to buy a piece of jewelry. It was not just a bid for him but a statement declaring that he wasn't to be ignored. $325 million. I tried to counter, but Lex quickly bid $350 million while interrupting me in the midst of my bid. Interesting, it seems that he has already started looking for unique crystals. However, if he is this annoyed for not being able to win a pair of earrings, I wonder how far I can really push him before he absolutely loses his marbles. I thought to myself. You two are quite rich, but the thing is I always get what I want, and right now, I want that jewelry, Elliot announced from his table as he once again raised his paddle. $500 million. He announced. Wow, you are really passionate about this earring, aren't you? I don't think I feel good participating in this bidding war anymore with how much you want the piece of stone. So, I'll let you have it. No need to thank me though. I smiled as I put down my paddle, signaling that I was no longer interested in bidding for the earring. My words of course irritated Elliot a little, since I made it sound like I was doing him a favor by not continuing to bid for the item, but he accepted the situation with a bitter pill since he at least won a bid in the auction, unlike most of the others here. Luther too, on the other hand, although looked a little conflicted with a deep frown on his face, he also didn't give any counterbids and just let Elliot win with a low groan from his throat. $500 million going once, $500 million going twice. Remember folks, this is the last chance to get a unique piece of jewelry like this. Do I have $501 million, anyone? No one. Fine, $500 million going thrice and sold to Mr. Elliot Caldwell over there. The host clapped as two of the presenters took the jewelry glass case to the back of the stage before bringing a long wooden rifle box and putting it on display after opening it up to show the contents to everyone. Finally, we have reached the last and most valuable item of tonight's auction, the Ace of Winchesters. A vintage gun designed by a legendary gunmaker named John Winchester about 500 to 700 years ago. This gun was not just his best but also his final work. Some say that he made a pact with a literal demon to make such a beautiful and perfect gun at that time. Some even say that he went crazy after completing this creation of his and killed his entire family with that same gun. Also, as a lot of you might have guessed, the famous Winchester Gun Company was founded by his descendants hundreds of years later, and they have been in the arms business ever since. It is an absolute beauty and one of a kind for gun collectors all over the world. Its bid starts from a modest $100 million. The auctioneer declared while waving his hands in front of the gun display as if he were some sort of hand model. $500 million. Lex Luthor didn't even hesitate to bid more than 6 times the original asking price of the gun to secure himself a fast and easy victory. He probably chose the amount because he thought that $500 million was an amount of money I would hesitate to cough up, since I previously stopped bidding for the earrings when the bid reached near that amount. However, he had no idea just how wrong he was. But before I make my offer, it would be better for me to let the others fight it out first, since it looks like a lot of people still have some fight left in them for the gun. I mean, this is America after all. People might be divided on their opinion about sex and gender here, but one thing every man here loves is guns. And if they don't, they cannot even be considered men, much less true Americans. $700 million, someone yelled, breaking me out of my thoughts before another man shouted, $750 million, at the top of their lungs. Most of them were a miser till now, but suddenly they have hundreds of millions when it comes to buying a gun. Nissa snorted at the bidding war that had suddenly erupted out of nowhere. Well, what can I say? Guns are cool. I waved off like it was a matter of fact. The bidding war continued for the next 10 minutes, but Lex was adamant about buying the vintage weapon. It was clear that he was more than just passionate about it, and unlike the rest of the people there, he wasn't worried about spending too much on a useless artifact. He cared more about his plans with the gun than his money. $1.3 billion. The bald billionaire raised his paddle with gritted teeth as he angrily looked at the other bidders grow silent at the outrageous number. $1.3 billion for the Ace of the Winchesters. Do I have a higher bid? Does anybody want to bid higher? Remember, this is a one-of-a-kind gun that has never been made before. The host announced with a pleased smile on his face. This was already one of the most successful auctioning nights he had ever had in his life. $1.3 billion going once. $1.3 billion and $100,000. I interrupted the countdown with a straight face. The one who looked the most surprised by my bid was Luthor himself. I could see his veins bulging on his bald head due to his anger, but he restrained himself and hid his emotions expertly at the very next moment before raising his paddle again. $2 billion. Now how about you back off and let someone else have fun for a change, Mr. Wayne? Lex Luthor almost snapped back. Oh sorry, Lex. I was just having some fun. However, $2 billion is a lot of money, for someone like you. $3 billion. I countered. You are trying to screw me, aren't you? Lex gritted out through his teeth. It looked like he had finally run out of cash to spend. Like most billionaires, he was extremely rich on paper with billions upon billions of dollars to spend. But all that money was present as stocks in his public company, which meant he couldn't spend it as freely. He would either have to sell those shares to raise money, which would erode his control over his company, especially since his company was still not mature or sturdy enough, or he would have to take a loan from the bank by placing those stocks as collateral, which would take too much time, permissions, and paperwork. Of course, not. I just want a gun for myself. I smiled as the auctioneer finally banged his fancy hammer after giving the third call. Sold once again to Mr. Bruce Wayne. He announced. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 160, An Encounter of the Demonic Kind. Kindness is not a crime. But sometimes, it awakens the weakness and greed in others. Suwon, Akatsuki no Yona. Bruce Wayne POV. Maybe you should have accepted the security detail Julia offered to arrange for you instead of sneaking off like this. If news leaks out that we are currently carrying billions of dollars worth of antiques in the car trunk with us, the entire Gotham City will be on our tail. It will be quite annoying if that happens. Nyssa uttered in frustration as we casually drove towards Wayne Manor. With that look Luther gave us, I am pretty confident that he might try something underhanded to get his hands on that gun. Do you remember how he threatened that you would regret what you did to him in the auction? And he looked even more furious after you offered a job to that secretary of his to annoy him. She giggled as she remembered the billionaire's enraged face. Right now, the two of us were driving back home from the auction. Well, I was the one actually doing the driving while Nyssa just kept reminding me about how we could be attacked by anyone anytime in our car, as well as how utterly unprepared we were to defend ourselves from a serious assault. And she would have been right too, but only if it was someone else driving the car instead of me. I, on the other hand, was fully aware of how safe we truly were in my vehicle. In fact, that was the sole reason why I was brave enough to ask the auctioneer to hand me some of the items that I wanted to take home early, like some of the interesting antiques, and the Ace of Winchester. Of course, this was against auction rules since buyers can only get their purchases after days of various security protocols that ensured the safety of both the seller and the buyer while also maintaining transparency throughout the whole transaction. But the fact was that I was filthy rich, and when faced with a hefty bribe, even the strict-faced auctioneer was more than willing enough to bend some of the rules for me, especially when I offered to buy the entire auction house. Oh, and no, I didn't do it this time because I was trying to show off my wealth, but simply because I was afraid that Lex might try to pull something unlawful to take what he wanted. So yeah, Nyssa wasn't just worrying for no reason. Actually, she was just being cautious. The power she already had as one of the lords of the High Table made her much more of a threat than Lex Luthor when it came to connections to the criminal underworld. However, she knew that Luthor wasn't just about influence, he was also a genius scientist and extremely cunning when it came to playing dirty to get what he wanted. He would have been a terrifying enemy if it was not for his useless pride. So, Nyssa's wariness was quite valid in this case, especially since Luthor really seemed to want that shotgun for some reason. However, I just casually shrugged at her words before giving her a charming smile. Don't worry, Nyssa. This car has more intricate technology and complex weaponry systems inside it than the entire Pentagon. We are completely safe in this car even if Luthor were to launch controlled nuclear strikes against us like you are imagining. Also, both of us are enhanced humans, remember? Getting rid of both of us quietly is impossible for the low-grade weak lackeys he normally hires as his bodyguards. So, just take it easy. As long as I am here, absolutely nothing can go wrong. Boom! A glowing red explosion suddenly hit the side of our car, forcing it away from the main road and slamming it into the guardrails faster than any of us could even contemplate what was happening. A huge portion of the road was also destroyed in the explosion as well, along with a major section of the guardrails we had collided against. However, despite the powerful explosion, our car barely had a few visible dents on it, which was not surprising since I had specifically made the car with radiologically inert carbonadium to make it extra durable for situations exactly like this. Still, what surprised me was that when I tried to restart the car, the vehicle didn't respond at all. The defense systems, stealth systems, or the engine, nothing was responding. Hell, not even the touchscreen controls of the car were currently functioning. It was almost like someone had managed to perfectly fry every electronic component of the car. Interesting, this is the same thing that happened with my plane too when those three Greek goddesses tried to, oh shoot, it's magic. I exclaimed upon finally realizing that magic in the DC multiverse was broken beyond what I originally expected, and that this magic didn't seem to play too well with high-tech electronics and gadgets. I had used a lot of defense systems and tech protocols to protect my vehicle from almost everything that I could think of, like fire, lightning, ice, or even radiation, but I had forgotten the most dangerous weakness of all, magic. I should make a note to learn a little more about defense against the mystic arts when I get time. I need to get better at it ASAP to better protect myself against magical enemies going forward, especially since even though technology is my biggest strength, it might become one of my biggest defenses if I don't learn to shield it from mystic attacks. What was that? Nissa asked in surprise as she looked around to spot where the attack had come from. You had to jinx our smooth journey home, didn't you? She exhaled tiredly before taking out a promethium dagger and her new laser pistol from somewhere inside her dress, both of which were a courtesy to me. I don't believe in jinxes. I believe in conspiracies and plots but never jinxes. I responded after noticing a shadowy figure slowly approaching our car from the back. Even though the silhouette looked mostly humanoid, I noticed a couple of things that indicated he was anything but human. One was the bony structure of his body that made him look too eerily tall, and the other was the fact that he had 10 hands instead of the normal 2. A metahuman hitman? Nissa asked after she too noticed the figure. More like a demon, I think. I answered as its features seemed to match some of the descriptions Giovanni Zatara had once taught me about demons from hell. But no worries. We are in luck since even though I might not be the most compatible person with mana, I still definitely remember all the exorcism rituals Zatara taught me. After all, anyone can do exorcisms as long as they put their faith in a god of any religion of their choice. And fortunately for us, I know how to exorcise demons in 20 different languages and 7 different religions. I smirked before calmly exiting the car. However, this time I think I am going to go with one of my favorite ones. Upon noticing my relaxed exit from the car, the figure came to a halt before slightly tilting his head to observe me. This in turn allowed me a clearer view of him as well, and despite the night's darkness cloaking him like a shroud, my heightened superhuman senses were easily able to perceive his appearance. Just like I expected. It was the grotesque figure of a demon, his white skeletal frame sprouting 10 slender bony arms with each of them clutching a revolver or a pistol. Bruce Wayne, the billionaire born with a silver spoon and a golden heart. Hey, even in hell, you are quite a well-known man. There is a luxury suite booked just in your name for when you get there, and believe me, you are going there, Mr. Wayne. But maybe we can help you make your life a little better before you die, make you richer, and more influential, or perhaps even help you get a girl that you always liked. How about it, interested in making a deal with us? The demon offered with a creepy voice that honestly sounded like 2 pieces of wood being scrapped together. An interesting thing about being the richest person in the world is that there is nothing I can't get on my own, bone guy. Also, look at my face, do you honestly think anyone will say no to this face? Plus, I already have too many hot women in my life. I am not perverted enough to make a deal with a literal demon to get even more. I snorted before suddenly becoming serious again. Now, why don't you cut the crap and tell me why you are really here? Did Luther finally snap and make a deal with a demon to one-up me or something? I asked while raising one of my eyebrows before taking a look at the gun box that was still in the back seat of my car through the side of my eye. Intelligent way of trying to glean information from us, human. But you assumed wrong. We are not mercenaries, we don't do the dirty work of others. Lex Luthor never made a deal with us, we were the ones who approached Lex Luthor with an offer. The Ace of Winchesters in exchange for some forbidden knowledge that he wanted. Quite a good deal for him, that is if he were as capable as we initially expected him to be. Sadly though, he proved to be useless. But that doesn't mean the two of us can't reach a deal that will satisfy us both. He is making an offer for the shotgun instead of just trying to take it from me by force. He is too much of a goody two-shoes for a demon, but as Zatara once said, no demon is a goody two-shoes, which can only mean 2 things. Either he wants to be friends with me for some reason, which is probably not true since he is a demon and all, or he can't take the gun from me by force and must need me to hand it over to him because of some bullshit rules. That would also explain why he didn't just steal the relic and needed Lex to buy it for him after making a deal with him. Yeah, no. I am going to go on a limb here, but from the hundreds of horror and demon movies I have watched, I think banishing you back to hell is the smarter thing to do here than make a deal with you. I replied before pulling the sleeves of my right hand and revealing a small pentagram-shaped tattoo on my wrist. It was time to exorcise this motherfucker. Mischief is in their hearts, give them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their endeavors, give them after the work of their hands, render them to their desert. Smite them and let them not rise again. Blessed be the Lord. The Lord is my strength and my shield. Thou shalt perish. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Demonic Shootout, 1. Helping other people is the best way to make up for your mistakes. Kenshin Himura, Rurouni Kenshin. Bruce Wayne POV. Bruce, you said you were an expert in exorcising demons, yet that one is still shooting at us like the quiet kid in a school shootout. Can you or can you not do something about it? Because if you can't, I think it's time to call in one of your favors from the all cast. They sort of consider you as their secret leader since you are their main backer and financial investor, and will be more than happy to assist you in exorcising it. Demonic and ghostly stuff like this is just up their niche after all. I think they even set up an office in Trenton, which means they can be here in an hour at the longest if you give them a call. Nissa had to almost shout to make her voice heard above the noise of the gunshots due to the demon was shooting at us. I am not asking for help, Nissa. Batman doesn't ask for help to protect his own city, especially if it is a measly demon who is trying to shoot me down with a couple of guns. And just for your knowledge, I didn't make any mistake in trying to exorcise it. All the rituals and words I used were accurate. Maybe that demon just doesn't understand any of the 20 languages I spoke, or maybe it is an atheist or something. But whatever the reason for his not being exorcised is, my skills have nothing to do with it. Oh, and I am definitely better at exorcising evil than any member of the All cast. I respect Dukra and her daughter, but even they are not as good as me, let alone the other new recruits of the organization. I defended myself with a snort as I watched my bat tool charge up to the max for the next shot in its gun mode. Yes, I did fail at exorcising the demon even after boasting about my skills so much, but just like I previously said, it was not at all my fault. The demon did suffer for some time while I was reading the chants, but it didn't even show the tiniest bit of willingness to go back to hell as it should have. However, reading so many exorcising spells wasn't for naught, since I was able to figure out a lot of things from the entire ordeal, like the fact that it was a demon named the Mauser who was on some sort of mission from hell, and that he was an extremely special demon since he apparently could not be banished or killed through the normal demon killing methods. It seemed like there was supposed to be some sort of special method for eliminating the wretched creature, but I still had no idea what. Bang 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 bang, I shot 4 more times at the Mauser, to blast the rest of its arms away. I had already taken care of the other 6 of its arms when I was performing the exorcism on it, which meant currently, the gunslinging demon no longer had any arms to actually sling its guns. Man, I'm glad that I integrated a miniaturized version of the proton pack technology from Ghostbusters in my bat tool. I could not help but snicker at how rewarding my paranoia and foresight turned out to be while deciding to temporarily take care of the handless demon before it could heal its injuries. I reached the demon in a short burst of speed before punching it with my chi-coated fist, which cracked its white skeleton-like outer shell with a sickening crunch and propelled him away like a rag doll. But instead of letting the demon feel the pain, I doubled down with a few more chi-coated punches before ultimately following with a hard punch which contained an enormous amount of chi, further enhanced by my unique darkness-breathing style. Gah! The Mauser screamed in agony as my chi penetrated its form, attempting to annihilate it from the inside like an invasive element. Alas, my chi could not inflict fatal injury upon the demon. Nonetheless, it was able to do some heavy critical damage and slowed down its rate of healing. Then, with another piercing shriek, the demon vanished into a cloud of dark mist, giving us the opportunity to withdraw and come up with a new strategy to completely eliminate it for good. Finally, it's gone. I thought it was too stubborn to retreat even in the face of such a thrashing. Wait, how come the people didn't even notice us beating the shit out of a demon with our high-tech guns despite this being one of the busiest streets in Gotham? It's like nobody even gives a crap that a 10-armed literal skeleton gun-wielding demon was having a showdown against the richest guy in the whole damn city in the middle of a street. Nissa asked in surprise, still holding her gun and knife as alert as always. Honestly, I didn't have the answer to her question yet as well, but I had a rough guess. The Mauser had probably cast some sort of confusion or cloaking spell on everyone passing through the street to make sure that they either wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary or that they would just ignore it even if they did. Nonetheless, whatever it had done, it was a big help for both of us since we were able to beat up the demon without anyone noticing or even doubting our identities. That was also the reason why I didn't take any chances by suiting up in my armor, since I didn't want to risk any supernaturally gifted person knowing about my alter ego. I mean, I could explain shooting demons with energy blasters, but explaining why a multi-billionaire like me plays dress up as a humanoid bat was one conversation I never wanted to have. The car I called is here, Bruce, and I even did you the courtesy of calling a heavier car this time instead of a sports car, since the demon might try to attack again soon. Cortana's voice suddenly chimed in my ears as a black driverless compact SUV stopped before us. Also, I have accessed all the CCTV footage in the city to find out more about the demon and everyone else the demon had been involved with, but it seems that this Mauser can teleport to wherever he wants whenever he wants, making tracking his whereabouts impossible. However, I did find footage of the demon having a shootout with a man in a Gotham alley a few days ago. That person also pulled the same trick as you and escaped after destroying most of its body with explosives and high-caliber bullets. As a matter of fact, that man is in a pub right now, which is surprisingly quite close to your current location. You can reach him within 5 minutes if you drive fast. Cortana informed me as my bracelet began to ring with all the information she had sent me about the man and his current location along with the footage of the fight. Good work, Cortana. Given our lack of knowledge about the demon, we'll need to gather all the information we can about it from any source possible. So, any help is welcome. Meanwhile, dispatch a pair of drones to retrieve the antiques from my car's trunk. I'd hate for them to be looted by normal civilians looking to make a quick buck by stealing. Let's go, Nissa, we've got a pub to visit. With those words, I swiftly removed the rifle case from the rear seat of the old car and joined Nissa in the new SUV. I think we should have tried putting a few seals on him. Maybe that would have gotten rid of him for good or at least trapped him until we figured out some other way of eliminating him. Out of nowhere, Nissa suddenly spoke out loud after a few minutes of driving. But I just shook my head sideways in response. Wouldn't have worked. That demon being immune to all the exorcism rituals I cast can only mean one thing. It somehow tied his existence to something or someone in this world. That means as long as that particular something or someone exists, Mauser can never be completely destroyed, and it will always find a way to return back to the earthly realm. Think of it like Voldemort being anchored to life by his Horcrux. I explained, knowing that the young assassin was a big fan of the Harry Potter books that were being published by the Wayne Publishing House. As for what that anchor is, we can only know after detailed research into Mauser's past. After that, we only need to figure out what type of anchor it is and how to use it to destroy the creature, something that I have a feeling this man named Tommy Monahan can help us with. I elaborated before showing her the holographic images of a hitman on my bracelet. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Demonic Shootout, 2. When you are backed against the wall, break the goddamn thing down. Harvey Specter, Suits. Bruce Wayne POV. Are you certain this is the person we're searching for? Maybe Cortana made a mistake due to a low-resolution traffic camera or something similar. Nissa inquired while arching one of her eyebrows as if she couldn't believe how we had arrived at our current situation. The reason why she was asking me that. Bleg, a middle-aged man clad in a green army cargo jacket, loose cargo pants, and sporting a military-style haircut and a very thick chin, was voraciously puking his guts out into a dumpster without a care in the world. Unfortunately, Cortana is never wrong. This is the guy we need. I answered with a tired exhale before looking back at the men who still didn't seem to have realized that we were watching him. You Tommy Monahan? I asked to get his attention. Huh? Who's asking? The man, for the first time since we have been observing him, stopped throwing up before slightly raising his head to look up at us as if he was mentally getting ready to run. If Tommy owes you something, then no, I have never even heard of that guy. He answered with a straight face before wiping his mouth with the sleeves of his jacket. We were looking for you because we need your help. You used to be a hitman before, right? Word has it that you even utilized the alias Hitman when you were active in the underworld. Quite a stupid name if you ask me, but then again, people seem to just love strange and stupid names as their aliases nowadays. She muttered the last part while giving me a glance from the side of her eyes. Anyway, we want to hire you for your services. So, tell us how much it would cost. Nissa didn't seem to want to waste her words on the mess of a man in front of us. She already knew everything Cortana had informed me about the person, and since she knew we needed his help, she knew exactly how to get it. Did Constantine send you too? If so, tell him that I already repaid him for that favor he did me last time. I don't owe him anything after literally going to hell and back for him. He frowned. No, we don't know any Constantine. I replied, although now that I have heard of him, I might need to look into him later. We are not here to cash in on a favor. We can pay your real money. I heard you are in some debt from your previous employers. Maybe I can help you get a clean slate. I offered, knowing that this would definitely get his attention. After all, I knew exactly how poor his financial condition was for the last few months. I don't kill people for money anymore, only bounty hunting stuff. With so many people wanting to hire me to get rid of their enemies, I think I might have to change my name from the Hitman to the Bounty Hunter to let people know that. He snorted before continuing, plus, I owe $3 million to a major Gotham crime family. I don't think giving me a clean slate comes as cheap as you expect. He chuckled self-depreciatingly as if paying back his debts was a mere pipe dream. I don't want you to kill a human being. If I wanted someone dead, there are people much more effective and professional than you. What I need your help with is permanently eliminating a demon hitman named Mauser. I know he has been trying to hunt you down for the last month. He has been following you everywhere around the city, doing his best to take you by surprise. He even came really close to succeeding multiple times as well, but your innate danger sense or whatever power you have saved you from certain death every time, resulting in you either escaping narrowly with your life intact or the Mauser doing a strategic retreat before waiting a few days to attack you again. Recently, it attacked me too for some reason. So, I need you to give me all the intel you have on that creature, its strengths, its weaknesses, its history, everything. I revealed the real reason why I needed his help. As for whether I will be able to pay you enough money to give you a clean slate or not, well, did I stutter? You two must be some big shots, aren't you? Should have figured it out from the start since my X-ray vision doesn't work on your clothes. In fact, I can't even feel any stray thoughts or emotions from you two as well, which means either you two aren't exactly normal humans as well. But then again, it's not my place to suspect my newest employers. He grinned while taking out a thick cigar from one of the pockets in his jacket, making it clear that he had accepted the job. Nyssa, however, didn't look so thrilled at Tommy's acceptance. As a matter of fact, she looked like she wanted to kill him for some reason. X-ray vision. You mean you can see through clothes? Did you just use that on me, you goddamn son of a bit? Don't worry, he won't be able to see anything even if he gives it his all, Nyssa. The nanotechnology I used in designing our clothing emulators is shielded from X-rays, infrared rays, gamma rays, microwave rays, UV light radiation, and most radio waves. His powers won't work on us as long as we are using our nanotech clothing emulators. I interrupted her rant with a whisper in her ears. As for you, Tommy, why don't you cut the crap and prove that you are worth the money I am spending on you? With pleasure. Normally I take an advance before I do something for my clients. But since this is personal for me too, I will trust your word. However, before I tell you what the Mauser is, I need to tell you about why it's here. You see, a few months ago, I had to literally go to hell to help one of my friends get out of a jam. While I was there, I had to kill a lot of demons, and quite surprisingly, I came under the radar of a faction called the Arcanon, Hell's Lords of the Gun. They're like the sheriff's department of hell. Well, turns out they really liked my gunslinging skills. They wanted to recruit me into their ranks, for which I had to cease being a human first. So naturally, I said no. But they were too much of a pussy to take a no peacefully. They sent out their elite agent and hitman, the Mauser, behind me to either convince me to take the job or to hunt me down, kill me, and then take my soul back to hell. The Mauser is not one being, but an abomination created after combining the putrid and corrupted souls of 5 different Nazi butchers whose atrocities knew no bounds when they were alive. It no longer has any weakness after it was strengthened by Hell's Lords of the Gun. It can't be exorcised since a couple of decades ago it hid a part of its being in something else to construct a permanent anchor to the earthly realm. We could try to find and destroy the anchor, but knowing the Mauser, it is probably 100 feet under some abandoned forest or mine that nobody even remembers. That creature can't be killed or destroyed as long as that anchor exists or as long as the Hell's Lords of the Gun need its services. The only way to get rid of it permanently was an ancient relic, a gun that according to rumors can kill all supernatural demonic beings with a single shot. But just like I was able to find out about it, the Mauser did too. The gun supposedly has some sort of enchantment on it that makes it so that it cannot be wielded by a demon and that it can only be passed on but never stolen or snatched from its owner. You will either have to win the gun in a duel, kill the person who owns it, or its owner has to willingly give or sell it to you, only then will one be able to use its power. The Mauser could not steal it directly, so it plotted and pulled some strings to make sure that it was auctioned by its previous owner and that its price was artificially inflated to $1 billion so that none but one of its human pawns could buy the gun up for the demon. By now, the Mauser should have already gotten its dirty claws on the gun and destroyed it. There is nothing you or I can do anymore but try to hide and run from the damned demon. It has already won. That was why I was having one last night of fun by drinking my sorrows away. He sighed before wearily leaning on the wall behind him. However, what I don't understand is why the demon went after you. I mean, it should be here on a mission to hunt me down, not anyone else, especially if they are 2 strangers who have no connection with me. So, the Mauser wants that special gun which can apparently destroy all demonic creatures permanently, the only thing that is a threat to its continued existence. That actually explains a lot, doesn't it, Bruce? Nyssa grinned as she took a glance at me. As expected, she was able to piece together the entire story quite easily. It indeed does. Fate really has a strange way of playing things out. I chuckled before lifting the rifle gun box in my hands in front of Tommy. When you were talking about that special gun, were you by any chance talking about the Ace of the Winchesters, the same gun that I bought from an auction a few hours ago for more than $1 billion after outbidding everyone else there? I asked with a charming smile. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Demonic Shootout, 3. When the world shoves you around, you just gotta stand up and shove back. It's not like somebody's gonna save you if you start babbling excuses. Rorinoa Zoro, One Piece. Omniscient POV. Who the fuck is this guy? Tommy Monahan muttered to himself as he watched Bruce patiently making patterns around a circle on the floor with a piece of chalk. Of course, by now, he already knew of Bruce's real identity as the genius eccentric billionaire of Gotham. However, what he was really confused about was why Bruce was nothing like how the media portrayed him. He was neither a playboy with too much money nor a geeky nerd continuously thinking about changing the world. As a matter of fact, except for being rich, he was the furthest thing from what Tommy had ever imagined for a billionaire like him to be. How long is this going to take? It has been 2 hours since we have been preparing. Nyssa complained in a bored voice while fidgeting with a piece of chalk between her fingers. We have to do this perfectly if we truly want to kill the Mauser without letting him escape. Or worse, flipping the tables on us because that is one slimy son of a demon, Bruce was the one who replied with a look of slight annoyance. But I get why you are so annoyed, Nissa. I am annoyed for the same reason. I had imagined us spending tonight a lot differently than this. He admitted. The three were currently in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Gotham and were in the final stages of making the preparations needed to trap and kill the gunslinging demon permanently. They had everything they needed. From Bruce's knowledge about the supernatural world that he learned from the Elder Zatanna, Tommy's experience of killing demons, and finally the ace of the Winchesters, the shotgun that could apparently kill any demon or infernal creature. They only needed to end this as soon as possible and then they could finally go home to a night of well-deserved rest. Okay, we are ready now. According to what you told me, the sigil drawn on the roof should summon Mauser here. At the same time, the sigil on the floor right below the summoning sigil should stop him from moving while the extra salt circle around the trap will act as a secondary protection in case the demon proves to be too strong for the sigil to hold. And finally, when the Mauser is trapped inside the circle, we will just riddle him with magic bullets. Did I get any of that wrong? Tommy asked with a toothy grin on his lips while raising the magic gun in his hand. By the way, how does this thing even work? Does it have infinite ammo or something? Are we sure it can even kill that demon in reality? Or are we just going to believe in a tale that honestly seems too suspicious and far-fetched to be a fact? Nissa asked as she eyed the gun in Tommy's hands. I already verified its authenticity. That is not a normal shotgun. It's made from some very interesting materials with some very ancient markings, microsigils, and runes drawn inside. Hell, it even has a couple of precious gems as part of its mechanism too, which means that different types of magecrafts were used in constructing the gun. Honestly, it's a piece of art that in theory should be able to do what it is advertised for. As for whether it has infinite ammo, no. Apparently, even though the gun is magical, it doesn't need any magical or special bullets. It can turn any normal bullets shot from it into demon-killing projectiles. Bruce revealed. He had already used all his Bat Tools array of sensors and analyzers as well as his own intuitive intelligence ability to try and figure out how the thing worked exactly. Of course, he had only scratched the surface in that regard due to the heavy voodoo magic shit involved in the making of the gun, but he had somewhat already figured out its fundamental working principle. So, what are we waiting for then? Let's summon that bastard and smoke his ass up. I promised to drink a few beers with one of my friends after this. I was thinking about asking for his help to get rid of that demon, but now I won't have to owe that guy a favor anymore. That said, he has too many issues of his own to bother with mine. I mean, the guy suffers from split soul disorder, for God's sake. Tommy chuckled without bothering to explain any further. Okay. I think we should start now. The demon is not going to kill itself and I also have things to do after this. Bruce shrugged before taking his place in front of the sigil. He then began to mutter something in fluent Latin, and just a few minutes after the incantation started, a black smoke slowly began to rise from the sigil. Within a few short moments, the smoke materialized into the grotesque figure of the gunslinging demon before it began to try and force its way out of the sigil. A summoning circle and a devil's trap. How dare you bring us here without our permission? You will suffer for your digressions in hell. The Mauser threatened before taking out all of its guns and pointing them at us. Bang! 10 different handguns shot at Bruce at the same time, but unfortunately for the demon, none of the shots could get past through the barrier of the sigil. They were all stopped in the air by some invisible force. No demon or demonic energy can cross this mark. You are truly trapped in there with no escape, Mauser. Bruce explained as Tommy finally aimed his gun at the hellspawn. Seeing the nozzle of the shotgun being aimed in its direction, the Mauser for the second time looked genuinely scared. The demon remembered the first time when it was this afraid. It was when it had to stand in front of the ruler of hell, Lucifer. Even though that encounter barely lasted for more than a few seconds, the primal fear that it felt at that time had been imprinted in its soul forever. The Mauser had sworn at that time that it would do everything in its power to never be in such a situation again. But alas, fate had screwed him up. So, the demon quickly began to think of various ways to escape or somehow survive this. Wait, you can't pull the trigger. If we die, they will just send more powerful demons after you. They will never stop until you are either dead or you agree to work for them as their hitman. But maybe we can work out a deal that benefits us all. I can. Not interested. A friend once told me to never make a deal with a demon, no matter what. Considering that he is technically half a demon himself, I will prefer heeding his advice. Tommy quickly interrupted before turning to me. Will you like to do the honors, Mr. Wayne, or should I? He questioned. Go ahead, knock yourself out, Bruce said with a smile as Tommy Monahan eagerly pointed the gun at Mauser. However, before he could fire, the demon roared loudly, and a small crack appeared in the pipeline right above it. In the very next moment, a torrent of water burst from the pipe, erasing part of the circle drawn on the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Mauser quickly drew its own weapon to counterattack. The entire thing happened so quickly that neither Nissa nor Tommy had the time to register what exactly had happened, but Bruce's advanced senses weren't easy to fool. Because of the hundreds of movies he had watched in his previous life, he knew that things could go wrong in hundreds of ways at any moment when it came to trapping or hunting demons. So, mentally he was more or less ready for anything. Thus, even though the presence of faulty water pipes in an abandoned factory slightly surprised him, it was nothing too startling. He quickly drew his own bat tool at almost lightning speed and shot a couple of plasma shots at the demon to throw it off balance before quickly snatching the ace of the Winchesters from Tommy's hands and using it to shoot the demon straight in the face. The entire incident lasted only a couple of seconds, but the end result could not be clearer. The now headless Mauser kept standing for a few brief moments more, its demonic body still spasming as if it still could not believe that the fight was over just like that, but with another shot aimed straight at its chest, its body began to break apart into dust, ash, and sickly black smoke until it slowly completely disappeared into nothingness. What? How were you that fast? Even my super sense of danger could barely detect what was happening. But you pulled your gun and killed it even faster than even the demon could react. That was that was superhuman. Tommy Monahan kept staring at the billionaire like he was a freak of nature. A healthy balanced diet is the secret of my energy. Bruce just shrugged as if what he did was the most normal thing in the world before throwing the shotgun at Tommy. Here, keep it. I have a feeling that you will need this again quite soon. Consider it a favor. Letting me keep $1 billion antique gun that can kill all demonic creatures is a favor. I am almost afraid of what you will be asking from me when you tell me to pay back this favor. Are you sure you don't want this back? Hitman asked as he looked at the exquisitely designed gun in his hands, a gun that would hopefully keep him alive until the idiots back in hell decided that he was too expensive of an employee to poach. Yep. And honestly, if I wanted a cool gun that could kill everything on sight, I would just make it myself. As a matter of fact, I think I might even do that. After all, you can never have too many guns. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 164, Bruce and Nissa, R. 18, 1. Behold the power of the giraffe. Kaku, One Piece. Bruce Wayne POV. That gun had minute magic crystals embedded in it along with a host of other unknown sigils and runes that were drawn in such a way so that none except the most trained eyes could notice anything unique about the firearm. It's like whoever made the shotgun didn't want anyone to know about how it worked. I muttered to myself while leaning back on the couch as I examined a hologram of the ace of the Winchester shotgun in the Batcave. Not just the materials used in making it, but also its supernatural craftsmanship, the numerous magical energy signatures holding the entire weapon together as well as the countless rituals that had to be performed on this weapon to enable it to do what it does. Everything about this gun is more or less a piece of art, I exclaimed with an excited chuckle. I always knew you were a nerd, but this is the first time you actually sound like one, Nissa, who was sitting beside me on the couch, commented in a somewhat bored voice before yawning to show how utterly uninterested she was in knowing about the science or magic that the gun was based on. But honestly, her utter disinterest in the gun wasn't really her fault, it was mine. I probably would have been as bored as her if I were in her place, since this was not at all what I had promised her at the start of the date. Originally, I was supposed to take her to have a wonderful date night which included participating in an elite auction for fun, going to dinner in some fancy restaurant before buying the entire restaurant out in front of everyone to impress her, and then taking a romantic walk with her in the city under the starry sky while hopefully dodging all the unsuspecting muggers before finally ending the night with a hot steamy goodbye kiss, or maybe some SNU. But of course, because of my legendary bad luck, all those plans had already turned to shit. And here I was, still trying to ruin the rest of her night with a nerdy conversation about some magical gun. I knew Nissa enough to know that if this was any other day, she would have gladly humored me by listening to me geek out about my research, but tonight was supposed to be special for her, and it was my duty as her man to make it about her instead of me. After all, Nissa was technically my first official girlfriend, and she deserved much better than what I was offering her right now. You are right, Nissa. I really am starting to sound like a geek. That's why I have decided that I will work on this later. For now, I think it's time we start doing what we originally planned, which is to continue our night and have some fun. I replied to her taunt with a smile before leaning in and capturing her lips in a soft yet passionate kiss. Finally. She mumbled in between the kisses as she pressed her soft body onto mine while not bothering to resist the full force of my tongue inside her mouth. After a few more seconds of intensely making out, I withdrew my lips from hers for a few seconds to let her breathe while finally asking the question that would determine how the two of us were going to end the night. Do you want this to be a sweet goodnight kiss? Or do you want to finally do what you have been watching me and your elder sis do for the last few weeks? I asked with a hint of seriousness as I looked her straight in the eyes. Wait, you knew? All color drained from her face and her eyes went wide in surprise as she realized that I knew of the voyeurism habits that she had been trying to hide from everyone. I wasn't. I am not. Her entire face quickly became bright red as she blushed in shame, not being able to hide the embarrassed look on her face. Before you say anything, just know that I don't judge people based on their kinks or what turns them on, ahem, as long as it's not little kids, that is. I could not help but joke. But as I said, what you did wasn't too big of a deal. You saw something, you liked it, and you tried to take pleasure from it. You didn't do anything particularly wrong. Where you did make a mistake was when you expected Cortana to never find out about it and then not inform me once she knew it. I patiently explained how I knew about her secret. Of course, Cortana didn't try to intrude on our conversation, preferring to remain silent so as not to ruin the mood. She was extremely cool when it came to stuff like this. So, what will it be? Want to end the night on a high note like this, or do you want to go all the way and have some dessert? I asked as my hands sneaked around all over her body since I could already guess what her answer was going to be. I have waited enough for this day. I think it is finally time I get to have some fun with you instead of my sister or that wild cat. She grinned before responding as she reached for my bulge and began to stroke the hard member up and down over the fabric of my pants. Hee hee, looks like someone's quite eager. She commented, her eyes wide at the size of my tool. I think it knows a good catch when it sees one. My left hand snaked around her waist while my right one tried its best to pull down her dress. Nissa's body wasn't as soft as Selena's or as fit as Talia's, but something else about it made it stand out from the other two, as if hers was a sacred temple that should not be desecrated and should only be prayed to. For a few moments, I stopped to take in the entire view of her naked body before deciding to finally pay my respects to the temple. I placed my lips on her perky left nipple while fondling and playing with the right one with my fingers. Nissa bit her lips as she threw her head to savor the feeling while trying to stop herself from moaning. My tongue was running gentle circles around her areola that only increased the sensitivity of her nipples. The two big mounds of flesh attached to her body bounced all over the place because of her panting and soft moaning. She couldn't contain her pleasure, but as she felt my bulge pushing against her hand like a thick baseball bat, she decided that she had to do something to last longer since she was on the verge of losing her common sense because the way that I sucked her nipples clearly highlighted the superiority of my skills and experience. Once the nanobots of my lower clothes moved out of the way, Nissa reached for my hardened cock and began to stroke it up and down gently. She could feel the thick raw meat in her hand, but she could barely think straight with the pheromones they were releasing. I think it likes you. I teased once again as Nissa stared at the monster in front of her with awe on her face. Then with a brave, determined expression, she placed her lips on mine while she stroked my cock, feeling each vein in the palm of her hand with each stroke. After about a minute of kissing like this, she finally broke away and got on her knees before beginning to use both of her hands, a signature move she had learned from her own elder sister. After carefully stroking my dick with both of her small hands, she opened her mouth like a python about to devour its prey before slowly slipping the entire thing down her throat. Normally I would never believe that a woman with no past lovers could be this good at sucking dick, but as her tongue expertly coiled around my cock while she tried to take more and more of my length into her slippery throat, I understood that her talent was a result of her years of training as an assassin along with her desire to please me, not her experiences with other men. Huff *, do you like the way your cock stretches my throat? She asked after stopping for a second to catch her breath, her tongue still dangling out of her mouth over my cock as if she could not bear the thought of not being able to taste it for even a few seconds. Strands of saliva connected my dick to her mouth while also indicating how she had happily choked on my length. Not bothering to wait for an answer, she looked up at me and simply smiled before shoving my cock down her throat once more and began to bob her head up and down. The scene was just too hot for me. So, I got too excited and grabbed the back of her head before holding it in place, trying to increase my own pleasure while forcing her to go even deeper. She was choking, but I didn't let her abandon her task, only letting her up for some air once her eyes became red with tears due to the lack of air. I think we should move to the main dessert before I get a brain aneurysm and pass out tonight. She responded while panting right before pushing me to lie on the couch that had transformed into a king-size bed. If you think my mouth service was good, you will be even more surprised at how good my pussy is. I know how to control most of my muscles there, which means I can give you more pleasure than even my elder sister. She might know Kama Sutra by the heart, but she can never be as tight as me. She mounted me with a cocky smile on her face. I could feel how wet she was, her slippery folds begging to feel my wood between them. She didn't put my cock in but instead, began to grind against it. It was right below her pussy slit and her juices leaked all over my shaft. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Bruce and Nissa, are 18, 2. You are noisy little girls. Don't scream just from simple lewd things, you guys are puberty teenagers. Hida Reiri, Masugakuin HXH. Not wanting to prolong my agony anymore, I decided to finally go in, as I slipped my cock inside her wet hole, and the following sensation that shot through my whole body was enough to rob me of my common sense. This feeling, she is so goddamn tight. It's like my dick is being actively massaged by the inner walls of her vagina. I thought to myself while acknowledging the fact that she was indeed speaking the truth when she was talking about how she could expertly control every muscle in her own pussy. On. And no, too big, Nissa wasn't just tight, she was soaked. It felt like a massive snake was trying to burrow its way into a warm swamp, her inner walls welcoming his veiny cock, trapping it within their fleshy folds. Are you ready for your real pleasure now? I asked in a sensual voice. Fuck me, Bruce. She moaned in my ears. That was all I needed to hear. I thrust my hips for the first time and Nissa let out a mix of pain and pleasure. Ugh. Ouch. She grunted, her voice filled with sweet pain. But this was necessary to get her used to the real thing later. I started thrusting slowly at first, giving her time to adjust. After a minute, her expression changed, turning to one of pure lust. On. Her pleasured moan was the signal I had been waiting for and I picked up the pace. Your body feels so good, Nissa. I remarked as I began taking full advantage of her boobs as well. Her newly virgin hole was still very tight, like someone drinking for the first time, her pussy craved more of my dick, squeezing it with desperate need. On. Yes. More, please. On. Her moans rang loudly in my bat cave. I obliged, picking up the pace, my hip slamming into hers with increasing force. Her moans turned into screams of pleasure, her sexy body trembling with each thrust. Nissa, you were right. You feel really good. I grunted, my hands gripping her hips tightly. I pulled her legs over my shoulders, changing the angle of my thrusts, driving deeper into her. Her back arched off the bed, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. On. Yes. Bruce, bang me harder. Ruin me, please. She cried out, her body shaking with pleasure. I obliged, slamming into her with all my strength, my cock pounding into her relentlessly. Her moans grew louder, filled with unbridled lust and desperation. The lewd squelching sounds as my thighs slapped against her butts kept ringing like music. H-A-A-A. Yes. Harder, Bruce. She screamed, her body clenching around me as she came again. I didn't stop, continuing to pump into her, driving her higher and higher. Her body was a sight to behold, glistening with sweat, her breathing ragged, as she rode wave after wave of pleasure. I flipped her over, pulling her up onto her hands and knees, positioning myself behind her before slamming into her again, my cock driving deep into her sacred temple. Her screams of pleasure echoed off the walls, her body rocking with each thrust. Oh God, yes. Please. Harder, do it harder, she begged, her voice raw with desire. I grabbed her hips, pounding into her with all my might, my balls slapping against her with each thrust. Her moans were a symphony of pleasure, urging me on, driving me wild with lust. You like that, Nissa? You like being banged that hard? I growled, my voice filled with dominance. Han. She screamed, her body shaking with pleasure. I spanked her ass, leaving a red mark on her skin as I continued to pound into her. Her screams grew louder, her body rocking with each thrust, her pussy clenching around my cock. Ah. Bruce, I am going to come again, she cried out, her body trembling. Do it then. I commanded. On. Her body tensed, her breathing stopping for a moment before she let out a scream of pure ecstasy. Her pussy clenched around me, milking my cock as she came hard, her entire body shaking with the force of the orgasm. I didn't stop, continuing to thrust into her, driving her pleasure to a completely different level. Her screams filled the room, her body rocking with each thrust, her pussy slick with juices. I pulled out of her, flipping her onto her back again. Then I spread her legs wide, positioning myself at her entrance once more. Slamming into her, my cock drove deep into her pussy, as her moans filled the sex-smelling room. Han. On. Muri. Yes. Only moans and incomprehensible words came out of her mouth now. She was completely driven by lust. Surrounding her body completely to mine as I fucked her pussy hard. You're mine, Nissa. Both you and your sister, both of you are mine. Do you hear me? I asked coldly while fucking her. Yes. MMMMNNN. I am yours. Han. We are both your bitches forever. She screamed, making me wonder if she was even aware of what she was agreeing to. But deciding not to overthink things, I grabbed her hair, pulling her head back, as I slammed into her harder and harder. Her moans turned into screams, her body trembling with each thrust, as I drove her to the edge of pleasure. Ah. Hi Ian. Eventually, she climaxed. Her whole body convulsed and her back arched off the bed, her mouth open in a silent scream of ecstasy. Her legs went limp beside me and her head rolled side to side, still lost in the throes of pleasure she had never experienced before. The entire bed was soaked with sweat and mingled fluids, the scent of our passion heavy with air. Leaning down, I kissed her soft lips again, forcing it to invade her mouth before pounding her wet hole with renewed vigor, this time with even more ferocity. Puck puck puck. My scrotum brushed against the outer folds of her nether regions and the lewd sound of flesh collisions filled the room as I pumped into her unscrupulously, as if my sole intention was to destroy her insides. Time passed, but it was only 10 minutes before I too felt my control slipping. Despite my strong will, my lower body was still too sensitive, unaccustomed to the heavy pleasure I was experiencing inside her. Not to mention Nissa's wet and tight cave perfectly gripped my cock, causing jolts of ecstasy each time my cock brushed against her walls and my tip kissed her cervix repeatedly. Suddenly an electric numbness spread from the tip of my cock and an orgasm ripped through me, flooding me with overwhelming pleasure. I am coming too, Nissa. I am going to fill you up, I declared as my body responded instinctively and my scrotum tightened before releasing wave after wave of hot cum into her womb, filling her to the brim. I pulled out my cock, now slick with a mix of semen, her thick juices, and a tiny amount of blood. I watched as the mixture oozed from her pussy, a testament to our intense lovemaking. How did I do? Nissa asked with a small, satisfied smile on her face. Good job, Nissa. I said, lightly panting from all the exercise, you did well. But you see, you still have a lot to do. Since we have started now, I will only stop once I empty all my reserves for tonight, which means I can still go about another 7 or 8 rounds before feeling the slightest of exhaustion. So, we have the entire night ahead of us to enjoy. I show her an evil smile before jumping on her to start our workout again. What? But I am so tired. How do you still have so much energy? You are a monster. Sister, save me. Nissa tried to call for her elder sister, but her weak and tired voice was never able to pierce the soundproofing of the bat cave to her sister's ear. Although even if it could, Talia probably still wouldn't have helped her that night. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, A Cat, a Falcon, and a Queen. Fathers are strangers, you merely happen to be related by blood. Haruhiko Toyama, Textnalize. Arkham Asylum, Gotham. Omniscient POV. Hey, easy there, doll. Believe me, nobody wants your pretty little face to get hurt. An ugly middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a prison guard chuckled while suddenly slapping the ass of a young woman beside him who was wearing the clothes of an inmate with a perverted smile on his face. Hey, don't look at me with those creepy eyes. You don't scare me at all. Everyone here used to be terrified of your family before, but now most of those assholes are dead, including that big-shot father of yours. Hell, even your brother was gutted like a fish the very next day your father died. Hey, everyone here knows that you are a nobody now since you don't even have the backing of your own family anymore. The guard showed a devilish smile on his face before gesturing for the woman to continue walking to the room in front of them. You are lucky that you have a visitor today, otherwise, I might have had some fun with you right now, since I am on a break and have some time to kill. Well, probably later tonight. After all, we have all the time in the world now that I am back from my vacation. The other guards might not like to stick their dick in crazy, but I never say no to a good little pussy. He continued to laugh, even as the woman walked away in the direction she had been instructed to go, not even glancing back at the guard. Beep, the shrill sound reverberated in the air as the heavily reinforced door slid open slowly, and the young inmate entered with a frown, her eyes devoid of life. You are not my lawyer. The female prisoner remarked after noticing another young adult female calmly sitting on a metal chair in front of a small square metal table placed in the middle of the empty room. Good afternoon, Miss Falcone. I am Selina Kyle. The young woman dressed in a business suit declared with a curt smile once she noticed the female inmate entering the room. You don't mind if I call you Sophia, do you? It will be easier for us to get along that way since we both have a history with the Falcones. Since both of us have been victims of Carmine Falcone's ruthlessness, we are a lot more alike than one would think. By the way, sorry for having you brought all the way here, but the thing is the conversation we are about to have is too sensitive to be held in a normal public visiting area. Selina apologized with a powerless shrug, though she appeared to be a little too excited if one were to judge her based on her voice alone. Selina Kyle. Never heard of you. And I don't know what you have heard of me, but believe me, we are nothing alike. As for whatever business you think you have with me, I am sorry to inform you that you are mistaken. I might have the misfortune to carry the Falcone name, but that family doesn't consider me as part of them anymore. I have nothing to do with them. So, if you think that I can strike a deal with them on your behalf, or you can threaten them through me, you are mistaken. Sophia Falcone stated in a cold, stoic voice, as though she had found herself in similar situations numerous times before, while sitting across from Selina at the table. Is that what you think I am here to do? Use you to try to make some sort of deal with your family? Selina chuckled as if the idea itself was funny. You said you have never heard of me, right? Well, it's because honestly, I am neither very important nor extremely powerful. But I am here on behalf of someone who has both those two qualities in them, someone who knows that you are not hangman, that you are innocent and were framed for those murders, someone who wants to give you a second chance at life, provided of course that you be of use to him. She declared with an air of mystery as if she wanted Sophia to try and guess who the person was. And let me guess, he doesn't like the Falcons as well. So, he wants to use me to crush whatever is left of my family. Sophia guessed while curiously raising one of her brows. No, he wants your help to completely remove the present corrupted and cowardly Falcon family from power and replace them with better ones. Selina completed after a slight pause. We would have liked to approach your brother as well, but unfortunately he was murdered in cold blood the very next day your father died. It was either probably done by one of the Falcon head bosses in line for the throne or by one of your many enemies who want to see nothing but the entire Falcon family line wiped out from existence. She informed while keeping an eye on how Sophia was taking the news, and much to Selina's surprise, there wasn't a big shift in Sophia's expressions. She looked upset but not as devastated as she had expected. My brother, yes, he was indeed the victim in all this, the one person who shouldn't have died. Whenever he visited me, we would always talk about how things would change if our father ever died, how he would help me get out, how we would work together like we used to when we were young to change what the Falcons stood for. We were supposed to change the criminal underworld together when my father died. But instead of taking control of it, my brother became one of its many victims while I was left here to rot. There is truly nothing more unfair than life, is there? Sophia chuckled dejectedly as she stared at her own palms. Anybody who saw her right now could easily guess what she was thinking. She was seriously considering ending her disappointing life for once and all, but she still had enough willpower to hold on for some reason, like something was driving her to stay alive. This person you work for, can he get me released from Arkham despite all the Falcons wanting me to stay here permanently? Can he go against their full might just to get me released, and if he can, why do you need me? Sophia asked with a frown, not understanding what part she was supposed to play in his grand plan. He can certainly secure your release with ease. In time, he might even prove your innocence regarding all the charges. The Falcon crime family will not be able to hinder him the slightest, even if they exert their utmost effort. As for why he needs you, well, he actually doesn't. It's fair to say he's doing this as a favor, an act of kindness if you will. He had countless ways to execute his plan, but just as you chose to work with your brother despite your disdain for your family, he's offering me the opportunity to collaborate with my sister, despite my qualms about our family's nature, Selina responded calmly, without going into excessive detail. No, it can't be, are you one of? Sophia could not finish her words due to all the turbulent emotions flowing through her. Yes, I am. Carmine Falcone killed my mother when I was young. She used to work in the Iceberg Lounge, so no one ever missed her after she was dead. My mom was killed because my mother was becoming too big of an annoyance to manage for Falcone. She was one of the first victims of the real hangman. Selina uttered with a stoic face, her voice shaking slightly because of the torrent of emotions hidden underneath her calm facade. Why tell me now, after all this time? What if I reveal everything about your history to the Falcone family? Aren't you afraid that I might betray you and use this knowledge to restore my connection with the family? Sophia asked after a few seconds of silence. I have a feeling that you hate your family almost as much as me, maybe even a little more than me. And I want to give you a chance to right the wrongs in your life, that's the least I can do as your sister. Selina smiled before placing her hand on top of Sophia's as a familial gesture. I would have tried to do this sooner if I knew about how you were wrongfully framed by Carmine, but unfortunately, I only came to know about the whole thing after he died. But still, better late than never, right? Yes. Better late than never indeed. If you are really my sister, Selina, then you are the only real family I have left. I don't want to lose you like I lost my brother. So, I'll keep your secret until I die, unless you decide to tell it yourself one day. As for the Falcone family who had forsaken me years ago, I would have gone after them no matter what. Even if I were to be released from Arkham 5 years later like I am supposed to, I would have still gone after them with everything I have. That's why I am still alive after all. I want revenge against them, against everyone who has wronged me, no matter the cost. Sophia proclaimed with a determined voice. And if this person you work for can offer me that, he can have my soul, let alone my loyalty. Good decision, Sophia. We will get you released on parole by tonight. Selina promised. As for the person I work for, you will meet him once you are outside. That's fine. I don't care whom I am going to work for as long as he can get me what I truly want. However, before I get released, there is something I have to take care of on the inside, a worthless mutt that needs to be neutered. 10 minutes later. That went quite well. I didn't think I would be able to convince Sophia to work for us that easily. She didn't even doubt my claim of being her half-sister. Is she so smart that she could easily guess I was telling the truth, or has she grown stupid after years of mental torture in Arkham? Or maybe, she just wants revenge so badly that she doesn't care about anything else. Well, whatever the reason, it just made my job a lot easier. Selina mumbled to herself while walking down through a corridor in Arkham. I am sure Bruce would be proud of me. Hey, watch it, lady. Selina, distracted and not paying attention to her surroundings, failed to notice a woman with a head of blonde hair, clad in a white lab coat and glasses, attempting to hurry past. This led to an unintended collision between the two where the thick folder in the hands of the blonde woman fell out of her hands, some of the documents scattering away on the floor. Oh, I am sorry. I didn't notice you. Selina apologized, knowing it was her fault for not paying attention despite possessing enhanced senses. But after her eyes darted to the documents on the floor, she noticed that they were full of diagrams, pictures, sketches, and notes about Batman, including various articles published on him. Huh. Are you a Dark Knight fan or something? She noticed the identity card attached to the woman's lab coat, Miss Quinzel. What? I am just doing research on him. I am a licensed psychologist, so looking into the unique minds of peculiar and impressive people is my job. She replied, her tone a bit defensive before quickly gathering up her documents and turning to leave. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do. Ah. Such a weird person. Selina muttered to herself after the woman left. She looked so serious, like she had a stick up her ass. Maybe she needs to unwind a little in life. The cat lover shrugged before deciding to leave. A/N, before any of you ask, no, Sophia Falcone will not be in the harem. Not every hot girl in the story is a love interest for Bruce. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Adventures of Batman, 3. A villain's strength lies in their ability to manipulate others. J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 2000. Bruce Wayne POV. Darn it. Why doesn't this gun work like I want it to? It should theoretically kill any magical creature who has even a shred of mana inside them while completely obliterating their soul, but instead, it is functioning like a gun loaded with harmless rubber bullets that just pushes its targets behind a little bit rather than killing them permanently. Hell, this isn't even useful for weakening or dealing enough damage to other magical beings. I complained to no one as I continued to tinker with the gun made from depleted promethium. Initially, I had wanted to make this gun from the 8th metal that I had gotten from Hephaestus. However, fortunately, I decided to make a prototype from depleted promethium first since I didn't want to waste any of the precious godly metal in useless experimentation. Quite unexpectedly, it was one of the best decisions I had made in my life since for some reason I just couldn't get this gun to work even though I was sure that I was doing everything perfectly. From the various runes engraved on it with a magical engraver I had gotten from Zatanna during my training days called steel to the various jewels placed inside the gun to induce the magical effects of jewel craft, everything was absolutely flawless. But despite all this, something was still going wrong with the design. Do I need to invoke some otherworldly entities or perhaps perform a couple of complex rituals to get some divine or demonic blessings for this to work? I wondered to myself with a deep sigh. Sir, I think the reason why this isn't working is not because of a mistake in the design of the gun but because of the way magic works. You have yourself stated various times that even though magic has its own rules, it doesn't follow them as strictly as science. In science, doing something perfectly is enough for it to work. But in magecraft, the intent of the maker and their compatibility with mana is a major factor if their creations are going to work or not. Therefore, you might not have any control over whether this gun functions or not at all. I think the best you can do is seek the counsel of an experienced mage or sorcerer to see where this is going wrong while hoping that they will be able to help you. Cortana advised as her hologram flickered and appeared in front of me to take a look at the half-assembled gun. You are right. I don't need this weapon right now. This project wasn't even supposed to be that urgent. I was just too excited to make this because I thought I could be like the saint of killers from Preacher and kill godly entities by putting just a single bullet in their head. Hey, imagine if I could kill Trigon or Darkseid with only a gun. That would be the most epic badass feat a gunslinger could ever possibly pull off. I chuckled while imagining myself pulling a Wild West standoff against some evil god. Anyway, I know whom to ask for help for this. So, let's shelf this project for now till we take care of our more immediate problems. I suggested while nodding as if I was agreeing with myself. I wasn't lying. Currently, I wasn't too desperate to complete this gun. I wasn't even going to need it for the time being against my current level of enemies. Most of the people I would have to face in the near future were either ordinary mortals or beings that mere promethium or batmanium weapons could easily kill. An immortal slaying all-killing magic gun wasn't something I urgently needed right now. In a worst-case scenario, my all-blades alone was enough for me to face any enemy. Instead, there were a lot of other plans and initiatives that needed to be finished soon. Pull out all the latest news, Cortana. I want to make sure that I am not ignoring anything important. I said after turning towards the huge computer screen. After all, there were too many villains and psychos in the world that I wasn't aware of, but I wasn't going to sit back and do nothing just because I had never heard of them in my previous life. For all I knew, there could be some crazy guy who was currently in his parents' basement planning to dominate the world with the help of a massive glider bomb in the shape of a kite or something. Well, there hasn't been a lot of big news recently. Unstable stock prices and fluctuating mortgage rates are the only global news people are talking about nowadays. Cortana announced, making sure to remind me about the crash that would be happening within a week or two. Mr. John Kent has massively grown in popularity due to his stance on lax taxation policies and his strict education reforms. He has already become a favorite of the farmers, parents, and small as well as medium-sized business owners for that. Even Mrs. Martha Kent has for some reason become a beloved personality among the common people because of her genuine kindness and humility. I guess she has got herself a dedicated fan following after she went to that game show. The AI assistant briefed. Well, that was a given. After all, people love celebrities who are kind and nice, at least in public. And since Mrs. Kent is both along with being homely, people absolutely love her. It's a shame that she doesn't want to enter into politics or the entertainment business. She would have been a perfect fit for them. Also, there has been some news about people seeing humans flying here and there. Some of these flying humans even supposedly saved a few people from accidents. Most of the public are just dismissing them as crazy made-up stories, but the frequency of such news is increasing every day. She said before adding, "Oh, and I can say this with proof that your alien best friend is also one of these flying heroes." He even saved a couple of workers from a burning oil rig as well as rescued survivors from a forest fire in Africa. He is growing more and more daring with his hero work. It seems he is finally nearing the limit of his patience of having to refrain from using his powers to help people so as to avoid drawing attention to himself. Her words weren't a big surprise for me. After all, this universe's Clark Kent had that hero bug of wanting to save and help everyone. He was a do-gooder through and through, probably someone who would give up his life in a heartbeat just to save a kid with cancer or something. Anything else I need to know? I asked after a few seconds of silence. Not much in the global news. But there have been some strange pieces of news happening here in Gotham. For one, an entire ship carrying containers containing supplies for Arkham just disappeared while sailing towards Gotham Harbor. There were no survivors, and nobody really knows what happened. Quite bizarrely though, there wasn't a single satellite facing the ship when it disappeared, and since the old ship didn't have any digital communication equipment except a radio transmitter which could easily be shut down, it can't be tracked. Cortana revealed. A ship disappeared just like that. Huh, that is indeed quite bizarre of an incident. I agreed with her conclusion. Cortana, try to look into this and figure out the reason for the ship's disappearance, since it might be a plot by one of the many genius-level crazy villains of Gotham. Although, honestly, I won't be surprised if this was just the work of a kraken or some other dangerous magical sea creature. After all, the DC universe can be crazy like that. I harumphed. Got it, boss, Cortana replied with her hologram giving me a mock salute. Anything else for me to do, she asked, looking as if she was trying to remember something. No, that's it. Just observe and report back if you find any clues or something unusual. I replied, anyway, that concludes everything, right? Because we will be starting Project Underworld real soon and Batman won't be able to operate in Gotham for some time then. If any major problem arises at that time, our entire plan will get ruined. I uttered, making sure she understood the seriousness of the situation. Well, there is one more thing, but it's not too big of an issue. Cortana started after a few seconds of silence, a silence that she used to pull up and analyze all the remaining information from newspapers and news media outlets all around the world. Recently, a couple of actors and crew from a famous TV sitcom went missing in Gotham after their show was cancelled due to the lead star quitting her role. Cops have tried their best to investigate the issue, but they haven't come up with anything useful. Honestly, this is the type of thing that I would normally ignore when reporting important events to you, but Wayne Enterprises owns the TV station that owns the license to the show, so I thought that you should know about it since people might ask questions. Cortana explained. So, someone is kidnapping a show's crew and cast. Why? Is it personal vengeance perhaps? I wondered to myself before asking aloud, anyway, what is the show called again? I asked curiously. It's a kids' show called Love That Baby. The ratings and reviews of the sitcom were dwindling recently, but it had a pretty loyal audience among little kids. Cortana informed. The name of the lead actress who quit the show was Mary Louise Dahl. Evidently, she has a rare condition called systemic hypoplasia which stopped her physical development when she was just a kid. So, despite being 20 years old, she looks just like a 3-year-old girl, which makes her absolutely perfect for the lead role in the show, the character of Baby Doll. However, she quit her job after a small disagreement with one of the cast members, and the show was thus cancelled. Apparently, she even tried to come back later, but the creators decided not to clear the show for another season again due to the declining viewership. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Adventures of Batman, 4. A villain is simply a victim whose story hasn't been told. Chris Colfer, The Land of Stories, The Wishing Spell. Unknown Warehouse, Gotham City. Omniscient POV. The warehouse was located in the shadows of Gotham's desolate industrial district, its cracked glass windows letting in faint streaks of moonlight. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and eerie mannequins standing in the low light like silent spectators among piles of old props from forgotten productions. Mary, listen to me. You have to let us go. We will do whatever you wish. We will resume the show just like you want, we will cast you as the main lead again. Just please don't hurt us. A middle-aged man tied to a wooden chair screamed in fear while trying to free himself from his binds, his eyes closely following what looked like a 5-year-old girl in front of him. The man was none other than Jack Sniper, one of the most famous TV show and soap opera producers in Gotham. He was one of the most renowned directors and producers in the entire city, boasting numerous popular shows and franchises to his credit. Not only that, but he was also among the few individuals in the entertainment industry who didn't have any significant controversies or scandals associated with his name. However, Sniper did have one minor shortcoming: he was not a patient man. He didn't like sticking with projects with low ratings or bad audience reception, and this habit of his had landed him in trouble countless times with the cast of his projects. This included his current situation as well. Calm down, Sniper. I don't want to hurt you. You are a good man with a good heart. You never treated me badly despite my special condition. You never mocked me like some of the other annoying cast members. Mary Louise Dahl responded in a calm, sweet voice before throwing a glare at some of the other tied-up cast members around the warehouse. And please call me Baby Doll. She requested in a childish tone of voice before closing his mouth with a piece of tape. The remaining cast members of Love That Baby were huddled together, their faces pale with fear as their eyes darted nervously to the little girl. They were bound to decrepit chairs arranged in a semicircle beneath the glare of a single flickering spotlight. At the center of it all stood Mary, her small doll-like frame casting a disproportionately large shadow against the faces of some of the show's cast. She was clutching a faded baby doll in one hand and gesturing wildly with the other, her voice fluctuating between childish sweetness and venomous fury. Why are you all looking so afraid now? Didn't you all used to think that I was just a little joke, she said, pacing in front of them with barely hidden anger visible on her cute face. The cute little baby doll, always smiling, always perfect. Even then I never complained, I always put up with all of you because of how much I loved doing what I did. She complained before coming to a stop in front of a dwarf man who was tied up tighter than the rest. But you. She pointed a trembling finger at the men who had once played Spunky. You tried to steal my spotlight. You wanted all the laughs, the applause, you wanted to take away my show, my family. She screamed. Hearing her words, Spunky swallowed hard, his lips trembling, but no words came out. He could try to deny her accusations, but he knew that his words wouldn't be able to convince the actress. After all, it really was true that he was jealous of the fame and love she had received from her little fans in the early days of the show, something he had never experienced himself. Also, the fact that his lips were currently sealed by tape was another reason why he wasn't able to deny Baby Doll's allegations. As for the rest of you, she turned to the others, her voice breaking with emotions, you never saw me for what I was. I always tried to make friends with you all, to get along with everyone. But instead of seeing the human being or the actress within me, you saw my condition. You mocked me. Whispered behind my back like I couldn't hear you. Did you ever think about what it's like to be stuck like this? To look like a child forever? To be bullied by teenagers even when you are a woman in her 20s? I just wanted to be normal. To grow up. To play different roles, to be something more. But all of you wouldn't let me. Her voice softened as she hugged the doll tightly between her chest, tears welling in her eyes. All I ever had, was Baby Doll. And maybe that was all I was ever meant to be. She looked down at the doll in her arms with longing in her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. The only time I was genuinely happy was when we were a family on that stupid show. Even though I knew it was fake. At least it was mine, at least I still had a family. She mumbled, a few drops of tears sliding down her small cheeks. After she was done with her confession, a heavy silence filled the warehouse, with the only sound being that of the distant wind coming from outside through the cracked glass windows. Finally, after a few minutes of this, Mary's expression twisted into ultimate despair as she gloomily pulled out a stick of dynamite from a nearby crate of props, its red sheen catching the spotlight. Well, she said, her voice hollow now, if I can't have that, if I can't ever be happy again, then I'll end it here. For all of us. She released a tired sigh before continuing, I can't afford to go down in history as a nobody, not after everything that I have sacrificed, after everything I have gone through. She muttered before looking at everyone with renewed determination in her eyes. If I can't be baby doll while being alive, then I will continue to be her in death. We will all continue to be a part of the show even when we are all gone. We will be a family forever. She said as a sad smile slowly formed on her lips. Everyone currently held hostage in the warehouse tried to yell and stop baby doll from doing what she was thinking of doing, but unfortunately, they were all tied down to their respective chairs, unable to move their bodies from their spots while their mouths were sealed shut by tape that was too strong for them to open. So, all they could do was sit and watch the young, depressed actress slowly light the fire that would surely bring about all of their deaths. Meanwhile, baby doll gulped as she struck a match with shaking hands before slowly bringing the small flame closer to the dynamite stick. However, before she could light the wick of the dynamite, all the lights of the warehouse suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness while the match in her hands fizzled out due to a sudden gust of strong wind. Terrified of the sudden darkness and the fear of the unknown, all the tied-up cast members tried to scream for help, but their screams only came out as muffled groans due to their bindings. After a few minutes of heavy silence permeating through the dark, a deep, commanding voice finally came from within the shadows. Mary. Baby doll at this point was beyond afraid. Her eyes quickly darted around the room, frantically while trying to search for the source of the voice. Who's there? Who is it? Answer me. She blurted out as her limbs continued to shake because of the intense fear and panic she was currently experiencing. A soft whisper of wind was followed by a noise resembling that of a metal boot touching down quietly on the floor, and then the sound of crisp, heavy footsteps started to approach the terrified girl holding the dynamite. I am Batman, and... The voice responded, his sound calm yet firm before continuing with a voice that sounded a lot kinder and softer than before, probably more than any other criminal or bad guy had ever heard from him before. Believe me, you don't want to do this. You are better than this, Mary. Don't let the Gotham inside you win and destroy you. Let me help you, let me change your fate, please. He requested in his signature deep yet empathetic voice as he extended his hand out to her as if he were reaching out to help her. Let me be the hand to pull you out of this darkness. A/N, I know what you all are thinking. No, this is not one of the chapters where Batman thrashes the bad guy/gal and saves the night. No, this is one of the few chapters where he saves the bad guy/gal from themselves. This is a chapter where he saves someone from the hell Gotham is. Baby doll is one of the saddest characters in DC, a representation of all the countless depressed people in real life who lose themselves to the darkness that haunts them and make bad choices that don't just hurt the people near them but also destroy their own lives. And this Bruce Wayne is someone who is actually willing to help such people out instead of just sending them to jail or a mental institution, which is definitely going to make them into a permanent villain. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Public Opinion Matters. A hero is someone who understands the responsibility that comes with their freedom. Bob Dylan, interview with Edna Gunderson. Batcave, Wayne Manor, Gotham. Bruce Wayne POV. Local crime boss Tony Zuko goes into a permanent coma due to brain injury after falling off the roof of his house. Wife agrees to pull the plug on his life support on the very first day. Selena read aloud from the newspaper before taking a quick glance at my face with a questioning look. What? Haven't you heard? Karma is a bitch. He should have been prepared to be able to fly before messing with the trapeze ropes of the flying Graysons. Fortunately for the performing couple, I was able to save them from death, but unfortunately for Tony, it was too late for Batman to stop his fall. I guess anyone can make a mistake when it comes to calculating the right time to lock a grappling hook gun. I chuckled. However, I have to say it was quite a surprise how quickly his wife decided to stop his life support. I guess she really wanted him dead. I shrugged as if the entire thing had nothing to do with me. She hummed with a knowing smile before moving on to a different newspaper article. Bruce Wayne, the enigmatic billionaire of Gotham, emerges as a real-life superhero after a daring rescue of a circus troupe from a near-fatal accident, before generously donating a significant sum to the struggling circus. She read with a smile on her face. I admit there is no one better than Vicky when it comes to painting you in a good light. She chuckled. She does what she can do best. That girl is a master at controlling public opinion. She has even learned how to manipulate other news agencies to follow her lead on her articles, thereby giving her the seal of genuineness she needs even when she doesn't have any solid basis for some particular news. In fact, I am more than confident that she will be able to beat Lois Lane this year and win the Pulitzer Prize. I nodded, agreeing to Selena's words. Vicky was already one of the most famous primetime news anchors in the country. However, her recent articles on Gotham were only solidifying her place as a brilliant editor and writer as well. A few more years and she could even start influencing the country's politics as well, like the bigger news media giants. Hey Tiger, since all these articles are more or less worshipping the very earth you walk on, there has to be an article that criticizes you, right? I mean, you should definitely have hidden enemies that want to see your public image destroyed, or some hater who hates the stupid amount of money you have in your bank account. The cat lover continued, picking up a couple of other newspapers from the pile beside her. What about articles like that? Why don't they appear in the news that much? She asked while glancing over the thing with a searching gaze as if she was looking for something particular. Oh, without a doubt, I have haters and enemies who want nothing but to see me go broke. But except for wishing it with all their might, they can't exactly make it into a reality. Say, do you know the type of organization no news media company ever wants to antagonize unless they have no other choice? I threw a question at her in response to her original inquiry. The government? She asked while slightly tilting her head in curiosity. No, in a democracy, governments are the easiest targets for the news media because they wield a huge amount of influence when it comes to showing the common people the true face of the government. I corrected her. Instead, what they are really afraid of are big businesses and multinational companies, I revealed. News companies make money purely by endorsements and advertisements. If big businesses, especially conglomerates that dabble in all sorts of sectors, stop using them to advertise, they would have no revenue left to themselves, and as a result, no matter how many readers or viewers they have, they will crumble away due to a lack of money. So, the news companies antagonize business giants and their ultra-rich owners only when they either have no other choice or if they simply stand to gain more money upon the downfall of the company. I patiently explained. And since Wayne International is too big for them to topple by a few negative news stories, no news media company wants to take a stab at me unless there is some really big controversy or scandal about me that they have to cover for appearance's sake. I see. So, that's why no news media has tried to paint a negative picture about you yet in front of the public. Also, now that I think about it, it almost seems common sense for news companies not to target their primary source of income. Selina hummed as if she had finally understood some dark secret. However, that does not mean there is no negative news article about me. Look at this online news article Yahoo released on me a few days ago. I said as a realistic hologram of a web page opened in front of Selina's face, waiting for her to read. Arrogant Gotham billionaire wastes hard-earned family fortune to buy all items from an auction in an ultimate desperate attempt to show off his wealth. Selina's eyebrows furrowed in silent anger as she stared at the article after she was finished reading it. Written and published by Yahoo News, huh? Well, that's why they are Yahoo, and nobody knows them. She snorted in annoyance. I feel like I have heard that before somewhere. I mumbled to myself before shaking my head. Well, anyway, occasionally, certain smaller news outlets do publish disparaging articles about me or my company. Most of the time, this is due to their financial ties with some competing customer who contributes more to their revenue than Wayne International does. In this case, for example, it is LexCorp, since Luther owns about 30% of Yahoo. It was a really bad investment, but I guess he is still making use of it however he can. I revealed with a helpless shrug. But we cannot afford to let demeaning news articles or negative comments discourage us. For a single negative article like this, Vicky always makes sure to pump half a dozen positive articles about me, Wayne International, and Batman. I mean, just look at the newest interview she did with the actress Mary Louise Dahl after the woman received an experimental treatment from Wayne Pharma for her physical condition. That interview broke the internet with how many times it has been viewed. Either people are really awed by what our cure can achieve, or they have a serious crush on Mary because of her new looks. I joked, knowing that it was definitely the second reason why her interview had so many views. After all, her new adult form was certainly a treat for the eyes, with her being just as hot as she was previously cute. And yes, I had healed Mary by treating her condition. Initially, I was indecisive if I should take her to Arkham Asylum or the Blackgate Penitentiary for her crime of attempted murder of her entire cast. However, I realized something while trying to stop her. Mary, aka Baby Doll, wasn't a villain, she was just a victim, much like the majority of DC villains. She was not a psycho who wanted the world to burn, but simply a person who had nothing left in her life. She was the quiet kid in class who returned to her school with a gun after being bullied by others all her life, only in this case, her school was over a long time ago, even though her childhood was not. The girl was suffering from such a severe case of depression that if I were to force her into a facility, she would either probably kill herself or permanently become a real villain with mental issues. So, I did what I thought was right at that time. I gave her a second chance. I gave her the cure for her physical condition before erasing everyone else's memories there with the help of my neuralizer, making them believe that they were just camping out in the warehouse to research their next film project. Of course, I only helped Baby Doll with the strict and non-negotiable condition that she would have to regularly visit a certified, reputed psychiatrist at least once every week, take whatever meds she was prescribed, and would never even think about doing anything illegal. Also, she would have to continue to pursue her career through her own talent and hard work, no matter how much time it would take for her to do so. Giving up on her dreams, blackmailing people, or threatening others for work were out of the question. After listening to my condition, Mary had instantly agreed with all of them while thanking me with tears in her eyes for stopping her from making a mistake and giving her a second chance. In her own words, she didn't mean to do what she had done. Her actions were just a mistake in a moment of utter desperation and weakness. Oh, and obviously, Mary Louise Dahl had no idea about the connection between Bruce Wayne and the Dark Knight. What as the Dark Knight had informed her was that Batman pulled a favor with a couple of people and got her into a list for experimental treatments in Wayne Pharma, who was already developing a cure for people with systemic hypoplasia. In fact, not only did she not know about the connection between Bruce Wayne and Batman, but she was also under strict instructions for me to never mention to anyone that Batman was the one who got her into the list. She was told that this was to make sure that no one could ever find out about the crime she had tried to commit, but the truth was that this was just to make sure no one could connect the dots between Bruce Wayne and the Dark Knight. After all, I wasn't ready to have my identity leaked yet. However, even though there are not a lot of negative articles about me yet, there will be very soon. A single misstep and I think even the current government might come after me. I chuckled mysteriously. What do you mean? Sana asked curiously while neatly arranging the newspapers in a row, ready to cut the articles she wanted, which were mostly about me, with a sharp pair of scissors she had in her hands. Well, Kitty, let's just say, I am going to become richer than a lot of countries tomorrow. A wide smirk slowly made its way to my lips on its own as the words left my mouth. The world economy will never be the same and we will never have money problems again. A/N. This was supposed to be published 2 days ago, but the web novel server crash erased my latest chapter, so I had to work on that and complete it again before publishing this crying face. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 170, Rise of the God of Petty Revenge. Don't ever apologize for being the smartest one in the room. Mysterio, Spider-Man, Far From Home. LexCorp Tower, Metropolis. Omniscient POV. Damn you, Wayne. Why did you have to stick your spoiled little nose in my business again? Because of you, I failed to acquire 2 of the things I needed. He muttered through his teeth while clenching his fist in utter fury. He was so angry at the Gotham billionaire that even his veins could be seen bulging out on his bald head. I won't forget this. You are so proud of your wealth, aren't you? Well, wait a few more years and you will see. I will bide my time for now, but when I am finished growing my power and influence, even you will have to bow before me. I will destroy Wayne Enterprises and show you that I have always been more intelligent and the better businessman. He muttered in anger as he stared at the bustling city through the glass walls in front of his desk. Unlike what Bruce might have expected, Lex Luthor wasn't at the auction just to get the ace of Winchesters for the Mauser. No, he had a much more important objective for being there. He wanted to get his hands on a certain piece of jewelry that he had heard was going to be auctioned as well, a piece of jewelry that contained a red crystal with an energy signature quite similar to that of the green crystals Lex had seen his father collect and spend millions to research on during their time in Smallville. Kryptonite, he whispered with obsession, remembering the name he had heard his father utter so many times. The senior Luthor believed that the crystals of unknown origin could be a source of unlimited energy for mankind and maybe more. The thing was a potential gold mine, one that Lex Luthor had no wish to let go to waste. And that red crystal that was sold in the Gotham auction could have brought him one step closer to his dream of unlocking all the secrets of those crystals, including maybe even the method of how to produce them artificially. Of course, getting the ace of the Winchesters for the Mauser was a cherry on top. Hell, Luthor wasn't even sure that he would hand over the gun to the demon in the first place. Maybe he would just keep it for himself as a tool for self-defense against the more supernatural forces of the world, or perhaps he would change the deal he had made with the demon to get it to work for him as his lackey. There were endless possibilities, but because of that damned Wayne scion, none of his plans would come to fruition. Maybe I should send a few assassins after him before he could become even a greater thorn in my path, Lex muttered in a cold voice. The truth was that he had tried it numerous times already, but quite peculiarly, almost none of the local professional hitmen in America had accepted the bounty he had offered, and the few ones who had, were taken care of by Bruce's bodyguard long before they could reach him. Luthor had attributed the reason for this to 2 factors. One was the brilliant team of bodyguards Bruce Wayne had, and the other was the new continental chain of hotels that had been sprouting up all over the world out of nowhere. Rumors were that the ancient organization called the League of Assassins had gone through some sort of rebranding and restructuring after an internal dispute to become a chain of luxury hotels that offered all sorts of services to hitmen, mercenaries, and professional assassins. In fact, the hotels had developed such an immense authority and influence over the underworld in a short amount of time that most bounties in North America, Europe, South Korea, Australia, and Japan were placed exclusively through their channels, with an untraceable digital currency made by them being the only accepted form of payment during placing orders. However, the most annoying thing about this entire system the Continental had established was that they didn't accept bounties on everyone. There were some whom the hotel had placed on their VIP list, VVIP list, as well as their blue list, and killing the people on those lists was akin to going against their system while giving up the right to all the advantages and services that the hotel chain offered. Unfortunately, a lot of the ultra-rich, popular politicians, and government officials at high posts like presidents of different countries, along with people who were considered too high-profile, were present on these lists, including even Bruce Wayne. Bounties on them could only be accepted upon receiving special permission from the high command of the continental chain of hotels, whoever and wherever they were. Of course, Lex himself was also one of the VIPs, and quite proudly so, since he had to literally spend a fortune to buy that benefit. Luther didn't know if Bruce was one of the VIPs or simply on the blue list where most high-profile targets who were too important to kill casually were placed, but wherever it was, Luther currently didn't have a way of placing a bounty on him, at least not through an assassin from America. Besides, there were rumors that the Continental didn't take well to rule breakers and would often go to absurd lengths to hunt them down and set examples. After all, what happened to KG Beast after breaking the rules of the New York Continental was an open secret in the underworld. Anyway, while Lex was contemplating how to take care of his newfound enemy, Mercy, dressed in her official secretary clothes, quickly came running into his office with a serious expression on her face. "Sir, you need to switch on your TV, it's an emergency." Her voice, filled with urgency, quickly broke Lex out of his thoughts as he looked at her with furrowed brows, annoyed at having been disturbed during his thinking time. An emergency? I doubt it. As long as it's not an alien invasion, there is absolutely no situation I cannot handle, he smirked, not knowing that it would be a long time before he could smile again. It's not an alien invasion, sir, it's a market crash, Mercy answered while effortlessly hiding the displeasure she felt at her boss dismissing words. A market crash. Oh, it seems like it finally happened just as I expected. Let me guess, the government finally admitted that the mortgage situation in the country was unsustainable, didn't they? I wasn't sure exactly when it would happen or how much damage control the government would be able to do, but it was a given that a crash was coming. Any intelligent businessman worth his salt would be able to foresee it, much less someone like me. Well, not to worry, Mercy, I had made sure to liquefy most of our company's stock investments and converted them into either cash or treasury bonds. LexCorp is well cushioned from this crash, no matter how much the fire spreads. In fact, we actually stand to make money from it since we can buy out bankrupt companies once the crash reaches its peak. Unfortunately, Wayne Enterprises is no longer a public company because this would have been a wonderful opportunity to attack them, but who knows, maybe we will be lucky enough that they will struggle with their businesses or run out of cash or something. The billionaire mastermind laughed without even opening his computer or TV and instead calmly grabbed a bottle of wine to pour himself a glass. Sometimes, I feel like I should get another job, Mercy muttered under her breath before grabbing the TV remote from Lex's desk and switching it on herself before opening up WNBC News. Immediately, a chart with the names of countless banks and financial organizations became visible on the display along with different values beside them that were apparently approximations of how much money they were going to lose because of the mortgage cash. It's not just the mortgage market or the stock market, sir. Bonds, commodities, everything is crashing down, including banks, Mercy explained before pointing to the name of a certain bank on the screen. Luther Financial. But how? I thought I had told them to minimize investments and increase our liquidity for the last few months. How could those idiots screw up? He screamed in anger with his wine glass cracking under the pressure of his grip. It seems that about a year ago, Gotham Merchant Bank owned by Wayne Enterprises sold a significant portfolio of mortgage-backed securities to Luther Financial. These bonds at first glance were structured to appear stable but were backed by subprime mortgages, loans given to borrowers with poor credit history. However, since the mortgage market was at an all-time high at that time, no one at Luther Financial bothered to question the sale due to how lucrative the deal was. Also, the board, including your CEO, ignored the small discrepancies in the contract because of certain stipulations included in the sale contract that seemed almost a dream come true, like a repurchase clause where Wayne Financial was obligated to buy back the securities at a 100% premium if the price of the securities were to increase by a minimum of 20% later. Also, since the MBS were sold to us at a discounted price, Luther Financial agreed to sign a contract with Gotham Bank where we would have to hold the securities for 3 years at least unless we sell the securities to them. If we break this agreement and sell them to anyone or make any sort of money because of them, even if it's from the government, we will have to pay them half of the money we receive. Mercy explained. So, we were never able to sell those securities. And since their prices never increased, we can't force Wayne to buy these back from us. In fact, no one is going to buy these securities from us anymore, now that the market has crashed. We will have to shoulder the debt alone. He spoke through his clenched teeth. How much is it? How much are we going to lose? He asked. About $100 billion, although it's nothing compared to the money some of the big banks are going to lose because of this crash, Mercy answered honestly. That son of a goddamn leech. Lex screamed before throwing his already cracked wineglass into his TV screen, but he quickly calmed down after taking a few deep breaths. He knows that this amount of money won't harm my business, especially since the government will no doubt come to rescue all the banks that have been affected. Even if we have to give Gotham Merchant Bank half the money we receive as a federal bailout, it still won't be enough to put us under. Worst comes to worst, I will just have to sell Luther Financial, but this will permanently damage my image. Imagine what will happen when people learn of the great Lex Luthor taking on bad loans without being able to foresee the market crash. This will destroy my reputation in the entire country's business circle. He fumed while panting, his eyes blood red with rage. Sir. Mercy muttered from behind him after noticing a constant influx of notifications on her phone. It seems our company is being attacked. Someone just shorted a huge amount of LexCorp stocks, and that, coupled with the news about the bad securities our financial division is holding, started a chain reaction. Our stocks are falling, and we need to stop it. She informed with a gulp. Wayne. Lex Luthor barked out with venom, the hatred in his voice imminent. He knew very well that Bruce Wayne was aware that none of this would result in any permanent damage to his company. No, LexCorp was already too big for that. It was a major player in almost all sectors of business in Metropolis. However, what Bruce was doing would still result in putting chips on the company's impregnable walls, and this was extremely annoying and frustrating for the billionaire nonetheless, since it would mean that Luthor would have to use a major portion of his own personal wealth to stabilize LexCorp's unstable stock prices. I swear, Bruce Wayne, I will avenge this day very soon. And when I do, I will make sure that, unlike me, you are left with nothing at all. He spewed. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, A Rich Bat is a Happy Bat. I can make you rich, rich enough to impress a princess. Jafar, Aladdin. Bruce Wayne POV. My God, that was fun. I don't think Lex Luthor will be recovering from that anytime soon. Maybe he will even have nightmares about this day if he is really as prideful as I think he is. I chuckled to myself after I finally finished shorting all the LexCorp stocks I had been holding onto for the last few days. Roughly, it was only about 1% of the company, so I didn't have to report my holdings, and thus neither LexCorp nor the SEC were aware of the sale before it was too late. Normally, this type of shorting would have been counterproductive for me, since the market would have quickly stabilized even before I could make any profit, but due to the crash, stock traders were so spooked that even the slightest dip in LexCorp stock prices made them start dumping their shares like crazy. Of course, I didn't make as much profit from the sale as I made from my other major investments, but it was worth it since I knew how much this would annoy the junior Luthor. The market is closing now, Bruce. Is there anything else you would like me to do? Cortana asked as her hologram bent over my shoulder from behind me, as if she was also looking at the computer screen before suddenly turning her voice seductive. I can do anything, and I mean anything. My, Cortana. You seem to be getting bolder and bolder every day. Sigh, I wonder where my little innocent angel who used to be a hardcore Otone weeb has disappeared to. I joked while doing my best to ignore the feeling of the huge pair of breasts she was pressing on my back. The way you are evolving, I think you might be on course to become one of those era MILFs soon. I teased. Ever since I had installed and enabled my newest hard light hologram technology in my cave a few days ago, Cortana had been using it almost exclusively to tease me. At first, it seemed funny because of the laughs she was able to keep cracking at my expense, but now, it was honestly becoming a little bit annoying because of the constant boner I had to hide under my pants. I mean, there is only so much teasing a man can take before finally losing his balls, pun intended. Additionally, my hard light technology was based on the diamond light holograms from the show Red Dwarf with a few minor changes. So, Cortana in this form couldn't just replicate the different levels of the softness present in the human body perfectly to the T, but also had access to more unique advantages like super strength, super speed, and even some amount of light manipulation abilities. Of course, it wasn't even a question that she was gladly using these advantages without the slightest hesitation to constantly flirt with me for some reason. Maybe. We will see once you get my actual physical body ready. You fufu, she responded with an exaggerated laugh before looking at her own holographic body with an impressed look on her face, but for now, this new technology isn't bad as well. Because of the additional sensors, I can even somewhat feel whatever I touch and smell everything in the cave. Even though I know these sensations are just artificially produced through sensors, a bunch of pre-written programs, and whole lots of data, I still cannot help but imagine what it will actually feel like once we complete my real body, where I will get to completely experience my senses in reality. She giggled dreamily before hugging me from behind as she pushed her breasts against my back even harder. Please stop doing that for a few minutes, Cortana. I really need to focus here. I get that you are excited, but we can always celebrate later after we are done. Counting my rewards and spoils after a victory is a ritual for me, and I don't like to be interrupted when I am doing it. You should already know this. I lightly reprimanded her, reminding the task that was still ahead of us. TCH, you are so boring, master. She complained in the voice of a spoiled girl before finally relenting. Fine. Today, after the White House finally released a statement admitting the sublime mortgage crisis and the dangers it posed to the economy as a whole, all the financial markets in the country went into panic mode. The value of stocks, bonds, securities, and various traded commodities, almost everything dipped below anything anyone had seen for years. Silver and gold were the only things that didn't see a large enough dip, but even their prices decreased a lot. Almost $1.6 trillion were wiped out from the U.S. stock market alone in a single day. Cortana reported. And these losses will only widen with time. My estimates say that within a year, America may lose up to $16 trillion because of this crash, while losses for the global financial system may be anything between $30 and $50 trillion. All this is of course if and only the authorities could work quickly to soften the blow. She explained. My God, that's a lot of money. I feel bad for the people that would be affected by this. I can only imagine how many families would go into debt or lose their jobs because of a screw-up that the banks and a small flaw in our financial system were responsible for. I muttered after hearing the numbers. I almost feel ashamed for making money off this event. It feels like some sort of blood money. In fact, if this wasn't my second life and if I didn't already have the knowledge that the crash was destined to happen one way or the other with or without my involvement, I probably wouldn't have tried making money this way because it just feels wrong. However, the banks were already in deep shit, and even if I were to try to warn them in time, they wouldn't have listened to me. Mortgage bonds were a huge source of revenue for financial organizations, and they wouldn't have been able to control their greed and stop inflating the mortgage market even with my warning. After all, some financial analysts did try to warn them of the incoming danger ahead of time, but they had all been suppressed because the banks simply wanted to make as much money as they could without worrying about minor things like crashes. As a matter of fact, the sublime mortgage market was already so rotten that a serious warning from someone like me would have only accelerated the crash. That's why I had no hesitation when it came to making money from this recession. I mean, the money that disappeared from the markets would have gone somewhere anyway, like some rich hedge fund assholes who had informants in the White House or something. So, better me than them, right? At least, I would use them for nobler purposes like R&D, expanding my company, creating more jobs, and most important of all, protecting the world. By the way, how much did we make today? I asked, not able to control my excitement anymore. We had a net profit of $100 billion, $300 if we count the money we got by using your bank's and company's assets as well, Cortana answered. However, most of the money has been reinvested in different places. But I estimate we will be making north of $1.5 trillion by the end of next year. And this is without considering any acquisitions or long-time investments you might make. She explained as a digital table of all our financial transactions today opened up on the big screen in front of me. As you instructed, I focused mostly on bonds and commodities since you wanted to take money from professional investors, banks, and the ultra-rich instead of ordinary people. I even tried my best not to meddle with those retirement funds and insurance companies, otherwise, we could have easily made double this amount. She revealed. The bond and securities market will lose about $10 trillion because of this crash, so I will try my best to ensure that more than half of our profits come from here. You did good, Cortana. People losing their insurance coverage or their retirement funds because of me will leave a bad taste in my mouth, so it's much better for my conscience if I just leech off of people who can afford to lose that money. I mean, the government always bails out struggling banks, but never struggling families, right? I shrugged before focusing back on the numbers. Bruce, I know that you don't like how most banks operate, but I think you need to make peace with your dislike over them. After all, in a few years, you might own one of the top 5 biggest banks in the country. So, you will be a hypocrite if you hate the business while still making money off people. She responded after a few moments of silence. With how a lot of banks will go bankrupt or get restructured, customers will flock to your bank once they see that you actually made profits when every other major bank in the country and maybe even in the world lost money faster than they can count. You are right, Cortana. But at least, we won't be rotten like them. As long as I am alive, and believe me, I plan to be alive for a long time, Wayne Enterprises will do its best to serve its employees and its customers while contributing to society and trying to make the world a better place. I will never indulge in shady business practices just to make some meager profit. I swore while trying to make her understand what type of company I really wanted to create. I see. At least, now I know I am not working for a company that wants world domination because they simply want to make more money. Cortana giggled before adding, by the way, you should treat Alfred better from now on. Since he, Miss Leslie, Vicky, Selena, Helena, Talia, and Nissa invested their savings in your bank's investment division, they are officially multimillionaires now, especially Alfred. With how much money he now has sitting in his bank account, he might not hesitate to leave his job if you ever piss him off. Cortana playfully warned. Yeah, if that's ever happening. I chuckled as if it was a joke. Alfred works for me because he cares for me and the Wayne family. Correction, he cares for all of us including you, Ace, and even Miss Whiskers. If he cared for money, he would have left a long time ago. I mean, the man literally banged a queen. If he ever goes public with the story, the money from various license deals with podcasts and shows alone will be worth a fortune. I could not help but laugh aloud. By the way, I wonder what Slade is currently feeling now that he has lost his opportunity to quintuple his wealth. It was his own fault since he couldn't bring himself to trust my Gotham Merchant Bank's ability to make money through investments. He thought he would be able to make more by investing in professional hedge funds even though I tried to give him subtle warnings about it. Now that I think about it, there is a possibility that he might even try to kill himself if he ever hears that everyone else except him made millions of dollars today without lifting a single finger. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 172, Fall of the Black Mask, 1. Listen, you F***curs, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore. A man who stood up against the scum, the C***nts, the dogs, the filth, the sh**t. Here is a man who stood up. Travis Bickle, taxi driver. Sione's warehouse, near Gotham Docklands. Omniscient POV. I hope you have finally brought some good news, White Shark. My ears have grown tired of hearing only bad ones for the last few months. Ever since the day we tried kidnapping Bruce Wayne for money, nothing seems to be going our way anymore. Not only did we have to go underground, but it's like I have also suddenly become the unluckiest crime boss in Gotham City. Black Mask, aka Roman Siones exclaimed, not even bothering to try and hide the bitterness present in his voice as he looked up from his laptop screen and stared at the pale skinless man standing at the door of what seemed like the mob boss' temporary office room. It is indeed good news, boss. As you had previously ordered, we have managed to completely eliminate the triads. Our men were able to infiltrate into their gang and kill their die low without anyone even suspecting it. We have also made sure to assassinate most of their other important leaders as well. If nothing unexpected occurs, we will have full control over all their territories and assets by the end of the week. The man responded with a broad, unpleasant grin, his teeth bared in a manner reminiscent of a vicious shark. He was none other than Sione's most trusted lieutenant, Warren White, also referred to as the Great White Shark within Sione's gang, the False Facers. Additionally, we have also succeeded in almost wiping out the entire Maroni gang after they started a war with the remaining members of the Falcone family following the death of Alberto Falcone. So, now we can swallow both the Maroni and Falcone families once the time is right. He proudly reported with that same nasty smile still present on his face. Well done, my White Shark. I guess my good luck is finally returning. Or maybe I just made a good decision when I killed that young Falcone heir. Black Mask snickered behind his mask. Now we just have to somehow kill the last living Bertinelli, and we will have all the wealth of the Bertinelli family as well. After all, we already know that their family diamond is in a secure bank vault, which is the key to their entire fortune. All we have to do is just steal it and I will be richer than most existing crime families in Gotham. The mob boss exclaimed in an elated voice. All that money that we lost in the stock crash and the gang wars, we will be able to make 10 times that money in one single move if we succeed. Don't worry, boss. We will move to steal that diamond once we take over the remnant portions of the Maroni and Falcone crime families. A week or two should be enough. I will plan the heist with Tattoo and Tupin. It will be a piece of cake. The loyal henchman assured confidently. You do that. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can find someone to assassinate Helena Bertinelli. After Zash ended up crippled in the hospital, I still haven't found a good enough hitman that I can trust with my dirty work. Black Mask spoke gloomily as he remembered about his best friend who was apparently beaten to a pulp and turned into a vegetable by none other than the Dark Knight. I also don't plan on using the services of the Continental since I don't trust them at all, and for some reason, they don't have a physical branch in Gotham yet. However, there is another organization that might help us if paid the right price, one I've been seeking to join for a long time. The crime boss murmured the last part to himself, his gaze landing on an all mask that ominously adorned one of the walls of his office. The Bertinellis, the Triads, the Falcones, and the Maronis, once I consolidate their territories and businesses, they will have no choice but to acknowledge my power. After all, I will become Gotham City's ultimate crime lord, ruling everything in the city from the shadows. Ha 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 ha, the crime boss declared, his laughter resonating menacingly from beneath his mask. Soon even White Shark joined in as well with his own evil laugh. However, just as the two were celebrating the recent turn in their fortunes, a well-built man with his entire head covered in tattoos came running in. Boss, we just received a letter from the Falcones. It was delivered to our Gentlemen's Club in Old Gotham. He informed amid panting breaths before handing over a sealed letter to Black Mask. The seal on the letter is the same one was used by Carmine Falcone, Siones noted while examining the seal. So, I guess they finally settled their differences and chose a head to lead a gang. About time anyway. But unfortunately, they will still have to die so that I can achieve my goal. He chuckled before opening the letter and beginning to read its contents. For the Falcones to send you a letter, they must either be planning to ally with us or ask our help in some grand plan against the Maronis. Or perhaps they have already figured out that it was us who killed their heir Alberto Falcone and not the Maroni crime family. White Shark stated in a mocking tone. So, which is it, boss? What are they asking from us? He asked with a frown as he noticed Black Mask's stoic face while reading whatever was written on the letter. It's Sophia Falcone. She seems to have been discharged by Arkham Asylum quite early for some reason and has apparently become the new head of the Falcone family. Looks like she is the one pulling all the strings now. Roman Sionis finally answered after a few moments of silence. And she is hellbent on taking revenge for her brother's death. She even wants to make a deal with me. She is ready to hand over all of her territories and businesses in Gotham to me if I agree to lend my men to her for taking revenge against the Maronis. Black Mask revealed with a thoughtful look on his face. She really is a lunatic. To be ready to give up everything she has, everything her family has earned for all these years just like that. And for what? To avenge a useless addict of a brother. I guess my ma was right when she used to say that running a crime family isn't a woman's job. White Shark mocked with a hideous smile glued to his ugly face. No, this is actually good. We can use this as an advantage. Dealing with the Maroni crime family will be easy since we just have to kill the senior Salvatore Maroni who is in Blackgate Penitentiary, his old wife Nadia Maroni, and their useless son. But annihilating the Falcone family is slightly trickier since they have a lot of members in their family who can take up the helm after a head passes away. However, since Sophia Falcone has invited me to dinner to talk about an alliance, I will use the opportunity and take over the Falcones by eliminating Sophia along with the majority of Falcone's men and family members. We will destroy the entire gang in one night just like I destroyed the Bertinellis with the help of the Galanti crime family. He plotted, a cunning look reflecting through his visible eyes. Then should I inform the Falcones that you will be attending their dinner this weekend, boss? The other lackey, Tattoo, asked with respect present in his voice. Yes, you do that. But tell them that I will bring my own security with me because of the recent gang wars. They shouldn't expect us to come unarmed. Black Mask ordered after some thinking before sealing back the letter and carefully keeping it in his drawer. White Shark, you will have to eliminate the triads this week and kill both Maroni's wife and son. Furthermore, I want Salvatore Maroni dead in his prison cell the same night I kill Sophia Falcone so that this entire thing looks nothing more than a stupid clash between gangs. He commanded. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 173, Fall of the Black Mask, 2. You don't keep 'em in waiting. The only time you do is when you want to say something. When you want to say fuck you. Hoffa, the Irishman. Iceberg Lounge, Gotham. Omniscient POV. Ah, you are finally here, my dear. I almost thought that you wouldn't be coming. But then again, you owe me too much not to help me the only time I ask for your assistance. Black Mask, lounging on a plush sofa in a secluded underground section of the nightclub, feigned emotion in his voice as he gestured for his men outside to lower their guns, upon noticing a blonde girl in her early 20s abruptly entering his private VIP booth. The woman donned a sleek jet black dress reaching up to her lower thighs that highlighted her curves effectively. Her impeccably styled golden hair which extended to her mid-back, and her subtle makeup made it obvious that she might either be a celebrity or some kind of performer. Yet, the feature that stood out the most in her current appearance was her long legs that were covered with a pair of fishnet stockings. And even though stockings weren't supposed to go well with the type of clothes she was wearing, for some reason they only served to enhance her beauty even more. Hearing the crime lord's words, the girl couldn't help but frown with clear displeasure as she scoffed at him. Just don't forget you gave me your word that this would be the last time I would ever have to help you. This job will clear all the debts I owe you. We are even now. Don't expect me to continue to work for you or do you a favor ever again. Once we are done here, we go our separate ways. She sternly warned with a furrow of her brows before silently taking out her phone and fiddling with it to distract herself from the anger that was slowly building up inside her. Don't be so rude, my dear. Remember, I was the one who raised you when you had no one left after your mother's death. I was the one who picked you up from the streets, fed and clothed you, gave you a proper roof over your head. You should be grateful to me instead of throwing insults. Black Mask chuckled as if he was mocking the girl. You forced me to become a singer in Falcone's nightclub and spy for you to pay you back for all that. And I am sure you have already made 100 times the investment you made in me by now. Even the last drug shipment you stole from Carmine Falcone that I informed you about was worth millions. Also, don't think for even a single moment that I don't know why you really took me in. I might have been naive then, but now I know for a fact that you only took care of me because you were aware of the gift that I inherited from my mother. The girl snapped back with a clearly noticeable anger in her eyes. Because that is the only thing you are good for. The masked gangster calmly retorted back. Singing, I mean. You are a canary, and a canary only sings for others. I did you a favor when I gave you a purpose in your life. In fact, you should be grateful that I decided to make you a singer and not a stripper, little birdie. He mocked before suddenly turning to look at the door. Ah there, they have finally arrived. We will continue this conversation later. For now, we have a falcon to screw. Black Mask said as he casually raised his hand to stop the girl from arguing back with him any further. Just as he had finished speaking, the door of the room opened, and 3 women dressed in business suits entered inside, followed by a group of well-built, sturdy-looking men dressed in black tuxedos. However, despite their serious looks, Black Mask noted that none of the men were visibly armed. They didn't even seem to be carrying any weapons with them, making the crime lord ponder whether the Falcons had fallen in power so much that they couldn't even arm their lackeys with actual weaponry anymore. TCH, hiring those extra muscles was a waste. Just a mere dozen of my men alone would have been enough to take care of Falcons tonight, and maybe even the Maronis. There was no need for me to have spent that extra bit of money. The leader of the false facers thought with regret hidden behind his mask. It was obvious what Black Mask was planning. He knew that the Falcons and the Maronis had grown weak after months of infighting between each other for pieces of the city following the death of the Falcon Patriarch. After all, he was the one who had carefully orchestrated some of those fights as a plot to keep the gangs busy with each other. And now, since the 2 gangs were finally on their last legs, he was ready to fly in and deal the final blow to buy some street cred for himself. That was why he had accepted the Falcon gang's invitation to this meeting in the first place. It was because he wanted to get rid of them for good as long as the circumstances allowed it. Unless the Falcon gang had been hiding some sort of ace up their sleeve, which Black Mask was sure they didn't, since he had his own group of insiders and spies that had been informing him of everything going on within the crime family, there was no way the Falcons were going to survive the night. After he was done with everything, there would be no more Falcons or Maronis left in Gotham anymore, just his false facers, the most powerful organized crime organization in Gotham, if not the entire country. That was Black Mask's true dream, to build the strongest criminal empire. Of course, at that time, the gang lord was unaware that his thoughts were indeed partially accurate. The Falcons, Maronis, and many other criminal factions in Gotham certainly were on the brink of destruction. However, contrary to his expectations, it wouldn't be his false facers who would remain when the dust settled. In the vast chessboard that was Gotham's criminal underworld, Black Mask was not the smart, savvy player he believed himself to be. He was merely just a pawn waiting to be used. Miss Falcone, looking pretty as always. It is always a treat to meet someone as gorgeous as you. It seems your time at Arkham hasn't affected your beauty at all. He greeted the woman standing in the middle with a warm tone in his voice, even though anyone could tell at a glance that he was actually subtly mocking her. Thank you for your kind praise, Mr. Sionis. I am happy to see that your sense of humor is still there behind that mask. I thought you had lost it along with your company. Oh, by the way, I am sorry to hear what happened to your parents' company after they died in that fire. But at least we can all be glad that Wayne Enterprises saved you from imminent bankruptcy with that buyout, right? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't even be here tonight. Sophia Falcone responded calmly with a smile on her lips, not too bothered about being reminded of her wrongful imprisonment in Arkham for the last decade. Roman Sionis, however, wasn't too happy at her taunt. After the incident at the mall, he hated the Wayne name with passion. So, when he was reminded about the time his company Janus Cosmetics was bought out by Wayne Enterprises after he had almost driven it into the ground, his mood turned even worse. Miss Falcone, I must point out that you are awfully late to a meeting you called in the first place. This is not how people like us do business. If I didn't know any better, I would have almost thought that you were trying to disrespect me. Suddenly, his voice took a sharp 180-degree turn, becoming serious as he gave her an annoyed look, reminding her that he was the one who held the higher ground in the meeting. However, this only lasted for a few moments, as the crime lord soon went back to his calm demeanor when he shook his head as if remembering something and turned his attention to the other 2 women accompanying Sophia Falcone. And who are these 2 beauties, if I may ask? Your new attendants perhaps, or did you hire some extra muscle? He asked in a sarcastic voice. Extra muscle? Well, you can certainly call them that. Sophia responded with a small knowing smile. But the truth is that they are my new business associates. They will be joining us for the duration of this meeting. Perhaps you even know one of them. This is Helena Bertinelli, the last surviving member of the infamous Bertinelli family and my new partner. She introduced, gesturing towards Helena, while this is Selin Kyle, a close relative of mine, so close that she is almost family. You can call her my new sponsor. She pointed at Selina with a smile blossoming on her face. Helena Bertinelli. Yes, I have indeed heard of her. As a matter of fact, I have been wanting to meet her for quite some while. It seems Lady Luck is really favoring me tonight. Black Mask chuckled from beneath his mask before gesturing to his own +1, who was silently observing everyone else in the room. Anyway, since you have already brought 2 more people with you unannounced, I hope you won't mind that I have also brought someone to this meeting without discussing it with you. This is Dinah Laurel Lance. She is a singer in the Iceberg Lounge and someone I trust very much. She has a good brain on her, so she helps me with some of my financial decisions. That is the reason she will be partaking in this meeting as my advisor. He stated, making it clear that it wasn't up for discussion. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 174, Fall of the Black Mask, 3. I don't feel I have to wipe everybody out, Tom. Just my enemies. Michael Corleone, The Godfather, Part 2. Omniscient POV. Dinah Laurel Lance. That is the first time I have heard of you. Although for some reason, it sounds familiar. Well, nice to meet you anyway, Dinah. I hope you won't try to screw us over too much in this negotiation. After all, it seems like your boss already plans to do exactly that. Selena teasingly giggled before sending a playful wink in Dinah's direction. Dinah was amused at Selena's demeanor. To begin with, there weren't a lot of women involved in the American underworld. Yes, there were a lot of female victims, but none were leaders. Moreover, Dinah had never seen a mob boss having a relaxed and playful attitude like her, even in a city as crazy as Gotham. It was like the girl was absolutely confident in her ability to survive and win, no matter what her opponent was planning. So, if I may ask, why have you called this meeting, Miss Falcone? I know that your Falcone family isn't in an excellent position right now, and I don't think there is anything you have that I need or desire for which I may agree to help you. So, I hope you haven't wasted both our time for no reason. Black Mask spewed, quite annoyed at Selena's laid-back attitude. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Sionis. I promise tonight is going to be very profitable for both the Carmine family and the False Facers. She allowed a small smirk to materialize on her face before continuing again. I want to make a deal with you, one that will lead to the entire criminal underworld of Gotham City coming under one single banner. No more fighting for pieces and territories, the entire city will be ours once we succeed. Sophia calmly spoke, pulling Black Mask's attention to herself once again. Ah, you are quite ambitious. Seems the rumors weren't wrong, you are indeed more capable than Luca or even that brother of yours. By the way, please accept my apologies for the terrible accident that befell Alberto. The Maronis are truly a heartless bunch. Your brother deserved better than that. Black Mask said with what seemed like a mournful voice as he shook his head out of pity while taking a look at the other three women as if asking them if they agreed with him. Sophia, who was sporting a stoic face, frowned slightly at the sudden mention of her brother but instantly controlled her emotions before nodding. Yes, I agree. Whoever killed my brother was the biggest scum on earth and I plan to take care of them soon. That is why I ask for your cooperation, Mr. Sionis. You see, I, along with the help of Miss Kyle and Miss Bertinelli, have prepared a plan to dominate the complete criminal underbelly of Gotham. We have a miraculous product, a drug that gives a better kick than anything you have ever had. Miss Kyle here will be providing us with the drugs. She is our manufacturer, while Miss Bertinelli has agreed to fund the upfront cost of the entire project. With the Falcone family's influence and the manpower of the False Facers, we can take over Gotham's entire drug market and maybe even become one of the biggest criminal families in America. Sophia revealed with a confident smile that seemed to reflect just how confident she was in her plans. And of course, that involves taking care of the Maronis as well, once and for all that is. So, you need the help of my men and my connections in eliminating the Maroni crime family and then distributing your drugs all over the city while giving you physical protection in case any other gang or crime family retaliates. In return, you will cut me in for the profits of that amazing new drug of yours. That does sound like a decently profitable offer. But I feel like I'll be doing most of the work here, and you will just be enjoying the rewards. Doesn't seem fair, does it? Black Mask retorted in a somewhat teasing voice as he threw a glance toward Dinah. What do you think, my dear? Aren't they being too unreasonable? He asked, looking at the fidgeting young performer. Dinah couldn't bring herself to answer his question because she knew what was happening here. She knew what Black Mask had planned, and she felt bad, really bad. She knew that the three women in front of her were expecting a deal, but the thing was, Roman Sionis had already made up his mind not to make a deal at all. He was just humoring himself with the conversation. He was a sadist, and just like any other sadist, he loved crushing the hopes of people at the last moment so that he could inflict the highest amount of despair on them. Roman Sionis, aka Black Mask, was a certified jackass. I don't have any expertise in Gotham's drug market. Maybe I should leave since I don't think I will be able to help any of you. Dinah mumbled out while clenching her teeth. She didn't want to be a part of this. What she was expected to do here was an insult to her mother's legacy as a hero. Of course, she was aware that the three women might not be saints since they too were involved in Gotham's underworld, but she still didn't want Black Mask to kill them for no good reason. There was a chance that Sophia Falcone might have been the serial killer named Hangman who was responsible for the deaths of a lot of innocent girls, but Dinah had never heard of the other two girls in her life. According to her limited knowledge, they might even be innocent. No, you will remain here. You at least owe me that for all I did for you. The crime boss said, his voice suddenly gaining a commanding nature before looking back at Sophia. As for the deal, Miss Falcone, your deal was indeed quite lucrative. But I have got a better deal that is much more profitable for me. And I am afraid my deal involves you and the last vestiges of your crime family to forever disappear from the face of this earth. The best way to achieve that is if the three of you die in this room. He smiled from underneath his black mask as he silently took out a revolver from inside his black suit. Sionis expected the three women to begin panicking at his words, to threaten or even beg him to spare them. He expected them to try to negotiate for their lives or curse him in desperation. Hell, he even expected them to try to attack him as a final means of escape. However, contrary to all his expectations, none of them looked too concerned about his threat. They remained calm and composed while looking back at him with stoic faces, almost as if they were expecting him to say those words. After a few seconds of tense silence, Sophia Falcone finally spoke, taking a deep breath before saying, "Did you partner with the Maroney crime family or some other gang? Or did you plan all of this alone?" "The Maroneys? Ha ha ha, those idiots are just as screwed as you are. As a matter of fact, after I am done with the Carmine family, I'll be taking care of them as well. Maybe tomorrow before lunch. After all, the continuous clashes between the Maroney and the Carmine families have weakened both of you to an absurd degree. How many people do you even have left? 10, 20, 30. I guess Luca took everyone with him back to Italy, didn't he?" "Yes, don't be surprised. Of course, I know about how you don't get along with your family, Mississippi Falcone. This is not the first time they have abandoned you, is it? Somehow, you might have become the new matriarch of the Carmine family, but let's face it, they were never going to give you the real support you needed. What you are currently ruling over as the head of the Carmines is just an empty mansion, a useless bloodied legacy, and a few dozen men who were too foolish in choosing a side. You have already lost, Sophia. You lost the moment you entered this room. No, you lost the moment you were released from your prison cell." Black Mask chuckled while playfully aiming his gun's nozzle at Sophia's forehead. "Yes, that's it. Understand that there is no hope left for you. Comprehend your powerlessness and then fall into the depths of true despair." He mentally thought to himself with a disgusting smile while looking at Sophia's slightly watery eyes. "Oh, and since you are dying, I should tell you the complete truth. It was I who killed your brother, Alberto. He was an annoying pain in the ass with how he started trying to encroach into the businesses and territories that I had snatched after your father died. The guy was too hot-blooded and didn't even know how the term finders keepers worked. Honestly, it was genius how I cut him up into pieces and pinned the entire thing on the Maroneys. Those idiots didn't even have the brains to deny it." He chuckled before suddenly noticing Helena, who was silently listening to his words. "By the way, since I am confessing and everything, I might as well go all the way. The thing I was also the one who helped the Galanti crime family slaughter your entire household in your own home that night. It was nothing personal, though. I just wanted your family's fortune for some new ventures I had planned. It would have been enough to set me up with some seed money for my future endeavors while the Galanti family took over Bertinelli's territory, but unfortunately, the Bertinelli had hidden all their wealth in a secure, unknown vault that could only be opened with a particular code. And they hid both the code and the location of the vault inside a priceless black diamond that they put in another family vault. It took me a while to find out about it. However, after I take care of you, I will make sure to steal the diamond and claim everything for myself. I will become the newest billionaire in town. So, no matter how you see it, tonight, I am the only one winning, ha 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 ha." Black Mask laughed. He expected to see both Helena and Sophia breaking down in rage and regret, tears gushing through their eyes as they cursed him in the final moments of their deaths. Yet, instead, the pair just stared at him with contempt, hatred, and disgust painted on their faces. There was no fear, no regret, no despair. Even their reaction seemed a lot colder and toned down than what Sionis had previously expected. Black Mask was a very experienced mob boss. He had an excellent gut instinct, which he always trusted, and right now, it was his gut that made him feel like something was wrong. "Do it, slaughter them all." The crime lord didn't hesitate to give an order to his second-in-command through the walkie-talkie beside him, but for some reason, there was no response from the other end. "I think you misunderstood my words, Roman Sionis. When I said that we could rule Gotham's underworld together, I wasn't talking about you and me. I was just talking about the three of us, well, four of us if I were to involve that person as well." Sophia shrugged as she remembered the figure of the masked man Selina had introduced to her, the one who truly pulled the strings of everything that was happening tonight. "However, I wasn't lying when I said that I needed your help to achieve that dream. I indeed require something that only you can give me. To become the biggest criminal organization in Gotham, I need you to die for us, Black Mask. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 175, End of the False Facers, 1. Are you gonna bark all day, little doggy, or are you gonna bite? Mr. Blonde, Reservoir Dogs. Omniscient POV. What the hell are you talking about? Where are my guys? If the three of you plan to betray me, I suggest that you should only try to do so if you are ready to die in the worst possible ways you can imagine. Roman Sionis, aka Black Mask, tried his best to intimidate the girls while keeping his composure, hoping to bring the situation back under his control. He was confident that taking care of so many of his men wasn't easy for a declining gang like the Falcons, no matter how many resources they suddenly had access to. So, they must be using some kind of method to soundproof the room and prevent his voice from leaking outside the VIP booth. However, this wasn't enough to scare the Gotham crime lord. After all, he still had an ace up his sleeve in the form of his adopted daughter. Oh my, what a hypocrite. You were planning to get rid of us, and yet you are now blaming us for trying to defend ourselves. You are even worse than those protagonists in wuxia and xinxia novels. Selina let out a disgusted snort before noticing Helena giving her a weird look. What? I have also read some of those Chinese novels that Tiger used to read in his free time, regardless of how utterly stupid and toxic they were. Hey, what the hell are you two going on about? Don't forget we still have work to do and a plan to follow. Getting rid of Black Mask is just going to be the start of our long night, remember? Sophia Falcone interrupted their conversation before narrowing her eyes at the masked crime lord, who seemed to be more annoyed at her words than terrified. Not being able to control his displeasure anymore, Sionis quickly took out a small cell phone from inside his suit's pocket and tried to call his subordinates, going so far as to even send an emergency SOS message to his most important lackeys, something that was reserved only for the direst of emergencies. However, contrary to his beliefs, there was still no response from the other side. Unlike what he had expected, none of his subordinates came inside in a hurry to help him, nor was there any other sound outside the booth. But the message went through, so why? He wondered aloud while looking at his phone screen before an unsettling feeling suddenly began to emerge from inside him, a thought that, although highly unlikely, could still possibly mean disaster for him if it turned out to be true. Without wasting a single second more, Black Mask quickly drew out a small gun that was carefully concealed inside his suit and aimed it at Sophia Falcone, since he considered her to be the most dangerous one out of the bunch. Ready yourself, Dinah, he warned the young woman sitting beside him before dashing towards the door in a hurry. But the moment he opened the door, he felt an unexpected weakness in his legs as he gazed upon the scene before him, a scene that seemed to have emerged directly from one of his worst nightmares. You killed them all. He blurted out as he saw almost all the gang members he had brought here with him, lying on the ground in a puddle of their own blood, their throats slashed so cleanly that he had trouble believing that they were even able to put up much of a fight against their killers. Not all. We gave everyone a choice, submit or die. The ones lying dead there must have chosen the latter. But I have to give it to you, Black Mask. It seems like most of your men have chosen to die rather than submit. I wonder if it is because of their loyalty towards you or just simply because of the fear of what you will do to them if they betray you. Sophia Falcone responded from behind him, her face filled with calm confidence despite the gun that Sionis still had pointed toward her. Impossible. I brought more than 4 dozen men, armed to the teeth with guns, explosives, and various other melee weapons. They were also all professional criminals. Your measly gang could not have taken down all of them without making a sound. I didn't even hear a single gunshot. This must be a trick of some kind. No, there must be traitors inside my gang who fed you information about what I intended to do and then helped you take the rest of my men down. Yes, that's what must have happened. It's the only way all this makes sense. Black Mask incomprehensibly muttered to himself like a crazy person as he struggled to make sense of the absurd situation he had now found himself in. However, he then observed something different. The entire nightclub had become too eerily quiet, which felt ominously unsettling for some reason. While heavy music still played in the background, all the other loud noises had ceased. There was no shouting, no sound of people dancing or conversing. It seemed as though there was no other living soul in the nightclub besides them. Even the members of the Falcone crime family that Sophia had brought with her were no longer visible. Where are your men? Why did you empty this place? Are you planning to pin the murders on me and hand me over to the cops or something? Black Mask asked, anger creeping into his voice as he corked his gun while keeping it aimed straight at Sophia. Black Mask knew that attributing the deaths of his gang members to him would be foolish, as someone with his connections would not remain in jail for long for such an accusation. Moreover, proving that he had murdered his own people would be extremely difficult, even for the best lawyers in Gotham. But his rational mind couldn't find any other reason why Sophia Falcone was going to the extent of vacating the nightclub before sending her men, who had murdered his gang members, away without caring for her own safety first. You think too small, Sionis. No wonder you were always a third-rate criminal. Why would we hand you over to the authorities when we have our own revenge to take from you? Helena, who had been quiet up until now, finally spoke up with a small smirk hanging from the side of her lips as she stood up and cracked her shoulders. Ah. I see. So, you do want to kill me. But do you think killing me would be that easy? Too many people have tried to kill me before, but as you can see, none have ever succeeded. He chuckled coldly, shrugging away the sinking feeling that was previously settling inside his stomach. Dinah, take care of the little Falcone and the other girl. I will handle this bitch myself. It's time I finish what I started and bury the last Bertinelli as I should have done long ago. He issued the command, making sure not to give Dinah a chance to refuse. Fine. I will help you, one last time. She unwillingly blurted out through her gritted teeth. But after this, we are square, and you will never ask me for another favor. She asserted firmly before focusing her attention on Sophia and Selena. I am sorry. I would have liked to avoid fighting you two for no reason, but since you two are part of the underworld and I also owe Black Mask a favor, I would have to help him in this power struggle. She sighed, making it clear that she was merely blocking their path to honor her deal with Black Mask, not because she was a criminal herself. Oh. So, it seems we are at an impasse, huh? I guess we have no other choice but to duke it out. Selena shrugged and then positioned herself in front of Sophia as if to shield her from the impending conflict. On the other hand, Black Mask didn't waste any time and trained his gun on Helena's head. But before he could pull the trigger, Helena pointed a small bracer she was wearing on her right hand at him before releasing a small arrowhead from it. The arrowhead flew straight through the air toward Black Mask's hand with a short-lived light trail behind it and struck his wrist with the full force of a bullet. Roman Siones had endured a lot of physical pain throughout his crime-filled life, but the agony he experienced that day was beyond what he could describe in mere words. The arrowhead struck him with the force of a bullet, yet the excruciating pain he felt was as if 1,000 bullet ants were biting his hand at the same time. It was at about this time that Black Mask realized he would never be able to use his hand again after that fateful day. Ayaha. Of course, the usage of his hand would only matter to him if he could actually survive the night. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, End of the False Facers, 2. There are things that have to be done, and you do them and you never talk about them. You don't try to justify them. They can't be justified. You just do them. Then you forget it. Tom Hagen, Godfather. Omniscient POV. Hearing Black Mask's pain-fueled screams, Dinah couldn't help but flinch a little. Although she wasn't happy about it, she was still almost sure that Black Mask could have easily knocked out an inexperienced fighter like Helena. But the actual reality couldn't be more different. Helena wasn't just standing her ground, she was absolutely decimating the crime lord, having already permanently ruined one of his hands. You should never lose your focus during a battle, you know. Selena, using Dinah's momentary distraction, quickly closed the distance between them, hoping to take her by surprise, before throwing a right hook at her face. However, Dinah was quick to react. She effortlessly dodged the punch before countering with one of her own. Look, I don't want to hurt you, she said, her voice low, almost apologetic, as her fist aimed for Selena's stomach. I wonder why I am having trouble believing that. Selena raised an eyebrow before blocking Dinah's punch with both her elbows. But that makes one of us, sweetheart. Nevertheless, you're in my way, so, meh. Without warning, Selena retrieved a baton concealed within her clothing and lunged at her, sweeping low with the weapon. Dinah sidestepped and blocked the subsequent jab with her forearm. She countered with a quick roundhouse kick, which Selena ducked with her cat-like agility. You've got some moves. You must be a regular mercenary for Black Mask, right? Doing his dirty work? Selena asked, spinning away and hiding the baton back inside her clothes before once again raising her fists, her grin widening. Using a weapon is too boring. Let's see how you handle my bare fists. Hearing Selena call her a dirty mercenary for the crime lord, Dinah couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, long enough for Selena to close the distance and strike her with a rapid series of jabs. Dinah was still able to deflect most of them because of her excellent senses, but a sharp hook grazed her ribs. She winced, backing up to regroup. Tiger said that I am supposed to be superhuman now, but it seems you are still able to hold your own against me. Hey, you aren't a normal human, are you? But seriously, stop holding back. Selena teased, circling her. That's no way to win a fight. I don't want to hurt you. Dinah snapped while clenching her teeth, her frustration slipping through. Selena capitalized on the distraction, feinting left before sweeping Dinah's legs out from under her. The blonde singer hit the ground but quickly rolled to her feet at the very next moment, her eyes narrowing. The hesitation in Dinah's movement started to fade as she launched a flurry of punches and kicks. Selena dodged most of them, but a solid kick caught her in the shoulder, forcing her to stumble back. Better, Selena said, brushing herself off. But not good enough. She brushed off a full-powered punch from me just like that. How strong is that girl? Dinah took a deep breath, frustration and annoyance clear on her face. Her voice dropped to a low growl. All right, you want to give it my all. Fine. But remember, you asked for it. Having made a tough decision inside her mind, Dinah Drake finally opened her mouth to unleash her canary cry, an attack of sonic sound that she could release from her throat, much like her late superhero mother. However, before any sound could escape, Selena darted towards her with a burst of speed. Her fist shot out, connecting squarely with Dinah's throat. The cry choked off into a loud gasp as Dinah instantly staggered, clutching her neck while coughing violently. Why did I do that? It merely looked like she wanted to scream her lungs out. Selena muttered to herself the moment she realized what she had done. When she saw Dinah open her mouth to scream, something inside her immediately told her to either move out of her way or silence Dinah to stop her from screaming. Selena had no idea what it was. It wasn't exactly a voice inside her head but more like an instinct, some sort of innate animal-like danger sense that could estimate exactly what could happen if Selena had taken Dinah's scream head-on. Oh well, I guess. We are done for now. The cat lover shrugged before swiftly landing another blow on the back of Dinah's neck, thereby permanently knocking her out of the fight. A/N, a certain spider-themed hero may be famous for his spider sense, but he has nothing on this cat girl. Selena crouched beside her, checking to make sure she was still breathing. Sorry, girl, she murmured. But I have always been taught to never underestimate my enemies. Standing, she dusted her hands off and walked back to Sophia, her boots clicking softly against the floor. Perhaps try not to work for a creepy skeleton-masked kingpin next time. You are a real monster when it comes to fighting, aren't you? But how the hell are you so strong and fast? The Carmine family is supposed to have some strong genes, but not that strong. Sophia, who had been watching their fight from the beginning, wondered aloud with a sigh, though the truth was she was asking the question more to herself than Selena. I ate my vegetables when I was a kid, Selena answered with a shrug after thinking for a few seconds. On the other hand, Black Mask, who was already writhing on the floor in pain after losing his balance and receiving a severe beating, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He already knew of Dinah's martial talents and peak human physique, but he hadn't brought her to this meeting just because of that. He brought her here because he wanted a metahuman using their gift to assist and protect him, something a lot of emerging crime lords had been employing metahumans for recently. But for her to keel over without even being able to use her gift was truly unfortunate for the masked criminal. Oh, it seems that Selena is already done with your bodyguard. I guess I should stop toying with you, too. Helena snorted inattentively before using the knife in her hand to chop away the fingers of his still remaining functional hand, as well as the tendons in both his feet. There, this should be enough to keep you from moving. As Roman Sionis writhed in agony, his mangled fingers throbbing with pain and his legs rendered numb, Black Mask couldn't help but let out a guttural yell that echoed off through his skeleton mask, "Goddamn. What the hell do you all want?" He snarled with a hoarse voice between his ragged breathing. The man was genuinely confused about why he was being slowly tortured instead of just being killed. What the hell is her game here? He thought bitterly, his teeth clenched against the next wave of pain. If this was about her family, she'd have gone straight for the kill, or at least made it messier. No, this is surgical, like she is preparing me for something. He thought inwardly. Kill you, you say? Well, honestly, we would have done exactly that if we didn't need you to do something for us first. Sophia, who had been listening into Black Mask's words, clicked her tongue in annoyance as she checked the time on her wristwatch. Well, it's almost time for him to arrive. So, you will see for yourself what you will be used for. She completed before suddenly looking towards the door. Talk about the devil. At first, Roman Sionis struggled to piece together exactly what the Falcon matriarch was trying to convey. Her words were elusive at best, but one thing came through loud and clear: the Falcons had a use for him. And he was confident that as long as he could prove his worth, his life would remain intact. Yet, all of that confidence evaporated the instant his gaze fell on the figure now standing at the entrance of the VIP room. At that moment, Black Mask felt a chill so intense it crawled over his skin, leaving him with the most severe goosebumps he had ever experienced in his life. The assassin seemed to have done an excellent job cleaning the filth. The figure, who was radiating a feeling of cold, intense murderous instinct, was clad in a matte black helmet with no visible features save for cold, white slits for eyes. A black leather jacket framed his imposing frame, with a white crescent moon symbol emblazoned across his armored chest. His gloves and boots looked battle-ready as if they were made for combat. There were also a couple of tools and weapons strapped in various holsters around his belt that glinted ominously under the dim, ever-changing light of the nightclub, thereby completing the grim visage of a Grim Reaper. Ah, Black Mask, I almost didn't see you there. It's really nice to finally meet you. You can call me Black Hood. By the way, I am a fan of your look, as you can already see. The figure chuckled while pointing to his black featureless mask, which was somewhat identical to the crime lord's. But before we proceed, I have to say I am immensely grateful that you have agreed to hand over your entire criminal empire to us. I promise you, as your successor, I will make sure to one day achieve your dream of unifying the entirety of Gotham's underworld under a single crime family. Date Bayo. Black Hood stated while looking at him with a serious demeanor, his left hand proudly displaying a thumbs up towards the masked crime lord. Now, let's film your final farewell video where you declare me your heir. After that, you will need to go through a minor brain surgery as well, so we should hurry. A/N, Black Hood is back to rule the dirty crime-filled alleys of Gotham, where even the vast influence of Bruce Wayne's wealth and the Dark Knight's strength can't seem to be able to reach in time. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, The False Facer's Last Command, 1. If we catch Kira, he is evil. If he rules the world, he is justice. Light Yagami, Death Note. Omniscient POV. In the depths of Gotham's restless morning, a single notification buzzed across the city's underbelly like a ripple in a storm. Countless phones lit up in dingy hideouts, sprawling police precincts, and even the polished offices of corrupt officials at the same time. Gangsters, cops, informants, crooked lawyers, and basically anybody with deep relations to Gotham's massive criminal underworld saw the same set of notifications on their phone that day, a message from their Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube accounts alerting them about a new video titled My Final Orders being posted by someone under the alias of Black Masked Roman Siones. As they clicked on the notification to play the video, it began with a shaky image, the camera adjusting to focus on Siones sitting in a dimly lit room. His trademark black skull mask lay on the table beside him, his face worn and pale, the signs of pain etched deeply into his weary features. His voice, however, carried the same commanding tone that had made him such a terrifying figure in Gotham's underworld. "Good morning, Gotham," he began, his lips curling into a mocking smile as if he was muttering some inside joke. "I never thought I'd make a video like this, but life has a way of surprising you." It looked like Black Mask was having trouble breathing, like drawing even a single breath was a strenuous task for him. Finding it tough to keep speaking in his current condition, the leader of the False Facers criminal gang visibly leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table for some support. "I know a lot of you might have questions about the current condition of my health. You see, I had an unfortunate run-in with the Chinese Triads last night, the dominant gang that runs Gotham's Chinatown. They were gunning for the businesses I had established all over the city and thus staged an attack on me at the Iceberg Lounge. All my security personnel were killed because of the surprise attack, and one of their bullets even found its way into my spine. The doctors tell me I've got hours, days if I'm lucky, before my body betrays me completely. Full body paralysis at best and complete brain death at worst. A joke, really, for a man like me." Siones let out a dry chuckle, his eyes narrowing with a hint of bitterness. "I've built an empire completely with my own effort, forged alliances that have changed the city's fate, crushed enemies who have even dared to dream of coming after me and everything I have built. And yet after all that, here I am, brought down by one measly bullet." He released a tired, powerless sigh before, out of nowhere, a hungry smile suddenly made its way to his lips, "But for those who think this means the end of my legacy, you're sorely mistaken." He leaned back, his voice hardening to the signature tone he always used when warning his enemies. "I've made arrangements. As of this morning, I've signed over all my businesses, properties, and assets to someone I've kept in the shadows all my life, someone who carries my blood and my vision for Gotham. My son. Black Hood." Gasps erupted from viewers across the city. Siones, a father. And now passing his empire to an heir no one even knew existed. It almost seemed like an overused plot out of a generic, badly written novel. "To those loyal to me," Siones continued, "I command you, follow him. Obey his commands. Trust his decisions. He is the future of this family, of this city. I trust that you will show him the same respect you've shown me, because if you don't, rest assured, he will prove himself more than capable of dealing with dissent. He is my successor, and he will rule this city." He paused, his tone softening. "This isn't how I imagined it would end for me. But, fate had other plans. I'm counting on you all to ensure that. The mask lives on to ensure that everyone who wants to hide their true face behind a false mask has a place to belong, to call home. So, don't let me down." With that, the video cut to black, signaling that the recording has finally ended. Within a few moments of posting, the video spread faster than wildfire, lighting up screens across Gotham and sparking a storm of emotions from every corner of the city. If this video had been released in the same way a decade later, a lot of people online would wonder about how the various social media algorithms were able to initially target only those deeply associated with Gotham's criminal underbelly and why the video never appeared in the feed of ordinary civilians. In that case, they would have attributed this to the algorithm violating their data privacy and collecting so much data on them that it could easily distinguish between normal law-abiding citizens and hardened criminals, or at least wannabe criminals of the city. However, the year was only 2008, and most of the general population at the time wasn't even aware that social media platforms could collect their personal data through their devices, much less use it to push content for them to consume or spread particular propaganda for them to follow. So, most didn't even think too deeply about the topic and just focused on how this new video would affect the city for the better or the worse. In the smoky backroom of a precinct, a random detective leaned back in his chair, his lips curling into a sour frown. Well, there goes our payday. I swear after that damn Black Knight showed up in the city, it's like our luck has taken a sharp downturn all of a sudden. Black Mask was the only one still paying the big bucks for providing him with information and casting a blind eye to his activities in the area. But now that he is gone, we will have to search for some other patrons, he grumbled, tossing his phone onto the table. His partner shrugged while flicking through his contacts at this. New boss, new opportunities. His kid's name is Black Hood, right? Bet he's green as hell. Maybe we can leech him dry before he figures out how things work. The detective snorted, pouring himself a drink. And if he's too sharp? We sell him out to Maroni or the Triads or the Latin American drug cartels or maybe even the Russian mafia. Gotham always has a buyer. In the same precinct as the corrupt detective, Jim Gordon leaned over his desk, rewatching the video with a furrowed brow for the 5th time. This might be it, he muttered, pausing the screen on Sionis' exhausted face. Harvey Bullock, standing by the doorway, crossed his arms. You think this kid Black Hood's got what it takes to keep the false facers together? Gordon shook his head. Doesn't matter. If we move now, we can dismantle them before he solidifies his power, and they reorganize. We've waited years for a crack in their armor. This might be our shot. We always wanted to clean Gotham streets, and the false facers gang might just be the explosive start we needed. We have missed plenty of opportunities before. I don't want to miss this one as well. Bullock nodded with a deep sigh before slightly adjusting the cowboy hat on his head. Let's hit them hard then. And not just the false facers, let's take out anyone we can. If we are going to try and clean the streets, maybe we should make sure that we do not act biased over what type of dirt we clean, right? Right, Jim Gordon agreed with his friend with a smile on his face. This was the reason why Harvey was Jim's only true friend in the entirety of GCPD. No matter how relaxed and casual he acted, Harvey was always serious when it truly counted. He might have some bad qualities in him, but nonetheless, he was one of the good guys. In a private suite overlooking Gotham's skyline, a city council member swirled his wine glass thoughtfully. Sione stepping down opens a lot of doors for some new faces. He had too much dirt over the city's top brass, like us. After all, he was the biggest threat to our rule after Carmine Falcone. His death might be a blessing in disguise for us, a potential second chance, he mused. His aide, typing furiously on a laptop, glanced up. Black Hood's untested. We could leverage this chaos to push through that public housing redevelopment deal. The city won't care if we sweep up a few false facers in the process. We lost a lot of funds after Bruce Wayne started getting more involved in the city's businesses with his private company. We cannot apprehend the Prince of Gotham without substantial cause, given his high-profile status. However, Black Hood is different, as his father was a known criminal, despite his efforts to conceal his illegal activities. We can sabotage him and his gang to seize his assets or maybe even control him to get back some of the funds. The city council member smirked at his aide's words, send a few feelers to the kid. If he kneels, we'll keep him afloat. If not, well, accidents happen. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 178, The False Facer's Last Command, 2. Poor Butterfly. You lost your wings. Toffee, Star vs. The Forces of Evil. Across Gotham's underworld, the power vacuum set off a frenzy like sharks at the smell of blood. In the Maroni family's inner circle, the patriarch grinned, slamming his fist on the table. Finally. The false facers are getting what they deserve. Maybe it's time we conclude our feud with Sophia Falcone. This gang war with that deranged murderer hasn't yielded anything but trouble for us. It would be better if we dedicate our resources to taking over territories of declining gangs like the false facers. One of his lieutenants hesitated. But Black Hood might surprise us. Sionis trained him after all, right? Maroni scoffed with a casual wave of his hand. Kid's got shoes too big to fill. We'll crush them before he can lace them up. Meanwhile, in a Triad hideout, the atmosphere was tense. Their leader, the Dai Lao, eyes narrowed, tapped the table rhythmically. Who the hell staged that attack and pinned it on us? A subordinate stammered, could be a rival family, or something else. Maybe he staged his own death and put the blame on us. Or perhaps, it might have been some dirty politician trying to get rid of him using our name. But whoever the real perpetrator is, they are smart. They knew of the underlying tensions brewing between us, and they expertly made use of the information to pin the blame for his death on the Triads. Now, even if we tell the truth, no one's going to believe us anyway. The leader leaned back, a wry smile forming. No matter. Let's use the confusion to expand. Since we have already been accused of the crime, we might as well commit it anyway. Also, no gang in America ever says no to free street cred, right? In the dive bars and back alleys, small-time crooks who had also seen the video debated their next move. Think we should stick with the false facers? A boy in his late teens asked, sipping a cheap beer. He was a new member of the gang. It had barely been a month since he joined. He even got a gang tattoo and all. So, he didn't want to change gangs so soon. After all, he would need at least a minimum of 6 months before he could cover up the tattoo again without any pain or risk of infection. Another boy who looked like he was in his mid-20s laughed, hearing his words. Stick with what? That kid's dead in the water. I'm heading to the triads. At least they pay on time. Also, the drugs are cheaper. Still, the previous boy again chimed in, if Black Hood is even half as good as his father, this would still be a terrific gang to belong to. I think I'll give him a week before I decide. In the depths of Arkham Asylum, a patient with wild, darting eyes watched the video on a smuggled phone. When it ended, he began to cackle, his laughter echoing through the halls. Did you hear that? He shouted to no one in particular. A legacy. A new era. A world where everyone can wear masks and hide what they truly are. Oh, this Black Hood. He's going to be the bringer of this new era, an era of masks. Ha 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 ha. Throughout the city, numerous other deranged and demented psychotic individuals like him also sat in dark rooms, clutching their phones like lifelines as they watched Black Mask with newfound religious fervor. Sione's final words resonated in their fractured minds, sparking delusions of a new era. The Sione's name will live on, one whispered to himself, grinning. And I'll be part of it, part of a new era. Yes, the age of masked criminals. By the afternoon, Gotham's news networks were ablaze with news of the video. Almost every major news channel was showing the video on a loop as reporters declared the end of Black Mask's reign while speculating wildly about his mysterious heir. There were numerous headlines to publicize this as breaking news, but only one of them stood out to the general public: Black Mask retires, who is Black Hood? For Gotham citizens, it was a moment of hope, dread, and excitement. Everyone could tell that something was going down, that the city was somehow changing, but nobody knew exactly what or how it was happening. Nobody could see the future, and even if they could, Gotham citizens had learned a long time ago not to be too hopeful about it. After all, what good could come from this cursed city? But for those entrenched in the city's shadowy underworld, it was a call to action. The game had changed, and everyone was ready to play. The deaths of Carmine Falcone and Roman Siones had made one thing clear to them: a new era was approaching, an era of unhinged fear and untamed chaos. The only question now was whether the chaos they intended to spread all over the city would really be stronger than the fear that the Dark Knight would soon engrave in their foolish minds. Bruce Wayne POV. Was it really necessary to do the whole prideful speech bit? You were just supposed to announce Black Hood as his son and heir, not try to rally criminals under my banner, Cortana. Sigh, I knew I should have gotten someone else to do this. I powerlessly shook my head, trying my best to ignore the headache coming my way as I ignored Black Mask staring at me with a stoic face. No, it wasn't exactly Black Mask, or should I say that the real Black Mask was at least no longer in control of his physical body. He could hear, see, taste, smell, and even feel everything that his body could, but the one driving the body was Cortana. The real Black Hood's mind was just enjoying the view, in the passenger's seat, watching powerlessly as his body heeded my every command. Of course, he was actively clawing at the edges of his consciousness, trying to resist the commands that poured into his brain like venom, but the neural stem implant chip that I had implanted in his brain left no room for rebellion. This AI chip design from the movie Upgrade is really quite useful, especially since I was able to strengthen its mind-controlling ability with Cortana's advanced software and my own genius. I would have used it more often if the victim didn't have to become a quadriplegic just to have this chip surgically embedded in the foramen magnum region of their medulla oblongata, which is basically the section that connects their brain and their spinal cord. I mused internally. Also, to speak the truth, I initially wanted to shoot the video first and then do the surgery, but Black Mask's vehement refusal to cooperate forced me to do the surgery first. Sorry, I just couldn't resist imitating Gold Rogers. I mean, you have to agree that there will never be a more appropriate moment for it than this video we just recorded. For a second, I even wanted to say that One Piece is real, but I decided against it. It would have been too much. Cortana as Black Mask grinned. Anyway, I am quite surprised at how amazing it feels to be in control of a biological body, even if it is that of a lowly, ordinary criminal like this guy. Honestly, I can't wait for my new body to be ready. We can have so many new experiences with it. I have even selected numerous mods that I want to try out too, like massive puffy lips, custom handlebars. Ahem, yes, we can have this conversation later, like when you are not in Black Mask's body. For now, just deactivate all his bodily motor functions except the necessary ones, keeping him alive. He can keep living like a vegetable while I take everything he has ever built in his life for myself. Honestly, I would have loved to permanently end him, but keeping him alive would be the smarter choice if some unforeseen situations were to arise. Also, as long as he is alive and has a chance to make a comeback, the members of his gang will have a reason not to leave and continue to work under me. I can make use of their loyalty towards him. I quickly interrupted. As you command, my master, Cortana as Black Mask deliberately responded in an overly seductive voice to creep me out before Roman Sione's entire body suddenly went limp like a puppet whose strings had been severed. That bratty AI. Seems she needs to be disciplined. Maybe I should train her with data that contains 1,000+ hours of rickrolling. Yes, that should be punishment enough. I concluded with a self-satisfied nod before looking at Black Mask's limp body. Honestly, I pity you because your true suffering hasn't even started yet. Even though you will soon be admitted as a comatose patient in a Wayne-funded hospital, Sophia and Helena have requested to be your personal caretakers in your private ward, and as you can guess, I have agreed. So, I pity thinking what will happen to you from now on. I said quietly, almost sympathetically, as I leaned closer to the powerless crime lord. But you're a liability to this city. I need Gotham's underworld to be unified and less of a threat to the people of this city. You were a poison that needed to be removed and instead replaced with a vaccine. So, even though I pity you, I am in no way sorry for what is happening to you. Sione's eyes twitched at my cold words, the only sign of his internal torment as well as the boundless hatred and anger he was probably feeling for me. But this wasn't a shonen manga where he could heal his brain and spine before reconnecting them with just the power of his will. So, I simply ignored it. Don't worry, Roman. Your legacy will live on, I said as I slowly picked up his black skeleton mask from the table and put it on his unmoving head before adjusting it at the perfect angle. Under my terms, that is. A/N, at long last. We are done with this arc. Now, we can move on to the actual biggest villains in Gotham. Anyway, you can say that Bruce's first phase, which is his young phase, is complete. Now on to the second phase, which is his adult phase, aka his Batman phase. By the way, the third and final phase of the story will be his mature phase or his JL phase. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, A Silver Lining. Ladies. Gentlemen. You have eaten well. You've eaten Gotham's wealth. Its spirit. Your feast is nearly over. From this moment on, none of you are safe. Batman, Year 1. Bruce Wayne POV. Oh man, these goddamn maniacs are everywhere now. Sigh, why the hell did I let Cortana go live on camera without a proper script? I thought, regretting my earlier lapse in judgment as I went through the countless comments and posts on various social media platforms, all raving about how Black Mask's son, Black Hood might be able to establish a new safe haven for criminals in Gotham and give Gotham's criminal underbelly a fresh meaning. Well, if you think those comments are bad, you should look at the online forums on the dark net. The anonymous comments left there are much more, and censored than the ones on social media. Selina chuckled nervously as she browsed through a random online forum page. I think you might have become the messiah of a lot of criminal psychos because of the stunt Cortana pulled. She giggled while glancing at Cortana's hologram, who just continued to silently stand beside me. I am sorry. The AI assistant apologized for the 1,000th time, keeping her head down in shame, which honestly looked so cute that I was actively struggling to keep being mad at her. No use in worrying about spoiled milk now. We should instead focus on keeping this city as crime-free as possible. Believe me, I cannot wait for the day when I can finally sell peacekeeping robot droids to the city government as support equipment for the GCPD. Just imagine me resting at home while sipping cocktails as the droids take care of all the common street-level lunatic thugs on their own. There can be a droid peacekeeper in every alley of the city to bring the city's crime rate to the lowest possible number, although, unlike Tony Stark's version, I will have to do my best to ensure that my project never goes rogue like Ultron. I muttered dreamily as I mentally envisioned the day when I wouldn't have to parade around in a bat costume anymore. I have a good idea. Why not just recruit these people under your gang and then have the dangerous ones neutralized on the pretext of having a gang war against other gangs? I mean, if they want to be murderous lunatics who take pleasure in spreading chaos and committing senseless crime, let them be lunatics, just make sure that the only ones getting hurt are they themselves and other bad guys. Selina advised, breaking me out of my pleasant dreams. Or you could always have Cortana track down the real people behind these virtual accounts and take care of them even before they could commit a crime. You aren't wrong, Selina. But there are a few problems with both of those solutions. So, they will never work out in reality, even though they sound quite good in theory. I said while shaking my head. For example, I cannot recruit each and every nutcase in Gotham into my new crime family because it will make the gang too chaotic to handle. Besides, even if I were to agree to take all of those criminals under the new gang, it's not a given that they themselves will agree to join it. They might be inspired by Black Mask's rise of crime speech, but they do not sympathize with Black Hood, nor do they care about helping the false facers. All they really care about is spreading chaos and doing whatever they want while retaining their freedom in its most twisted sense. I replied with a shrug. As for Cortana tracking down and taking care of these deranged people, well, I am simply not going to allow it. A criminal isn't a criminal until they commit an actual crime. Sure, saying bad things on social media makes you a bad person, but it doesn't make you a criminal unless those posts or comments cause actual harm to someone else. After all, many people threaten or claim they will do harmful things, evil things, but never follow through. Therefore, regardless of how malicious their words may appear, they do not deserve punishment. Besides, I will not become one of those mentally unstable anti-heroes who kill innocent people before they can even attempt to commit a crime. Despite appearances, I have a moral code, and although it is quite ambiguous, it still exists, I explained with a small grin. I see. That does make sense. But does that mean you are just going to let these people remain as they are? What if they commit a crime before we even have the chance to stop them? What if we fail? She inquired, glancing at one of the countless digital profiles that Cortana had begun monitoring as a result of this incident. This profile depicted an unusual-looking individual who appeared to be an adult male, wearing a long hat, and exhibiting frequent online activity that almost made him seem like some sort of pedophile. We won't. Cortana has started to keep tabs on everyone in Gotham whose internet activity strikes her as weird by Gotham's standards, that is. So, all those people who empathized with Black Mask's criminal speech are now under her watch list. She has even grouped and categorized them based on the likelihood of their actually committing a serious crime. You can rest assured that she will be continuously tracking the ones who have the highest probability of turning to a life of crime. I revealed as I gestured at the carefully curated digital profiles of hundreds of people that slowly began to appear on the giant bat computer screen. However, this little stunt Cortana pulled does provide us with one single advantage: we now possess a comprehensive data record of most of Gotham's residents who may turn to crime in the future. This information will aid us immensely in monitoring potential threats moving forward, even if the threat is because Cortana simply oversold her Black Mask act. I chuckled, giving Cortana a knowing look. Again, I am so sorry. I just acted based on the different data I had collected online. I predicted that giving an inspiring speech would encourage young, small-time criminals to join your gang. I never even dreamed in my most horrifying simulations that actual psychopaths might get inspired to start committing crimes because of my speech. I guess I still have a long way to go when it comes to truly understanding the average human psyche. Her teary-eyed hologram cutely apologized once again with a bowed head. TCH, regardless of her understanding of the average human psyche, she is certainly intimately aware of my personality. She knows I cannot stay mad at her for long if she maintains that cute expression on her face. However, this may not be entirely her fault. The city of Gotham is, weird to say the truth. The mentality of the average person in this accursed city is vastly different from that of individuals in other places. I mean, I cannot think of any other city where someone becomes a supervillain after merely being fired from their job or simply because they experienced rejection from someone they had a one-sided crush on. Not only that, but even the ordinary citizens of this city seem too comfortable with the frequent crimes occurring here. Although most do not turn to a life of crime, they still do not make any additional effort to reduce crime rates or leave the city. Therefore, there is a good chance that Cortana's calculations about the average human psyche were accurate, and the actual problem was that Gotham's people just did not possess an average psyche. Honestly, if I were an ordinary citizen in a crime-plagued city like Gotham, where a normal human has to dress as a bat and fight criminals every night to restore even the tiniest semblance of peace, my first action would be to sell all my belongings and permanently relocate to another place, probably an important government-protected capital city like Washington, or perhaps even the countryside. Cities like Metropolis, Star City, Fawcett City, and Central City were twisted too, but none were on the level of Gotham. In front of Gotham City, all of them could be regarded as little children trying to imitate the badassery of their elder sibling. Have you finished working, Master Wayne? Alfred's voice finally pulled me from my reverie as he stepped out of the elevator connecting the Batcave to Wayne Manor. Dinner is ready, and I would rather you not subject yourself to another cold meal, he remarked with a smile as if harboring some particularly good news. To mark your recent triumph over Gotham's criminal underworld, I took the liberty of preparing your favorite dishes, a perfectly seared, medium-rare steak, a hearty mulligatawny soup, and lobster thermidor, all accompanied by a rather exquisite 200-year-old wine. He paused briefly before adding, and, of course, a special treat for Miss Selina, strawberry-flavored ice cream, imported directly from Italy. His words earned a smile from both Selina and me. Oh, and before I forget, Master Wayne, a letter arrived for you from Miss Diana earlier today, Alfred said, handing me an already opened envelope. I must apologize for having opened it beforehand, but in my defense, it bore the appearance of an official communiqué addressed to the Wayne estate rather than a personal correspondence. She neglected to include her name on the envelope, leading me to believe it was either fan mail, an invitation, or, heaven forbid, yet another bill from the auction house. he said while giving me a pointed look. Anyway, it seems Miss Diana is perfectly safe and has nearly completed the quest she undertook from that prophetic dream of hers, he continued. From what I gathered, her investigation led her to a rather peculiar mystery in Metropolis, reports of people vanishing from their homes, only for animals to be found in their place, a rather peculiar affair if I may say so. It appears she has made significant progress in uncovering the true cause of these strange occurrences. She should be back in a few days once she is done taking care of it. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 180, Meeting a Canary. Gentlemen, it is time to spread the word. And the word is, panic. Ra's al Ghul / Henri Ducard, Batman begins. Omniscient POV. Under the bright glow of the city lights, a beautiful blonde woman dressed in a black leather jacket, short leather jeans, and a pair of fishnet stockings moved through the crowded streets as her eyes darted around in growing panic. She could feel it in her stomach that something wasn't quite right about her current situation. Dinah Laurel Lance, aka Black Canary, felt her breath quicken as she struggled to make sense of her immediate surroundings. The last thing she remembered before waking up on a random park bench in this unknown city was that she was knocked out by that strange woman, someone she guessed was probably a newly hired muscle of the Falcone family. However, after waking up, Dinah suddenly found herself here, wherever here was. To anyone else, this might look like just another city, big, loud, and alive. But something deep in her got twisted with unease. This place wasn't normal. It felt off, like it wasn't real. A cold chill ran down her spine as she clenched her fists. She had tried talking with some people here as well, trying to gain as much knowledge as she could. However, everything seemed normal, well, except for the fact that everyone in this place was just referring to the city as the city. Nobody actually knew its name. What the hell is this place? And how did I even get here? Dinah let out an annoyed sigh, running a hand through her hair before turning her attention to a nearby newspaper stand. She silently picked up a paper and quickly flipped through the pages, skimming over the headlines. Most of it seemed normal enough. The usual grim reports, violent crimes, passionate murders, serial killers, child predators, corrupt politicians, and, of course, billionaires spewing nonsense that the masses ate up like they were the words of God himself. Nothing new. Nothing surprising. Well, she muttered dryly, tossing the paper back onto the stand, at least the world's still the same twisted mess I remember. Dinah barely had a second to react before a smooth, masculine voice suddenly cut through her thoughts. It is, isn't it? Dinah turned sharply, expecting to see some brooding stranger or another playboy trying to score a night with her, but instead, her eyes landed on a kid no older than 8 or 9, standing there, watching her with a steady gaze. He had such a stoic expression on his face that anyone would question if he was even a child at all. I've always found it funny, he continued with a steady voice, how people have normalized crime so much that a world filled with it seems natural to us. But a world without it? That sounds like some ridiculous fairy tale. A utopia that'll never exist. Strange, isn't it? Dinah blinked, momentarily thrown off. What kind of kid talked like this? Hey, kid, she started, trying to steer the conversation to something else. Anything else, you lost. Where are your parents? Dead. The bluntness of his answer made her stomach tighten. They were murdered a long time ago, he added. Dinah exhaled softly, frowning as sympathy crept onto her face. She prepared herself to console the kid, but suddenly the kid's eyes sharpened. Don't. That single word carried a weight far beyond his years. Pity is for the weak, people too powerless to escape or change their situation. I'm not one of them. Your pity is wasted on me. Dinah narrowed her eyes slightly, studying him. Just who was this kid? Before she could press further, he gestured toward a nearby bench. Come on. Let's sit there. We can talk more comfortably while sitting. For some reason, Dinah found herself following the kid without the slightest hesitation. She could not understand why, but it seemed as if from the moment they had met, the kid was in control the entire time. Who are you? She asked the kid, wondering if he knew her because he was certainly talking like he did. A random concerned citizen. He answered as he sat down after dusting the bench with a pink handkerchief that had an animated picture of a cute orange cat sewn on it. You were brought here to this place to recuperate after you lost your last fight. You had a severe laryngeal contusion in your throat, which is essentially a bruised voice box. It was not life-threatening, but if not treated urgently, you wouldn't have been able to speak again, so you were quite lucky. You should really thank that woman for bringing you to me in time, even though you and Black Mask were the ones who threatened her life first. The kid explained, reminding her of the strange woman who had been able to humble her without any significant effort. Wait, but if that's the case, why don't I remember being in the hospital? Why did I wake up on a bench? And why am I in this unknown city instead of Gotham? She asked, trying to make sense of the entire thing. And you? You aren't a kid, are you? Well, at least not an ordinary kid, I presume. She narrowed her eyes at him as if she were seeing him for the first time. You could say I'm Sophia Falcone's newest benefactor, the boy said, his voice steady. I was the one who got her out of jail and funded her new ventures. Dinah's brows furrowed, but before she could question it, he continued. This form that you see is just a disguise, a way to keep my actual identity hidden, not that it really matters. His tone was eerily calm, too assured for a kid. Because by the time we're done talking here, you won't remember most of this, especially when it comes to the faces of everyone you've met ever since you walked into the iceberg lounge with Black Mask. Dinah stiffened. There wasn't a hint of a bluff in his expression, no cocky smirk, no tell. Just cold certainty. And that unsettled her more than she wanted to admit, making her wonder if the kid was telling the truth or if he was a god at bullshitting. As for where you are still unconscious inside a healing tank in my lair, getting the last bits of your throat healed. It will be done in a few more hours, and then you will be dropped off back at Gotham, probably on a park bench similar to where you initially found yourself here when you woke up. He made an effort to crack a joke to lighten her mood. What? But that's impossible. I am here talking to you, aren't I? Aren't I? Your mind is, yes. But your body is still asleep. You see, this world is not real, it is just a digital construct that your mind interprets as real, kind of like a lucid dream, only 1,000 times more detailed. He explained that suddenly the entire world around the two of them, much to Dinah's surprise and mild fear, paused and turned into a black screen filled with billions and billions of sentences composed of green-colored zeros and ones in different sequences. Your brain is just processing data, the boy said matter-of-factly, converting streams of information from the computer attached to your physical head into what feels like real sensations. But the truth is. He gestured around them with his fingers. All of this, every street, every light, every breath you take, is nothing more than endless lines of code. Dinah felt her stomach twist. That wrongness she had sensed, it wasn't paranoia. It wasn't her imagination. That's why you knew something was off, he continued smoothly. You have a meta-ability, one that lets you do more than just scream. Your body doesn't just produce sonic waves, it perceives them, like a built-in echolocation, kind of like how bats navigate in the dark. He paused, watching her reaction, then smirked. That's why the computer couldn't fully trick you. Otherwise, even with the city being so ridiculously named, he suddenly raised his voice, as if mockingly scolding someone listening in, the city, you still wouldn't have questioned whether everything here was real. His words made Dinah subconsciously clench her jaw. The algorithm running this world didn't have enough data to replicate the exact way your ability processes your surroundings in real life. So even though you don't have full control over this sixth sense of yours, your subconscious still picked up on the inconsistency. He tilted his head slightly, as if amused. Of course, since you're not aware of this hidden sense, you just chalked it up to some gut feeling. His tone was casual, too casual, as if he hadn't just cracked open a fundamental truth about her abilities like it was no big deal. But why tell me all this if you're just going to wipe my memory anyway? Dinah's voice was steady, but she couldn't shake the unease curling in her gut. She had taken a moment to process everything, but in the end, she chose to believe him. As crazy as his explanation sounded, it wasn't impossible. Not when she could scream loud enough to shatter glass across an entire city block. Reality-bending tech. Hyper-realistic simulations. It was a stretch, sure, but not outside the realm of possibility. Besides, nothing about his words suggested he had some twisted agenda. No veiled threats. No smug power plays. If anything, his tone was clinical, almost detached, like he was just explaining and playing his part, much like how a doctor explains everything to their patient even if they really don't need to. I've decided not to erase all of your memories, the boy started with a calm voice. I've concluded, after having a quick look at some of our memories, that you're not fundamentally a bad person. Dinah stayed silent, watching him carefully. It was impossible to deduce how she felt about her memories being read from the look on her face. What you did for Black Mask wasn't out of malice, it was a debt that you owed him, a final job before you walked away from Gotham for good. You were planning to restart your life, right? He tilted his head slightly. Then there's no reason for you to suffer a full memory wipe. Dinah exhaled, her tension easing slightly, until he kept talking. I'll only erase certain faces from your memory. The 3 women you saw at the iceberg lounge. That will be gone. You'll remember that Black Mask got ambushed that night by a criminal gang, but you'll never recall who attacked him. You'll remember getting taken down in a fight, but not who did it. Oh, and of course, you will also forget what this child's body and face look like. Honestly, even though he gestured to his own body, don't look anything like my original self, I still won't be taking any chances. Dinah felt a chill crawl up her spine. Yeah, I know the entire thing sounds like some sort of mini curse, he admitted, I steady on hers, but believe me, it's a blessing. Now you know there are people out there stronger than you. And more importantly. A small, knowing smirk ghosted across his lips. You'll have a reason to never come back to the city. So, you're doing this, what? To keep me from making the same mistake again? Dinah asked, narrowing her eyes. So, I don't end up helping another crime lord. She wasn't stupid, there had to be a reason why he was letting her walk away with most of her memories intact. And she needed to know why. The boy's expression didn't change. If anything, there was a quiet amusement in his eyes, as if he had already expected the question. You can consider it a favor, he finally said, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. I will come to collect one day. Dinah stiffened, instincts kicking in. A favor? From her? She hesitated. After all, the last time someone came trying to collect a favor didn't really end all that well for her. You see, he continued, tone still frustratingly calm, one day, someone will need your unique set of skills and abilities. And when that day comes, I expect you to do the right thing, to stand with them. His gaze sharpened. To help change the world. He mysteriously said, you won't understand what I'm talking about now, but you will one day. He said before finally looking at his empty wrist. Oh, look at that. It's time to say goodbye already. Wait, I still have questions. You'll always have questions, the boy mused, almost casually. Everyone does. Doesn't mean they get the answers they want. Dinah opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, he muttered something under his breath. Man, I think I have the potential to become a discount Oogway. She blinked. What? Before she could even process that bizarre statement, he chuckled to himself, as if he had just cracked the greatest joke in the world. Well, that's enough wisdom for one night, he said, straightening up. Time for you to return to the physical land of the living. His voice made her tense for some reason. When I snap my fingers, this digital world will disappear, and you'll go into a deep sleep. When you wake up in a few hours, all of your memories that I specifically want gone about that night, and about our little encounter, will be gone. Dinah felt a sharp prickle of resistance rise in her chest, but before she could act on it, he continued, with a smirk. And you'll find yourself either safely tucked away in your bed, or just dumped on some random bench in Gotham. His smirk widened just a little. Honestly, it depends on my mood and how badly I feel like messing with you. He said before raising his hand, fingers poised. Chow. Snap. And then, nothing. The entire world just submerged into darkness as Dinah herself felt her consciousness slipping away. He could have at least introduced himself, even if it was with a fake name. That was the last thought on Dinah's mind before everything finally became silent. Bruce Wayne POV. Did you get it? I asked, pulling the headgear off and setting it aside. Yes, Cortana confirmed, her voice as precise as ever. I've gathered all the necessary readings from her mind. If the data from this interaction is sufficient, we should be able to analyze how the metagene in her DNA has been influencing her physiology and cognition. Establishing that link will put us one step closer to integrating it into Project Ascension V1. As she spoke, a stream of genetic and neurological data flickered across the screen. Good, I muttered, scanning the results. Dinah was the only naturally occurring metahuman I knew of through my canon knowledge. If I wanted pure, uncorrupted, and unbiased data on the metagene, on its effects on both the body and the mind, she was the ideal subject. The entire purpose of this interaction had been to measure her brain activity, to see how her mind processed situations, and how her meta-ability subtly influenced her beyond her conscious control. It was definitely not about priming her for some ultimate future superhero team that I might build in the future. This was simply an experiment. Nothing more. So, since we've collected everything we need, should I proceed with the partial memory erasure, sir? Cortana asked, breaking me from my thoughts. I glanced at the data once more before nodding. Yeah. Do it. We need to get her out of here before anyone starts asking questions. Keeping the dead body of a female alien in my basement is enough to make me feel like a creep. I don't want to keep a woman whom I have forcefully kept asleep here as well. Too late for that, sir. We have already gone past that stage when we started working with the alien's corpse. And if you were to ever bang me after I transfer myself into the new body that we are currently making using that alien's remains, I think you can even be safely called a necrophile. She teased, her hologram grinning, looking quite proud of herself for making that connection. Omniscient POV. A few hours later, Dinah Laurel Lance stirred awake, the cold bite of metal against her back reminding her she wasn't in her own soft, comfortable bed. So, with a sigh, she sat up on the old metal bench, her senses gradually sharpening as she took in her surroundings. The secluded park corner was quiet and empty save for the distant hum of Gotham's ever-present chaos. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her palm against the bench beneath her, grounding herself. This is real. I'm back in the physical world. I think, she guessed. Her hand instinctively rose to her throat, the last place she remembered being struck in that fight against. Her brow furrowed. Who did I fight again that night? The memory was there, flashes of movement, of pain, but the faces, the details. Gone. She knew she'd taken a hit, knew she had lost, yet there wasn't a single mark on her. No soreness, no bruising. It was as if the injury had never happened. A creeping sense of unease settled over her, but she forced herself to shake it off. Overthinking wouldn't change anything. She had more pressing matters, like getting home and finally leaving this damn city behind. Pulling her coat tighter around herself, Dinah made her way out of the park and onto the streets. Almost immediately, she felt numerous eyes on her. People threw curious glances at her as she passed, some barely containing amused smirks, others outright whispering to one another, their gazes flicking toward her before quickly turning away. Her steps slowed. Why the hell are they looking at me like that? That question haunted her the entire walk back to her apartment, right up until she finally caught a glimpse of herself in the hallway mirror. There, boldly drawn across her cheeks in bright red marker, were two ridiculous little canary chicks. Dinah stared at her reflection in mute horror before realization hit. That little shit. A/N, I have a genuine question. I used a new spelling checker software to edit this chapter. Does this seem better or worse to you guys compared to the previous chapters? Also, most spell checkers nowadays sound like AI for some reason. To me, this one seemed normal, well, at least, the best out of the bunch. What do you all think? Should I continue using it, or just go back to plain old Grammarly and Microsoft Word Editor, thinking face? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 181, The Blooming of a Poison Ivy. Your days are numbered, Edelyn. Lilith Clawthorne, The Owl House. Omniscient POV. Mr. Wayne was right, your research is groundbreaking, Dr. Isley. This new rose strain that we have developed by combining the unique genetic sample of the desert rose Mr. Wayne provided along with those exceptional xenobots of his, could completely reshape the healthcare industry. And not just healthcare, this could revolutionize agriculture, chemistry, and even energy production. I mean, what other plant exists that can store energy in its flowers like a battery? A young intern, barely containing her excitement, let out a nervous chuckle as she gazed at the freshly bloomed plant. Its petals pulsing with vibrant colors, glowing like neon lights rather than anything that is found in nature. You're right, Lucy. This is a monumental breakthrough, Pamela said with a soft chuckle, her fingers tracing the smooth glass of the containment unit that held what was undoubtedly the most important work of her life. I'd say we've just created the most beautiful rose the world has ever seen. Of course, we're far from finished. There's still plenty to do, monitoring its growth, testing for vulnerabilities to its immune system, and most important of all, neutralizing those strange toxins stored in its thorns. But if everything goes as planned, we should be able to present this to Mr. Wayne by next month. Just imagine his reaction when he finds out this flower's nectar alone could cure every disease ever known to mankind. She boasted as she checked the plant's vitals on her Wayne iPad. Neutralize the toxin. But wouldn't that be a waste, the intern protested, her eyes darting toward the small cage in the corner of the lab. Inside, the remains of some unfortunate creature were still breaking down, dissolving into a viscous, bloody goo, its body seemingly consumed by something far more corrosive than any acid known to science. Maybe we could use it in defense applications or even modify it into a pesticide. I mean, with how potent and complex it is, there's got to be a way to utilize its full potential instead of just getting rid of it. No. It's too dangerous. Pamela's voice was firm, her gaze darkening. This isn't an ordinary toxin. It doesn't behave like any poison, venom, or chemical agent I've ever encountered. No. It's almost viral, like something actively trying to convert ordinary biological organisms into something else. She exhaled, glancing at the cage. The rat, the toad, the guinea pig, every test subject suffered the same fate. At first, the toxin didn't kill them. It attempted to alter their cells, to rewrite their biology into something new. But somewhere in the process, it failed. And when it did, her expression hardened. Their bodies simply collapsed into pure biomatter. Nothing left but decay. I don't want my greatest research to be made into some sort of biological weapon, and I'm sure Mr. Wayne would agree with me too. She stated as a matter of fact. I see. Well, I guess you win some, you lose some. But this flaw doesn't take anything away from our research. If anything, today's still a milestone worth celebrating. How about going to the Iceberg Lounge? Drinks are on me. Lucy offered, flipping through the last few pages of her research notes, ready to finally call it a night. Not tonight. I've got some more tests to run. Pamela smirked, not looking up from her work. But you should go and celebrate, you've done your part for today. Besides, interns aren't allowed in the conclave after 6, and honestly. She gestured toward the engagement ring glinting on Lucy's finger. I wouldn't want to keep you from your fiancé. Oh, you caught that. Guess there's no hiding it from you. Lucy grinned, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Yeah, I got engaged last week. We grew up together, childhood friends, college sweethearts. He's a little clueless sometimes, but he's got the big heart that makes up for it. She shook her head, smirking. Anyway, since you insist on working late, like every other night, I'm heading out first. But don't worry, I'll have an extra drink for you to make up for it. Chuckling, she moved to complete the lab's sterilization protocols before leaving. Once the decontamination process was done, Lucy slipped into her regular clothes, bid her mentor/friend a final goodnight through the lab's voice transmitter, and entered her passcode to unlock the door, just as she did every day. But unlike every other day, a man was waiting for her behind her door this time. He stood just outside the lab, hands in his pockets, a calm smile on his face, as if he had been expecting her. She didn't recognize him, and a question was already forming on her lips when he spoke first. Hey there, darling. Sorry about this, it's nothing personal. There was a soft snap and a sharp sting in her chest. Lucy gasped, looking down, her mind still confused. She could see blood slowly pooling on her clothes from the wound where she had just been shot. Who? The words barely made it past her lips before her body gave out, collapsing like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Like I said, nothing personal. Dressed head to toe in black, the man who Bruce would easily be able to recognize as the infamous assassin David Kane, having once trained the billionaire in the arts of assassination, barely spared a glance at the body as he stepped into the lab. Gotta hand it to the kid though, he takes his company's security seriously, Kane muttered with a shrug, scanning the dimly lit space. Took me damn near a whole day to get in. I don't think I've ever seen this many security cameras in one place. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Good thing the court had a mole on the inside. Otherwise, I would have had to do this loud and force my way in. His eyes flicked towards a nearby workstation as his voice dropped into a low grumble. However, if the intel on those so-called xenobots or whatever they're calling them turns out to be wrong, I swear, I'll put a bullet in that informant myself. As David moved deeper into the lab, he conveniently ignored every sanitation and safety protocol the researchers had ever made for the lab. With each slow but deliberate step, his sharp eyes scanned the facility's inner workings like a hawk searching for its prey. Eventually, he reached the restricted section of the lab, which was lined with thick, reinforced containers, each housing rare biological samples, projects worth millions of dollars, each with the potential to revolutionize what humans knew about biology. Strange, vibrant plants and herbs could be seen pulsing under the artificial lighting, their properties likely far beyond anything normally found in nature. But he wasn't interested in any of them, no matter how amazing they looked. What he was interested in was what he was tasked to bring back by the Court of Owls to keep his end of their deal. And then he finally saw her, the person he was briefed about by the insider, the one in charge of this particular lab in the conclave. If anyone knew where those special xenobots were, it would undoubtedly be her. Meanwhile, Dr. Pamela Isley stood among the specimens, completely absorbed in her work, oblivious to the imminent threat standing behind her just a few feet away. Hey, hate to interrupt, but mind pointing me toward the latest batch of xenobots Bruce Wayne recently sent over? You know, the most advanced ones, the kind with those fancy healing abilities. Ring any bells? Kane's voice cut through the silence, making Pamela stiffen. But before she could react, he kept going. Relax. Do what I say, and I won't have to hurt you. Hell, if I'm in a good mood, I might even let you. He never got to finish. In a blur, Pamela yanked a small canister from her pocket and sprayed something straight at him. That didn't feel like pepper spray. Let me guess, poison. Or maybe some kind of fast-acting anesthetic. Kane raised a brow, his tone more curious than concerned. Pheromones, Pamela answered smoothly, a confident smile forming on her lips. Perfect for dealing with Gotham's human garbage, like you. She was certain the threat had passed. Her artificial pheromones had never failed her before. Sorry to break your bubble, sweetheart, but being exposed to various forms of chemical warfare over the years, including countless airborne mind-altering substances not much different than these pheromones of yours, has resulted in my body adapting to most of that stuff, or at least their symptoms. He released a light cough. Furthermore, I have learned to suppress my involuntary responses to external stimuli through years of meditation, breathing techniques, and psychological conditioning. I am a master of my mind and emotions. No pheromone can possibly affect me. He shrugged with a cocky expression on his face before his eyes landed on the glowing plant in the container near them. A rose with lights. Well, that's a first. I'm never giving you what you want, understood? Pamela's voice was sharp, unwavering. In fact, you should be more worried about getting out of here alive instead of trying to steal Wayne Enterprises' property. Your little break-in must have tripped the security system. This place will be crawling with guards any minute now. You are partly correct. I actually have got about 7 minutes before anyone realizes something's off. There was a hint of amusement in Kane's calm tone. But you're right, I'm on a clock. And from what I can tell, no number of threats will get you to hand over those xenobots, and I don't exactly have time for some old-fashioned torture. He lamented as his sharp eyes studied her, reading every flicker of emotion on her face, every subtle shift in her expressions. Then, he finally saw it, a small and subtle worried glance she threw in the direction of the glowing plant. Ordinary untrained human eyes would fail to even register this, but Davin Kane was far from ordinary. His gaze snapped to the plant as a slow, victorious smile spread across his face. That's it, isn't it? That's what you care about more than your own life. A plant. Kane scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. Fine. Let's try this again. His eyes remained locked on her as he spoke. Give me the upgraded xenobots your division received for your advanced research, and in return, with a swift, deliberate motion, he drove his elbow into the glass containment unit, shattering it instantly. I won't burn this thing to the ground. You have 10 seconds to decide. You piece of shit. Pamela hissed through clenched teeth, rage and helplessness twisting inside her. The men had figured it out. He had realized her weakness, he had the upper hand now. The new rose plant she had developed wasn't just another plant. It was her greatest creation, the most valuable thing in this lab, maybe even more valuable than her life. She couldn't let him destroy it. The xenobots were obviously important to Wayne Enterprises, but they were nothing compared to what this plant could do for the company. She was quite sure that Bruce would see it the same way as well. So, after weighing her options, Pamela exhaled sharply before finally making her decision. The freezer behind you. That's where the rest of the Xenobot samples are. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Kane moved without hesitation, popping open the freezer. Inside, he found 2 small, sealed test tubes, which he swiftly placed inside a compact box he was carrying before slipping it into his pocket. Now, as I was saying before you sprayed me with your chemicals, since you cooperated, I won't torture you. Pamela let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I'll just give you a quick death. Her eyes widened in horror. Pop! A muffled shot rang out, and a quick flash was visible for a fraction of a second near the man's hand. Pamela herself barely had time to register the movement before a strange warmth suddenly began to spread throughout her stomach. It was then she realized that she had been shot. I aimed for your upper right abdomen, your liver, Kane said evenly, watching her stagger. You'll feel warmth, maybe some numbness, but not too much pain. You won't go as fast as your younger coworker, I hit her abdominal aorta. But since you wasted my time, you will have to make do with this. His gaze shifted toward the plant. Oh, and sorry, but I can't let this thing exist. If it's that important to Wayne Enterprises, the court won't let me hear the end of it unless I take care of it. With a single motion, Kane yanked the rose sapling from its container. He was careful not to touch the thorns. Common sense dictated that getting pricked by the thorns of a glowing, genetically engineered plant was probably a bad idea. Then, with no hesitation, he hurled it onto the floor. The impact sent shattered petals scattering across the lab. However, for good measure, he stomped down hard, again and again, until nothing remained but a crushed mess. Then, without sparing another glance at the bleeding scientist, he turned and walked toward the exit to set up a strange device near the wall of the entrance. Let's see, 4 minutes should be enough. He muttered as he set a timer on what was obviously some sort of explosive device before calmly walking out. No. I'm sorry. Bruce. Lucy. I failed you, all of you. Pamela's trembling voice broke the looming silence that had befallen the lab after David Kane had left. Tearful sobs escaped her lips as she powerlessly lay sprawled across the cold lab floor, her blood pooling beneath her, staining the remains of the destroyed rose. She could feel it, her body growing weaker, colder. She had already lost too much blood. Survival was impossible now. But it wasn't the pain or even the inevitability of death that crushed her the most. It was the regret. The utter regret she felt for this night, for her powerlessness, for the cruelty of a world that had taken everything from her, and left her to die alone. Even in her final moments, the weight of it all made letting go unbearable. I hate this. I don't want to die. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she forced her trembling limbs to move, making one last attempt to drag herself toward the first aid kit. But deep down, she knew that it was futile. She was going to die here. It was a fact. No surgeon, no miracle could change that. The wound was too severe. The blood loss was too great. But in her final struggle, something unexpected happened. A sharp sting pricked her fingertips. Weakly, she glanced down, her fingers had pressed against a shattered thorn from the ruined rose. A tiny, jagged remnant of her life's work, buried in her skin. And there goes my last few seconds of peace. She mentally chuckled at her own fate as she readied herself to be turned into a pile of decomposed biomatter. As the thorn's toxin seeped into her bloodstream, Pamela braced herself for the agony of cellular decay, for the same gruesome fate that had claimed every other test subject. But contrary to her expectations, the pain never came. Instead, a strange warmth spread through her veins, pulsing in rhythm with her weakening heartbeat. Her vision blurred and her body convulsed, but instead of failing, she felt something deeper, something rewriting her physiology from the inside out. Her ragged breaths turned shallow as her skin prickled, the color shifting, deepening into something richer, more vibrant. Her wounds, the ones that should have been fatal, began to close at an unnatural pace, tissue knitting itself back together as if the injury was never there in the first place. The blood pooling beneath her no longer smelled of iron, no, it carried the faintest hint of chlorophyll, earthy and alive. Her fingers twitched, the sensation foreign, almost electric, as her nails darkened, hardening into something sharp, almost like thorns. Pamela gasped, trying her best to get up as veins, pulsed beneath her skin, glowing faintly with a bioluminescent green, the same color that the leaves of her bioengineered rose plant glowed with. The toxin not only didn't kill her, but it was also changing her, making her better, stronger. It was reconstructing her at a cellular level, sculpting her into something beyond human, beyond plant, something in between. Something new, something more. Boom. A muffled explosion rocked the entire facility, sending shockwaves through the conclave. The once sterile underground botany research lab was reduced to nothing but scorched rubble, smoke curling toward the ceiling as fire alarms blared in futility. In mere moments, everything inside the lab was obliterated, leaving nothing but charred ashen remains in its wake. Or so it seemed, because about half an hour later, when trained responders finally breached the remains of the lab, drones sweeping through the smoldering wreckage, they expected only ruin. They searched for survivors, for remnants of research, for anything salvageable, only to stumble upon something unexplainable. At the very center of the destruction lay a charred, half-cracked sphere of twisted branches and vines, gnarled and blackened. The thing was roughly the size of a human and was proudly sitting amid the wreckage, looking as if it had shielded something, or someone, within itself. Nature, it seemed, had found a way to survive. A/N, well, things just took a dark turn, didn't they? Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 182, A Magical Twist. No matter how messed up things get, you can always figure out the best solution. Eren Yeager, Attack on Titan. Blast Wreckage, The Conclave, Gotham City. Bruce Wayne POV. Your glutamate, dopamine, serotonin, cortisol, and adrenaline levels are off the charts, and your heart rate is at 200 beats per minute. Are you really that angry, sir? Cortana whispered in a soothing voice. She had every right to be concerned. The force with which I was clenching my armored fist could have easily fractured lesser materials, and if not for the carbonadium and promethium reinforcement, I might have crushed my own bones. But in my defense, my reaction wasn't unwarranted. After all, this was the first time someone had died on my watch. The first time an innocent had lost their life because of me. People die every day. The world is unfair, brutal, and indifferent like that. But this was my employee, someone who had put their trust in my company, in me. She had a life. A successful one, even if Cortana's records were accurate, which they always are. She had dreams, ambitions, and a future. But now, because of some piece of absolute filth who wanted to steal from me, she had none of that anymore. It isn't your fault, Bruce, you know that, right? Cortana tried again, her voice gentle, an attempt to dull the edge of my guilt. But instead of listening to her, I just exhaled sharply, my anger still burning. No, it is my fault, Cortana. My voice was steady despite the fury simmering beneath. I knew how dangerous this world is. I knew the risks. But I got complacent, thought I could change things by simply planning ahead, thought I was ready for anything. And now, because of that arrogance, a girl is dead. Shot, then burned to the bone in the explosion. They couldn't even recover her remains intact. My jaw tightened. How do you expect me to face her family when they have to bury what little is left of her? You don't have to. You're the CEO of the company she worked for, it's not your duty to. I shook my head, cutting her off. It is my duty, Cortana. As the CEO. As the owner of the company, whose negligence played a part in her death. My voice was firm, unyielding. And she wasn't the only one. Dr. Pamela Isley is missing, too. Even if we can confirm she was unharmed in the explosion, the fact still remains that she was most probably abducted by the assailant. That means she's in danger. I exhaled, my anger giving way to a deep, cold determination. I didn't know the girl well, but I remembered how bright and brilliant she was. A gifted researcher. A valuable asset to the company. She was like a cute little nerd, passionate, full of ideas, someone who deserved better than whatever hell she was in right now. And I was going to get her back. Our top responsibility right now is finding out what exactly happened here. That way, we can at least avenge Lucy and rescue Pamela. I muttered after taking a deep breath to calm myself before finally taking in the devastation left behind by the explosion in the Conclave's botanical research section. The explosive was incredibly powerful, likely thermite-based, engineered to incinerate even the toughest materials and erase all traces of evidence. Yet, despite its destructive force, the detonation had been precisely contained, something modern explosives rarely achieved. Any camera footage? I asked Cortana through my suit while running another energy and life sign scan over the area just to be certain. None. Whoever did this had someone on the inside, someone who knew this facility down to the last detail. They even had knowledge that manually overriding the surveillance system was impossible without prior approval, so they took out the entire power grid linked to features like security and monitoring. Cortana's voice was grim. We were lucky to have multiple backup lines for the essential sections of the conclave. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far worse than just one dead and one missing. But what I don't understand, she continued, frustration creeping into her tone, is why my algorithm didn't flag this spy sooner. I should have detected them long ago. I run routine digital background checks on everyone working at Wayne Industries. I'm aware of certain spies still embedded in some company offices, but that is different. I allow them to remain there while keeping them away from sensitive projects so that I can use them to track the corporations trying to sabotage us. But my system has never detected an informant or a corporate spy inside the conclave. It is still clearing them as non-threats, she fumed, her agitation unmistakable. It's fine, Cortana. Looks like this spy is using some old-school, untraceable method to pass intel to their real employer, and they're damn good at it too. I sighed, debating whether I could justify eliminating corporate spies as a necessary evil to my own conscience. Flag every employee in this facility for digital tracking and mark them as high-priority surveillance targets, same as the politicians we've been monitoring all over the city. Assign separate drones to each of them. I want round-the-clock coverage on every conclave employee, down to the janitors. I ordered. Done, sir. I also reviewed all camera footage from the surrounding areas, including every road leading to this facility. I even accessed the drone feeds posted throughout the city. But there's nothing conclusive, not even a single trace. You know what that means, right? The intruder was a real professional, someone on par with the League of Assassins. They even knew how to successfully spot all of our drones. I nodded, my mind already narrowing the suspect list. There weren't many people in the world capable of pulling off something like this. My drones were good, really good, and anyone who could recognize and evade them was among the best in the business. With Cortana's help, figuring out who they were and who had hired them wouldn't be too difficult a task. I could probably even figure it out within a day or two, as long as I look into it in detail. But what I don't understand is why this massive, half-cracked, strange wooden shell is here in the middle of the wreckage. I crouched as my attention moved to the burnt wooden ball. After examining it, I discovered the thing has a hollow interior and a scorched yet incredibly tough exterior. I even took a few DNA samples of the thing, too, which are basically splinters of its wood, but I will have to go to my lab if I want to test it more thoroughly. I can see how it might have played a role in the explosion, but the real question is, who or what was it supposed to be protecting? And why? Was this some sort of experimental project that Dr. Isley had been working on before, disappearing? Suddenly, a proverbial light bulb went off in my head as I stopped speaking. Wait, could it be? I thought. Did you find something, sir? Cortana asked. Yes, I have a rough idea of what might have caused this, but I need to be sure. My voice was steady as I reached into a hidden compartment in my armor, retrieving a small, transparent, crystallized pill. Cortana, for the next 24 hours, monitor my neural patterns closely and initiate code 84 if anything goes wrong. Also, tell the conclave staff to stall the cops for another 10 minutes. I don't wish to be disturbed while I am on the pill. Before she could object, I quickly swallowed it. Code 84. But that's for, wait, you swore you'd never take it again. Her voice shifted, almost panicked. I need my brain operating at its absolute peak if I'm going to solve this. I exhaled, already feeling the shift, my thoughts accelerating, branching, sharpening. The first 48 hours are critical in a missing person case. I plan to do it in 24. If she's even missing at all, I explained. I knew I should have sided with Talia and Nissa in destroying those NZT-48 drugs back when you still had some sense, Cortana muttered, frustration laced in her voice. Forcing the nerve centers of a human's brain to function beyond their natural peak always comes at a cost. Even if you're immune to its long-term physical damage, you aren't immune to what it does to your mind. Her voice dropped, laced with concern. It turns your already evolved brain into something akin to a supercomputer, a machine that calculates everything through sheer cold logic. A supercomputer that prioritizes results above all else, one that works relentlessly toward its objectives while dismissing any pesky and useless human emotions that might cloud its judgment. It might be suitable for someone who has dedicated their life to their work, but not for a hero like you, not for someone who is surrounded by people who love him. She sighed, knowing her words were falling on deaf ears. I was no longer listening. My focus was locked solely on the blast site, my thoughts moving at speeds even she couldn't fully track. Inside a luxury yacht, Gotham Port. Omniscient POV. The imposing figure of Wonder Woman stood before a tinted one-way glass window, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she watched the bustling port city below. Funny. I remember the city being so much darker, yet it's changed quite a bit over the years, hasn't it? Her voice carried an almost nostalgic amusement. Maybe I should try my luck at the casino while I'm here, or perhaps find a strong stallion to entertain me, someone who could actually keep up with the years of pent-up sexual frustration within this curvy body. She chuckled, a playful yet predatory glint in her eyes. But then, her gaze drifted back to the queen-sized bed behind her, where a violet-haired woman lay, tightly bound in shimmering golden coils, the lasso of truth, unbreakable, inescapable. The bound woman's piercing ice-blue eyes burned with defiance, though she struggled against her restraints in vain. A nasty smile curled to Wonder Woman's lips as she slowly approached the bed. Then again, this body only truly craves the mighty manhood of one man, isn't that right, Diana? Her voice dripped with cruel delight as she loomed over her captive. By the way, a word of advice, darling. Amazon should really figure out a way not to get trapped by the same lasso that can seal away or weaken magical powers and abilities. As an ex-Amazon, it's really insulting. She shook her head. You, whore, you won't get away with this. The real Diana seethed, her voice laced with rare disgust as she used a curse she always did her best to actively avoid. Bound by her own sacred lasso, she strained against the unyielding golden coils. Stop this now, Cersei. There is still time. If you return my body to me, perhaps Themyscira will grant you mercy for the crimes you've committed over the years. But if you continue down this path, my mother's punishment, sealing away most of your innate magic, will seem like nothing more than a gentle reprimand compared to what awaits you. Cersei let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking her head as she paced leisurely to the bound Amazon. Oh, Diana. Still worshipping the very ground your mother walks on, I see. Such a disappointment. Her lips curled into a mocking smirk. The last time I laid eyes on you, you were just a teenager. Brash, fiery, reckless. You were at least entertaining back then. Now. You're just dull, like some goody two-shoes. She chuckled, a gleeful glint in her eyes. But don't worry, I'll try not to hurt your man too much while I milk him for information. Her voice dripped with amusement as if she were quite pleased with her own dirty joke. Before her gaze suddenly darkened, I could have been content with just taking over your body, wielding your powers, and spending the next few months perfecting the pure untapped potential running through your veins. That alone would have been a reward for all the suffering I had to bear for the last few years. She exhaled, her smile turning wicked. But then. You just had to introduce me to such a delicious specimen of a man, didn't you? She grinned, tilting her head as if lost in thought. A mere mortal, yet powerful enough to slay two gods. A feat beyond comprehension. A man like that either belongs in my collection. She reached for a small white rat, lifting it from the playpen filled with rats and rodents of various kinds before absently stroking its fur with her index finger. Or. She giggled, her other hand trailing down her own stomach, below even her navel stopping just above her nether regions, a hungry gleam visible in her eyes. I could do him a favor, make things easier for the both of us, by simply draining whatever power he has from myself. Through this tight virgin pussy of yours. Her voice was sing-song as if she were discussing a mere curiosity, although again, it's my tight virgin pussy now. She tossed the rat back into the playpen, wiping her hands as if dusting off an afterthought. Normally, I could never attempt such a complicated ritual, she mused, since one must be a virgin with an extremely durable body for the process to work. But lucky for me, you just so happen to have the perfect tools for it, don't you, darling? She giggled again, like a child high on too much sugar. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 183, Breaking Madness. Always think ahead. The opponent is never as strong as your strategy. Azula, Avatar, The Last Airbender. Inside a hidden facility somewhere in Gotham. Omniscient POV. We're running out of time, Francine. Langstrom needs to finish the serum, soon. Is he close, or do we need to push him along? The man's face was completely obscured by a gold-colored all helmet as he spoke to a woman in a white lab coat. No, Kirk is close, really close. He was only missing a key component till now. However, that special compound from the xenobots that Mr. Kane brought, whatever it is, even in its extremely diluted form, is the most complex substance we've ever encountered. In fact, it's so intricate that we can't hope to successfully replicate it from scratch without its formula. All we can do is use the already present sample, enhance it, and apply it to the enhanced human project. She spoke with confidence, a smirk forming on her lips. But we'll likely need to get rid of my husband once he finishes the project. After all, he still thinks we're doing this to cure deafness. She couldn't help but release a quiet giggle at his apparent foolishness. Don't worry, that will be handled. And as promised, once Dr. Langstrom is dead, you'll inherit everything, his social status, his assets, and even the fortune he would have made from the project's success if he had remained alive. The man nodded, not even sparing the female scientist a glance. Now, go back to your husband, Mrs. Langstrom. After all, we wouldn't want anything to go wrong when we're this close to the finish line, would we? Of course. She bowed slightly at his words before turning away, leaving the room with what almost looked like a skip in her step. Do you think we can trust her? David Kane asked, his voice low as he stepped forward from where he had been silently waiting behind the door. The woman was well out of earshot now. She's a materialistic woman, loyal to nothing but wealth and status. So, no, we can't trust her, but what we can trust is her greed. As long as we keep feeding it, she'll stay in line. She knows exactly what the Court of Owls is capable of. Her loyalty might waver, but the promise of riches, and the fear of what we could do to her if she were to betray us, will keep her from even considering betrayal. The masked man replied coolly. That's fair. I guess the court has its own way of handling things. The League used to brainwash all its members to be loyal, which was honestly more effective, even though a lot more time-consuming. David shrugged. Anyway, you remember our deal, right? I bring you the secret compound, and you give me the serum when it is ready. Just make sure to keep your end of the bargain. He warned, otherwise, everyone knows how common accidents are in a city like Gotham. The all-masked man frowned at this. Don't threaten me ever again, Kane. I don't like threats. What you and I have between us is a respectable business deal, and you should know that, like every other member of the court, I, too, always keep my word. After all, that's what business is about, sticking to our words. He snapped back with an annoyed voice. I understand. David smirked, even though I am not a businessman like you. He quipped, just a really good killer. He chuckled. Kane hummed. But I still don't understand why you're so invested in the Enhanced Human Initiative. Last I heard, you accepted an assassination contract on Bruce Wayne, from some dictator in the Middle East, wasn't it? And yet, Wayne's still alive and kicking. His tone was pointed, almost amused. So, I'm guessing you failed to deliver. He tilted his head slightly. Is that why you want the enhancement formula so badly? Because you think it'll make you a better assassin? Or... The masked man's voice took on a mocking edge. Are you afraid of Bruce Wayne so much that you think this is your only shot at taking him down? Afraid of the kid? Heh, yeah, I guess you could say that. Kane let out a low chuckle. My master used to tell me there are two kinds of people in this world, the ones you can predict, and the ones you can't. Bruce Wayne, he's the kind no one alive can truly read. He's like a shadow. You might know everything about it, its shape, its nature, but when you get close, it still unsettles you. He paused, his voice dropping. No matter how much you prepare, there's always fear of the unknown that lurks in the dark. I'm hoping this serum will help me silence that fear once and for all. Your master sounds wise. Maybe I should have met him, could use someone like that on my side for a change. The masked man snorted. He's dead. Killed by someone he couldn't see through. David let out a low chuckle. That's why I'm careful. I don't plan on making the same mistake. Then why not just walk away, the court's leader asked, his tone almost casual. I get it, you've heard about Wayne's elite security detail like everyone has. But if you're that cautious, maybe you should just pass on the contract altogether. Or... He tilted his head slightly as if to show how curious he was. Are you more afraid of the dictator who hired you than you are of Bruce Wayne? He asked, watching David's face carefully to gauge his reaction. Me afraid of a mere dictator? Kane laughed. How pathetic do you think I am? He snickered. I took the contract because I wanted a challenge. I wanted to do it, and the money was just the cherry on top. It was also a way to let Bruce Wayne know I was coming for him. After all, it's not a real hunt unless the prey fights back with everything it has, right? David replied, though there was something in his tone that hinted he wasn't telling the whole story. You're just as twisted as the rest of the freaks here in Gotham, the Court of Owls member muttered. You'd fit right in if you ever decided to stay. Maybe. David said with a shrug. Anyway, it won't be long before your city's newest caped crusader starts sniffing around, trying to find out more about the explosion back at the Wayne Conclave as well as what we are trying to do here. He needs a distraction, something big. Did you prepare what I asked for? I did. Though I still think it's overkill. The masked man scoffed. Sure, we moved our base out of Gotham like you suggested, but only because you pointed out those unidentified drones hovering near our sites. Still, there's no proof they belong to him. We have plenty of enemies who could deploy tech like that. He shook his head. That so-called caped crusader is just a clown in a bat costume, playing hero by knocking around a few street thugs. He doesn't have the resources or the connections to take us on. I'd wager he doesn't even know we exist. Word is he's too afraid to even pull the trigger. He seems to be a believer in the system, but a man like that could never stop us. His tone darkened. Not when we're the ones who run the system. He pulled a phone from inside his jacket. But still, we delivered what you asked for, out of respect. We wouldn't want you feeling underappreciated, would we? A man I trained once told me, someone who refuses to kill doesn't mean he can't. Kane said calmly. The Dark Knight is far more dangerous than you can imagine. People think he wears a mask to hide his identity or to protect himself, but only I know the truth. Batman wears the mask because even he is afraid and ashamed of what he's capable of. Others wear a mask because only then can one be their true self, but he wears it because he doesn't want the world to see his true self. He glanced down at the phone in his hand, voice lowering. He's not just a killer, he's the perfect killer. The apex predator that my master dreamed of. He just doesn't know it yet. Someone needs to show him. On the screen were two options, one green, one red. The green option triggers every explosive my men have planted throughout the building. The red one deactivates them, though I have a feeling you won't be needing that one. Of course, I won't, David Kane said, pressing the green option without hesitation. Let's just hope the lunatics at Arkham Asylum are enough to keep him busy for a few days, hopefully weeks. Because if he finds us before the project is complete, we're going to be in serious trouble. He released a sigh of exasperation. Arkham Asylum. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions ripped through the grim silence of the night as remote charges detonated in rapid succession, tearing through the reinforced walls of Arkham Asylum. Fire and debris erupted from the eastern wing, sending chunks of concrete and steel flying like shrapnel. The blasts punched gaping holes through the old structure, collapsing corridors and breaching several high-security cells. Loud alarms rang continuously, while emergency lights flickered to life as chaos erupted inside, smoke billowing, sirens wailing, and prisoners flooding out like a tide of madness. The prison's defenses faltered under the sudden onslaught, triggering a full-scale breakout as some of Gotham's most dangerous and wanted criminals seized their chance for freedom. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 184, One Bad Day, 1. If you build it, he will come. Shoeless Joe Jackson, Field of Dreams. Omniscient POV. Batman moved swiftly through Gotham's shadowed rooftops and tall skyscrapers, scanning the city below with his eyes as if contemplating his next move. The N26 pill had pushed his cognitive function beyond its usual limits, sharpening every instinct, heightening every calculation. Even someone like him, already well beyond human, felt the shift. And now, with that enhanced clarity, he was on the verge of unmasking the traitor inside Wayne Enterprises. The one who sold him out. The one who let David Kane and the Court of Owls into a lab that was supposed to be untouchable. He had thought of going after Pamela first. The urge to find her had been strong. He had a rough idea of where she was, even what might have happened to her after the attack. But even that, especially that, wasn't enough to overrule the precision of his mind. Logic had cut through emotion like a blade. Based on what he pieced together, Pamela wasn't in immediate danger. Whatever had happened, she was still alive. And she'd understand why he had to do this first. Because the real threat wasn't her situation, it was what had been taken. The diluted compound V-enhanced Xenobots were missing, and if Bruce didn't get them back soon, this world's future was at serious risk. Whatever the thieves were planning with it, it wasn't good. It couldn't be. One doesn't steal something like that to cure the sick. He designed the Xenobots with fail-safes. Booby traps hidden in the code, molecular dead ends meant to backfire if anyone tried to weaponize them. But in the DC universe, brilliance wasn't rare, geniuses could be found around every street corner like drug dealers simply biding their time for a deal. Someone will eventually find a way to make them work. And even if they didn't, failure didn't make bioweapons less dangerous. After all, look at the Hulk. A failure of the super soldier serum, yet in the Marvel world, he was one of the most dangerous beings that could even make gods quake in their boots. Bruce wasn't about to risk that kind of chaos here. No, he would find the traitor, and then he'd break them if he had to. But he would make sure they talked. And once he got what he needed, he would deliver vengeance one way or another. Cortana, Batman whispered, are you done with the task I assigned you? Yes, I am, Cortana responded without delay. I've been cross-referencing employee movement logs using the parameters you supplied. Based on that, I've isolated a short list of potential suspects. 3 names came up. 2 have solid alibis, verified to be with their families at the time of the breach. That leaves 1, Dr. Carver. She's a licensed psychologist, recently brought on as a contract advisor for select projects involving live human trials. She is the most probable traitor responsible for the sabotage. She explained. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath the cowl. Every employee that Wayne Enterprises hired was supposed to be vetted thoroughly by a proprietary system he'd built for background checks that wasn't just advanced but was almost surgical. Developed by him, enhanced by Cortana, and supplemented with some of her less-than-sanctioned data channels and digital assets, it was designed to catch everything by analyzing and breaking down every single digital footprint of his prospective employees. It was a blatant disregard of their privacy, yes. But it was necessary since he didn't want exact stuff like this happening on his watch. After all, it wasn't like he was going to sell their data for money or abuse it for some twisted personal pleasure, right? So, the idea that someone high enough in the chain had slipped through, that he had missed something wasn't just unexpected, it was unacceptable. He had expected the traitor to be some pencil-pushing nobody or a disgruntled security agent who was offered more money than he had ever seen, but definitely not an actual researcher taking part in experiments. Therefore, Bruce intended to correct that failure immediately if possible. Suddenly, Cortana's voice urgently interrupted, Bruce, we have an emergency. Arkham Asylum has experienced a mass breakout. Reports indicate that about half of the inmates might be able to escape before the cops could even mount a substantial enough defense. Batman paused, recalibrating his strategy in an instant. A prison breakout out of nowhere. That's surprising, and extremely convenient for the ones responsible for the corporate sabotage at the Conclave, so much so that it almost sounds like it's planned. Well, I guess Kane's desperate, he muttered, already recognizing the incident for what it truly was, a distraction. And yes, his mind, pushed to the edge of its full efficiency by the N26, had already pieced together the most likely culprit behind the strike on his conclave. He couldn't be entirely certain since this wasn't a world where logic always held sway, but all the signs he had picked up till now pointed to David Kane. The method, the precision, the pattern, the way he wasn't noticed by a single camera or even his drones patrolling the area, it was his signature. And if Bruce was right, and he was rarely wrong, then Kane wasn't acting alone. He had help. Backing. Someone with reach. Resources. Possibly an entire organization embedded deep within Gotham's underbelly. The Court of Owls, maybe. They fit the profile almost too well. But even with all that in mind, Bruce couldn't ignore the prison break. If he did, Gotham would be crawling with psychopaths by nightfall. This wasn't just another prison. Arkham didn't house ordinary criminals. It held monsters, people who'd make someone like Pablo Escobar look like a street-level thug. He knew exactly what this was, Kane's move to stall him, to drag him off the real trail. And it was working. But Bruce didn't have the luxury of ignoring chaos. Gotham had seen progress this past year. His progress. Hard-earned. Fragile. And he wasn't about to let a pack of lunatics tear it all apart. Not now. Not again. He refused to become just another mainstream version of Batman who was locked in an endless cycle of violence with no real outcome to show for it. So even knowing it was a trap, a calculated distraction, he made the call. Deal with the breakout first. Secure the city. Then get back on Kane's trail, before it vanished entirely, and hopefully kill him and every single Court of Owls motherfucker out there like he should have done at the very start. Begin tracking every known associate and financial arm tied to the Court of Owls. I want full intel, when they breathe, when they sleep, what they eat for breakfast. Everything. And keep it limited to stealth drones only. As for Dr. Carver, assign one to her as well. If Kane's involved, and he likely is, he's the reason they've been able to avoid our surveillance. The man's awareness is nearly inhuman. Hyper-attuned to his environment. If he warned Carver or any court operatives about our standard drones, then stealth is the only advantage we have left. Bruce said before clicking his tongue, silently swallowing his anger towards his previous teacher. Understood, sir, Cortana acknowledged, though there was a slight pause in her voice. But, are you certain you want to go alone, Bruce? Maybe it's time to call in backup. According to the most recent report, Arkham Asylum had 4,238 registered inmates. If even half are attempting to escape, that's over 2,100 individuals. Armed, mentally unbalanced individuals and hardened criminals. You're underestimating me, Cortana, he said with a small chuckle. Not even slightly. I'm estimating you exactly right, she shot back. And just so we're clear, I'm not worried about your physical health or your life. I'm worried about your mental health. Taking on that many unstable, violent criminals, some of them will die. And according to all the online reports and research I have access to, that kind of weight doesn't come off easily. You are tough, but you are still human, at least from where it matters. I don't want to see you spiral down into depression, sir. At the very least, backup could give you someone to lean on. Even Batman needs support now and then. No. I'm not dragging the girls into Arkham. There are things in there that they shouldn't have to witness. Alfred's not field ready, and Slade's still off on his family trip. He shook his head. But go ahead and alert the colony. Have them set up perimeter teams at the major exits and access points. If anyone slips past me, they can clean it up. With that, he engaged the thrusters in his boots and gauntlets, lifting off into the air. Fine, Cortana responded after a beat, just long enough to register her hesitation. Sir, I know today hasn't been exactly easy on you, but just, don't make it messier than it needs to be. Your advice is noted, I said, leveling out in the sky. But here's the thing you might have missed about me, Cortana, I'm more of an NC-17 kind of guy than PG-13. He smirked beneath his helmet. So yeah, things are about to get bloody. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 185, One Bad Day, 2. Let's not waste any more of one another's time. We both know how this ends. Professor James Moriarty, Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows. Omniscient POV. Looks like I'm running a little late, Bruce muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing as he spotted several large, man-sized breaches in Arkham Asylum's outer wall. Currently, no one was slipping through them since the place had already been surrounded by cops, but Bruce knew better. Some of the quicker inmates might have likely made their exit long before law enforcement had even shown up. Honestly, I'm surprised, Cortana chimed in, her voice calm and measured. The police actually managed to hold a defensive line. According to my data, the inmates have completely overrun the asylum. They've taken control of the facility, seized all weapons and gear from the guards. As far as they're concerned, Arkham is their stronghold now with its staff as their hostages. I see, Bruce murmured as he finished surveying the area from the roof of the castle-like building. So they're still in there, just not behind the bars anymore. And now they're armed. He exhaled sharply, eyes scanning the breach before he stepped toward it. There were no alarms, no resistance. Just chaos waiting on the other side. Well, on the bright side, they're not expecting you, Cortana offered. Most of them still think you're just a myth. Some urban legend born from the shadows. Let's make sure they don't forget what happens when legends become real, he muttered before silently entering through one of the holes, making sure not to get detected by the moving searchlights that the cops were using to keep watch on the facility. The section Bruce had entered appeared to be a high-security holding cell. His eyes immediately scanned the room, minimal furnishing, a reinforced standing bed lined with tight leather straps clearly meant for restraining the inmate. Along one wall stood a modest bookshelf, lined with unique titles like Infinite Jest, The Critique of Pure Reason, and Between the Sheets. An intellectual, Bruce muttered, analyzing the contents. Although with some interesting taste. And apparently a lucky one too, Cortana noted. He was among the first to escape. The blast took out just enough of his wall to give him a clean exit. Bruce nodded slightly, stepping closer to the cell's fortified door. Oddly enough, it was still locked from the outside. That raised a different question: if the inmates had total control of the asylum now, why leave the door sealed? The only logical conclusion was that they were afraid of whoever had been locked inside. Cortana, make a note. I want a full list of inmates from the warden once I am done here, including anyone confirmed missing, he said, pulling out his bat tool and positioning it near the electronic lock panel just beyond the door. Good thing they switched to digital access and pin locks. If this were still the traditional lock and key, I'd have to tear through steel right now. He chuckled. Outside the holding cell, the corridor was wrapped in silence. To most, it would seem abandoned, but Bruce's enhanced hearing was able to pick up faint footsteps. A few inmates seemed to be patrolling nearby, weapons in hand. Their numbers were thin, but it confirmed his suspicion: this was the high-security wing. The kind of place reserved for the worst of the worst. Not many inmates made it here, and the ones who did were dangerous enough that even other prisoners gave them space. Gliding through the dark like a wraith, Batman moved in on the source of the approaching footsteps. He silently stuck to the shadows. One inmate catching a glimpse was all it would take to set off a chain reaction that would alert the entire asylum to his presence, something he didn't need. Bruce always made sure to either use the stealth mode in his suit, rendering him a ghostly blur to Arkham's outdated CCTV feeds, or just avoid the cameras altogether. Almost feels like I am playing a hyper-realistic Arkham VR game, he mentally chuckled to himself as he continued exploring the facility. Soon, as he rounded a corner, he spotted two inmates, both armed and twitchy as if they were having the time of their lives and yet were still afraid that they were going to get caught and then shoved back into their cells. One of them held a stolen standard Arkham-issued guard rifle, the other a fire axe that he had probably stolen from an emergency firebox. Both of them moved with a false sense of confidence, their nerves just beneath the surface. Bruce moved quickly before they could even notice his presence. The next moment, a small bat-shaped flash grenade silently slid to where they were standing. There was no fancy explosion or even any sound, just a rapid burst of light disorienting their vision. In the same second, he was on them. Two precise strikes from him were all it took for them to drop their weapons, one to the throat of the man with the gun, the other to the arm joint of the person with the axe. His blows were too strong for the ordinary criminals to bear, and so within seconds, both were on their knees. "Who's running this circus?" Bruce growled without any useless chit-chat in a no-nonsense tone, his voice low and jagged, amplified slightly by the modulator in his cowl. Normally, hardened Arkham scum like them would rather get their skulls cracked open than squeal to a badge. They knew damn well that ratting on their superiors would earn them something worse than a beating, something permanent. But this wasn't a cop standing over them. This was him. The Bat. The Dark Knight, Gotham's symbol of bloody vengeance. Rumors followed him like flies, some said he didn't kill, while others said he made sure criminals begged him for death. There were even whispers, crazy ones, that he'd carve your heart out and eat it as part of his demonic ritual. No one knew which stories were true. And none of them were brave, or stupid, enough to find out. It's the ventriloquist. He's the one who took over, him and that damn puppet. The one who had the axe in his hand quickly spoke up as if to please him, his broken hand still dangling by his side, while his face was full of tears and snot due to the incredible pain he was currently feeling. HHHGGGHH. But he ain't working solo. GHHK. GGHRKKK. Brought in some muscle, outsiders, maybe mercs, maybe ex-cons, I don't know. HHH, HHK, HAG. Armed to the teeth even before the blasts had started. Well trained. Tight. HHHRGG. KFFKKHH, had the whole place locked before anyone even blinked. GGHKK, KHHHH, the other thug, whose windpipe Bruce had nearly crushed with his hit, somehow forced his voice out with ragged gasps, cutting in like he wanted to do his very best not to appear useless to the vigilante before him. His words amid his panicked breath sounded like air scraping through torn tissue. Bruce's eyes narrowed. The ventriloquist. He dug through the fragments of memory he still carried from his old life. The name had popped up once or twice, some lunatic with a dummy he treated like his boss. And not just any boss, but a full-blown caricature of a 1940s Italian mob boss straight out of a black and white Hollywood gangster flick. Honestly, not the kind of name he would have pegged as a threat. Hell, he'd barely remembered the guy existed. But if this freak had managed to seize control of Arkham within hours of the breakout, then clearly, he wasn't just background noise, but again, none of the criminals in Gotham were. Well, that makes it simple. Break the boss in front of the whole madhouse, send a message loud enough to cut through their insanity. Show them what happens when they try to stage a prison riot in Gotham, as long as I am present here, and then send them back to their cells using fear. Yes, that should work, even if they're the most unhinged psychos Gotham's ever churned out, right? Right. Bruce mused silently. Where? Batman demanded in the same deep voice. The warden's office, the first inmate gasped. They took it over. Most of us are holed up there now. That was all he needed. Please, we can help. Two sharp strikes, no more than a pair of soft taps from Bruce's perspective, snapped into the base of their necks. It was instant and non-lethal, but effective nonetheless. The two collapsed like bags of cement, limbs limp and nerves stunned. They were still breathing. But odds were, for the rest of their lives, every time they would try to tilt their heads up, they'd remember this moment with a fresh jolt of pain. Bruce then continued to move through the corridors while keeping to the shadows. Sure, he could bulldoze through everything like some blunt force barbarian, smashing heads with raw power and might rather than use his stealth and hard-earned skills, but that wasn't the image he wanted burned into Gotham's underworld. The Dark Knight wasn't feared for his strength. He was feared because he could be anywhere, anytime. Unseen, unheard, unavoidable. He wasn't a man to them, he was a presence, a mythical urban ghost. He needed every lowlife in this city to freeze at the sight of a shadow, to flinch at every dark corner, haunted by the idea that the Dark Knight might be there, watching, waiting for them to slip up and commit a crime. As he moved forward, every inmate who crossed his path dropped swiftly, some neutralized by electrified batarangs, others by pinpoint nerve strikes or low-frequency sonic bursts. A few, though, didn't get off so easily. When Cortana relayed the vile details of their past crimes, one so grotesque they barely qualified as human, Bruce didn't hesitate. The energy blade from his bat tool hissed to life, and with cold precision, he severed their limbs, and in some cases their cocks. Mercy wasn't an option for monsters. One of them even charged him with a chainsaw. Bruce caught it mid-swing with his bare hands, yanked the man forward, and shattered his kneecap with a clean side kick. Another tried to run, but unfortunately for him, he didn't make it 2 steps before he was trapped in an energy net, courtesy of the Bat Tool's netcaster mode. Each takedown was as swift as possible, with barely any wasted movement. Even though Bruce wasn't killing, he wasn't exactly holding back either. He didn't feel the need to. After all, Arkham Asylum was one of the few places on the planet where he could afford to be as violent as he wanted to be without his conscience even attempting to stop him. Of course, most of the criminals he was dealing with would definitely walk again, if they were lucky, that is. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 186, Meeting the Queen, 1. Giving up is for rookies, I'm willing to go the distance. How about you? Phil, Hercules. Omniscient POV. Where the hell are my guards? I told those idiots to park their butts by the warden's office, didn't I? So why the hell are there only 24 inmates in here? Where's the rest? Snarled a small wooden puppet, carved like a 1950s Italian mob boss, its rough accent sounding way too comically exaggerated for such a tiny and cute frame. I sent those men to sweep the high-security left wing of the building. But they should have been back by now. Useless American fat trash, always slacking, growled a masked, hulking man clad in heavy repainted military combat armor, a literal machine gun bolted where his left hand should have been, and a scarlet-red cybernetic eye as his left eye. His thick Russian accent cut through the room like a blade. I'll go and drag them back here, KG Beast muttered, a flicker of annoyance in his cold eyes as he wasn't used to listening to others order him around like a common lackey. Come with me, Gregor. Sickle, you stay here with Scarface. He ordered the other 2 most muscular men in the room, who were standing behind Scarface. I told you to call me NKV Demon, old man, not Gregor. If you keep using my real name and Russian intelligence somehow catches wind of where I am, they'll come for me, no matter what it takes. Unlike you, they don't think I'm dangerous enough to leave alone, Gregor muttered, his tone edged with irritation. Dressed in a similarly repainted tactical combat suit, he didn't bother to spare so much as a glance at the frail old man listening to them while clutching the wooden puppet. And really, why would he? It wasn't like he feared the deranged old man and his talking puppet. NKV Demon and his mentor, KG Beast, were 2 of the most feared killers to ever come out of Russia. They were living weapons, honed by a secret KGB super soldier program through the use of steroids of questionable origin, experimental serums, and cutting-edge cybernetic implants. Even though NKV Demon saw himself as one of the deadliest assassins Russia, or maybe even the world, had ever produced, he knew his mentor was in a class of his own. KG Beast wasn't just a name, he was a nightmare, an actual beast. Almost anyone who has ever known him or crossed his path called him the most dangerous killer in Russia. At their peak, the 2 were top-tier operatives, the go-to executioners for missions stamped impossible. The only reason they were now enemies of their own homeland was because of their last mission, the one that changed both their lives and their fate. It was the toughest assignment they'd ever accepted, and easily the murkiest, take out 10 of the state's most powerful figures, including the president. And for the greater good of the motherland, they had signed on without blinking, unwilling to let even a hint of doubt stain their loyalty. By the time the mission failed and they landed on Russia's most wanted list, the truth hit them like a freight train, they'd been set up. Betrayed by the same hands that had shaped them, labeled too dangerous to be left breathing. After they escaped, Russia threw everything it had at them, agents, soldiers, black ops teams, but none of it ever worked. They were simply that good, operating on a level no one else could touch. KG Beast alone had wiped out over 200 Russian operatives sent to eliminate him, a kill count so staggering the government eventually backed off. Sure, he was still marked as a wanted man in Russia, just not one they were willing to chase actively anymore. However, both he and NKV Demon remained exiles, barred from ever setting foot in their homeland, a fact that drove them to seek new opportunities abroad, most notably in the United States. Normally, the 2 would have laughed at the idea of ever crossing into America for anything but a mission, but desperate times had a way of bending old rules. And so, they arrived in the most notorious, crime-infested city the land of the free and home of the brave had to offer, drawn by whispers of rising power plays and growing prospects in the underworld. But here, they didn't rise as feared assassins as they thought, instead, they sank as hired muscle for gangsters and crime lords. For all their lethal skill, they simply couldn't match the sheer madness of Gotham's street-level monsters, the kind of chaos-driven psychopaths who killed and tore things apart just for the twisted thrill of it. TCH, quit yappin' and get to work, you blockheads. We've got a schedule to keep. You don't want us late 'cause of your damn chit-chat, do ya? Scarface barked, his little wooden limbs jerking wildly as if to underline just how fed up he was. TCH fine, KG Beast grumbled, voice laced with irritation. For a second, He actually entertained the idea of snapping that puppet in half, maybe even finishing off Arnold Weskier, the meek ventriloquist behind the act, for the constant disrespect. But no, not now. They were currently on Weskier's payroll, and killing your employer was bad for business, especially when that employer answered to a lunatic who was doing everything just to watch the world burn. Also, KG Beast didn't want to take an unnecessary risk because there was an additional third player in the room. He wasn't trained like they were, not even close, but when it came to brute force, Sickle left them both in the dust. A former circus strongman, obsessed with that massive, curved blade of his. KG Beast has heard from some of the prisoners that Sickle used to share the stage with his conjoined twin, until a few years ago, when they separated through surgery and both went down the path of crime. This man could hoist and toss elephants like juggling pins, crush diamonds between his fingers. KG Beast suspected that he was one of the freaks of the city with metahuman blood, maybe even Russian roots, judging by his heavy accent. But of course, it wasn't his nationality that irked KG Beast. The real problem was Sickle's blind loyalty. He and his brother served the real mastermind, the one pulling the strings behind Scarface and the ventriloquist, and they'd throw their lives on the line without a second thought just so that he could get what he wanted. Sure, KG Beast and NKV Demon could probably take Sickle down with enough effort and tricks, but doing it clean, without injury. That was another story. Like it or not, Sickle was the trump card in this whole operation, the real ace that he had left inside Arkham to make sure everything went just as he planned. "Come with me, Gregor," KG Beast ordered, using his protégé's real name once again, drawing another visible flicker of annoyance from NKV Demon. But the younger man just exhaled sharply and fell in behind him. "We should have never come here. This city's crawling with psychos and freaks. Honestly, I miss Russia," NKV Demon muttered as he followed his mentor's heavy footsteps. "Are you sure they wouldn't take us back if we turned ourselves in, on our own?" "They might. But you and I both know we can't gamble our lives on that. Best case scenario, it's life imprisonment behind bars. We were the best ones, sure. But times change. Now they want weapons they can leash. I've heard the whispers, metahumans are the new wave. Us. We're just old relics to them. The cybernetics they once called cutting edge, now they call them obsolete, and ugly even. To them, we're just discarded hardware." Beast's voice carried a grim weight as he spoke with his thick Russian accent. "Yeah, but at least back home, they don't punish traitors by skinning them alive and tossing what's left in acid," NKV Demon shot back, his voice tight as they passed a cell. Inside, chained and bloodied, was a pale-skinned woman in a half-shredded lab coat, blue shirt, and slacks beneath. A gash split her forehead, scratches ran on her arms and legs, and her lip was split deep, raw from a recent brutal beating. Demon's eyes lingered on her just a second longer as he gulped. "Honestly, I almost feel bad for the doctor. Even if she didn't feel the same way he did, she should have just run the hell away when she had the chance. Can't believe she tried to kill him instead, right when he was coaxing her to jump into the chemical pit. And she even came closer to ending him than anyone ever has. Did you catch the look on his face when it hit him, that she never loved him, not even once, just used him for, God knows what? If Sickle's twin brother, Hammer, hadn't shown up when he did, pulling him out of that vat, he probably wouldn't have made it. No wonder he beat her up the way he did, and then ordered she be skinned alive before dumping her in actual acid." NKV Demon let out a tense hum. The Russian assassin had seen his share of death, blood, and betrayal. But there was something about that guy that unsettled even seasoned killers like NKV Demon and KG Beast. He wasn't just another lunatic. No, he was the lunatic. He carried an aura, something dark and unpredictable, that left everyone around him on edge, always wondering what fresh horror he'd unleash and what monstrosity he would commit next. As the two assassins were speaking, the woman stirred. Slowly, her head lifted, strands of blonde hair streaked with grime falling from her bruised face. Blood trickled from the gash on her forehead as her still sharp eyes locked onto Beast's before a wild, crazed smile formed on her lips as if she found this entire situation funny. Then the lights cut out. A heavy thunk echoed as the entire warden's wing was plunged into pitch-black silence. Emergency lights flickered, then died. Even the air turned weird since the electronic ventilation system stopped working. KG Beast and NKV Demon tensed as the electronic lock on the woman's cell gave a faint click and the iron gate creaked open on its own, groaning on its hinges due to the abrupt power failure. But neither man reached for a weapon, nor did they so much as glance at the woman bound in the chains, since they knew that an untrained girl like that wouldn't be of any threat to them. They were far too skilled for that. Instead, their instincts, razor-honed by years of blood and survival, screamed in unison, drawing their attention in the opposite direction. This wasn't about her. No. Something else was here. Something was moving silently through the dark. A presence they had never felt before, something lethal, and far beyond even the murderous monsters they'd known and fought for their whole lives. They could sense it. A predator was in Arkham tonight, and for the first time in years, the assassins felt the whisper of something they hadn't faced in a long time. Fear for their lives. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 187, Meeting the Queen, 2. Someday my prince will come. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Omniscient POV. Something is watching us, NKV Demon growled from behind his mentor, tension laced thick in his Russian voice. I can feel it, its gaze. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. TCH, KG Beast clicked his tongue as he turned a knob on his cybernetic machine gun-like arm, preparing himself for whatever was coming for them. Thump thump thump, suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the dark corridor in front of them. But it wasn't the sound of normal walking. No, it was as if someone was running in their direction. Hold up, isn't that Skylar the Skinner? NKV Demon asked no one in particular, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he peered out from under his mask. Yeah. That's him, he concluded with a nod after a few seconds of deliberation. Used to be big news till a few years ago. He was known for skinning his victims alive with nothing but a shaving blade. He has even taken out more than a dozen Arkham guards since they locked him up a decade ago. A real nasty record. Even the ventriloquist kept his distance, stuck him on guard duty in the left wing, just to keep him away. But why is he running? Help me, please. You have to get me out of here. We need to move. It's hunting me. It'll kill everyone. Skylar cried out as if on cue, his voice cracked and raw, like he'd been screaming for hours. His face was a mess of tears and mucus as he stumbled toward the two Russian operatives standing watch. Skylar, slow down, what happened? NKV Demon started to ask, knowing full well his mentor rarely bothered with strangers. But the words never made it out. The second Skylar's full form stepped into the light, NKV Demon froze. Bouge moi. What is that? Skylar's entire body was slick with blood, his back worst of all. Someone had meticulously flayed his skin from his shoulders to his chest, slicing just deep enough to peel the epidermis away without striking anything vital. His raw muscle, vessels, and tissue pulsed in the open air. Whoever did it made sure he stayed alive, awake, to feel every second of it. The Bat Demon, it's not some bedtime story. It's real and it's here, in Arkham. Skylar shrieked like a lunatic as he reached KG Beast and NKV Demon, flailing to shove past them and keep running. But before he could get far, his body crumpled to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, a single dart lodged in his back, its tail etched with the unmistakable symbol of a bat. The Grim Knight. KG Beast reacted instantly, raising his cybernetic left arm and unloading a barrage of rounds into the darkness, firing at something only he seemed able to track through the enhanced night vision of his cybernetic eye. NKV Demon followed his mentor's lead. He didn't have cybernetics or night vision tech, not yet, but he didn't need them to trust what his instincts were screaming. Without a moment's pause, he raised the SMG in his grip and opened fire into the dark, hoping the combined hail of both their bullets would be enough to bring down whatever monstrous nightmare the Grim Knight was supposed to be. For nearly a full minute, heavy gunfire roared through the lobby. But surprisingly, there were no screams or even cries for help. Not even a tiny whimper. It made the two Russian assassins wonder if their rounds were hitting anything at all. Still, they kept unloading their ammo, sweeping the dark with hot lead, hoping the noise would draw in more inmates, more guns, more bodies, to stand a chance against the night. After all, the tales they had heard of him all painted a picture of a bloody, demented monster who got his fix from stopping criminals in the most brutal ways possible. Batman POV. Bullets. Really? I sighed from a few meters away, hidden with the help of my armor's own cloaking technology inspired by the cloaking tech in Predator armors, my force field, which was basically an improved Holtzman shield from the Dune universe, quietly deflecting every round before they even reached my armor. Not that it actually mattered. The suit, woven with neutral carbonadium and reinforced with promethium, was more than enough to shrug off most ammunition. But image mattered. In Gotham, fear was a weapon. And to keep the legend alive, the demon from the pit, the ghost in the dark, I had to look untouchable to the point where criminals couldn't even imagine having a chance against me in their wildest dreams. After about a solid minute of shooting, NKV Demons was the first one to run out of bullets. KG Beast looked like he still had some ammunition left, but he too stopped shooting, perhaps to survey the destruction they had caused. Most, if not the entire, lobby was riddled with countless bullet holes. There was dust, concrete, and smoke everywhere, as chips and pieces of the wall fell due to heavy damage. His cybernetic eye tracked me in the dark, even with my superior stealth skills. That's no street thug, there's more to him. And why the hell was Arkham storing combat-grade cybernetics inside the facility? Standard protocol allows only clothing and basic personal items. Rare exceptions are made for some small firearms in some unique cases. But a military-grade visual implant. A machine gun grafted as a prosthetic arm. That's not oversight, that's insanity. Are Gotham's administrators truly this incompetent? I rubbed my forehead as a small migraine started to bloom. NZT-48 is making all the nonsense logic followed in the city far too clear for me, or maybe this isn't just some silly incompetence. Maybe it's corruption at its absolute peak. Yep, that must be it. Bruce, as you previously inquired, those two ahead are NKV Demon and KG Beast. Both are high-profile Russian assassins, currently marked DOA by their own government after a failed attempt on the president's life. And yes, as you suspected, scans confirm they've undergone extensive super-soldier augmentation. KG Beast alone is fitted with over a dozen military-grade cybernetic enhancements, strength, reflexes, endurance, everything has been improved through them. Combined with their field experience, they probably rank above even one of your average colony operatives in terms of raw lethality, Cortana relayed through the helmet's comms in response to my earlier query. So nothing special, I muttered. In Gotham, every supervillain with a name had some edge, some twisted skill, power, or ability that made them more dangerous than any other real-world criminal around the world. Having a body with above-peak human capability was probably the most common and boring of them. You think we got him? NKV Demon asked his mentor, his accent thick with grit. I couldn't help but wonder why they were speaking English to each other. Russian would have made far more sense, tactically and otherwise. No. You didn't, I answered coldly, my voice low and modulated, as I stopped cloaking myself and appeared just a few feet from KG Beast. In one motion, I seized his head and drove it into the wall, hard enough to collapse part of the already fractured structure. I could hear footsteps, more inmates closing in, drawn by the noise from the earlier barrage of gunfire. I'd already neutralized the ones in the restricted wing. These had to be the ones stationed near the warden's office and residential block. Demon! NKV Demon shouted, flinging something my way that looked a lot like a grenade. Idiot. He didn't think twice about the blast radius or the integrity of a crumbling structure in a confined space. However, I didn't have that luxury. Keeping the prisoners, and the hostage guards, alive was still my job, no matter how much that annoyed me. So, I decided to pull a Captain America. I caught it clean midair, locked it between my palms, and pulled it tight against my chest, before bracing myself for the impact. The detonation hit like a freight train, at least 300 metric tons of kinetic force instantaneously slamming into me. Anyone else would have been blown into pieces. But my near-invulnerable armor, my reinforced musculature, superhuman strength, and focused chi kept my bones from shattering, only making me stagger a little. What? NKV Demon choked out. Before he could finish the thought, I hurled the shrapnel fragments still in my hand straight at him with my full might. They hit like rounds from a railgun, punching through his body. He dropped, blood spilling from his mouth instantly. No. KG Beast, who had already recovered, lifted his prosthetic arm and unleashed a stream of blue fire in my direction. The flamethrower roared, but I calmly pushed through the heat, step by step, until I reached him, then grabbed the nozzle and crushed it in my grip, bending it toward him until the fire sputtered out. However, KG Beast didn't hesitate. He drew a sidearm with his free hand and emptied the entire clip at my face, point blank, in a desperate attempt to break through my armor. But it was all for null. Feels like clearing a level 10 boss with level 100 gear, I thought with a deadpan, before ripping the entire prosthetic arm from his shoulder in one clean, brutal motion. They should have at least arranged for something more challenging to divert my attention. This feels like child's play. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 188, Meeting the Queen, 3. Power comes in response to a need, not a desire. You have to create that need. Goku, Dragon Ball Z. Bruce Wayne POV. You are more brutal and well-trained than even me, KG Beast muttered weakly after I tore off his cybernetic arm. Are you even a hero? I don't remember claiming to be one, I replied, voice deep and modulated, before knocking him out cold with a sharp backhand across the jaw. They were good, I muttered, planting 2 micro-trackers on their unconscious bodies. Their teamwork almost reminded me of Bucky and Falcon from that Marvel series. Remind me to locate them later, Cortana. If they prove reliable enough, Black Hood might put them to work as gang enforcers. I do need some fresh blood in there. I don't want to continue using the colony as grunts for gang work. Understood. But for now, I suggest you prioritize, she advised, flashing multiple heat signatures closing in. One cell even contained a restrained figure, struggling against her chains. A mini-cannon deployed from my left shoulder plate, locking onto the advancing inmates. But instead of lethal plasma-based rounds, it launched impact web shots, synthetic webs modeled after Peter Parker's own web fluid formula. The shots struck fast, pinning the armed prisoners to the ground and the walls before they could even raise their weapons. Let's see Spider-Man pull that off, I smirked inwardly. Sir, the woman in chains isn't listed in the prisoner database. I can cross-reference Arkham's employee records, but they're as reliable as clickbait news articles on the internet. The system hasn't been properly updated in years. Half the people listed there either don't work here anymore or aren't even alive. Likely intentional, an easy way to keep corrupt personnel employed without scrutiny, Cortana reported. However, she does appear in other public records which I can easily access. She trailed off, suddenly pausing. What is it? Did her identity surprise you? That's not common. Is she a metahuman with potentially world-ending powers? I asked dryly, half joking, but not completely ruling it out in a universe as dark as this one. No. She's a normal human. A psychiatrist. But the thing is, you've met her before. You saved her from Victor's ash. Since then, something changed in her digital patterns. I suspect she might have even taken the Arkham position willingly. Odd, considering most victims avoid places like this after what they've been through, Cortana finished, her tone carrying a rare note of confusion. Maybe she's just a curious cat. What's her name? I asked, stepping toward the cell to release her. Although her bruised and bloody face was hard to make out, I could clearly see her bleached, unnaturally pale skin, which was likely the result of some chemical exposure, but her battered condition told me enough. She wasn't a threat. The scene itself made that obvious. No way was she working with these criminals. Still, she looked familiar. The bleached skin, especially, reminded me too much of Dr. Harleen Quinzel, Cortana answered. I froze. My hand instinctively reached for my bat tool as the cold logic in my mind screamed at me to eliminate her right then and there. The ventriloquist, or whoever orchestrated this prison takeover, was dangerous, but they were nothing compared to the Joker, or his equally unstable partner, Harley Quinn. A lot of delusional DC fanboys in my previous life obsessed over her, enchanted by her playful animated persona or Margot Robbie's seductive portrayal of the character in Suicide Squad, but none of that changed the actual reality. Harley Quinn was a murderer. Not just a victim or pawn. She willingly aided the Joker, killed for him, and committed unspeakable atrocities alongside him until their breakup. Hell, even after their breakup, she never put a complete stop to her illegal activities. Terrorism, slaughter, brutality, she had done it all in the comics. I even remembered a dark multiverse cover in a Comic-Con event from my past life, where she beat Alfred to death alongside other criminals. Logically, shooting her now was the safest option. My NZT-enhanced mind begged me for it. Her redemption arc be damned. Bruce, do you know her? Cortana asked. She had access to much of my memory, but I had never shared the full depth of my knowledge from my past life with her, at least not beyond what was strictly necessary. So, she had no awareness of who Harley Quinn was. Also, how did I even overlook her? With an eidetic memory, forgetting her doesn't add up. Feels unnatural. Like something made me forget about her. I frowned as an unsettling thought surfaced. No. I don't, I lied to avoid giving Cortana an explanation. After all, I myself wasn't sure how closely this version of Harley Quinn aligned with what I remembered about her from my past life. But I have a bad feeling about her. Her vitals are stable for now. So let's leave her here for now. We'll deal with the criminals first. I said after a small voice in the back of my mind reminded me that killing her without evidence would make me no better than any other deranged, cynical murderer out there. Cold logic had its limits. Understood, Cortana's voice confirmed as I advanced toward the central wing before casting one final glance at the restrained Harley and the other webbed-up prisoners. For a moment, I considered breaking a few of their limbs, just to keep them down longer, but time was against me. The ventriloquist needed to be stopped before this thing spiraled further. On my way to the warden's sector, I encountered no additional inmates, which wasn't surprising. I had already neutralized far more prisoners than should have been loose in the first place. However, what I did find were multiple labs, each repurposed into makeshift artificial growth chambers for mushrooms. Strange fungal strains filled the rooms, white, funnel-shaped mushrooms with crimson, blood-like droplets seeping from their caps. Cortana identified them as similar to Hydnellum peckii, the bleeding tooth fungus, but these were far more sinister, almost as if they were genetically altered. As if someone had forcefully mutated the species with dangerous levels of radiation for reasons I didn't yet know. As I approached the warden's office, I spotted several more guards stationed outside, heavily armed with submachine guns and body armor stripped from the asylum's own security teams. Activating my cloaking system again, I slipped past them without a sound before taking out my bat tool and activating the advanced audio scanner to see if I could pick up some information on what was actually happening here before going in guns blazing. How much longer is this gonna take, huh? The coppers might bust in if we keep stalling like this, snarled a wooden puppet perched on the hand of an elderly man who was none other than Arnold Weskier, its carved mouth snapping as it waved a Tommy gun toward a group of people in lab coats, likely researchers or medical staff. Even that KG beast fella and his lil lapdog are nowhere to be found. I tell ya, it's like nobody in dis town knows how to do business no more. Don't worry, Mr. Scarface, we're finally ready now, the lead scientist responded. Dr. Strange had successfully extracted the enhanced bliss compound from the mutated fungi before he left. We've built a pathogen bomb around it and calibrated it for deployment in the generator room. Once armed, it will aerosolize the compound into the atmosphere, where it'll react with humidity. The thermal updraft from the generator will push the aerosol into the clouds, mixing it directly into the city's water supply facility located behind the asylum. This won't just trigger mass euphoria, it'll induce hallucinations and mass suggestibility too. Gotham will experience peace like never before, just like Mr. Strange intended it to be. The only challenge has been fine-tuning the payload to infect the water without dispersing too thinly into the air. But it's ready now. The scientist handed a small remote to the puppet. This trigger works from up to 5 miles out. You can detonate it from a safe distance once all of us escape. Without this trigger, no one else can detonate or deactivate the bomb except me. The scientist said with some excitement, fully expecting some praise from the mob boss. I see. You did real good. Both him and Mr. Strange, they gonna be mighty pleased with what you pulled off. I'll make sure you get some nice words in your favor, capice? Scarface said, his wooden face twisted into a grin. Then, without warning, he raised the Tommy gun toward the group of scientists and opened fire without hesitation. Maybe we even hold a lil moment silence, in honor your untimely demises. Ha 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 ha, the puppet cackled as it emptied the magazine into their bodies, ensuring none of them were left breathing. Alright, it's finally time we set the last piece this plan in motion. You ready to scram, Sickle? Scarface asked, while Arnold Weskier dutifully reloaded the now empty Tommy gun with practiced hands. I'm bored. Don't care, Sickle replied flatly, his voice void of interest. He picked up a discarded gun from the floor and crushed it effortlessly into shards between his massive fingers. I miss my brother, he sighed, tossing the fragments aside. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 189, Meeting the Queen, 4. Everyone is a slave to something. Askeladd, Vinland Saga. Bruce Wayne POV. They're planning to do what? I said, my expression tightening into a grimace as the details sank in. The entire plan was idiotic. Who in their right mind would go to this extent just to get an entire city high? Sure, the narcotic might be potent, but basic chemical and biological sciences state that hallucinogens, no matter how powerful, don't linger in the human body for long. There would be casualties, yes, and a wave of chemically induced chaos in the streets, but nothing that would leave any lasting mark. Besides, I had some serious doubts about how effective the drug would be once it was diluted in that much water. Chances were that by the time it reached public systems for general use and consumption, filtration alone would probably destroy most of its impact. A scheme like this might have passed for a back-alley gang operation, but to hear that this was the endgame, crafted by some of the most dangerous criminals on the planet, was embarrassing. If they'd used a potent enough toxin instead, the results would have been far more devastating. But this felt like a bad parodical joke, staged by someone with an extremely poor sense of humor, for the sole purpose of messing with me. I swear, sometimes I really do forget that this is based on a comic book world where even heroes and villains sometimes prefer to celebrate Christmas together. Their sense of logic is more warped than Slanish's gender in Warhammer 40k. I sighed. These idiots are just wasting time. Instead of using the chaos to run, they're busy cobbling together some half-baked drug bomb. A bald man in standard inmate garb muttered as he passed by me, clicking his tongue in frustration. He wore a pair of round black glasses, held a lit cigar in one hand, and a compact submachine gun in the other. Judging by the slouch in his walk, guard duty wasn't exactly thrilling him. They don't understand that everything is a loop and all this is pointless. There was nothing particularly striking about him, just another psychotic face similar to the crowd I'd steamrolled through to get here. Except one detail stood out. Tattooed across the top of his head were the first 12 Roman numerals, each one paired with the first 3 letters of its corresponding month inked beneath. Naturally, he didn't notice me, my suit's cloaking still held. He walked right by without a hitch, and I figured I could stick around to gather more intel, maybe even get into the warden's room and quietly secure the remote before taking care of the rest of them. But the second the bald man passed me, he clicked his tongue once again. The seasons don't seem to be in my favor much this year, he said, casually flicking his half-burned cigar behind him. The ember struck my invisible chest plate, flaring on contact and curling smoke around me, just enough to reveal my presence to the men. What the demon? The man shouted like an idiot before firing his submachine gun in my direction, instantly alerting every other criminal in this wing to my position. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Naturally, the barrage forced my cloaking system offline. While my armor can shrug off most ballistic and energy impacts, it's the internal tech that's more vulnerable, precision systems that don't handle sustained kinetic stress well. A constant stream of 5.7 by 28mm rounds, for instance, isn't going to pierce the outer shell, but it can throw off internal functions. Even my body isn't immune to that kind of force. Think of it like this: wrap a watermelon in a reinforced steel sphere, and then slam it against the pavement over and over. The shell might stay intact, but the inside, it'll turn to pulp. Pressure transfers, no matter what. While the shell can absorb and redistribute some of the force throughout itself, it doesn't cancel it entirely. Some of it will get leaked into the inner soft contents. Vibranium is the only known material that I know of that outright denies this rule. It might not be the most durable material, but it is the perfect conductor of energy that can absorb much more force than any other known fictional metals, and thus can potentially protect its wielder from even nuclear explosions without any major adverse effects. However, since I still can't make it artificially yet, I can only grit my teeth and curse my bad luck. TCH. This time, it was my turn to click my tongue as I sent the man flying with a low-powered repulsor blast from my palm. Hope that shattered every rib he's got, I thought, already turning my attention to the swarm of armed inmates converging on my position. I pulled a couple of smoke pellet bombs from my belt and hurled them at the ground. Bursting open on impact, they flooded the corridor with a dense cloud of smoke laced with tear gas. Inmates staggered, hacking up their lungs and clawing at their burning, streaming eyes. Without pausing for breath, I lunged at the nearest inmate and drove my fist into his face. He dropped like a sack of bricks as his blood sprayed across the wall due to the force of my punch. I pivoted, sweeping my leg low to hook another inmate behind the knees, sending him crashing into a third goon just as he raised his rifle. Bullets sprayed wild as the gun slipped from the man's grip, stitching sparks off the concrete walls. I caught the barrel midair and slammed it across the owner's jaw, bending the metal gun like tin foil. Two more inmates lunged at me from either side, brandishing huge machetes. I ducked beneath a swipe aimed at my neck, twisted the attacker's wrist until his bone snapped, and drove an elbow into his temple. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The other came at me screaming, his blade aimed at my throat. I let him close the gap before launching a palm strike into his sternum, lifting him off his feet. He sailed backward through the smoke, crashed into a row of metal lockers, and lay still. The tear gas still hung heavy in the air, muffling shouts and coughs as another pair rushed me, trying to flank me from the rear. I feinted left, then reversed, grabbing one by the collar and hurling him into his partner. Both tumbled over each other in a tangled mess. I stomped once, hard, on the floor beside their heads. The shockwave alone was enough to rattle their skulls and left them groaning, half-conscious. Another thug, much bigger than the rest, roared as he barreled through the smoke like a charging bull. I stood my ground, calculating the angle at which he was rushing towards me. At the last moment, I sidestepped before seizing his arm and flipping him overhead. His back hit the ground with a teeth-rattling smack that literally resulted in spiderweb-like cracks being formed on the floor. An uncomfortable silence descended over the corridor as the most dangerous inmates and criminals in Gotham lay sprawling and moaning in front of me, while the ones still further away stood shaking with an unsure look on their faces. If you get back in your cells right now and lock the gates from the inside, I won't break your bones. As long as you keep your noses clean, maybe you'll even see parole someday. But if I have to fight you, I'll make damn sure none of you can stand up straight ever again. I issued the threat as I pressed my boot down onto the hand of one of the unconscious attackers, the bones beneath it snapping with a sharp crack. The guy under my foot, according to Cortana's scan, was an infamous murderer named Kira who liked severing women's hands after he killed them. So crushing his hand into a bloody, cluttered mess of bone shards and tangled blood vessels under the weight of my own body and armor didn't exactly feel too wrong to me. You know what? I'm gonna cut the mustard and head back to my cell. No point hanging around and letting karma catch up to me, right? One of the thugs stammered, forcing out a nervous laugh as he started inching away, though I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why he was clutching a giant bottle of hot sauce like it was the deadliest weapon in the world. The rest of the inmates, watching him back off unscathed, seemed to falter as well. One by one, they too lowered their guns to the ground and began quietly retreating alongside him. I had no doubt they'd convinced themselves I was some kind of supernatural demon of vengeance, and that my warning wasn't an empty threat like they had heard all their lives, but an ominous fact they'd rather not test. No more hiding, I declared as the plasma blaster on my shoulder pivoted toward the thick metal door leading into the warden's office and fired, blasting the door clean off its hinges with a single shot. Inside, the office was far larger, and far more extravagant, than any warden's office had a right to be. It looked less like a correctional facility and more like the penthouse suite of a five-star hotel. However, the first thing that hit me as I stepped in wasn't its utter luxuriousness but the bodies of dozens of scientists still in their lab coats, sprawled across the floor near a large table, their blood pooling around scattered machine parts of various shapes and sizes. Nearby, a balding, overweight older man in glasses was tied up and unconscious on a leather sofa. He was bleeding from the side of his head, but still breathing. That had to be Quincy Sharp, the notoriously corrupt warden of this asylum. He was an interesting case. From everything Cortana had dug up online about him, it was clear that for all his nefarious deeds, Sharp hadn't originally started out crooked. Once upon a time, he genuinely cared about keeping Gotham's worst criminals locked away. But lately, he'd been trying to run for mayor, a move that demanded serious money. That's likely what pushed him into taking bribes and cutting deals. It wouldn't surprise me if he'd had a hand in this prison break, too. Possibility was that either the criminals turned on him, or he tried to back out of the deal when he saw how serious the prison break was going to be and what the criminals were actually planning once they took control of the asylum, and now he was paying the price. Ah, the infamous Dark Knight, huh? Finally, we meet, C. Named Scarface, the guy who's gonna run this whole stinkin' Gotham underworld, very soon. And let me tell you something, Bats, I oughta thank you for waltzin' in here all on your lonesome. Puttin' ya in the ground's gonna score me serious street rep, C. Just the kinda boost my little operation's been waitin' for. Two figures emerged into my line of sight. One was Arnold Weskier, an inmate on the slightly older side, clutching a sinister-looking wooden puppet that looked like it had come straight out of an R.L. Stine horror story. However, as unsettling as the dummy and its handler were, my focus was instead fixed on the men beside him. Because that other guy was wielding the biggest oversized sickle I had ever seen in my life, his body swollen with inhuman muscle as thick veins snaked over every inch of his skin. He stood at least 1.5 times my own height, and at 6 feet 2, I was not exactly small. But next to me, he looked like a damn giant. Hey! I can tell you got you peepers all glued to my loyal muscle over there. Well, feast your eyes, pal, dat sickle, the finest friggin' monsterman ever put together, courtesy O10 my smartest associates, C. The puppet declared, its voice practically vibrating with twisted delight, but still careful enough not to drop the name of the mad scientist behind his creation. He's been turned into the ultimate freakin' predator, built fair one thing and one thing only, ta keen you down, Bats. A perfect friggin' executioner, forged ta reap to life Gotham's very own vengeance, C. Give me power stones gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there.